They drove Reacher to a motel about a mile away where the night clerk handed him a key. The room was exactly what he anticipated, a familiar scene from countless stops before. A loud heater rattled through the wall, too disruptive for sleep, a clever trick to cut the owner's power bill. The light bulbs were all low wattage, another small economy. The carpet was a short, tough weave designed to dry quickly after a hasty cleaning, though it probably didn't see a cleaner often. Its dark, busy pattern was perfect for hiding spills, just like the bedspread. He knew without looking that the shower would offer a feeble trickle, the towels would be thin, the soap tiny, and the shampoo watery. The furniture was dark wood, scuffed and dented, the television was a small, outdated box, and the curtains were a grimy gray. All standard, nothing new, yet it was still profoundly depressing. So, without even pocketing the key, Reacher turned and walked back outside. The night air was cold and carried a damp edge. It was a winter evening in northeastern Virginia. The slow-moving Potomac River was nearby. To the east, the glow from Washington, D.C. painted the low clouds, the capital where 1,000 different dramas were always unfolding. The car that had dropped him off was already gone, its taillights swallowed by the misty darkness. For a moment, everything was still and silent. Then another car arrived, moving with a swift, assured purpose as if it knew its destination perfectly. It turned into the motel lot. A plain, dark sedan, almost certainly government issue. It started toward the office, but its headlights swept over Reacher, standing motionless in the lot, and it changed course, coming directly at him. Visitors, their purpose was unknown, but the news would be either good or bad. The car stopped parallel to the building, positioning itself as far in front of him as his room was behind, leaving Reacher isolated in the center of a space about the size of a boxing ring. Two men climbed out. Despite the chill, they wore tight white T-shirts and the kind of athletic pants runners shed before a race. Both were over 6 feet and 200 pounds, smaller than Reacher, but not by a lot. They were military, that much was obvious from their haircuts. No civilian barber would be so brutally pragmatic. The market wouldn't stand for it. The passenger circled the hood to stand beside the driver. They stood there side by side, wearing big, white, shapeless sneakers. Neither had been in the Middle East recently. There was no sunburn, no squint lines, no lingering strain in their eyes. Both were young, under 30. Reacher was technically old enough to be their father. He pegged them as NCOs, specialists probably, not sergeants. They lacked the seasoned look of sergeants. In fact, they looked quite the opposite, with dull, blank expressions. The one from the passenger side said, "Are you Jack Reacher?" "Who's asking?" Reacher replied. "We are. And who are you?" "We're your legal advisors," which obviously they weren't. Army lawyers don't travel in pairs looking like they're about to hit the gym. They were something else entirely. This was bad news, not good. In such cases, Reacher knew immediate action was always the best bet. It would be easy enough to pretend sudden understanding, to step forward eagerly with a hand raised as if in greeting. That eager step could become unstoppable momentum, the raised hand transforming into a scything blow, an elbow driven hard and downward into the left-hand man's face. A stamp of the right foot would follow, as if crushing an imaginary bug was the whole point of the frantic motion. The rebound from that stamp would set up a backhanded elbow smash into the second man's throat. 1, 2, 3, smack, stamp, smack. Game over. Easy enough. Always the safest approach. Reacher's philosophy was simple. Strike first, especially when facing two younger, energetic opponents. Yet he hesitated. He wasn't entirely certain, not under these conditions. A misstep could be costly, so he held back, letting the opportunity slip. "What's your legal opinion?" he asked. "Conduct unbecoming," the man replied. "You've disgraced the unit. A court-martial would tarnish everyone. So leave town immediately, and don't ever return. No one's talking about a court-martial. Not yet, but they will. Don't be here when it happens. I have my orders. They couldn't locate you before. They won't now. The Army doesn't hire skip tracers, and even if they did, you're a ghost. The way you drift, you're practically invisible." Reacher remained silent. The man pressed. "That's our advice." "Noted," Reacher said. You need to do more than note it, do I? We're providing some motivation? What kind? Every night you're still here, we'll make you regret it. Will you? Starting tonight, consider it a strong suggestion? Reacher's tone shifted, edged with dry amusement. Ever purchase an electronic device? What does that have to do with anything? I saw one in a store once, had a yellow warning label on the back, said tampering risked death or serious injury. So, think of me as having that same label. We're not scared of you, old man. Old man. The term flashed an unexpected memory. His father, Stan Reacher, a Marine captain stationed in sunny Okinawa, a man from Laconia, New Hampshire, with a family and 2 teenage sons. They'd called him the old man, though he'd been a decade younger than Reacher was now. Turn around, Reacher said, his voice hardening. Go back where you came from. You're out of your depth. We don't see it that way. I did this professionally, Reacher said. You know that, right? Silence. I know every move, Reacher continued. I pioneered a few. Still no reply. Reacher's key was still in his hand. A basic rule, avoid confronting someone who just locked a door. Even a single key could become an improvised weapon, gripped to protrude between the fingers like makeshift brass knuckles. But these were just reckless kids. No reason to escalate to broken bones or split skin. He slipped the key into his pocket. Their pristine sneakers suggested they weren't planning to kick. Soft shoes were useless for that, unless they were treating this like some scored martial arts demonstration, something with a fancy name straight off a takeout menu, all fine for competition, but laughable in a real fight. Lifting your leg like that was just asking to be knocked flat and left in the gutter. Did they even realize? Were they checking his own footwear? Reacher wore a sturdy pair of boots, bought in South Dakota, built to last the winter. I'm going inside now, he stated. No answer. Good night, he added. Nothing. Reacher pivoted slightly, beginning a fluid turn toward his door, and just as anticipated, the 2 men lunged forward, moving faster, off balance, and impulsive, reaching to seize him. Reacher let their momentum build, then whipped back toward them, his own weight now driving forward, 250 pounds meeting 400. He twisted, unleashing a long left hook aimed at the guy on the left. The blow landed exactly as intended, a sharp crack against the ear. The man's head jerked sideways, colliding with his partner's shoulder. Reacher was already in motion, driving a right-hand uppercut squarely under the second man's jaw. The impact was textbook, snapping his head back almost in unison with his buddy's dazed wobble. For a second, they resembled marionettes controlled by a spasmodic hand. Both remained upright, but just barely. The one on the left swayed like a sailor in a storm, while the one on the right staggered backward, off balance and vulnerable. Reacher drove a short, powerful right fist into his exposed midsection, just hard enough to empty his lungs without doing permanent harm. The man crumpled forward, clutching his stomach. Reacher moved past him toward the other, who managed a weak swinging punch. Reacher batted it aside with his forearm and delivered the same measured blow to the solar plexus, folding him in half identically. With both men disabled, it was simple to maneuver them toward their vehicle. A firm shove from the flat of his boot sent each one stumbling headlong into the car door, leaving visible dents in the panels. They lay on the ground, wheezing but conscious they'd have a dented car to account for and throbbing headaches tomorrow. That was the full extent of it. A surprisingly gentle outcome, all things considered, almost paternal. He was, after all, old enough to be their father. Remarkably, Reacher had been in Virginia for less than 3 hours. Chapter 2. His journey from the frozen plains of South Dakota had been a long, meandering affair, anything but quick. He'd gotten stalled in Nebraska not once, but twice. Missouri meant a lengthy wait, followed by a ride in a silver Ford with a talkative, bony man who fell silent halfway to Columbia. Illinois brought a fast black Porsche, likely stolen, and an unfortunate encounter with 2 would-be muggers at a rest stop. They demanded money. Reacher presumed they were still recuperating. Indiana was 2 days of stagnation, ended by a dignified old man in a bow tie driving a dented blue Cadillac at a stately pace. Ohio meant 4 days in a nondescript town before catching a ride in a red crew cab Silverado with a young couple and their dog, all driving east in a hopeful search for work. The dog, in Reacher's estimation, was unlikely to contribute to the family income. It was a large, amiable mutt with pale golden fur, shedding profusely despite the winter chill and leaving Reacher coated in a fine layer of hair. The road then took an illogical detour north into Pennsylvania, the only ride available. He spent a day near Pittsburgh and another near York before a young man in an aging white Buick drove him to Baltimore, Maryland. It was slow, piecemeal progress, but from Baltimore things simplified. The city sat right on Interstate 95, with Washington, D.C. just a short hop south. His destination in Virginia was practically within the capital's orbit. He completed the final leg by bus, disembarking at the depot behind Union Station. He walked through the city down K Street to Washington Circle, then along 23rd Street to the Lincoln Memorial. Crossing the bridge brought him to Arlington Cemetery. Outside the gates, a local bus stop served mostly the groundskeepers, a quiet end to a very long trip. Reacher's intended stop was a town named Rock Creek, a common title across the area where stones and streams were plentiful and early inhabitants, often separated from each other, shared a straightforward approach to naming. It likely began as a quaint colonial settlement back when wigs and knee breeches were the fashion, but over time it had transformed into just another intersection surrounded by miles of pricey homes and budget-friendly commercial complexes. From his bus seat, Reacher observed the passing scenery, recognizing old landmarks and mentally noting what had changed, all while biding his time. His exact target was a solid structure erected roughly 6 decades prior by the nearby Department of Defense for some now obscure initial use. Decades later, the military police had accidentally secured it through a bid. Some officer had apparently confused it with another Rock Creek entirely, yet they kept the building. It stood vacant for a while before being assigned to the freshly established 110th MP Special Unit as its headquarters. For Reacher, it was the nearest thing to a home base he'd ever known. The bus dropped him off a couple of blocks away at the foot of a sloping street he'd climbed countless times before. The road descending toward him had 3 lanes flanked by weathered concrete walkways and tall trees rooted in designated pits. Up ahead on the left, behind a tall stone barrier, sat the HQ, only its moss-dappled gray slate roof visible from the street. An entrance drive cut through the wall between 2 brick columns that in Reacher's day were merely ornamental, without any gates. Now, however, heavy steel gates on rolling tracks had been fitted into the aged asphalt, a theoretical security measure, but currently they stood wide open. Just inside, a new sentry booth housed a private first class dressed in the modern Army combat uniform, which Reacher quietly thought resembled loose, patterned sleepwear. Daylight was softening into dusk, casting long shadows. Reacher approached the booth, and the soldier gave him a questioning glance. "I'm here to see your commanding officer," Reacher stated. "You mean Major Turner?" the private asked. "How many COs do you have here?" "Just one, sir. First name Susan." "Yes, sir." "Major Susan Turner, sir?" "That's who I'm looking for. May I have your name?" "Reacher." "And what is the purpose of your visit?" "Personal." "One moment, sir." The private picked up a phone and relayed the information. "A Mr. Reacher to see Major Turner." The conversation dragged on longer than Reacher anticipated. At one point, the soldier covered the receiver and inquired, "Are you the same Reacher who once commanded here, Major Jack Reacher?" "I am," Reacher confirmed. "And you mentioned I spoke to Major Turner from South Dakota?" "Yes, sir." The private repeated these confirmations into the phone, listened a bit more, then hung up. "Sir, you may proceed," he said, starting to give directions before catching himself. "Then again, you probably know the way." "I probably do," Reacher replied. He walked on, but after about 10 steps, a low grinding sound made him pause and look back. The gates were slowly swinging shut behind him. The building ahead was a textbook example of 1950s DoD design. Long, low-slung, 2 stories of brick and stone with slate roofing, green metal window frames, and green tubular handrails leading up to the doors. It was a relic from a golden era for the department, when budgets seemed limitless and every branch of the military got exactly what it wanted, and then some. The parking lot held a mix of vehicles, a few plain, dark Army sedans showing their age, alongside personally owned cars that were brighter in color but generally older models. A single hulking dark green and black Humvee loomed menacingly next to a tiny red two-seater, a stark contrast that almost made Reacher smirk at the military's occasional lack of subtlety. Reacher considered whether the sleek two-seater parked outside might belong to Major Susan Turner. It seemed plausible. Her voice on the phone had carried a certain brisk efficiency that suggested she would choose a practical, no-nonsense vehicle. He climbed the short set of stone steps to the entrance, the same steps, the same heavy door, though it had clearly been repainted several times since his tenure. The Army never seemed to run out of paint, and was always eager to apply another coat inside. The lobby felt largely unchanged. To the right, a stone staircase led to the second floor. To the left, a reception desk stood sentry. Beyond, the space narrowed into a long corridor lined with offices on either side, their doors fitted with the familiar reeded glass panels. The overhead lights were on, combating the building's perennial winter gloom. At the desk sat a woman wearing the standard ACU uniform, sergeant's stripes centered on her chest tab. Reacher's mind flashed to an old infantry joke that tab made a perfect aiming point. He missed the classic woodland camouflage. The new gear just didn't have the same character. The sergeant was African American and seemed visibly distressed, her composure fraying. When Reacher stated Jack Reacher to see Major Turner, she stammered briefly, as if wrestling with unspoken words before finally managing, "You should go on up. Do you remember the way?" He nodded. He remembered. It had been his office once. "Thank you, Sergeant," he said, and turned toward the stairs. The worn stone steps and cool metal handrail were exactly as he recalled. He'd climbed them countless times before. The staircase curled around and deposited him at the head of the long second-floor corridor, its linoleum flooring still the same dull shade. The office doors mirrored those downstairs with their distinctive reeded glass. His destination was third on the left. No, it was Susan Turner's office now. He quickly tucked in his shirt and ran a hand through his hair, realizing he had no prepared introduction. He'd been drawn here solely by the intriguing quality of her voice during their call, a hint of a sharp, compelling mind behind it. He simply wanted to meet her. It was that straightforward. Taking 2 steps forward, he paused. She was going to think he was out of his mind. But then again, nothing ventured, nothing gained. With a mental shrug, he continued down the hall. The third door on the left looked much as it always had, though freshly painted. The bottom half was solid, the top half glass with that reeded pattern that fractured the view beyond into wavering vertical strips. A new corporate-style nameplate was mounted beside the handle, Maj S.R. Turner, Commanding Officer. In Reacher's day, his name had been stenciled directly on the wood in a no-frills style, Maj Reacher, C.O. He knocked and heard a muffled sound from within, possibly an invitation to enter. Drawing a breath, he turned the knob and stepped inside. He had anticipated noticeable updates, but the room felt stubbornly familiar. The linoleum floor was the same, polished to a faint, murky shine. The desk was the same battleship gray steel, its paint worn away in spots to reveal bare metal, still bearing the dent where he'd once slammed a subordinate's head during a particularly heated confrontation. The chairs, both behind and in front of the desk, were the same utilitarian mid-century models, the kind that might fetch a small fortune in some trendy boutique in Brooklyn or Los Angeles. The file cabinets were unchanged. Even the light fixture was the same, a white glass bowl suspended by 3 slender chains. The differences were mostly what time and technology had dictated. Where a single heavy rotary phone once sat, there were now 3 sleek console telephones. 2 computers, a desktop, and a laptop occupied the space that used to hold stacked in and out trays overflowing with paperwork. A new updated map hung on the wall. The only real disappointment was the light itself. The modern energy-saving bulb cast a faintly green, sickly glow. Progress, it seemed, had reached even the Department of the Army. For better or worse, the office held only 2 surprises. The man seated behind the desk was not a major, but a lieutenant colonel. and he was most definitely not a woman. Chapter 3. He wore the same standard ACU uniform as everyone else, yet it seemed oddly out of place on him, like a costume for a theme party. It wasn't that he was unfit, he simply carried the serious, settled air of a man who spent his days behind a desk. His weapon of choice was more likely a mechanical pencil than any rifle. Steel-rimmed glasses framed his eyes, and his steel-gray hair was trimmed and combed with a neat, almost boyish precision. His insignia and name tape identified him as Lieutenant Colonel Morgan of the United States Army. Reacher said, "My apologies, Colonel. I was expecting to see Major Turner." "Sit down, Mr. Reacher," Morgan said. Command presence was a prized quality in the military, and Morgan possessed it in abundance. His voice, like his hair and glasses, was cool and unyielding, devoid of bluster or threat, simply carrying the brisk expectation that any reasonable person would comply. Reacher took the visitor chair closer to the window. Its springy, tubular frame gave slightly under his weight, a familiar sensation from past visits. Morgan said, "Start by telling me precisely why you're here." For a moment, Reacher feared he was about to receive tragic news that Susan Turner had been killed overseas or in an accident. He asked, "Where is Major Turner?" "She isn't here," Morgan replied. "Then where is she?" "We may get to that. First, I need to understand your interest." "In what? In Major Turner?" "I have no particular interest in her. Yet you asked for her by name at the gate. It's a personal matter, explain." Reacher said, "We spoke on the phone. She sounded interesting. I thought I might stop by and ask her to dinner. The regulations don't forbid her from accepting or from declining," Morgan noted. "True." Morgan pressed, "What did you discuss during your call? This and that. Be specific." "It was a private conversation, Colonel, and I don't know who you are. I am the acting commander of the 1000 Special Unit, not Major Turner." "Not anymore. This is a temporary assignment. I'm here as a troubleshooter to manage a cleanup. So there's a mess to clean up, is that what you're saying?" Morgan sidestepped the question. "Did you and Major Turner arrange a specific meeting?" "Not specifically," Reacher said. "Did she request your presence here?" "Not specifically," Reacher repeated. "A simple yes or no will suffice, then no. It was a vague understanding on both sides if I happened to be in the area, that sort of thing. And yet here you are. Why? Why not? A man has to be somewhere. Are you telling me you traveled all the way from South Dakota based on a vague notion?" I liked her voice, Reacher said flatly. "Do you have a problem with that? You're currently unemployed, correct? At the moment." "Since when?" "Since I left the Army." "That's a disgrace." Reacher asked again, "Where is Major Turner?" "This conversation is not about Major Turner." "Then what is it about?" "It's about you." "Me?" "Entirely separate from Major Turner. However, she accessed your file. Perhaps she was curious. There was a flag on it that should have triggered when she pulled it, which would have saved us time. Unfortunately, the flag malfunctioned and only activated when she returned it. Better late than never. Since you're here now, what are you talking about? Did you know a man named Juan Rodriguez?" "No. Who is he?" "He was once a person of interest to this unit. Now he's deceased." "Do you know a woman named Candace Dayton?" "No. Is she dead, too?" "Miss Dayton is fortunately still alive, though, perhaps not happily, as it turns out. You're certain you don't recall her. What is this about?" "You're in a difficult position, Reacher. For what reason?" "The Secretary of the Army has received medical documentation indicating Mr. Rodriguez's death was a direct consequence of an assault he endured 16 years ago. Since there is no statute of limitations for such matters, he is technically considered a homicide victim." "Are you suggesting one of my soldiers was responsible 16 years back?" "No, that is not my assertion." "That's a relief. So what's got Miss Dayton so upset?" "That's not my department. Another individual will discuss that with you. They'll need to be quick about it. I don't plan on lingering here for long. Not if Major Turner isn't present. I can't recall any other compelling reasons to stay in this area." "You will be staying," Morgan stated. You and I have a lengthy and significant discussion ahead of us regarding what? The evidence indicates it was you who assaulted Mr. Rodriguez all those years ago. That's nonsense. You will be assigned legal counsel. If it is nonsense, I'm confident he will confirm it. I mean, it's nonsense that you and I are having any kind of extended conversation or that I need a lawyer. I'm a private citizen, and you're an idiot dressed in a uniform that looks like sleepwear. So you are refusing to cooperate voluntarily? You've got that exactly right. In that case, are you acquainted with Title 10 of the United States Code? Reacher replied, certain sections naturally. Then you may be aware that a specific provision informs us that when a man of your former rank departs the Army, he does not immediately or completely revert to civilian status. He transitions to a reservist. He has no active duties, but he remains eligible for recall. But for how many years? Reacher countered. You held a security clearance. I remember it clearly. Do you recall the documents you were required to sign to obtain it? Faintly, Reacher said. He remembered a room full of solemn men, all business lawyers, notaries, official seals, and pens scratching away. Morgan said there was considerable fine print, as one would expect. If you are to be entrusted with the government's secrets, the government will demand a measure of control over you, before, during, and after your service. How long after? Most of that information remains classified for 6 decades. That's absurd. Don't be concerned, Morgan said. The fine print did not stipulate you remain a reservist for 60 years. That's something. It stipulated something more severe. It stated indefinitely. However, as it happens, the Supreme Court has already complicated that for us. It ruled we must adhere to the standard 3 fundamental limitations applicable to all cases under Title 10, which are, for a successful recall, you must be in good physical condition, under 55 years of age, and deemed trainable. Reacher remained silent. Morgan inquired, how is your health? Fairly good. How old are you? I have a considerable distance to go before 55. Are you trainable? I highly doubt it. My thoughts as well, but that is a practical assessment we determine on duty. Are you being serious? Absolutely, Morgan said. Jack Reacher, as of this moment on this day, you are formally recalled to active military service. Reacher said nothing. You're back in the Army, Major, Morgan said, and you are now under my command. Chapter 4. There was no formal ceremony, no intake procedures, no reprocessing, just Morgan's declaration, and then the room dimmed slightly as a figure in the corridor positioned himself before the door, obstructing the light filtering through the textured glass panel. Reacher saw him, segmented by the vertical lines, a tall, broad-shouldered guard standing at ease facing away. Morgan said, I am obligated to inform you of an appeals process. You will be granted full access to it. You will be provided with an attorney. Reacher said, I will be provided one. It's a simple matter of logic. You would be attempting to appeal your way out, which presupposes you're starting from a position of being in, which means you will receive what the Army decides to furnish. But I suspect we will be fair. I have no memory of any Juan Rodriguez. You will be assigned a lawyer for that matter as well. What allegedly happened to the man? You tell me, Morgan said. I cannot. I don't remember him either. You left him with a traumatic brain injury. The truth has a way of finding you, no matter how long it takes. Who was he? You can't outrun reality forever. I'm not running from anything. I'm telling you, I honestly don't recall that man. That's a conversation for you and your legal counsel. And who is Candace Dayton? Same answer, but with a different attorney. Why a different one? It's a different kind of case. Am I being arrested? No, Morgan replied. Not at this moment. The prosecutors will make that call on their own schedule. However, as of 2 minutes ago, you are under orders. You'll keep your former rank for now. Administratively, you're attached to this unit. Your duty station is this building, and you will report here every morning before 0800. You are not to leave the immediate area, defined as a 5-mile radius from this desk. Your quarters will be provided by the Army. Reacher remained silent. Morgan asked, Any questions, Major? Do I have to wear a uniform? Not at this point. That's something, at least. This isn't a game, Reacher. The potential consequences here are severe for you personally. The worst-case scenario is life at Leavenworth for homicide. More likely, given the 16-year gap, it would be 10 years for manslaughter. Even the best outcome isn't appealing, as we'd have to re-examine the original incident. I'd expect at a minimum a charge of conduct unbecoming and a new discharge, this time without honor. Your lawyer will lay it all out for you. When? The appropriate office has already been notified. The old building had no cells, no holding facilities, just offices. Reacher was left in the visitor's chair, ignored, as if he were a piece of forgotten furniture. The guard stood relaxed beyond the door. Morgan busied himself with his laptop, tapping and scrolling. Reacher combed through his memory for Juan Rodriguez. 16 years back, he was just a year into commanding the 110th. Those were the early scrutinized days of an experimental unit. The name Rodriguez was Hispanic. Reacher had known plenty of Hispanic people in and out of the service. He remembered occasions where he'd struck people, some of them Hispanic, but the name Rodriguez didn't ring a bell. If Rodriguez had been a person of interest to the 110th back then, he felt certain he would remember. Every case from that period was significant, every misstep dissected. He finally broke the silence. What was the alleged situation? Morgan gave no reply, his attention fixed on the screen. So Reacher turned his thoughts to Candace Dayton. He'd known many women. Candace wasn't an unusual name, nor was Dayton, but together they meant nothing to him. Not even the nickname Candy sparked a memory. Of course, nobody remembers everything. He tried another question. Was Candace Dayton connected to Juan Rodriguez in some way? Morgan looked up, seeming genuinely startled to find someone in his office, as if he'd forgotten Reacher was there. He didn't answer. Instead, he picked up one of his multi-line phones and called for a car, instructing Reacher to wait downstairs with the sergeant. 2 miles away, a man known to only 3 people as Romeo took out his cell phone and dialed the man only 2 people knew as Juliet. "He's been reactivated," Romeo said. "Colonel Morgan just entered the order." "What happens now?" Juliet asked. "It's too soon to say. Will he try to leave?" "Any rational person would." "Where are they housing him?" "Probably their usual motel, I'd imagine, downstairs." The desk sergeant was as quiet as before, offering no conversation. Reacher leaned against the wall and waited in the heavy silence. After about 10 minutes, a private first class came in from the cold, saluted, and politely asked Reacher to follow him. In the eyes of some, the principle of presumed innocence still held sway. Reacher supposed outside. A weathered army sedan idled in the lot, a young lieutenant shifting uncomfortably beside it. He opened the rear door and Reacher slid inside. The lieutenant took the front passenger seat, and the private drove them a mile to a motel, a sagging, tired structure on a quiet suburban road under the evening sky. The lieutenant signed a form. The night clerk handed Reacher a key, and the private drove off with the officer. Then the second car pulled in, carrying the men in T-shirts and athletic pants. Neither the pants nor the shirts had pockets, and neither man wore dog tags or carried any identification. Their vehicle was just as clean. No weapons, no personal items, not even a stray receipt. The glove compartment held only the standard Army paperwork. The license plate was a regular government issue. Aside from 2 fresh dents in the doors, the car was utterly ordinary. The man on the left was slumped against the driver's door. Reacher hauled him 6 feet across the asphalt, meeting no resistance. Real life wasn't some TV drama. A solid blow to the temple didn't leave a man bouncing back for more. It left him dazed and unsteady for an hour or longer. It was an old lesson. The human brain was far more vulnerable to lateral motion than to a direct impact. An evolutionary oddity like so many things. Reacher opened the driver's door and got in. The engine was off, but the key was still in the ignition. He slid the seat back, started the car, and sat for a long moment staring through the windshield. They couldn't find you before, they won't find you now. The Army didn't hire skip tracers, and even if they did, no tracer could track someone who lived the way he did. He adjusted the mirror, pressed the brake, and shifted into gear. This was conduct unbecoming at the very least, likely leading to another discharge, this time without honor. He released the brake and drove away. He headed straight back to the old headquarters building, parking 50 yards down the 3-lane road. The car was warm, and he kept the engine running to maintain the heat through the windshield. He saw no movement ahead, no arrivals, no departures. In his time, the 110th had operated non-stop 7 days a week, and he doubted that had changed. The night watch would be on duty, a night officer would be in place, and the other officers would leave only when their work was done, usually, but not tonight. Not during a crisis, and certainly not with a troubleshooter like Morgan around. No one would dare leave before him. That was just basic Army politics. An hour later, Morgan emerged. Reacher saw him clearly. A plain sedan exited the gate, turned onto the road, and drove right past. In the darkness, Reacher caught a glimpse of Morgan at the wheel, still in his ACUs and glasses, hair neatly combed, gripping the wheel with both hands like a cautious ant heading to the grocery store. Reacher watched in the mirror as the taillights vanished over a hill. He waited. Sure enough, over the next 15 minutes, a steady stream of cars followed, 5 in total, 2 turning left, 3 turning right, most with single occupants, 1 carrying 3 people. Their windows were fogged with night dew, and each trailed a plume of cold exhaust that slowly dissipated into the quiet air. After they had all disappeared into the distance, Reacher gave it 10 more minutes, just to be certain. Nothing else stirred. From 50 yards out, the old building appeared quiet and still, a world unto itself under the night watch. Reacher shifted his car into gear and coasted slowly down the hill, turning in at the gate. A fresh sentry was posted in the guard hut, a young private, his expression blank and stoic. Reacher stopped and lowered his window. The kid said, "Sir?" Reacher gave his name and stated, "I'm reporting to my duty station as ordered, sir." The private repeated, "Am I on your list?" The soldier checked his clipboard. "Yes, sir, Major Reacher. But you're scheduled for tomorrow morning." "My orders were to report before 0800 hours. I see that, sir. But it's 2308 hours now in the evening, which is, chronologically speaking, before 0800 in the morning. I'm eager to get started, so I'm a little early." The sentry fell silent. Reacher added, "You're welcome to check with Colonel Morgan, though I expect he's back at his quarters by now. Still no response, or you could call your duty sergeant." "Yes, sir," the kid said. "I'll do that. He made the call, listened briefly, then hung up. Sir, the sergeant requests that you stop by the desk." "I'll be sure to do that, soldier," Reacher replied. He drove on and parked beside the same little red 2-seater, still sitting exactly where he'd seen it earlier. Stepping out into the chill, he walked to the entrance. The lobby felt hushed and still, a literal night-and-day difference from his previous visit. The same sergeant was at the reception desk, finishing her duties before going off shift. Perched on a high stool, she was typing at a keyboard, likely updating the day's log. Record-keeping was a serious matter everywhere in the military. She paused and looked up. Reacher asked, "Are you logging this visit officially?" "What visit?" she replied. "And I told the private at the gate not to, either." No longer tongue-tied, especially with the interloper Morgan absent. She looked young, but supremely capable, like sergeants everywhere. The tape over her right breast read Leach. She said, "I know who you are." "Have we met?" Reacher asked. "No, sir, but you're a well-known name around here. You were this unit's first commanding officer. Do you know why I'm back?" "Yes, sir. We were briefed. What was the general reaction? Mixed? And your personal take?" "I figure there's a solid explanation. 16 years is a long time, makes it feel political, and that's usually bull. Even if it isn't, I'm sure the guy had it coming, or worse." Reacher stayed quiet. Leach continued, "I thought about warning you when you first showed up. The best move for you would have been to just run. I wanted to turn you around and get you out of here, but I was under orders not to. I'm sorry." Reacher asked, "Where is Major Turner?" "That's a long story," Leach said. "How does it go?" "She deployed to Afghanistan when? Midday yesterday." "Why? We have personnel there." "There was an incident." "What kind of incident?" "I don't know." "And she never arrived. You're certain?" "No question. So where is she?" "No one knows." "When did Colonel Morgan get here?" Within about 2 hours of Major Turner leaving, did he give a reason for being here? The implication was that Major Turner had been relieved of command. Nothing specific. Nothing at all. Was she messing up? Leach didn't answer. Reacher said, "You can speak freely, Sergeant." "No, sir, she wasn't messing up. She was doing a really good job." So all we have are implications and a disappearance so far. No gossip? Reacher asked. Sergeants were always plugged into the network, part of the rumor mill like uniformed tabloids always had been, always would be. Leach offered, "I caught a small piece of information." Which is? It might not mean anything. Go on. And it might be unrelated, but someone mentioned the guardhouse at Fort Dyer has a new occupant. Chapter 6. Fort Dyer was an Army installation situated near the Pentagon. Leach explained to Reacher that 8 years after his discharge, a budget consolidation had folded it into the adjacent Marine Corps facility at Helsington House. The combined post was now awkwardly titled Joint Base Dyer-Helsington House. In Reacher's time, both places had been prestigious, populated by high-ranking officers and officials. Consequently, the old Dyer Post Exchange resembled a high-end department store more than a standard military shop, and rumors suggested the Marine counterpart was even more impressive. The new merged entity likely maintained that elevated status. Its detention facility, therefore, wouldn't hold common offenders. It would be reserved for important personnel. An MP major facing trouble would fit perfectly, so Leach's tip might be accurate. The Dyer Guardhouse was located northwest of the Pentagon, just a short distance from the 110th's headquarters, diagonally across the cemetery. The Army and the Marines sharing a base? Reacher mused. How's that harmony working out? Politicians will pinch every penny, Leach replied. Can you make a call to smooth the way for me? You're heading there now? I don't have a more pressing engagement at the moment. Do you have transportation? For the time being, Reacher said. The suburban night was still and dark. The drive to Dyer took under 10 minutes, but gaining entry to the joint base was a longer affair. The merger occurred in the heightened security climate following 9/11, and any budgetary savings clearly hadn't extended to perimeter defense. The main gate on the south side was formidable, with concrete barriers channeling traffic through a narrow approach past 3 successive guard posts. Reacher, in worn civilian clothes, possessed no military identification, only a long-expired U.S. passport. However, the government vehicle he drove created a positive initial impression. The military's databases showed him as active duty as of that evening. More importantly, Leach had activated a network of favors with a flurry of calls, and Dyer's Criminal Investigation Division still had people who remembered Reacher's name through a chain of old connections. The result was that, after 45 minutes at the gate, Reacher stood before an MP captain in the guardhouse front office. The captain, a serious man around 30 with dark hair, had an nemate tape reading Weiss. He appeared straightforward and reasonably amiable. Reacher decided on candor. This is purely a personal inquiry, Captain. Nothing official, and I should warn you, I might be a liability right now, so you should be careful. You might want to keep this visit quiet or even decline to speak with me altogether, Weiss asked. A liability in what way? Something I did a long time ago seems to be circling back, Reacher said. What was it? I don't recall. I'm sure someone will be happy to inform me soon enough. The system shows you were just recalled to service. That's correct. I've never heard of that happening before. Neither have I. Doesn't sound promising, like someone really wanted you back under their thumb. Reacher gave a slow nod. That's my read on it, too, like I was hauled back from civilian life to answer for old business, though the process itself was surprisingly straightforward. There was no formal hearing at all. Do you believe they mean it? Right now, it certainly seems that way. How can I help? I'm trying to locate Major Susan Turner from the 110th Military Police. What's your interest? It's a personal matter, like I mentioned. Related to your current situation? No connection whatsoever, but you served with the 110th, didn't you? That was long before Major Turner's time, so you're not here to influence testimony or prepare a witness. Definitely not. This is something completely separate. Are you a friend of Major Turner's? I was hoping we might become acquainted, or maybe not, depending on my impression when we meet. You haven't met her? Is she here? Wace replied. She's in a cell since yesterday afternoon. What's she accused of? Accepting a bribe. Who from? I don't have that information. For what purpose? I don't know. How much money was involved? I'm just the jailer, Weiss said. You understand how it works? They don't give me all the details? Can I speak with her? Visiting hours have ended. How many inmates do you have tonight? Just her. So you're not overwhelmed. And this is off the record, correct? No one needs to know. Weiss opened a thick green binder filled with printed notes, handwritten procedures, and standing orders. He said, It seems she was expecting you. Her lawyer passed along a request. She mentioned you by name. What did she ask for? It's more of a directive, actually, which is, she does not wish to see you. Reacher was silent. Weiss looked down at the binder and read aloud, quote, per the accused's explicit instructions, under no circumstances is Major Jack Reacher, U.S. Army, retired former commanding officer of the 110th MP, to be permitted visitation. Leaving the joint base took almost as long as entering it. Each of the 3 guard posts checked his identification and searched the trunk, verifying his identity and ensuring nothing had been stolen. Once past the final barrier, he retraced the local bus route but stopped early, pulling over to the curb. Around him, highway ramps stretched in every direction. I-395 heading south and west, the George Washington Memorial Parkway going north and west, I-66 due west, and I-395 east if he chose. All were quiet and moving fast. The country was wide open, I-95 running the length of the east coast, the west coast a 5-day drive away, and the vast empty interior where a person could disappear. They hadn't found him before. They wouldn't find him now. Another discharge, this time without honor. She doesn't want to see you. Reacher pulled away from the curb and drove back to the motel. The 2 men in T-shirts were gone, having evidently gotten up and stumbled off somewhere. He left their car parked 200 yards down the street, key in the ignition, doors unlocked. Either some local kids would steal it or the owners would return for it. He didn't particularly care which. He walked the remaining distance and let himself into his dreary room. He had been right about the place. The shower was a feeble trickle, the towels were threadbare, the soap was a tiny sliver, and the shampoo was watery and cheap. Still, he cleaned up as best he could and went to bed. The mattress felt like a bag of crumpled plastic, and the sheets carried the damp chill of a room seldom used. Yet he fell asleep without trouble, setting the mental alarm for 7, breathing in and out until he was out. Romeo called Juliet again and said he just tried to reach Turner over at Dyer and failed, of course. Juliet replied, Our guys must have missed him at the motel. Nothing to worry about. I hope you're right. Good night. You too. Reacher didn't make it to 7. At 6 in the morning, a brisk, businesslike tapping woke him. Tap, tap, tappy, tap, the sound of someone already cheerful at dawn. He pushed himself out of bed and retrieved his pants from beneath the mattress, pulling them on. The room was bitingly cold, his breath visible in the air. The heater had been off for hours. He walked barefoot across the tacky carpet and opened the door. A gloved hand poised to knock again was swiftly withdrawn. It belonged to an arm which was attached to a figure in a crisp Class A Army uniform adorned with JAG Corps insignia, a lawyer. A female lawyer. Her nameplate read Sullivan. She wore the uniform with the crisp authority of a business suit, a briefcase in her free hand. She didn't speak immediately, though not especially short. Her eye level met Reacher's bare chest, where an old .38 bullet scar seemed to capture her attention. Reacher said, Can I help you? Her dark green domestic sedan sat idling behind her under the still black sky. She asked, Major Reacher. He guessed she was in her mid-30s, a major herself with short dark hair and eyes that held no particular warmth or chill. He replied, What brings you here? It's supposed to be the other way around. You're assigned as my counsel? For my sins, yes. Is this about the recall appeal? The Juan Rodriguez case or the Candace Dayton matter? Forget the appeal. You'll get a brief hearing in about a month, but you won't win. That never happens. So, Rodriguez or Dayton? Rodriguez, Sullivan stated. We need to move quickly. Yet she remained motionless, her gaze drifting down to his waist, where another scar, a stark fish-shaped mark overlaid with crude stitches, bisected by a more recent knife wound, stood out against his skin. I know, he said. I'm not much to look at. But you can come in. No, I'll wait in the car, she decided. We'll talk over breakfast. Where? There's a diner 2 blocks from here. You buying? For myself? Not for you? 2 blocks away? You could have brought coffee. Could have, didn't? Some help you're turning out to be. Give me 11 minutes. 11. That's how long it takes me to get ready. Most people would say 10, then they're either faster or inaccurate. He shut the door and returned to the bed, removing his pants again. They looked acceptable. Smoothing them under the mattress was the closest he ever came to ironing. He moved to the bathroom, started the shower, brushed his teeth, and stepped under the tepid spray, using the remnants of soap and shampoo. After drying off with damp towels, he dressed and stepped outside exactly 11 minutes later, a man of rigid routine. Major Sullivan had turned her car around. It was a Ford similar to the silver model that had carried him across Missouri days earlier. He opened the passenger door and slid in. Sullivan sat upright, shifted into gear, and pulled cautiously from the lot. Her uniform skirt rested at her knees, paired with dark nylons and practical black lace-up shoes. Reacher asked, "What's your first name?" Sullivan replied. "You can read, I assume?" "I meant your given name. Does it matter?" "You'll call me Major Sullivan." Her tone was neutral, neither inviting nor dismissive, simply professional. A personal connection wasn't part of the plan. Army defense lawyers were thorough and capable, but their loyalty lay with the institution, not the individual. The diner was indeed 2 blocks away, though the blocks were lengthy, a left turn, then a right, leading to a weathered strip mall along a 3-lane road. The mall housed a hardware store, a generic pharmacy, a framing shop, a firearms dealer, and a walk-in dental clinic. The diner stood apart at the end of the strip, occupying its own parking lot. The restaurant was a sprawling white stucco building, its interior so cluttered with faux Grecian urns and murals that Reacher immediately pegged the owner's heritage and predicted a menu the size of a phone book. This, to his mind, disqualified it as a proper diner. A real diner was a no-nonsense establishment, as efficient and unadorned as a well-maintained firearm. They settled into a booth in a quieter annex, and a waitress appeared with 2 mugs of coffee without being summoned, a small point in the place's favor. The menu was a massive laminated tome that nearly covered the table. Reacher spotted pancakes and eggs on the second page and closed it, his decision made. Sullivan got straight to business. "I'm pushing for a plea deal. The prosecution will start at 5 years. We'll counter with 1 and likely settle for 2. You can handle 2 years. It won't break you." "Who is Candace Dayton?" Reacher asked. "That's not my file. Another attorney will brief you on that. And who, specifically, was Juan Rodriguez? He's the man you struck in the head leading to his eventual death." "I have no memory of him." "That's not an ideal statement in a situation like this," Sullivan replied, her tone dry. "It implies you've clocked so many people you've lost count. It could encourage someone to start compiling a list, and from what I gather, that list would be substantial. Your old unit, the 110th, had a reputation for operating outside the lines back then. What's its reputation now? Marginally improved, but still far from exemplary. Is that your professional assessment? It's my direct experience." "What do you know about Susan Turner's case?" "I know her lawyer, and she accepted a bribe. Is that confirmed?" "The digital trail is overwhelming," Sullivan stated. "She opened an offshore account in the Cayman Islands at 10 in the morning. By 11, $100,000 was deposited. She was arrested around noon, practically with the bank receipt in her hand. It looks definitive to me. And, frankly, it fits a pattern I've seen before with the 110th. Sounds like you have a generally low opinion of my former command. That could be an issue. The Sixth Amendment guarantees me a competent defense. Do you believe you're capable of providing that, given your bias? I'm the attorney assigned to you. You'll have to adjust your expectations. I should at least review the evidence against me. Doesn't the Sixth Amendment cover that, too? You weren't exactly meticulous with paperwork 16 years ago. We filed the necessary reports. I've seen what exists, Sullivan said, including your daily activity summaries. One documents you leaving to interview Rodriguez. I also have an emergency room report from a county hospital showing he was admitted later that same day for a head injury, among other trauma. That's the entire case? Where's the direct link? He could have fallen down a flight of stairs after I left. He could have been struck by a delivery truck. The ER physicians noted his injuries were consistent with a blunt force assault. That's a circumstantial case at best, Reacher countered. It's practically non-existent. I don't recall any of it. Yet you recall the hypothetical stairs he might have tumbled down, Sullivan noted, a hint of sarcasm creeping into her voice. Or the hypothetical truck. It's all speculation, you're right, except they do have one concrete item. She paused, letting the tension build in the quiet booth. They have a sworn affidavit signed by Juan Rodriguez himself sometime after the incident. He names you as the person who attacked him. Chapter 8. Sullivan heaved her leather briefcase onto the vinyl seat. She extracted a dense folder and dropped it on the table with a soft thud. Enjoy, she said. It was predictably a grim read. The file detailed a convoluted and grimy investigation into a crime born from a distant conflict. The origins traced back to Operation Desert Shield in late 1990, the massive mobilization preceding the Gulf War, triggered by Saddam Hussein's invasion of Kuwait. Over 6 long months, a force of 500,000 service members from allied nations assembled in the desert, preparing for a fight that, when it finally came with Operation Desert Storm, lasted barely 100 hours. Then, just as suddenly that vast army dispersed and returned home, the logistical drawdown had been the real headache. Military forces require massive amounts of equipment. It takes half a year to assemble it all, and another 6 months to properly dismantle and account for it. Naturally, the initial buildup got all the meticulous planning, while the subsequent teardown was chaotic and disorganized. With so many different nations involved, the process was a patchwork of confusion. The bottom line was that a significant amount of gear simply vanished. It was a major embarrassment, but the accounting ledgers needed to be settled. Consequently, some of the missing items were officially categorized as destroyed in action, others as damaged beyond repair, and the rest simply logged as lost. The case was considered closed. That is, until some of that very equipment began appearing in the urban landscapes of the United States. Sullivan pressed, "Does it ring a bell now?" "Absolutely," Reacher replied. He remembered it perfectly. It was precisely the sort of criminal activity his unit, the 110th, had been established to combat. Military-grade weapons that a person can carry don't just accidentally find their way onto city streets. They are pilfered, diverted, stolen, and sold. The perpetrators were unknown, but they invariably came from specific circles, primarily within logistics outfits. When you're responsible for moving mountains of material every week with vague shipping documents, it's easy to make a few pallets disappear now and then for some extra cash, or even a whole truckload. The 110th was ordered to identify the who, how, where, and when. As a new unit eager to prove itself, they attacked the problem with relentless focus. Reacher had logged countless hours on the case, and his team had invested many times more. He stated, "But the name Juan Rodriguez still doesn't mean anything to me." Sullivan instructed, "Skip to the last page of the file." Reacher did so, and his memory snapped into place. He remembered the man perfectly, he just hadn't known him by that name. The unit had received a credible tip about a gang figure operating in south-central Los Angeles. His street moniker was Dog, reportedly short for Big Dog, a title earned through both his substantial physical presence and his standing on the streets. The DEA had no interest in him, as he wasn't involved in the narcotics trade. The tipster claimed that, like many opportunistic players, He was getting rich by selling black market weapons to anyone with cash, effectively arming multiple factions. He was described as the primary source. The specific intelligence indicated he was trying to offload 11 crates of Army saws. For the uninitiated, saws aren't tools for carpentry. They are squad automatic weapons, formidable, fully automatic machine guns with terrifying firepower. Reacher had traveled to South Central LA, walking the sun-baked sidewalks and asking the right questions in the right shadowy corners. In that environment, his military bearing was unmistakable, so he adopted the persona of a disillusioned soldier with access to interesting hardware: grenades, launchers, crates of armor-piercing rounds, Beretta pistols. People were wary, but the act ultimately worked. 2 days later, he was sitting across from the dog, who was indeed enormous, particularly in girth. The man likely tipped the scales at 400 pounds. The final document was the affidavit titled Evidentiary Statement of Juan Rodriguez, also known as Big Dog, also known as Dog. Reacher's name was featured prominently throughout alongside a lengthy catalog of injuries: a fractured skull, broken ribs, extensive tissue damage, and severe bruising. It was signed by Rodriguez and witnessed by an attorney on Ventura Boulevard in Studio City with a separate notary seal. Sullivan asked, "Remember him now?" "He was lying in that statement," Reacher said flatly. "I never touched him." "Is that so?" "Why would I? He wasn't my target. I wanted his supplier. That was the whole point, to get a name upstream from him. Weren't you concerned about those machine guns on the streets of L.A.? That was an issue for the LAPD, not for me. Did you get the name?" "I did." "How?" I asked, and he told me. As simple as that. More or less. What does more or less mean? Let's be honest, the guy wasn't dealing with a genius. I was skilled at interrogation. I led him to believe I already knew the answers, and he folded. I'm surprised the medical report even found a brain to diagnose as injured. The whole affidavit reads like creative fiction. So how do you explain the detailed hospital documentation? Do I really need to? A man like that, he's bound to know all sorts of shady people. Maybe he cheated someone just yesterday. He wasn't exactly working in a polite, upstanding world. So that's your argument? Some other guy did it. If it had been me, he wouldn't have reached the hospital. The guy was a worthless lump. I can't walk into the prosecutor's office with "some other guy did it." I can't claim the evidence is that you would have finished him off instead of just leaving him for dead. You're going to have to... No, I don't. You need to pay attention, Reacher. You need to treat this with the gravity it deserves. I can arrange a plea deal, but you have to get ahead of this, you have to admit to it, and show some genuine remorse. I can't believe what I'm hearing. I'm giving you my professional counsel. Can I request a different attorney? No, Sullivan replied. You can't. They finished their meals without another word. Reacher considered moving to another booth but decided against it, not wanting to seem childish. They divided the bill, paid, and stepped outside to the parking lot where Sullivan announced, "I have another appointment. You can walk from here or catch a bus." She slid into her car and drove off, leaving Reacher alone in the restaurant lot. The 3-lane road ahead was part of the local bus line. A bench stop stood about 30 yards to his left where 2 men waited. Both were Mexican, considerably leaner than the Big Dog, likely honest laborers heading for groundskeeping work at the cemetery, or custodial jobs in Alexandria, or maybe even in D.C. proper. Another bus stop was 50 yards to his right, a bench on the near side of the street servicing the northbound route, heading out, not in, toward McLean, then Reston, possibly onward to Leesburg, and maybe all the way to Winchester. From there, larger buses would rumble through the Appalachians into West Virginia, Ohio, Indiana, and beyond. They hadn't found you before. They won't find you now. Another discharge, this time without honor. She doesn't want to see you. Reacher stood still. The air had a sharp chill. Traffic flowed steadily. Cars and trucks of every make, model, and color. Then, far to his left, he spotted a bus, northbound, outbound. The bench was 50 yards to his right. He waited. The bus was more like a large converted van, a local municipal service with a subsidized fare chugging slowly toward him. He let it pass. It rolled by, oblivious. He began the 2-mile walk back to the 110th HQ, a journey that took him exactly 30 minutes. He passed his motel. The car with the dented doors was no longer parked at the curb, reclaimed or stolen. He reached the old stone building at 5 minutes to 8 in the morning and met with another lawyer who explained who Candace Dayton was and the reason for her dissatisfaction. Chapter 9. The sentry from the previous afternoon was back in his booth, now on the day watch. He nodded Reacher through the gate. Reacher walked to the short flight of steps and the freshly painted door. The Humvee was still in the lot, as was the small red two-seater. The dented car was gone. A new sergeant was at the lobby desk, presumably the night watch finishing his shift. This one was a white male, more reserved than Leach had been, not openly hostile but quiet and faintly disapproving, like a softer version of the T-shirt guys from the night before. You disgraced the unit. He said, "Colonel Morgan requires you to report to room 207 immediately." Reacher said, "Immediately what?" The sergeant replied, "Immediately, sir." "Thank you, Sergeant," Reacher said. Room 207 was upstairs, fourth on the left, next to his own old room, or next to Susan Turner's or Morgan's now. Back in the day, 207 had been Carla Dixon's office, his financial specialist and number cruncher. She had cracked plenty of tough cases wide open. Most crimes boil down to love, hate, or money, and if you ask me, money wins that contest every time. Dixon had been incredibly valuable, and Reacher still had a soft spot for room 207. He took the stairs, walked the hallway, and passed his former office. The nameplate was still there, Maj S.R. Turner, commanding officer. He could almost hear Captain Weiss and Major Sullivan in his head. She took a bribe. Maybe there was a simple reason. Perhaps a relative had passed away and left her shares in a mining operation overseas, some uranium venture in Australia, or a gold mine in Africa. He really wished Carla Dixon were here. She'd have glanced at the documents and spotted the truth immediately. He didn't bother knocking on the door to 207. Why would he? Aside from Morgan, he was probably the highest-ranking person in the building, and rank still carried weight even in his unusual situation. So he just walked in. The room was empty and had been completely changed. It was no longer an office, but some sort of conference room. Instead of a desk, there was a large round table surrounded by 6 chairs. A black spider-like speakerphone sat in the center for calls, and a credenza lined one wall, likely for coffee and snacks during meetings. The same glass light shade hung overhead, but now it held a dim, energy-saving bulb that cast a feeble glow. Reacher moved to the window. The view wasn't much. A narrow lot on this side held no cars, just a dumpster and a sad pile of waterlogged chairs and rusting file cabinets beyond a stone wall, however. The eastward view opened up toward the cemetery and the river, with the Washington Monument, a pale spike in the distant haze, backlit by a weak, low sun. The door opened behind him. Reacher turned, expecting Morgan, but it wasn't him. It felt like a strange echo of the past. A crisp Class A uniform with JAG Corps insignia. A woman attorney. Her nameplate read Edmonds. She reminded him a little of Sullivan, dark-haired, trim, professional in a skirt and nylons, but she was younger and only a captain. Her briefcase looked less expensive, she said. "Major Reacher?" "Good morning, Captain. I'm Tracy Edmonds. I'm with HRC." That was the Human Resources Command, which used to be called Personnel Command in simpler times. At first, Reacher thought she was here for administrative paperwork, pay, bank details, all that routine stuff, but then it hit him they wouldn't send a lawyer for that. A clerk could handle it, so this was probably about the Candace Dayton matter. Yet she was junior. She'd offered her first name freely, and her expression seemed open and concerned. Maybe the Dayton issue wasn't as severe as the bigger problem looming. He asked, "Do you know anything about Susan Turner's situation?" She looked blank. "Who? You just walked past her office." "Oh," she said, "only what I've heard around." "Which is?" "They say she took a bribe." "For what?" I think that's confidential. It can't be confidential. She's in confinement awaiting trial. That means there's probable cause on the record, or have we tossed out proper legal procedure while I've been gone? The story is, she delayed passing along critical information for a full day. No one understood why at the time. Now they think they do. What information? She arrested an infantry captain from Fort Hood. It was an espionage case. The captain supposedly gave up the name of his foreign contact. Major Turner sat on the information for a full day, which gave the contact enough time to vanish completely. When did this happen? Roughly a month back, but she wasn't taken into custody until 2 days ago. That's when the foreign contact made the payment. They needed that piece of evidence. Without it, the delay could have been written off as simple inefficiency, not a crime. Has anyone appealed the pre-trial confinement? Not that I'm aware of. Who's representing her? Colonel Moorcroft. He's based out of Charlottesville, the JAG school professor. Edmonds gave a slow nod. He teaches criminal defense law. Is he making the drive back and forth? No, I understand he's staying at the Dyer VOQ. The visiting officer's quarters at Fort Dyer, or Joint Base Dyer-Helsington House, as it was officially called now, wasn't exactly luxury, but it beat a cheap motel off a 3-lane highway near Rock Creek by a long shot. Edmonds pulled a chair out for him, then one for herself, and took a seat at the conference table. She said, "Candace Dayton." Reacher sat down. The name doesn't ring a bell, never heard of her. Playing dumb isn't a wise strategy, Major. It never pans out. I can't fake a memory I don't have. It makes you look bad. It just confirms a negative assumption. Neither will work in your favor when this is over. Who is she? Edmonds lifted her briefcase onto the table, clicked it open, and pulled out a file. You had multiple postings in Korea, correct? Several, including a short assignment late in your career, working with the 55th MP. If your file says so, it does. It's all documented right here. You were stationed at Camp Red Cloud, situated between Seoul and the DMZ. I'm familiar with the location. Candace Dayton was an American citizen living temporarily in Seoul at that time. A civilian? Yes. Does that jog your memory? No. You had a brief romantic involvement. Who did? You and Miss Dayton, obviously. I don't recall her. Are you currently married? No. Ever been married? No. Would you say you've had many sexual relationships in your life? That's pretty personal. I'm your attorney. Have you? As many as I could manage, generally speaking. I enjoy female company. Call it biology. So many that a few might have slipped your mind. There are a few I'd prefer to forget. Does Miss Dayton fall into that category? No. If I were trying to forget her, I'd have to remember her first, and I don't. Are there others you genuinely don't remember? How would I even know? He leaned back, the chair creaking under his weight. You see, this is exactly the kind of thing I meant about reinforcing a stereotype. It won't play well in front of a judge. What judge? Candace Dayton left Seoul not long after you did and returned home to Los Angeles. She was glad to be back. She found a job, did well for years, had a daughter early on, a smart kid who did great in school. She moved up at work, bought a nicer house. Everything was going right. Then the economy tanked. She lost her job, then her house. Right now, she and her daughter are living out of her car, and she's scrambling for any financial help she can get, and she got pregnant in Korea. Major, that daughter is yours. Edmonds turned the pages in the file, her fingers tracing each sheet carefully. Army policy is purely reactive. We don't go looking. We just make a note in the father's record. Most of the time, nothing comes of it. But if the father approaches us, as you have, we're required to respond. So we'll have to provide your current status and location to the family court in Los Angeles. She located the specific page she needed, separated it from the rest, and slid it across the table. Naturally, as your lawyer, my strong advice is to take a paternity test. Before this goes any further, you need to know for sure. Reacher took the paper. It was a fresh photocopy of an affidavit, nearly identical to the one the big dog had shown him. Signatures, legal seals, and official stamps from a law office in North Hollywood covered the page. His name appeared repeatedly, specific dates from his deployment with the 55th were listed, alongside detailed records of times and social engagements. It was clear Candace Dayton had kept a meticulous journal. The child's date of birth was marked precisely 9 months after the midpoint of his time at Fort Red Cloud. The baby was named Samantha, likely called Sam. She was now 14, almost 15. Edmonds slid another sheet toward him, a new copy of a birth certificate. "She didn't include your name originally," Edmonds said. "I believe she was content to manage alone at first, but circumstances have changed, and she's struggling now." Reacher remained silent. Edmonds continued. "I'm not aware of your current finances, but you're facing just over 3 years of child support payments, plus potential college costs. The court will likely reach out within a month, and you can arrange the details with them." "I don't recall her," Reacher stated. "You might want to avoid saying that too loudly," Edmonds advised. "These proceedings can become contentious, and it's best not to provoke additional resentment from Ms. Dayton. In fact, reaching out to her first could be a wise move, and soon it would demonstrate cooperation." Edmonds retrieved both documents, carefully returning each to its place in the file before closing her briefcase. "As you're aware, Major, the Uniform Code of Military Justice still considers adultery a criminal offense, particularly for personnel with security clearances. The risk of compromise is viewed as serious, especially with civilian involvement. However, if you handle matters reasonably with Ms. Dayton, I can likely persuade the prosecutor to overlook that aspect. Proactively making an offer to her promptly would be viewed favorably." "By the prosecutor, I mean?" Reacher said nothing. Edmonds rose from the table. "It was a long time ago, after all, and no apparent damage to national security has occurred. Unless your other situation complicates things the matter with Mr. Rodriguez, they might throw every possible charge at you, and in that case, my ability to assist would be limited." She moved toward the door. "I'll be in touch, Major. Let me know if you need anything." After she left, the sound of her heels faded down the linoleum hallway, leaving silence. Fatherhood was one of the most common experiences for men throughout history, yet to Reacher it had always felt distant, a theoretical concept like winning a Nobel Prize or playing in the World Series. It was something that happened to other people, not him. He had known fathers, his own, his grandfathers, the fathers of childhood friends, and later friends who started families of their own. Being a father seemed deceptively simple on the surface, but impossibly vast beneath, a daily practice of hoping for the best and putting one foot in front of the other. His own father had always appeared in control, but in hindsight, Reacher realized he was simply improvising. Samantha Dayton, Sam, 14 years old. He didn't get to ponder her further just then as the door opened and Morgan entered, still in his ACU fatigues and glasses, looking as meticulously groomed and orderly as ever. Morgan dismissed him for the day, telling him to return before 8 in the morning. It was a classic move, punishment through sheer boredom, leaving him with nothing to do. Reacher didn't bother to reply. He just sat there staring blankly ahead. A little rudeness or minor defiance couldn't possibly make his situation any more difficult than it already was. Morgan, however, remained planted by the door, unmoving and unresponsive, so eventually Reacher pushed himself up from the table and walked out. He moved slowly down the hallway until he heard Morgan's office door click shut. Then he stopped, turned, and retraced his steps. He first checked the office on the left, room 209, which had once belonged to Calvin Franz. Franz had been a good friend, now gone. Peering inside, Reacher saw two unfamiliar non-commissioned officers seated at back-to-back desks, both focused on their computer screens. They glanced up as he appeared. "As you were," he said quietly, and withdrew. Across the hall was room 210, David O'Donnell's old space. As far as Reacher knew, O'Donnell was still alive, working these days as a private investigator somewhere in Washington, D.C. He stuck his head in and found a lieutenant in ACU fatigues seated at the desk. She looked up and Reacher offered a quick "pardon me" before moving on. Room 208 had been Tony Swan's office, another friend lost. When Reacher opened the door, the room was empty, but clearly occupied by a woman. A female officer's hat rested on the windowsill, and a delicate wristwatch lay face down on the desk. He had already seen room 207, once Carla Dixon's domain, and now just a conference room. Dixon, he believed, was still alive and busy as a forensic accountant up in New York. Room 206 had been Francis Neagley's office, directly across from his own because she'd handled so much of his workload. She was the best sergeant he'd ever had, and he figured she was doing just fine in Chicago these days. When he looked in, he saw the lieutenant who'd dropped him at the motel the night before, the one who rode in the first car with the private first-class driving. The lieutenant was on the phone and looked up. Reacher shook his head slightly and backed out. Room 204 used to belong to Stan Lowry, a tough and capable investigator. Lowry had been the smart one, getting out early and untouched, or so it seemed. He'd moved to Montana of all places to raise sheep and make butter, a choice that baffled everyone. Here was a black man with zero farming experience, isolated in a vast rural landscape, yet folks said he'd found happiness there. Then a truck ended that. Now the office was occupied by a captain in full Class A uniform, a short man clearly on his way to testify somewhere. No other reason for the formal attire. "Excuse the interruption," Reacher said, and left rooms 203 and 201, remained an evidence locker and a file room, respectively, while 202 was still the company clerk's quarters. The clerk, a graying sergeant who looked like he fought mandatory retirement every year, was inside. Reacher gave him a nod before heading downstairs. The night clerk's sour expression had been replaced by Leach, now stationed at the reception desk. Behind her, the corridor led to the first-floor offices, 101 through 110. Reacher checked each one. Rooms 109 and 110, once belonging to Jorge Sanchez and Manuel Orozco, were now filled by a newer generation of similar soldiers. Offices 101 through 108 held personnel of no particular interest, except for 103. The duty officer's station inside was a captain in his late 20s, handsome and put together. His desk was oversized, cluttered with telephones, notepads, message forms, and a messy legal pad whose used pages were folded back in a wild, bouffant-like tangle. The top sheet was covered in aggressive dark scribbles. The office was a cluttered space of shadowy cubicles, whirring machines, and escape-proof spiral mazes. Clearly, the man spent a great deal of time on the telephone, some of it on hold, some of it waiting, most of it steeped in boredom. When he finally spoke, his voice carried a southern drawl that Reacher placed instantly. This was the same man from South Dakota he'd spoken to before, the one who had routed his calls to Susan Turner. Reacher leaned in. "Do you have any other personnel stationed in this area?" The man shook his head. "What you see is what you get. We've got people scattered across the states and overseas, but nobody else in this particular military district. How many are in Afghanistan right now?" "2. What's their assignment? I can't share the details. Is it hazardous duty?" The man's tone turned dry. "Is there any other kind over there?" Something in his voice caught Reacher's ear. "Are they all right?" "They missed their scheduled radio check yesterday. Is that typical?" "It's never happened before. Do you even know what their mission is?" "I can't tell you that. I'm not asking you to tell me. I'm asking if you know. How classified is this thing?" The captain paused, then admitted, "No, I don't know their mission. All I know is they're out in the middle of nowhere, and all we're getting back is dead air." "Thanks, Captain," Reacher said. He walked back to the reception desk and asked Leach for a pool car. She hesitated, so he added, "I'm dismissed for the day. Colonel Morgan didn't order me to sit in a corner. Call it an oversight, but I'm entitled to interpret my orders in the most favorable light." "Where are you planning to go?" Leach asked. "Fort Dyer," Reacher replied. "I need to speak with Colonel Moorcroft, Major Turner's attorney." Reacher nodded. "And Dyer is definitely under 5 miles away. You won't be aiding and abetting a felony." Leach paused, then opened a drawer and pulled out a grimy key. "It's an old blue Chevy sedan. I need it back before the end of the day. No overnight use." "Whose is the red sports car parked outside?" "That belongs to Major Turner," Leach said. Reacher shifted his weight. Do you know the two men in Afghanistan? Leach nodded. They're friends of mine. Are they good? They're the best. 3 Chevrolet sedans sat in the headquarters lot. 2 were old, but only one was both old and blue. It was filthy dented, sagging on its springs, and the odometer looked like it had racked up 1,000,000 city miles. Still, the engine started without complaint and idled smoothly, a good thing, because the daytime traffic was a slow-moving river of brake lights, long queues, and jammed lanes. Getting onto Fort Dyer, however, proved easier than his first visit. The main gate guards were almost welcoming. Reacher figured Leach must have called ahead again, which meant she was quietly becoming a minor ally. He was glad for it. A sergeant on your side made the world turn smoothly, while a sergeant with a grudge could bury you without a second thought. He parked the battered Chevy and went inside, where things slowed to a crawl. A woman at a desk made a series of calls but couldn't locate Moorcroft anywhere, not in the visiting officer's quarters, not in the legal offices, not in the guardhouse, and not in the cells. That left only one likely place. Reacher moved deeper into the complex until he spotted a sign with an arrow pointing the way. Officers' Club. It was late for breakfast, but late breakfasts were a natural habitat for senior rear echelon types, especially academic pointy heads on short-term visits. The dining room turned out to be a pleasant, bland space, low, wide, and long, recently refurbished with the same generic touch as a mid-price chain hotel. There was plenty of blonde wood and mid-green fabric, plenty of angled dividers creating separate little seating areas. Carpet covered the floor, and Venetian blinds on the windows were cracked halfway open for no good reason. A joke his old colleague Manuel Orozco used to tell popped into Reacher's head. How do you make a Venetian blind? You poke his eyes out, and then the follow-up. How do you make a Swiss roll? He pushed the thought aside and scanned the room. Reacher continued on his way, leaving the imaginary argument about Swiss rolls behind him. Most of the small dining nooks were vacant, but one was occupied by Colonel Moorcroft. He was a portly, pleasant-looking man in his 50s, wearing a crisp dress uniform with his name prominently displayed on his right pocket. He was enjoying a late breakfast of toast at a table set for 4. Seated directly across from him was Major Sullivan, Reacher's appointed counsel for the Big Dog inquiry. She wasn't eating. She had already shared breakfast with Reacher at the diner. Instead, she was holding a coffee mug, engaged in what appeared to be a respectful, almost tutorial conversation with the senior officer. Reacher walked into the cozy space, pulled out a chair, and sat down between them. "Mind if I join you?" he asked. Moorcroft glanced up. "And you are. This is Major Reacher," Sullivan interjected smoothly, her tone completely neutral. "My client, the one I mentioned." "If you have business to discuss," Moorcroft said, turning his attention back to his toast, "I'm certain Major Sullivan can arrange a proper appointment. It's you I need to speak with," Reacher stated. "Me? Regarding what?" "Susan Turner." "Do you have a vested interest in her case?" "Every citizen has an interest in seeing due process applied correctly. You believe my handling has been incorrect so far? I'll have a clearer opinion once you answer my question. Why hasn't her pre-trial confinement been appealed? It's not meant to be punishment. The regulation is clear. It should only be as strict as necessary to ensure she appears for trial. Are you an attorney? Your name isn't familiar?" "I was an MP." "I suppose technically I am again, so I know the law. Really?" Moorcroft replied with a thin smile. "In the same way a handyman understands architectural engineering. Don't overcomplicate it, Colonel. This isn't quantum physics. Major Turner is a commissioned officer. She isn't a flight risk. Is that your personal guarantee? It's a professional assessment. She commands the 100 MP. I once held that post. I wouldn't have run." "She won't either. The charges carry implications of treason, maybe in this building, but not anywhere else. If anyone seriously believed that, she wouldn't be here at Dyer. She'd be in a far more secure facility, or possibly enjoying a beach in the Bahamas by now." Reacher leaned forward slightly, his tone shifting from direct to edged with a dry, almost sarcastic frustration. "But let's be honest, Colonel. This isn't about national security, is it? It's about convenience. Keeping her locked up is simply easier for your paperwork." Moorcroft's amiable expression tightened. Nevertheless, it is not a minor charge. She won't run, Reacher repeated, each word deliberate. Do you even know her? Not personally. Then perhaps you should step aside, Major. Why did she instruct you to block my visits? Technically, she didn't, Moorcroft said, dabbing his mouth with a napkin. That directive came through the duty lawyer late the previous afternoon. The restriction was already active when I assumed her case the following morning. That was yesterday. I want you to ask her to reconsider. Moorcroft offered no reply. Sullivan, who had been watching the exchange quietly, leaned in. Captain Edmonds mentioned she spoke with you, she said to Reacher, about the Candace Dayton situation. She advised you to take immediate action. Have you started on that? I'll address it, Reacher said. It needs to be your primary focus. In matters like this, details are everything. I said I'll get to it, Reacher repeated, his voice low. This concerns your daughter? Sullivan pressed her gaze steady. She's currently living out of a car. That's a more pressing concern than some abstract worry over Major Turner's rights. She's almost 15, living in Los Angeles. I'm sure she's slept in a car before, and if she's my daughter, she can handle another day or two of it, Moorcroft replied. I believe Major Sullivan and Captain Edmonds are suggesting you might not have another day or two. It all depends on what the prosecutors decide regarding the Rodriguez matter. I imagine they're thrilled. It's a perfect storm. Solid evidence combined with terrible optics. The solid evidence is complete nonsense. Moorcroft offered a practiced, tolerant smile. You're hardly the first defendant to claim that, you know. The witness is dead, yet I'm supposed to be able to confront those testifying against me. How is any of this legal? It's an unfortunate loophole. The affidavit speaks from beyond the grave. It is what it is. It can't be cross-examined. Reacher glanced at Sullivan. After all, she was his attorney. She said, the colonel is correct. I've told you I can arrange a deal. You should take it. Then she left. She finished her coffee, stood, said her goodbyes, and walked away. Reacher watched her go before turning back to Moorcroft. Will you appeal Major Turner's confinement? Yes, Moorcroft said. In fact, I plan to. I'll request her transferred to the D.C. Military District, and I expect it to be approved. She'll be out before long. When will you start? I'll file the paperwork just as soon as you let me finish my breakfast. And when will you get a decision? By midday, I should think. That's good. Good or not, it's really none of your concern, Major. Moorcroft nudged a few toast crumbs around his plate for another moment. Then he, too, stood and said, Good day, Major, before ambling out of the room. His walk had a slight waddle, more scholar than soldier, but Reacher sensed his heart was in the right place. Samantha Dayton, Sam, 14 years old. I'll get to it soon. Reacher headed north through the complex and stopped at the guardhouse, where a different captain was on duty, not Weiss from the night before. The daytime officer was a tall, slender black man with sharp features, folded awkwardly into a desk chair far too small for him. Reacher asked to visit Susan Turner. The man checked a green 3-ring binder and denied the request. Nothing ventured, nothing gained. Reacher walked back to where the old blue Chevy was parked, drove it to the 110th HQ, and left it where he'd found it. Inside, he handed the key to Leach, who seemed agitated again, nervous, stressed, visibly tense. Reacher asked, What's wrong? Leach said, Colonel Morgan isn't here. You say that like it's a bad thing. We need him. I can't imagine why. He's the commanding officer. No, Major Turner is your CO, and she isn't here either. What happened? Our team in Afghanistan missed their second radio check. It's been 48 hours since we heard from them. We need to take action, but Morgan's gone. Reacher nodded. He's probably getting a new poker fitted up his rear. Probably takes a while. He moved down the ground floor corridor to the second office on the left, room 103, the duty officer's station. The officer was behind his large desk, looking handsome Southern and deeply worried. His doodles had grown even gloomier. Reacher asked, Didn't Morgan tell you where he was going? The Pentagon, the man said, for a meeting. Is that all he said? No details. Have you called over there? Of course. But it's a big building. They can't locate him. Does he have a cell phone? Turned off. How long has he been gone? Nearly an hour. What would you want him to do? Authorize a request for a search party. Obviously, every minute counts now. And we have plenty of personnel over there, the 1st Infantry Division. The duty officer nodded toward the ceiling, indicating the upstairs offices. The mission details are in Major Turner's computer, which is now Colonel Morgan's computer. It's password protected. Do the radio checks go through Bagram? He nodded again. Most transmissions are routine data. Bagram sends us the transcript. Anything urgent gets patched directly to this office on a secure line. What was the last transmission? Routine or urgent? Routine? All right, Reacher said. Call Bagram and get an estimate of their range from that last check. Will they even know that? Those radio operators can usually tell. By the sound, the signal strength, sometimes just a gut feeling. It's their job. Ask for their best guess to the nearest 5 miles. The officer picked up the phone. Reacher walked back to Leach at the lobby's reception desk. Get on the line for the next 10 minutes and call every contact you have at the Pentagon. Full court press to locate Morgan. Leach picked up her phone. Reacher waited. 10 minutes later, she had nothing. Not entirely surprising. The Pentagon contained over 17 miles of corridors and nearly 4 million square feet of office space occupied by more than 30,000 people on any given day. Finding one specific person there was like searching for a single secretive needle in an enormous bureaucratic haystack. Reacher returned to the duty office. The officer said, "The Bagram radio room figures our team was about 220 miles out, maybe 230. That's a start," Reacher said. "Not really. We don't know the direction. If in doubt, take a wild guess. That was always my operating principle. Afghanistan is a big country." "I know it is," Reacher said, "and from what I hear, it's unpleasant everywhere, but where is it the worst? The mountains. The border with Pakistan. The Pashtun tribal areas, the northeast, basically. No one's idea of a good time." Reacher nodded. "Exactly the kind of place the 110th gets sent, so get on the horn to the base commander and request an air search starting 225 miles northeast of Bagram. That could be completely the wrong direction. Like I said, it's a wild guess. You have a better idea. They won't do it on my say-so. A request like this needs authorization from a major or higher. Then use Morgan's name." "I can't do that." Reacher listened. The old stone building in Rock Creek was quiet. No one was coming. The duty officer waited, his hand hovering near the phone. "You're back in the Army, Major. You retain your former rank. You're assigned to this unit." "Use my name," Reacher said. The duty officer made the call, and then the vast military machine, distant and invisible, swung into action on the other side of the world, 9 time zones and nearly 8,000 miles away, planning, briefing, readying, arming, and fueling. The building fell silent again. Reacher asked, "How many other personnel do you have in the field? Globally, 14, nearest, right now? Fort Hood in Texas? Cleaning up after Major Turner's operation there. How many are in hazardous situations? That's a moving target. 8 or 10, maybe. Has Morgan gone AWOL before? This is only his 3rd day. What was Major Turner like as a commander? She was fairly new. She'd only been here a few weeks. First impression? Excellent. Is this Afghanistan operation hers, or did she inherit it? It's hers, the duty officer said. It was the second thing she initiated after arriving right after Fort Hood. Reacher had never been to Bagram or anywhere else in Afghanistan, but he knew exactly how it would unfold. Some things in the Army never change. He pictured the stark, arid landscape, a place where every shadow could hold a threat, and felt a twist of grim irony. Here they were, making life or death decisions from the comfort of an office, while someone else faced the consequences on the ground. Nobody enjoyed being idle, and nobody wanted their own people in harm's way, especially not in the tribal territories. Places so harsh and raw it was hard to even think about. So the search operation would be launched with real urgency, but it came with serious risks. They'd need combat air support and a heavy dose of firepower from the sky. A lot of pieces had to move into place, Planning the mission would take time, at least 2 hours, Reacher estimated, just to line everything up. Then another 2 hours in the air. This wasn't going to be resolved quickly. To pass part of the wait, Reacher went for a walk. He headed back past his motel, turning left and right along the long blocks until he reached the worn-out strip mall in front of the Greek diner. He didn't stop there. He wasn't hungry. He passed the picture-framing place, no photos needing frames, and the gun shop. Since he had no interest in buying a weapon, the walk-in dentist got no more than a glance. His teeth felt just fine. He did step into the hardware store, though, and picked up a pair of dark khaki work pants, a sturdy blue work shirt, and a brown field coat lined with some branded high-tech insulation. Next, he ducked into the generic pharmacy for cheap socks, boxers, and 2 white T-shirts, figuring the tees looked thin and the cold wasn't letting up. He planned to layer them under the work shirt. He added a 3-pack of disposable razors, the smallest he could find, a travel-sized can of shaving cream, 2 packs of gum, and a plastic comb. Carrying his bags, he walked the 2 long blocks back to the motel and let himself into his room. Housekeeping had been by while he was out. The bed was made, and the scant bathroom supplies had been restocked. Fresh towels, still thin, a new wrapped bar of soap, still tiny, and another miniature bottle of shampoo that smelled exactly like dish soap. In the chilly air, he stripped off his old clothes and stuffed them into the small trash cans, half in the bathroom, half in the bedroom, because neither bin could hold it all. He shaved carefully, then took his second shower of the day. Afterward, he cranked the heater under the bedroom window and dried off with a hand towel in its noisy blast, saving the larger towel for later. He dressed in the new clothes, laced up his old boots, and ran the comb through his hair. A look in the bathroom mirror told him he was as presentable as he ever got clean and tidy, which was about the best he could manage. She'll be out and about before long, he thought. Reacher walked back to the 110th's headquarters. The 4 layers on top plus the insulated coat did their job. He stayed reasonably warm. The gates stood open. The daytime guard was in the sentry booth. Morgan's car, the plain sedan Reacher had seen him driving the night before, sitting so stiff and proper, was back in the lot. Reacher detoured over and laid a palm on the hood. It was warm, almost hot. Morgan had just returned. That explained Leach's tense, quiet demeanor behind the reception desk in the lobby. Behind her, the duty officer stood pale and motionless in the corridor, just staring into space. Reacher didn't wait for an invitation. He turned and took the old stone stairs 2 at a time. 3rd office on the left. He knocked once and walked in. Morgan was behind the desk, lips pressed thin, trembling with anger. Reacher said, "Good of you to drop by, Colonel." Morgan shot back. "What you just did is going to cost the Pentagon over $30 million, money well spent. It'll mean a court-martial all on its own." "Could be," Reacher said, "but yours, not mine. I don't know where you've been posted before, Colonel, but this isn't some amateur operation anymore. Not here. Not with this unit. You had 2 men you knew were in danger, and you took off for 2 whole hours. You vanished without a trace. No note, your phone dead. That's beyond irresponsible. Those men aren't in any real peril. They're chasing some minor lead. They've missed 2 scheduled check-ins. Probably slacking off just like everyone else in this outfit." "In Afghanistan? Doing what, exactly? Hitting nightclubs? Touring the red light district? Taking a beach day? Wake up. Radio silence over there only means one thing. It was my call to make. You wouldn't know a good decision if it kicked you in the teeth. Watch your tone, or what?" Morgan stayed silent. Reacher pressed. "Did you call off the search?" Morgan didn't reply. Reacher continued. "And you haven't told me we're searching in the wrong place, so I was correct. Those men are stranded out in the tribal borderlands. You should have acted a full day ago. They're in serious danger now. You overstepped. I'm back in uniform, assigned to this unit, and I hold the rank of major. That wasn't overstepping. It was doing my job and doing it right. Like I always have, you might want to take notes, Colonel. You've got a team in the field exposed and at risk. That should be your only focus day and night. You should always leave a clear way to reach you, keep your phone on, and be ready to answer no matter what else is happening." Morgan said, "Are you done?" "I'm just getting started. You do understand you report to me?" Reacher gave a slow nod. "Life's full of little contradictions. Then listen carefully, Major. Your orders are amended. Effective immediately, you're confined to quarters. Return directly to your motel and do not leave your room until you hear from me. No communication with anyone in this unit." Reacher said nothing. Morgan concluded, "You're dismissed, Major." The duty officer was still in the hallway downstairs. Leach remained behind the reception desk. Reacher came down the steps and offered them both a resigned shrug, part apology, part frustration, part the age-old military expression for "here we go again." Then he pushed through the door and descended the stone steps into the chilly midday air. The clouds were breaking apart, patches of bright blue showing through. Reacher walked the rest of the hill and turned onto the three-lane road. A bus rumbled past, heading out of town, moving onward and away. He continued walking down a shallow dip and up a gentle rise. The motel came into view on his right, about 100 yards ahead. He stopped. The car with the dented doors was parked in the lot. The vehicle was unmistakable, even from a distance, its make, model, color, and that distinct crumple on the driver's side. It sat alone, positioned near where Reacher estimated his room would be. He took 3 diagonal steps toward the curb to get a better angle and saw 4 men stepping out of his doorway. 2 were as easy to identify as the car, the same men from the previous night, no doubt about it. Their build, their posture, everything matched. The third man was new, unremarkable, tall, young, with the same careless look as his companions. But the fourth man stood apart. He was older than the others and bigger, nearly Reacher's own height at around 6'4" and 240 pounds, but built entirely of muscle. His frame was almost cartoonish, massive thighs and narrow waist and a broad chest that gave him an exaggerated hourglass shape. His shoulders were knotted and powerful, his arms held slightly away from his body by the bulk of his chest and triceps. He looked like a champion gymnast scaled up to twice the size. Yet it was his head that was truly striking. Shaved, angular, as if forged from flat steel plates. Small, sharp eyes sat under heavy brows with pronounced cheekbones and tiny, tough ears that resembled twisted pasta shapes. He stood tall and solid, with a build that seemed carved from Eastern European granite. He looked like he'd stepped right off a vintage propaganda poster, the kind that celebrated the perfect Soviet soldier, all strength and unwavering purpose. He should have been clutching a flag, arm raised toward some glorious horizon. The 4 men filed out and shut the door. Reacher kept walking, closing the distance 90 yards, then 80. An Olympic runner could have covered that ground in seconds. But Reacher was built for endurance, not speed. The men reached their car. Reacher kept moving. They opened the doors and slid inside, 2 in back, 2 up front. Reacher walked on 70 yards. 60, the car rolled through the lot and paused at the 3-lane road, waiting for an opening to turn. Reacher willed it to come his way. Turn left, he thought. Come on. But it swung right instead, merging into traffic before vanishing down the road. A minute later, Reacher was at his door, unlocking it and stepping back inside. Nothing was out of place. No drawers upended, no contents scattered. That meant they hadn't searched thoroughly. Just taken a quick look to get a read on the situation. And what had they seen? A damp tub, a used towel, some worn clothes tossed in the trash, toiletries left by the sink, like someone had packed up in a hurry and cleared out, which, after all, was exactly what they'd told him to do. Get out of town right now. Every night you're still here, we'll come for you. Maybe they figured he'd listened, or maybe not. He left the room and headed to the motel office. The clerk was a wiry man around 40, with patchy skin and sharp bones perched on a tall stool behind the counter. Reacher said, "You let 4 men into my room." The clerk clicked his tongue and nodded. Reacher asked, "Army," another nod. "Did you check their IDs?" "Didn't need to. They had the look." "You get a lot of Army business here?" "Enough. Enough to never ask questions. You got it, pal. I'm all sweetness and light when it comes to the Army. A man's got to eat. They cause any trouble." "Not a bit," Reacher said. "Hear any names?" "Just yours." Reacher stayed quiet. "Anything else I can do for you?" the clerk asked. I could use a clean towel, Reacher said. More soap, more shampoo, and empty the trash. Whatever you need, the guy replied. Sweetness and light, like I said. Reacher walked back to his room. There was no chair. Not exactly a violation of the Geneva Conventions, but being stuck in a small motel room was grating for a man used to moving freely. Plus, there was no room service, no diner on site, and not even a greasy spoon across the street. No phone meant no delivery either. So Reacher locked up and walked 2 blocks to the Greek diner. Technically, he was disobeying orders, but in the grand scheme, small breaches weren't going to matter much either way. On the walk, he saw nothing but a city bus heading out and a garbage truck making its rounds. At the restaurant, the hostess sat him across from where he'd eaten breakfast, and a different waitress took his order. He had coffee, a cheeseburger, and a slice of pie, enjoying each bite. The walk back was just as quiet. Another bus, another garbage truck. He was back in his room within the hour. The wiry clerk had been by, fresh towel, soap, and shampoo were there, and the trash cans were empty. The room was as good as it was going to get. He lay on the bed, crossed his ankles, and laced his hands behind his head, thinking about a nap. But he didn't get the chance. Almost as soon as his head hit the pillow, 3 warrant officers from the 75th MP showed up to take him, and the car arrived at high speed, its tires thumping up into the gravel lot before it slewed to a halt outside the room. Reacher listened from the bed, tracking the sequence. 3 doors flung open in a ragged burst, 3 pairs of boots hitting the ground. 3 men, not 4, so not the crew from the dented sedan. A pause followed, 1 set of footsteps sprinting away to cover the rear, a pointless maneuver given there was no bathroom window, but it signaled a disciplined team, better safe than sorry. He swung his feet to the floor just as the hammering started, not a polite tap, but a furious, jarring boom meant to intimidate it. Outside, voices shouted, "Open up," before the pounding resumed. Reacher stood and walked to the door, answering their noise with a heavy thump of his own. The commotion outside ceased abruptly. He smiled. Doors aren't supposed to talk back. When he opened it, 2 soldiers in combat gear stood there, one with a drawn sidearm, the other cradling a shotgun, serious hardware for a quiet Virginia afternoon. Behind them, their idling car sat with 3 doors hanging open. What, Reacher said? The soldier on the hinge side, the senior man, spoke. Sir, you're coming with us. Says who? Says me, unit, 75th MP, acting on whose orders? You'll find out. The name tape read Espen. He was compact, muscled, with a fighter's flattened nose, the kind of warrant officer Reacher generally respected. Is this an arrest? Reacher asked. Do you want it to be? Espen countered. Keep talking, and it will be. Make up your mind, soldier. It's either one or the other. I'd prefer voluntary cooperation. Dream on? Then yes, you're under arrest. What's your first name? Why? I'd like to remember it as long as I live. Is that a threat? Just answer the question. Pete, the man said. Got it. Pete Espen. Where are we headed? Fort Dyer? Why? Someone wants a conversation. The third man returned from circling the building. All 3 had the weary, capable look of veterans. Espen nodded. We'll search you first. Be my guest. Reacher spread his arms. His pockets held only a passport, an ATM card, a toothbrush, some cash, gum, and a motel key, all quickly cataloged. The soldier with the shotgun gestured him toward the back seat on the passenger side, the safest spot for transporting a detainee. The driver took his place, Espen slid in beside Reacher, and the shotgun carrier shut the door before climbing into the front passenger seat. It was a smooth, professional operation, a competent crew indeed. As the car pulled away, Reacher noted the driver taking an unexpected detour past a sun-bleached diner, a fleeting glimpse of normalcy that felt almost sarcastic on the way to an interrogation. The afternoon had settled into that quiet stretch after lunch, but before the evening commute, leaving the streets nearly empty. They took a different route than Reacher had used previously, winding through a maze of side streets to reach the northern gate of Dyer. This entrance felt more secluded and less traveled than the bustling main gate to the south, but it was just as tightly controlled. The process was familiar yet tedious, dragon's teeth barriers followed by 3 separate security checks. Eventually, they looped around to the back of the guardhouse. Reacher was escorted from the car and through a rear door, where he was met by a man who looked more like an office clerk than a prison guard. Unarmed, with keys jingling on his belt, the man stood in a small, square lobby flanked by locked quarantine doors. Reacher was guided through the left-hand door and down a corridor to an interview room. The room was stark and windowless, a far cry from the dining hall's design. 4 bare cinder block walls were coated in scuffed white paint, and the floor was cracked concrete. A single fluorescent bulb, encased in a wire cage, cast a harsh light from the ceiling. A table bolted firmly to the floor had 2 chairs on one side and a single chair on the other. A dire officer Reacher didn't recognize entered with a clear plastic bag, collected the contents of his pockets, and left without a word. Reacher took the solo seat, assuming it was meant for him, while Espen settled across the table. The silence stretched on, thick and unbroken by any attempt at conversation. Finally, Reacher broke it. "Who's coming to talk to me?" Espen replied. "He's on his way?" "He? Some Polish name? Who is he? You'll see." About 20 minutes later, the door opened. A man in a suit entered, looking to be on the younger side of middle age. His short, dark hair was peppered with gray, and his face was pale and slightly puffy with fatigue, though his compact frame suggested regular workouts. The suit was black, well made, but worn shiny in spots, and a badge holder was flipped open in his breast pocket. The badge identified him as Metro PD, Washington, D.C.'s local police, a civilian. He sat beside Espen and introduced himself, Detective Podolsky. "Pleased to meet you," Reacher said flatly. "I have some questions that need answers." "Regarding what? I believe you know." "I don't. A felony assault." "How far back are we digging? 20 years, a century?" "Should I check for leads from the Civil War?" Podolsky's tone carried a weary sarcasm, as if he'd heard it all before. "Tell me about your morning." Podolsky pressed. "Which morning?" "Today." "This morning." "I woke up. Then I spoke with a lawyer. Then another lawyer, and then, believe it or not, another lawyer. My morning was essentially a parade of attorneys. Their names, Sullivan, Edmonds, and Moorcroft. And Moorcroft would be Colonel Moorcroft from your JAG school in Charlottesville, but currently assigned here." "Not my JAG school," Reacher corrected. "But yes, that's him. Where did this conversation take place?" "Right here, on base, in the officers' club dining room." "And what time?" "Does a private discussion between 2 Army officers on a military installation really fall under your jurisdiction, Detective?" "This one does," Podolsky insisted. "Trust me." "What time?" "During his breakfast, which was later than mine. I'd say we started talking at 23 minutes past 9. "Quite specific? You asked for specifics?" Podolsky leaned forward slightly. "What did you and Colonel Moorcroft discuss?" "A legal matter," Reacher said, his voice steady and unyielding. "Privileged?" "No, it involved another person, and that person is Major Susan Turner from the 110th Military Police, who is currently being investigated by the Army on corruption charges." "That's right." "Major Sullivan was present for this discussion." "Correct." "Yes, she was. She states you wanted Colonel Moorcroft to take action. Is that accurate?" "Yes." "You wanted him to challenge Major Turner's pretrial detention?" "I did." "But he refused? In fact, he told you to stay out of it." "Essentially, yes." "You had a disagreement, a rather intense one." "It wasn't a disagreement. It was a discussion on a procedural issue. It wasn't intense." "So the core of it is you asked Colonel Moorcroft for a favor, and he denied you. Would you agree with that summary?" Reacher asked. "What is this really about?" Podolsky replied, "It's about Colonel Moorcroft being brutally assaulted late this morning in southeast Washington, D.C. on my watch." Podolsky produced a notebook and pen, arranging them carefully on the table. "You should have an attorney present," he said. Reacher said, "I wasn't in southeast D.C. today or anywhere in the city. I didn't even go over the river." "Do you want a lawyer?" "I already have lawyers. 2 of them. They haven't been particularly helpful." In fact, one of them seems to be actively working against my interests. You're referring to Major Sullivan? She left before we finished. Moorcroft agreed to file the paperwork right after she was gone. How convenient. It's also the truth, is Moorcroft claiming otherwise? Moorcroft isn't claiming anything. He's in a coma. Reacher was silent. You had access to a vehicle, correct? Podolsky asked. A blue Chevrolet sedan borrowed from the 110th headquarters. So what? You could have taken Moorcroft and driven him across the river. I could have, but I didn't. It was a savage attack, if you say so. I do say so. There would have been a significant amount of blood, Reacher nodded. Savage attacks and a lot of blood usually go together. Tell me about your clothing. What clothing? The clothes you're wearing now, Reacher glanced down. They're new. I bought them recently. Where? At a strip mall a couple of blocks from my motel. Why did you buy them? She'll be moving around freely soon enough. It was time, Reacher said. Were your old clothes soiled, I suppose? Did you get something on them? Like what? Blood, for example. No, there was no blood on them. Where are they now? Reacher didn't answer. Podolsky said, We spoke to the clerk at your motel. He mentioned you specifically requested your trash be taken out. I didn't make a big deal of it. Nevertheless, he emptied your trash as you asked, just before the garbage collection. So now, your old clothes are gone. Coincidence. That's convenient, Podolsky repeated. Isn't it? Reacher stayed quiet. Podolsky continued. The clerk looked at the clothes. He's that type. They were too large for him, of course, but he thought they might be worth something. They weren't. Too dirty, he said, and stained, including with what looked like blood to him. Not Moorcroft's, Reacher said. Whose then? I'd been wearing them a long time. My life isn't easy. You get into fights often, as rarely as I can. Sometimes I nick myself shaving. You also took a shower, didn't you? When? When you disposed of the clothes. The motel clerk said you asked for fresh towels. Yes, I showered. Do you usually shower twice a day? Sometimes? Was there a specific reason today? She'll be out and about before long. Reacher said, No specific reason. To wash off blood, perhaps. I wasn't bleeding. If we examined the drain, what would we find? Dirty water, Reacher said. You're certain of that? The whole room is dirty. You're currently facing a homicide charge, is that correct? From 16 years ago? A man named Juan Rodriguez, someone you allegedly assaulted? It's a false accusation. I've heard that before. Which is exactly what Colonel Moorcroft said, too, isn't it? Major Sullivan mentioned you brought it up with him. He wasn't exactly receptive. Did that get under your skin? It was more of a mild annoyance than anything I can imagine. It must be exhausting, constantly having people misinterpret your intentions, Reacher replied. What's the latest on Moorcroft's condition? Starting to feel a little responsible now. I'm concerned for both him and the person he was representing. From what I understand, you never actually met his client. Should that change how I feel? The medical team says there's a chance he could regain consciousness eventually. No one can predict when or what his condition will be if he ever wakes up at all, Reacher said. I spent part of the morning at the 110th headquarters. Podolsky gave a knowing nod. About 20 minutes total. We confirmed that. What were you doing with the rest of your time? Just walking. Any particular route around the area? No set path? Did anyone notice you during this walk? Probably not. How remarkably convenient, Podolsky remarked, echoing his earlier sentiment. You're focusing on the wrong person, Detective. The last time I saw Moorcroft, he was leaving the dining facility right here on post, perfectly content. The person who assaulted him is still out there, probably amused you're wasting effort on me while they're free. So your theory is it was someone else entirely. Clearly, I've heard that defense before, Podolsky said. Have you ever been mistaken? That's irrelevant. The only question is whether I'm mistaken now, and I don't believe I am. I have an individual with a documented history of aggression who was observed in a heated discussion with the victim shortly before the incident, who disposed of a complete change of clothing immediately afterward, took an additional shower, had access to transportation, and whose whereabouts aren't fully established. You served in law enforcement, didn't you? What would your next step be? I'd make sure I had the correct person. I seem to recall that being a fundamental principle, and if the correct person insists they're innocent, that was a daily occurrence. You learn to rely on your instincts. I am. A shame, Reacher said. Let me see your hands. Reacher placed his hands on the table, palms down. They were large, weathered, and tanned. The knuckles on both hands showed a faint pinkness and slight swelling, a souvenir from the previous night's encounter with the two men in T-shirts. A left hook and a right uppercut. Significant contact, though not the hardest he'd ever thrown. Podolsky studied them for a long moment. Inconclusive, he finally said, "You could have used a tool, a blunt object. The medical report will give us more details." "What happens now?" Reacher asked. "That's for the district attorney to decide. In the interim, you're coming with me. I want you in a cell downtown." The room fell silent until Espen spoke up for the first time. "That's not happening," he stated firmly. "He remains with us. Our homicide investigation takes precedence over your assault case," Podolsky countered. "This morning's event outweighs something from 16 years ago." Espen stood his ground. "Possession is a powerful advantage. We have him in custody. You don't. Consider the jurisdictional paperwork nightmare." Podolsky was silent. Espen added, "But you're welcome to come here and speak with him whenever necessary. Will he be securely held? Tighter than a drum." "Agreed," Podolsky said. He collected his pen and notebook and left the room. What followed was standard procedure for pretrial confinement. Reacher was searched again. His bootlaces were confiscated, and he was escorted down a plain, narrow hallway. They passed two more formal interview rooms, turned two corners, and arrived at the cell block. It was notably more civilized than many facilities Reacher had encountered, more reminiscent of a secluded wing in a budget hotel chain than a typical jail. It was a maze of short corridors and small anterooms. The cell itself was like a sparse motel room, undoubtedly secure, with heavy bolts and locks, a solid steel door that opened outward, concrete walls, a narrow barred window high up near the ceiling, and all metal fixtures in the small bathroom. The bed was a narrow, military-style cot, but the space was relatively generous and not entirely uncomfortable. Definitely an upgrade over the roadside motel from the night before, that was certain. There was even a simple chair beside the bed. This was Joint Base Dyer Helsington House in all its austere institutional grandeur. Inside the prison walls, a man with a certain reputation could find himself in better circumstances than a low-ranking officer on the outside. Reacher settled into the chair, while Espen lingered in the doorway. It was always wise to hope for the best, but prepare for the worst. Reacher spoke up. "I need to speak with the duty captain right away," Espen replied. "He'll come by on his own. He has to go over the rules with you." "I'm familiar with the rules. I served as a duty captain once a long time ago, but I still need to see him immediately." "I'll let him know." With that, Espen departed. The door shut firmly, the lock clicked, and the bolts slid into place. About 20 minutes later, the process reversed. The bolts retracted, the lock turned, and the door swung open. The lanky captain ducked under the doorframe and entered the cell. He asked, "Are we going to have any problems with you?" Reacher responded, "I don't think so, as long as everyone here follows procedure." The tall officer allowed a slight smile. "What do you need? Make a call for me. Contact Sergeant Leach at the 110th. Let her know where I am. She might have information for me. If she does come back and tell me, should I walk your dog and collect your laundry while I'm at it? I don't have a dog or laundry. But you can also call Major Sullivan at JAG. She's my attorney. Tell her I need to meet with her here before the end of the day. Say it's a client conference and it's critically important. Is that all?" "Not quite. Next, call Captain Edmonds at HRC. She's my other lawyer. Tell her I want to see her right after Major Sullivan. I have urgent matters to discuss. Anything more?" "How many prisoners are you holding today?" "Just you and one other." "That would be Major Turner, correct?" "Right." "Is she close by?" "This is the only cell block we have." "She needs to be informed that her lawyer is unavailable. She should find a replacement. Go and make sure she understands that." That's an unusual request coming from you. What happened to Moorcroft had nothing to do with me. You'll figure that out soon enough. The best way to avoid embarrassment is to prevent it from happening in the first place. Still strange. Since when did you become a champion for legal rights? I took an oath to uphold the Constitution. So did you. Major Turner is entitled to proper legal representation at all times. That's the principle. A gap will look bad when appeals are filed, so tell her she needs to consult with someone new. Sooner would be better. Ideally this afternoon. Make sure she gets it. Anything else? We're done for now, Reacher said. Thank you, Captain. You're welcome, the tall man replied. He turned, ducked under the lintel again, and stepped out into the corridor. The door closed, the lock turned, and the bolts slid home. Reacher remained seated. 15 minutes later, the sounds repeated. The bolts, the lock, the hinges. This time the duty captain stayed in the hallway, sparing his neck. He announced, "A message from Sergeant Leach at your headquarters. The 2 men in Afghanistan were found dead. On a goat path in the Hindu Kush, shot in the head, likely 9mm. It appears it happened about 3 days ago." Reacher took a moment, then said, "Thank you, Captain. Hope for the best, plan for the worst," and the worst had arrived. Reacher stayed in his chair, thinking intensely, turning over an imaginary coin in his mind. First toss heads or tails, and even 50-50, of course, because the coin wasn't real. A physical coin flipped by a person tends to land about 51-49 in favor of the side that started face up. No one can fully explain why, but it's a pattern seen in tests, something about multiple axes of spin, slight wobbles, air resistance, and the messy gap between theory and reality. But Reacher's coin was just a thought, so second toss heads or tails, a perfect 50-50 again, and the third and the fourth. Every coin toss was its own isolated moment, a clean slate with the same 50-50 odds, completely untouched by whatever had happened before. That much was simple, but stringing 4 heads together, that was a different beast entirely. The odds of that were a steep 94% against a 6% long shot, basic probability, and Jack Reacher needed exactly that kind of streak. First question, would Susan Turner be assigned a new attorney today? A yes or no proposition? A coin flip. Second, would that new lawyer be a white man? Another flip. Third, assuming she got one, would either Major Sullivan or Captain Edmonds be in the building at the same time? Flip number 3. Fourth, would all 3 lawyers have entered through the same security gate? The final flip? 4 independent events, each a perfect 50-50 chance on its own. But getting all 4 to land the right way was that slim 6 in 100 possibility. You had to hope for the best, which Reacher did, and he felt a flicker of justification. The real world, unlike sterile statistics, had its quirks and biases. The Army, even its legal wing, wasn't a perfectly balanced machine. Senior defense roles on serious charges like Turner's tended to go to men, call it a 70-30 tilt in the expected direction. Moorcroft had been a white male, after all, and while the military reflected the nation's diversity, the math still suggested an 87% chance any given JAG officer was not black. Then there was his own maneuver. He could keep Sullivan or Edmonds in the building almost indefinitely by spinning out their consultations with pointless legal queries and feigned concern. That boosted the co-presence odds well past 50-50, maybe to 70-30 or better. As for the gate, frequent visitors to Dyer knew the north entrance was quicker for processing, so a regular might use it. If Turner's lawyer was a regular, a desk-bound legal scholar might not be called that one a slight 55-45 edge. So the whole plan's probability was nudged a bit higher than 6%, but not by much. It all hinged on that first domino falling, Turner getting a new lawyer at all. Hope for the best, Reacher settled in to wait, a model of still patience. He tracked the slow crawl of the afternoon, 3 o'clock, then 3:30, then 4. The chair was decent, the room overly warm and quiet, the thick walls muffling the outside world to a low hum. This wasn't some grim penitentiary. It was a polite institutional space for polite institutional people, all of which Reacher figured might just work in his favor. Finally, at 4:30, the heavy bolts clacked back, the lock turned, and the door swung open. The lanky captain appeared. "Major Sullivan is here to see you," he said. "Showtime." The tall officer stepped aside, letting Reacher lead the way. The hallway bent left then right from his limited view earlier. Reacher mentally mapped the route. The main office was still a few turns away. Before that would come the small square lobby with its secured quarantine doors, the clerk station, and the rear exit to the outside. He approached the interview rooms, which were set along a short, isolated hallway. To his right were the worn-down spaces used by police and suspects, while to the left were the somewhat more formal rooms he had glimpsed earlier. Two of them. He guessed these were his destination, better appointed for meetings between attorneys and their clients. Each door had a narrow, vertical rectangle of wired glass set above the handle, slightly off-center. Reacher passed the first door without pausing, though he stole a glance through the window. Inside, Sullivan sat in her crisp Class A uniform, hands folded neatly on her closed briefcase. He continued to the second door, stopped openly, and looked in. That room was empty. No client, no lawyer, nobody at all, not yet. From behind him, the tall officer spoke up. "Hold on, Major. You're in this one back here." Reacher turned and retraced his steps. The door wasn't locked. The officer simply turned the handle and pushed it open. Reacher noted the sounds, a firm metallic click from the latch, a smooth, precise grind from the hinges, and a soft, airtight swish from the silicone seals. Quiet, but distinctive. He stepped inside. Sullivan looked up. The tall officer said, "Buzz when you're finished, counselor," then closed the door and walked away. There was no handle on the inside of the door, just a blank flat surface, an odd absence like a face missing a nose. A doorbell button was mounted beside the jamb. "Buzz when you're done." The room itself was plain but tidy, cleaner and sharper than the standard interrogation spaces. The light was brighter. Sullivan kept her briefcase closed, her hands clasped on top. She said, "I won't represent you in the Moorcroft assault. Honestly, I don't want you as a client at all." Reacher didn't reply immediately. He was listening to the corridor. Not much carried through, but maybe enough. Sullivan pressed. "Major," Reacher said, "I'm what they're giving you, so you might as well get used to it. Colonel Moorcroft is a friend of mine. Your old teacher one of them? Then you know how those guys are in their minds. They never leave the classroom. Socratic, or whatever they call it. He was just yanking my chain for the sake of it, arguing because he enjoys it. That's what they do." You left, and as soon as he finished his toast, he said he was filing the paperwork he planned to all along. Straight answers aren't really his style. "I don't believe you. No paperwork was filed this morning. The last I saw, he was walking out of the dining room about 2 minutes after you. So you're denying this one, too. Think it through, counselor. My goal was to get Major Turner out of her cell. How would attacking Moorcroft help me? It would only set me back a day, maybe 2 or 3. Why do you care so much about Major Turner? I liked her voice on the phone. Maybe you were angry with Moorcroft. Did I look angry? A little. You're wrong, Major. I didn't look angry at all because I wasn't angry. I was sitting there patiently. He wasn't the first academic type I've ever met. I did go to school, after all. I felt uncomfortable. What did you tell Podolsky? Just that. There was a dispute, and I felt uncomfortable. Did you tell him it was heated? You confronted him? You argued? What was I supposed to do? Stand up and salute? He's not exactly the Chief Justice of the Supreme Court. The evidence against you looks pretty solid. The clothing, especially, that's classic. Reacher stayed quiet, listening again. Footsteps echoed in the hall, 2 men speaking in low, matter-of-fact tones, exchanging brief, routine information. The footsteps faded without any doors opening or closing. There was no click, no grind, no swish of the door. Sullivan finally spoke. "Major?" Reacher didn't look at her. "Is there a wallet in that briefcase of yours?" "What? You heard me? Why would I keep it in there?" Because you're not carrying a purse, Reacher said, his tone flat. And if you don't mind the observation, that uniform is tailored a little too perfectly. There aren't any bulges in your pockets. Sullivan kept her hands firmly on the leather case. Yes, my wallet is in here. How much cash is in it? I'm not sure. Maybe $30. How much did you last take out of an ATM? 200. You have a cell phone in there, too? Yes. Then you've got about as much evidence against you as I do, Reacher said. For all anyone knows, you called a friend and offered him $170 to rough up your old teacher. Maybe those less-than-perfect grades from years ago still bother you. Maybe you're holding a grudge. That's absurd. My point exactly. Sullivan fell silent. Reacher tilted his head. So, how are your grades? Not perfect, she admitted. The corridor outside was quiet again, a hollow silence. Sullivan broke it. Detective Podolsky will order a landfill search. Finding your clothes won't be difficult. Last in, first out. Will they hold up under DNA analysis? Easily, Reacher said, because it wasn't me. Then came the sound of footsteps, soft, measured. Two people moving in tandem. A quiet procession, they stopped and a low murmured explanation followed. Maybe 10 words? This one, Colonel. The others occupied. Then the familiar sounds, the crisp click of the handle, the slight grind of the hinge, the soft suck of the silicone seal. A lawyer had arrived, Turner's undoubtedly. She was the only other client here. Meanwhile, his own lawyer was still in the building. His first lawyer, at that. So far, so good. Score 2. Reacher turned his attention back. Tell me about the Rodriguez affidavit. An affidavit is a sworn statement of fact, Sullivan began. I know what it is, Reacher cut in. Like I told your friend Moorcroft, this isn't brain surgery. Affidavit comes from Latin, he is declared upon oath. But does it actually speak from beyond the grave in the real world? For the first time, Sullivan took her hands off the briefcase. She rocked them side to side, a gesture of academic uncertainty. Maybe, maybe not. In American courts, it's fairly unusual to rely on an unsupported affidavit, especially if the person who swore it can't be cross-examined, but it can be allowed if the interests of justice demand it, or the interests of public relations, if you want to be cynical. The prosecution will argue Rodriguez's affidavit isn't unsupported. They have the daily summary from the 11/10's files showing your visit, and the ER report from right afterwards showing the results. They'll claim the three pieces together form a seamless, coherent story. Can you argue against that? Of course, Sullivan said. But our argument suddenly looks weak. What they're saying makes perfect, everyday sense. This happened, then this, then this. We'd need to rip out the middle this and replace it with something that sounds inherently unlikely, as in you left, and then someone else just happened to show up at the same place, at the same time, and beat the man senseless. Reacher didn't reply. He was listening again. Sullivan pressed major at first. There was nothing, just silence. Then more footsteps in the corridor. Two people, one following the other. Then came the door sounds again. The same door, the sharp, familiar click of the lock, the smooth grind of the hinges, and the soft hiss of the seal breaking. Then a pause, and the same sequence in reverse as the door shut. A single set of footsteps retreated down the hall. Turner was now alone with her attorney next door, and the corridor was clear. Time to move. Reacher spoke up. Counselor, there's a major issue with my cell. You really ought to come take a look. Sullivan responded with a tired but not unkind tone. What sort of issue? She was used to clients grasping at straws, hunting for any perceived irregularity to file an appeal. Reacher understood the dance, he said. I'd rather not influence your assessment. I need you to see it for yourself, form your own opinion right now. Why wait? All right, she sighed, rising to press the buzzer by the door, leaving her briefcase behind. Reacher stood and waited. After a couple of minutes, the duty captain's face appeared in the narrow window. Finished already, counselor? Not quite. He's reporting a problem with his holding cell. The tall captain looked at Reacher with a mix of resignation and mild surprise, as if to say, You're pulling this routine? But he played along. Fine. Let's go see. Reacher led the single-file procession through the L-shaped hallway to the empty cell. He pulled the door open and held it. The captain, no fool, took the handle and gestured for Reacher to enter first. Inside, Reacher pointed toward the far wall. "Over there, in the crack." "What crack?" Sullivan asked, stepping forward. "In the floor under the window. Something's moving in it." Sullivan froze. The captain leaned in, curiosity getting the better of him. In that split second, Reacher shifted his weight the opposite way and shoved hard against the man's upper arm. The captain tumbled over the cot like a felled tree. Sullivan spun around, but Reacher was already at the door, stepping out and slamming the bolt home. He ran back down the hall, his laceless boots clumsy on the linoleum, past the room holding Sullivan's briefcase, to the next door. Standing back, he peered through the rectangular window, and there she was. Susan Turner. She was absolutely worth the hassle. He decided immediately. Seated on the right side of the table, she wore an Army combat uniform stripped of its patches and tags, paired with tan boots missing their laces. She was a couple inches taller than average, slender with fine bones, her dark hair pulled back. Tan skin, deep brown eyes, her face showed weariness, yes, but also a spark of keen intelligence and a hint of detached, ironic humor. Spectacular, in Reacher's firm opinion. Totally worth it. Her lawyer, a full-bird colonel in Class A's, sat across from her, a middle-aged, medium-built white man with gray hair and a lined face, head score 3. Reacher moved on, all the way to the sealed door separating him from the rear lobby. No inside handle, just a buzzer button. He shoved his boots off and jabbed the button repeatedly, urgently. In under 5 seconds, the door swung open. The lobby attendant stood there, hand still on the handle. His keys hung from a heavy metal carabiner clipped to his belt loop. Reacher, breathing hard, said, "Your captain is having some kind of medical emergency. Maybe a seizure or a heart attack. He's convulsing. You need to get in there now, soldier." That tone of command, so valued in the service, did the trick. The man hesitated only a heartbeat before stepping into the inner hallway. As the door began to swing shut, Reacher slipped his left boot into the gap, then turned to follow. He moved quickly and quietly behind the attendant, and his socks overtook him and yanked open the first empty cell door he reached. It was unlocked in here, Reacher ordered. The lobby man rushed in, urgency overriding caution in one fluid motion. Reacher snatched the keys from his belt, tearing the carabiner and loop free, then shoved him hard into the cell. The man stumbled and sprawled on the floor. Reacher slammed the door shut, and through the bolts he took a deep, steadying breath. Now for the difficult part, he padded back silently to the room where Sullivan's briefcase still sat on the table. Pushing the door wide, he darted in, grabbed the case, and spun around to catch the door before it could latch. Kneeling in the corridor, he popped the latches. Ignoring the files and legal documents, he rummaged until his fingers closed around a car key which he tucked into his pocket. Next, he found the wallet. Inside was an Army ID. Her first name was Helen. He slipped the ID into his shirt pocket, took the cash, about $30, and put it in another pocket. With a pen snatched from the case, he tore a corner from a photocopied form and scrawled, "Dear Helen, I owe you $30. Jack Reacher." He tucked the note into the wallet's bill compartment, closed everything up, and stood, briefcase in hand. Another deep breath. Showtime. He moved 12 feet down to the next room and peered through the narrow window. Inside, Susan Turner was speaking earnestly, her hands moving as she outlined her points. Her lawyer, a man named Temple according to his nameplate, listened with his head tilted, jotting notes on a yellow legal pad. His own briefcase lay open on the table, pushed aside. It looked nearly empty, unlike Sullivan's, but his ill-fitting uniform suggested his pockets were far from it. Reacher continued to the quarantine door leading to the lobby. He wedged it open with Sullivan's car key, then pulled his boots back on, leaving the laces loose. Returning to Turner's door, he paused, drew another breath, and then opened it smoothly. He stepped inside, immediately bending to place Sullivan's briefcase against the door jamb to prevent it from closing. When he straightened, both Turner and her lawyer were staring at him. The lawyer's expression was blank. but Turner showed a flicker of dawning recognition. Reacher said, "Colonel, I need to see your identification." The lawyer frowned. "Who are you? Defense Intelligence Agency. Routine check, sir?" That command presence again. The man hesitated briefly, then reached into an interior pocket and produced his ID. Reacher stepped forward, took it, and studied it intently. John James Temple. He raised his eyebrows in feigned surprise, looked at it once more, then slid it into his shirt pocket alongside Sullivan's. "I apologize for the interruption, Colonel, but I'll need a moment of your time." He stepped back to the door and held it open. "After you." For a moment, Temple looked uncertain, then he slowly rose from his chair. Reacher looked back at Turner and told her, "Stay put, we won't be long." The attorney hesitated for a second before moving into the hallway with Reacher close behind, his steps awkward and dragging in the oversized boots. That was the vulnerability. Lawyers might not always notice physical details, but they think things through. This whole part of the plan was deliberate, almost leisurely. There was no hurry, no sense of alarm. It was practically moving in slow motion, giving the man plenty of time to think, which, it seemed, he did. About 20 feet from the first empty cell, the lawyer stopped abruptly and turned, his gaze dropping straight to Reacher's boots. In an instant, Reacher spun him back around and applied a grip every military policeman picks up early on, one that's never in any manual, just passed along through example. He seized the man's right elbow from behind, squeezing hard while pulling it down and driving it forward. As usual, the guy was so focused on fighting the downward pressure that he forgot to resist moving ahead. He stumbled forward, twisted and off balance, more offended than hurt. Reacher was glad of that. He didn't want to injure him. None of this was the lawyer's fault. He steered the man into what looked like Turner's former cell, pushed him inside, shut the door, and threw the bolt. For a moment, Reacher just stood in the corridor, breathing in and out. Ready, he shuffled back to the conference room. Susan Turner was already on her feet, positioned between the table and the door. He offered his hand. "Jack Reacher." "I know," she said. "I saw your file photo, and I recognized your voice from our calls." He recognized hers, too, that warm, slightly husky tone, intimate and alive. Maybe even better in person. "Pleased to meet you," he said. She shook his hand, her grip firm but not forceful. "Likewise. But what's the plan here?" "You know why I'm here, at least. I hope you do. If not, this is all a waste of time." "I never wanted you involved. Hence the no visitors note. I thought you might come. If you did, I wanted you to turn around and leave for your own good. Didn't work out that way? What are our odds of getting out? We've caught some breaks so far." He reached into his shirt pocket and pulled out Sullivan's ID, comparing the photo to Turner's face. Same gender, similar hair color, but that was it. He handed it over. "Who is she?" Turner asked. "My lawyer met her this morning." "Where is she now?" "In a cell, probably pounding on the door." "We need to move, and you're keeping my lawyer's ID." Reacher tapped his pocket. "Right here." "But you look nothing like him." "That's why you're driving. Is it dark yet?" "Getting there." "Then let's go," she said. They stepped into the corridor and approached the quarantine door, still propped open by Sullivan's car key. Reacher pulled it wider as Turner retrieved the key, and they moved into the small lobby, the door sealing shut behind them. The exit was secured by a sleek, expensive-looking lock. Reacher took out the clerk's key ring and began testing them one by one. 8 keys total. The first 4 didn't work. The 5th turned smoothly with a click. Reacher turned the handle and pulled the door open. A chill seeped in from the outside as the afternoon light began to dim. "What kind of car are we looking for?" Turner asked. "A dark green sedan." "That narrows it down," she replied, her voice a warm, husky murmur, "on a military base." They moved outside together, and Reacher pulled the door shut behind them, turning the lock. He figured every extra second counted. To their left, about 30 yards across a stretch of empty blacktop, was a small parking lot holding 17 cars, mostly personal vehicles. Only 2 were plain sedans, and neither was green. A road curved away to the west beyond it, while to their right, the same road disappeared around a corner. "What's your best guess?" Turner pressed. "When in doubt, turn left," Reacher said. That's always been my motto. They went left and discovered another lot tucked behind the building's corner, just a short strip with diagonal parking bays. 6 cars sat nose in, all of them identical dark green sedans. Now we're getting somewhere, Turner said, positioning herself evenly between the 6 rear bumpers. She pressed the button on the key fob. Nothing. She tried again. Still nothing. Maybe the battery's dead in the car, Reacher asked. In the key, she clarified. But then, how did Sullivan get here this morning? She probably used the key in the door, the old-fashioned way. We'll have to try them one by one. We can't do that. We'll look like we're stealing cars. We are stealing a car, Reacher pointed out, a dry edge to his tone. But maybe none of these is the right one anyway. It was dark this morning. I didn't see the plate. We can't wander around this base forever, Turner said, her earlier confidence giving way to a prickling urgency. Maybe we should have turned right. They backtracked as briskly and inconspicuously as they could in their laceless boots, past the guardhouse's rear door and around the corner. It felt good to move, that first taste of freedom and fresh air. Reacher had always believed the best part of getting out of any confined space was those first 30 yards of open ground. He liked having Turner beside him. She was wound as tight as a spring, yet she held herself together, projecting a calm assurance. They were just 2 people walking, a performance of belonging, like all good grifters know, act like you're supposed to be there. Around the east corner, they found a mirrored bay with 6 diagonal slots. Only 3 cars occupied it, and just one was a sedan, a dark green one. Turner hit the fob button again. Nothing. She stepped close and tried the physical key in the door. It wouldn't turn. Where would a lawyer visiting the guardhouse come in, she wondered aloud. The front entrance right there must be parking out front? Almost certainly, Reacher said. But I wish there wasn't. We'll be completely exposed out there. We can't just stand here. We're sitting ducks. They continued to the building's front corner and paused in the shadows. Reacher sensed open space ahead, likely lit up, possibly with traffic. On 3, Turner whispered, 1, 2, 3. They rounded the corner, walking fast with purpose, like 2 busy people with somewhere to be. A fire lane ran along the building's face, followed by a curb divider and a long, single-row lot beyond, packed with cars except for one vacant space. Parked right next to that empty slot was a dark green sedan. That's it, Reacher said, a flicker of recognition crossing his mind. I think I remember it now. Turner beelined for it and pressed the fob. The car's interior lights glowed to life. Its turn signals flashed a brief acknowledgement, and the door locks thunked open. About 100 yards ahead on the left, a vehicle was crawling toward them at a cautious, on-post speed, its headlights already on against the deepening gloom. Reacher and Turner split seamlessly, Reacher moving to the passenger side, Turner to the driver's. They opened the doors and slid inside in one fluid motion without a moment's hesitation. The approaching car drew steadily nearer. The doors thumped shut, one after the other, with the weary finality of people rushing between critical meetings. Turner slid the key into the ignition and brought the engine to life. From the left, a vehicle swung into the lot, its headlights washing over them as it approached. "Go," Reacher urged, his voice low. "Get moving now," but Turner didn't. She shifted into reverse and pressed the accelerator only for the car to lurch uselessly against the parking brake. "Damn it," she muttered, scrambling to release the lever. By then it was already too late. The approaching car had slid to a stop directly behind them, boxing them in. Its driver cranked the wheel and crept forward, angling for the empty spot beside their own. Behind the wheel was Captain Tracy Edmonds, Reacher's appointed attorney from HRC, Candace Dayton, his second meeting of the day. Reacher sank low in his seat, pressing a hand to his forehead as if battling a migraine. "What is it?" Turner asked. "That's my other lawyer, Captain Edmonds. I booked the appointments back to back." "Why would you do that?" "I needed to be sure I was out of my cell when your attorney arrived." "Well, don't let her spot you. That's the smallest of our worries. The real chaos is going to start about 60 seconds after she walks inside, don't you think? You really should have figured one lawyer was plenty." "Would you have?" "Probably not," she admitted. Beside them, Edmonds adjusted her position with a couple of precise maneuvers until her car sat neatly aligned. She killed her lights just as Turner flicked hers on, reversed out, and turned the wheel sharply. Edmonds was already stepping out of her vehicle. Reacher shifted his hand, still shielding his face. Turner slotted the gear shift forward, straightened up, and pulled away at a cautious pace. Edmonds waited politely for her to complete the move. Turner offered a quick wave of thanks and accelerated. "Head for the south gate," Reacher said. "Makes sense, right? I'm betting all those other guys came in from the north." "Agreed," Turner replied. She drove south at a steady, confident clip, winding through the complex pass structures of every size, slowing at intersections, checking each direction before moving on. Gradually, the base receded behind them, and they entered the exit road, approaching the first of 3 guard stations. The initial barrier was straightforward: act like you belong. Turner took Reacher's borrowed ID and fanned it with her own like a pair of playing cards. She slowed to a crawl, lowered her window, and popped the trunk as she rolled to a stop, a smooth, practiced routine, as if she did this every day. The sentry in the booth played his part perfectly. A fleeting glance at the IDs, a quick look into the trunk, and he slammed it shut for them. Turner eased forward and let out a held breath. Reacher said, "Edmonds has to be inside by now. Any brilliant suggestions? If anything looks wrong, just stomp on the gas, plow right through the barrier. Wrecking a striped piece of metal isn't going to make our situation much worse. We could hit a guard. He'll jump. Guards are people same as anyone. We'd damage an army vehicle. I already put a dent in one last night. Used 2 guys' heads to do it." A low, intimate laugh escaped her. "You really do have a habit of using heads on army property, like my office desk back in South Dakota?" He nodded. He told her that story over the phone, an old investigation, a moment of frustration drawn out into a longer tale, just to keep her talking, just to hear her voice a little more. "Who were those 2 from last night?" she asked. "It's a long story," he said. "I'll fill you in later." "I hope you get the chance," she replied, her tone shifting from warm to quietly resolute as they rolled toward the second checkpoint. The idea of simply forcing their way through was clearly off the table. It was just past 5, the height of the military base's evening rush. A small but steady line of vehicles snaked toward the exit, mirrored by another waiting to enter. 2 cars were already ahead of them to leave, with 3 more queued to get in. 2 guards manned the checkpoint booth. One was outside, a blur of motion, as he alternated between raising the entrance and exit barriers in a strict rhythmic pattern. The other remained inside, glued to a telephone receiver, listening with intense focus. Turner brought their car to a halt, now third in a lane that pinched between the guard shack on the left and an unbroken line of concrete anti-vehicle barriers on the right, each a stubby 3-foot pyramid, undoubtedly anchored by steel rebar deep into the ground. The man on the phone showed no sign of wrapping up. Outside, the routine continued. A car was waved in. Then the guard darted over to check an ID and a trunk in the exit lane before sending another car out. "Maybe this congestion works for us," Reacher mused. "Everything feels a little rushed, a little superficial. That depends entirely on what he's hearing on that call," Turner replied, her eyes fixed on the booth. Reacher imagined Captain Tracy Edmonds entering the main guardhouse, finding the duty officer absent, dealing with some junior clerk. How long would her patience last? Rank would dictate the dance. As a fellow captain, she might grant her counterpart a little leeway, not immediately pulling rank like a major or colonel would, and the clerk would likely hesitate to interrupt. Inside the booth, the phone conversation dragged on. Outside, the first guard kept up his hectic shuttle. Another car entered, another exited. Turner rolled forward, now first in line to depart, but also completely trapped. Cars behind, barriers beside, and the striped gate arm directly ahead. She took a steadying breath, popped the trunk lid, arranged their identification, and lowered her window. Finally, the second guard hung up the phone. He set the handset down, and his gaze swept the exit lane, starting with Turner and ending with her. He stepped out, approached her window, and offered a curt, "Apologies for the wait." He gave the IDs a perfunctory glance, stepped back to peer into the trunk, then slammed it shut for them. With a press of the button on the shack side, the barrier rose, and Turner eased the car forward, releasing a long-held breath. "One more to go," Reacher said. "They say good things come in threes. Do you actually believe that?" "Not even a little, statistically. The odds of 3 binary outcomes all going your way are about 1 in 8. Ahead, the third checkpoint appeared to be a carbon copy of the last. The same cues, the same 2 guards, one in constant motion, and the other once again deep in a phone call. "These calls must be critical," Turner observed, a hint of sarcasm edging into her tone. "I mean, what better time for a lengthy chat than when you've got a line of senior officers, probably including some Marines, cooling their heels? Because we all know how much Marines love being kept waiting, and we're paragons of patience, not like them. We aren't perpetually on alert, poised to single-handedly rescue the planet. My father was a Marine. Did he save the world? He wasn't high-ranking enough for that gig." "I'd give anything to know who's on the phone," Turner muttered, her earlier tension returning. Reacher considered his own time as a captain. How long would he have waited for a peer? Probably not very. But Edmonds might be more courteous, or perhaps she felt out of her element in the operational bustle of a guard post, odd for a lawyer, unless she was more accustomed to desk work and paperwork than field procedures. The thought lingered as they crept closer to the final barrier. She was assigned to the Human Resources Command, which had to mean something. How much of their work was actually done in the cells? He considered the possibilities. "This is a large installation," he said. "Those calls might not be coming from the guard post at all. What could be that urgent? Maybe they're clearing the route for a visiting general, or perhaps they're ordering a pizza, or calling home to say they'll be late for dinner." "Let's hope it's one of those," Turner replied, "or all 3. In the opposite lane, the barrier lifted and a car entered. The guard outside ducked across to the exit lane, checked an ID, inspected a trunk, raised the barrier, and a car departed. Turner eased forward 1 spot. The guard inside was still on the phone, listening intently. Turner said, "They don't even need a phone call about us. I'm not wearing my rank or name tapes. They were taken from me. Right now I look exactly like an escaping prisoner or a special forces operator working undercover. Try to see the bright side. Just don't let them get a good look at your boots." Another car entered, and another left. Turner rolled forward to the front of the line. She popped the trunk lid, fanned out the identification cards, and lowered her window. The inside guard was still occupied with his call. The outside guard was busy in the other lane. Beyond the final barrier, the concrete dragon's teeth ended, and the exit road widened into an ordinary Virginia street. An Arlington County police cruiser was parked along the curb. Turner asked, "Do you still want me to force our way out?" "Only if it becomes necessary," Reacher answered. The outside guard finished his check and raised the entrance barrier. The inside guard finally ended his call and set the phone down. He stepped out, bent to examine the IDs in Turner's hand, not a cursory glance. His eyes moved deliberately from the photos to their faces. Reacher looked away, staring straight ahead through the windshield. He slumped slightly in his seat, aiming to appear average and unremarkable. The guard moved to the trunk, giving it more than a passing look. Then he placed his palm on the lid, eased it down, and latched it shut. He stepped back to the side of the shack and pressed the exit button. The barrier rose, Turner nudged the accelerator, and the car rolled forward, past the last of the obstacles and out onto the tidy, tree-lined suburban street. They passed the parked police cruiser and drove away. Reacher thought to himself, Captain Tracy Edmonds must possess the patience of a saint. Susan Turner appeared familiar with the local roads. She took a left, then a right, skirting the northern edge of the cemetery before turning again to drive partway along its eastern side. She said, "I assume we're heading for Union Station to abandon the car and make them think we took a train." "Sounds good to me," Reacher said. "What route do you want to take?" "What's the most obvious choice at this time of day?" she replied. "Surface streets, definitely. Constitution Avenue for sure. We'd be crawling along, completely visible the whole way. Then that's exactly what we'll do. They'll be expecting something clever." So Turner positioned the car to cross the river. The traffic was terrible. Rush hour in the civilian world was just as bad. Cars were bumper to bumper like a slow-moving parking lot. She drummed her fingers on the steering wheel, watching her mirrors, considering lane changes to gain any slight advantage. "Relax," Reacher said. "Rush hour is actually our ally right now. There's no way they can pursue us quickly through this unless they use a helicopter. Which they won't, not here. They'd be too worried about crashing and killing some politician that would do absolutely nothing good for their budget." They inched onto the bridge, moving slowly over the water, leaving Arlington County behind. Turner said, "Speaking of budgets, I have no money. They took all my things and put them in a plastic bag. Same here. But I borrowed $30 from my lawyer." "Why would she lend you money?" "She doesn't know she did. Not yet, but she'll find out soon enough. I left her a note promising to pay her back later. We're going to need more than $30. For starters, I need some regular clothes." "And I need new bootlaces," Reacher replied. "We'll have to locate an ATM. We don't have bank cards. There's more than one kind of cash machine." They eased off the bridge in stop-and-go traffic entering Washington, D.C. proper, Metro Police jurisdiction. Almost immediately, Reacher spotted 2 Metro Patrol cars up ahead. They were parked bumper to bumper on the curb behind the Lincoln Memorial, engines idling, a small forest of radio antennas between them. Each car held a single officer, looking cozy and warm, a routine security detail, Reacher hoped. Turner switched lanes and slipped past them, hidden by a stalled line of traffic. The officers didn't even glance their way. They drove on into the deepening twilight, moving in fits and starts, just another anonymous vehicle in a frozen river of 50,000 cars, all trying to occupy the same few miles of city street. They headed north on 23rd, the same block Reacher had walked the previous day, then turned right onto Constitution Avenue. The road stretched out before them, a seemingly endless straight shot, a river of glowing red taillights flowing into the distance. Turner broke the silence. "Tell me about the 2 men from last night. I came in on the bus and went straight to Rock Creek," Reacher began. "My plan was to ask you to dinner. You weren't there, of course. The officer covering your desk told me about some ridiculous assault charge that had been added to my file. Something about a gang member we'd questioned 16 years ago. I wasn't buying it, so he invoked some regulation and recalled me to active duty." "Wait, you're back in the Army? As of last night?" "Well, isn't that just perfect? It hasn't felt that way so far, not even a little." "Who's covering for me?" "A light colonel named Morgan. Looks like a pure desk jockey. He put me up in a motel northwest of the post. About 5 minutes after I got to the room, 2 guys showed up in a car, definitely enlisted men, late 20s, full of bluster about how I'd disgraced the unit and how I should skip town to avoid a court-martial. They promised to kick my ass if I didn't cooperate, so I introduced their heads to the side of their car door." "Who the hell were they? Did you get names?" "I don't want people like that anywhere near my command. They weren't from the 110th, that was obvious. Their car interior was warm like it had been driven more than a couple miles from Rock Creek, plus their hand-to-hand skills were embarrassingly bad. They weren't your people. I'm sure of that because I did an informal head count back at the building. I walked through every section. Those 2 weren't there. So who were they? 2 small pieces of a much larger puzzle. What's the picture on the box supposed to be? "I don't know yet," Reacher said. "But I saw them again today from a distance. They were back at the motel and they'd brought friends. 2 more guys, making 4 total. I guess they were checking to see if I'd left yet, or maybe planning to encourage me a little more forcefully." A slow smile touched Turner's lips. "If they weren't from the 110th, why would they care if you left town?" "Exactly," Reacher said, his tone shifting from serious to dryly sarcastic. "We'd barely been introduced. Usually people don't start wanting me gone until after they've spent some quality time with me. This was like getting an eviction notice before I'd even unpacked." They inched forward, passing the Vietnam Veterans Memorial. Another Metro cruiser was parked there, engine running, bristling with antennas. Reacher said, "We should probably assume the situation has officially deteriorated by now, right?" "Unless your Captain Edmonds dozed off waiting for you," Turner said. They crawled past the parked car close enough for Reacher to see the officer inside, a tall, thin black man who looked as sharp as a razor. He reminded Reacher of the duty captain's brother back in Dyer, which would have been an unfortunate coincidence. Turner asked what was the story with that 16-year-old assault charge. Reacher said, some Los Angeles gangster selling black market weapons from the Desert Storm drawdown, a massive guy who called himself Dog. I remember the conversation. Hard to forget, he was built like a warehouse, apparently. He just died. The affidavit had my name all over it, but I never laid a hand on him, not a single punch. Honestly, it would have been like trying to hit a cloud of cotton candy. My fist would have just sunk in without finding anything solid. So what really happened? My bet is a dissatisfied customer rolled up with a few friends and a collection of baseball bats. Later, the big guy started scheming about how to turn the whole mess into a payday. You know how it is in our lawsuit-happy world, always looking for something for nothing. He probably found some ambulance-chasing lawyer who figured going after the actual guys with bats was pointless, but maybe the guy mentioned the army had been around, and the lawyer saw dollar signs thinking Uncle Sam's pockets run deep. They cooked up a fake claim, the kind that floods our files by the thousands every year. Most get a quick glance, a laugh, and then get tucked away in a drawer, forgotten forever. Except this one somehow got dragged back into the light. Why? It's another piece of the puzzle. Morgan claimed my file had a flag on it that malfunctioned when you pulled it, then triggered when you sent it back. I don't buy that. Our bureaucrats are more competent than that. I think there was no flag at all, just a whole lot of last-minute panic and scrambling. Someone got really nervous about me. Reacher shook his head. No, about you initially, you in Afghanistan. He stopped talking as blue and red light flooded the car's interior, flashing in the mirrors. A police cruiser was forcing its way through the traffic behind them, sirens cycling through every digital wail and whoop it had. Reacher turned in his seat. The cruiser was about 20 cars back, with vehicles ahead frantically pulling toward the curb to clear a path. Turner glanced back, too. Relax, she said. That's a Metro car. The Army handles its own hunts. We don't involve Metro for anything. The FBI maybe, but not those clowns. Metro wants me for Moorcroft, Reacher said. Your lawyer, a detective named Podolsky, thinks I did it. Why would he? I was the last person to speak with him. I tossed my old clothes afterward, and I was alone and unaccounted for when it happened. Why trash your clothes? Cheaper than laundry in the long run. What did you talk to Moorcroft about? I wanted him to get you out of jail. Now the cop was about 10 cars back, pushing through the jam with urgency. Reacher said, "Take your jacket off." Turner replied, "Normally I like a cocktail and a movie before I start undressing. I don't want him to see your uniform. If he's looking for me, he's looking for you, too. He's got our plate number, surely. He might not see it. We're packed in tight here." The cars in front were veering toward the gutter. Turner followed, steering left-handed while wrestling her jacket open with her right. She leaned forward, shrugged out of the left shoulder, then the right, freeing her arms. Reacher pulled the jacket from behind her and tossed it into the rear footwell. Underneath, she wore an olive green T-shirt, short-sleeved and probably an extra small. It fit her well, but was a little short, just meeting the waistband of her pants. Reacher caught a glimpse of smooth, tanned skin before looking back again. The cruiser was now just 2 cars behind, lights still strobing, siren blaring. He said, "Would you have gone to dinner with me if you'd been in the office yesterday or tonight, if Moorcroft had gotten you out?" She kept her eyes on the mirror. "You need to know that right now." They were just yards short of 17th Street. Ahead on the right, the Washington Monument stood lit against the gloomy sky. The police car drew up right alongside them and stayed there. The police cruiser was stuck, blocked by a car that hadn't pulled over fully and a massive pickup truck with oversized fenders covering its dual rear tires in the next lane. The officer, a white man with a thick neck, had no space to maneuver. Reacher watched him shoot a brief, disinterested glance toward Turner before looking away, his attention dropping to the dashboard controls. The siren's wail shifted abruptly into a relentless, ear-splitting shriek. But the cop's head remained lowered, fixed on something between the seats, likely a laptop screen or some sleek communications panel on a flexible arm. Reacher had seen setups like that before in civilian patrol cars. They streamed real-time alerts and bulletins. "We've got a problem," he said quietly. Turner kept her eyes ahead. "What is it?" "I think he's headed to Union Station or the bus terminal himself to look for us. They'd have photos easy for the Army to provide. He's probably staring at them right now. Notice how he's deliberately avoiding looking our way." Turner glanced left. The officer was still hunched over, his right arm shifting as if reaching for his microphone. Ahead, traffic inched forward. The car moved aside, and the pickup edged over a few inches. There was room now, but the cop didn't lift his head or drive on. The siren screamed on. Then he began speaking, his words lost in the noise. He paused, listening, maybe to a question over the radio. An instant later, he turned fully, ducking his head for a clear view through the passenger window. His eyes locked on Turner, then flicked to Reacher. His lips formed a single, silent syllable. Reacher caught the shape of it. "Yes?" The officer unclipped his seatbelt, his hand moving toward his hip. "Out. Now," Reacher said. He shoved his door open and tumbled onto the curb. Turner scrambled after him, clambering over the console and his seat away from the cruiser. Their car drifted forward and nudged the vehicle ahead with a soft tap. Turner stumbled out, her loose boots tangling. Reacher grabbed her hand, yanked her upright, and they hurried across the sidewalk onto the National Mall. Bare trees and deepening twilight swallowed them behind. Only the siren's insane blare pierced the air. They curved toward the near end of the reflecting pool. Turner wore only a t-shirt, shivering in the cold. Reacher stripped off his jacket and handed it over. "Put this on, then we split up. It's safer. Meet at the Vietnam Veterans Memorial in 15 minutes. If I'm not there, keep moving." "Same goes for me," she said, and then she went one direction and he the other. Reacher, conspicuous at his height, immediately scanned for a bench or any cover. He forced himself to walk casually, hands in pockets, projecting utter calm because nothing draws attention like a running man. Another primal instinct, predator eyes catch motion. He didn't look back, didn't glance over his shoulder. He kept his gaze steady, walking toward whatever lay ahead. Full darkness was settling quickly, but the mall was still dotted with people. The winter evening was far from empty, with the last of the day's visitors lingering near the memorial. Ahead, the wall drew its usual mix, people in quiet reflection, others simply paying their respects, and the assortment of odd characters the sight inevitably attracted. Jack Reacher scanned the area but saw no sign of Susan Turner. The police siren had cut out, replaced now by the impatient blare of car horns. The officer was likely on foot by this point, Reacher figured, his abandoned cruiser along with Sullivan's creating a snarl in the street. In the deepening shadows, about 20 yards off, an empty bench faced the still surface of the reflecting pool. Reacher ambled toward it, unhurried, paused as if considering, then took a seat. He leaned forward, elbows on his knees, and dropped his gaze. To a casual observer, he was just a man lost in thought. Only a prolonged, careful study would give him away at a glance. Nothing in his posture shouted tall man or fugitive. His lack of a coat was the sole oddity. It wasn't exactly warm enough for shirt sleeves. Behind him, 30 yards back, the horns continued their frustrated chorus. He waited head down, motionless. Then, in the periphery of his vision, he spotted the thick-necked cop about 40 yards off, moving fast on foot, flashlight in hand, but sidearm holstered. The man jerked his head left and right, anxious and searching, probably in hot water with his superiors for letting a suspect slip away. Two new sirens wailed in the distance, one to the south, maybe around C Street, another to the north near 15th or 14th, perhaps by the White House or the aquarium. Reacher held his position. The cop was angling toward the wall, but stopped halfway, spinning a full circle. Reacher felt the beam of attention sweep over him. A man sitting still, staring at water, held no interest when there were far better prospects all around, like a group of 30 or 40 people drifting toward the base of the Washington Monument, a tour group or a coincidence of strangers all moving in the same direction, moving targets, basic instinct. The cop took off after them. Not a bad bet, Reacher thought. Everyone expects motion. Holding still is the harder play. The distant sirens grew slightly louder but seemed pulled eastward, as if by some gravitational pull toward the museums and galleries, the crowds and the escape routes beyond the capital. The Metro PD knew their turf. Reacher waited, not shifting, not looking around, just fixing his eyes on the dark water. When the internal stopwatch in his mind ticked past exactly 10 minutes, he rose slowly and ran through a series of decidedly unfurtive motions. A wide yawn, hands pressed into the small of his back in a stretch, another yawn for good measure. Then he set off west, strolling as if he had nowhere to be, the reflecting pool on his left. He took a long, leisurely curve through the bare trees and arrived at the wall 4 minutes later. He stood at the edge of the crowd, just another visitor among many, and looked for Susan Turner. She was nowhere in sight. "If I don't arrive, keep on running," he had told her, and she had answered, likewise, "if I don't." They were well past their agreed 15-minute window. But Reacher stayed. He walked above the wall, tracing its rise and fall and shallow angle from 1959 to 1975, and then back again at the lower level from 1975 to 1959. He passed more than 58,000 names twice over, the carved letters cool under the evening sky, and still he did not see her. The air carried a bite, and he found himself thinking of a diner he'd known in another life, the smell of coffee and the warmth of a booth, a pointless, fleeting memory. He pushed it aside. The crowd thinned as the night drew in. He waited. He walked the length of the memorial one last time, from the solitary early losses marked on modest panels, past the towering sections of 1968 and 1969, where the names climbed over 10 feet high, and onto the isolated late casualties, the panels shrinking once more. He searched every face, every reflection in the polished stone, but Turner wasn't there. Emerging at the end of the timeline, he found the familiar cluster of vendors on the sidewalk hawking unit patches, insignia, and engraved lighters, trinkets worthless except for the memories they evoked. Tourists browsed and bought, while a permanent, disheveled ensemble lingered in the background. A grin touched his lips. Among them was a slender figure, drowned in an oversized, double-wrapped coat, camouflage pants, and scuffed boots with loose laces. Her dark hair was a veil, her hands buried in pockets, her body swaying almost imperceptibly in a stoner's daze. It was Susan Turner, camouflaged in plain sight. He approached. "You're convincing I had to be," she murmured. "A patrol officer passed right by me as close as you are now." It was the same cop from the cruiser we saw earlier. "Where is he now?" "He moved east, like a sweeping net. It missed me, probably missed you too. I didn't spot him. You were focused, I was watching. You're not bad at this yourself. Why keep an eye on me in case you needed backup?" "If they're sweeping east, we head west," Reacher stated. "On foot? By cab?" he replied. In this city, taxis are the closest thing to invisibility. A line of worn cabs idled behind the souvenir stalls. They slid into the First Arlington Cemetery. "Main gate," Reacher instructed. He noted the fare notice on the door, a $3 drop fee plus mileage. The trip would cost them about $7, leaving them with roughly 23, better than nothing, but far short of what they'd need. The cab rattled over the bridge with a jarring rhythm, but it delivered them to the bus stop at the cemetery entrance, the very spot where Reacher had stood a day prior. It felt like circular, not linear, progress. A group of weary, patient Hispanic laborers waited there. Turner blended in. Reacher, a head taller and twice as broad, stuck out like a beacon. The wait was anxious and drawn out, but no police cruisers appeared. When the bus finally arrived, Reacher paid their fares. Turner took a window seat. Reacher hunched low beside her in the aisle seat. As the bus labored up the same 3-lane hill he had descended the previous day, Turner observed quietly, "They'll involve the FBI, figuring we've crossed state lines. It's just a matter of who makes the call first. My bet's on the Metro Police. The Army will probably hold off until daylight." "We'll be fine," Reacher said. "The FBI won't set up roadblocks, especially not here on the East Coast. Honestly, they might not even bother getting involved. They'll just flag our identification and bank cards, which doesn't matter since we aren't carrying any. They could alert local departments to watch bus stations. We'll stay alert. I still need something to wear, Turner said. At least pants and a jacket. We have $19? You can pick one. Pants, then? And I'll give your jacket back if you let me have your shirt. That shirt will swallow you whole. I've seen women's-style men's shirts before, wearing them loose, like a casual wrap. It can look intentional. You'll freeze. I grew up in Montana. The cold doesn't bother me. The bus strained up the slope past the 110th headquarters, the old stone building with its gate standing open. The sentry was in his booth, the daytime guy. Morgan's car remained parked in the lot, the painted door shut, lights glowing in every window. Turner twisted in her seat, watching the building until it vanished from view. Finally, she turned forward and said quietly, "I hope I make it back there someday," Reacher said. "You will. It took everything I had to get that command. It's a real honor. But you already understand that. Plenty of people can't stand us, only when we're doing our jobs right." The bus turned at the hill's crest onto the 3-lane road leading toward Reacher's motel. A light rain had started, just enough for the driver to switch on the wipers. Turner asked, "Walk me through it again, how this ties back to me and Afghanistan." As the road flattened, the bus accelerated, rumbling straight past Reacher's motel. The parking lot was empty, no car with dented doors in sight. He said it's the only explanation that fits. You uncovered something over there that threatened someone powerful, and they needed to silence you, which was easy, because no one else in the unit knew the details. Not your duty captain, not Sergeant Leach, nobody. You were the only one who understood. So they framed you with that Cayman Islands account, got you arrested, and cut off your communication. Then they went after your lawyer, Moorcroft, the moment he tried to get you out. Problem solved, you were isolated. But the records showed you'd spent hours on the phone with some guy in South Dakota. Word around the building was that guy used to command the 110th. Your duty captain knew for sure because I told him myself when I called. So maybe a lot of people knew. I certainly got recognized when I showed up yesterday, and anyone would assume we shared common interests, that we might have talked about your current caseload. Maybe you were even asking for my take. But I never mentioned Afghanistan to you. They didn't know that. Phone logs showed duration, not content. There was no recording. So I became a theoretical loose end, someone who might know what you knew. Not a huge concern, since I wasn't likely to reappear. They apparently looked into my life. But just in case, they had a backup plan. That's why the big dog file was ready to go. I don't see how that helped them. If they'd arrested you, you'd have been in the system with time to talk. I was supposed to run, Reacher said. The plan was for me to vanish and never come near the Army again. That was the whole point. They even showed up at the motel to make sure I got the message. The big dog case was a smart choice. A dead man and a sworn statement make it almost impossible to fight. Running would have been the logical move. Sergeant Leach probably figured if she could tip me off, I'd vanish into the wilderness, Reacher said. Why didn't you? I was hoping to ask you for a coffee. Seriously? Not really. I learned this early on. Life gives you two options, run or stand your ground. I've always been the type to stand. Besides, they had another card to play. What was it? Another tactic meant to scare me off, which also failed. Which was? He thought of Samantha Dayton, Sam 14. It's a long story, Reacher said. I'll explain another time. The bus lumbered forward, its engine groaning, past the familiar strip mall with its hardware store, pharmacy, frame shop, sporting goods store, dental office, and the little Italian place. Then it pushed into unfamiliar streets, carrying them away. Look at it this way, Reacher said. Your situation isn't exactly rocket science. Whatever lead you were following in Afghanistan is the root of all this. We just trace it backward. We find his connections, piece together who did what, and when, and why. Then we drop the hammer. There's a flaw in that plan, Turner said. Reacher nodded. I know it's tough from the outside, like fighting with an arm tied down, but we'll manage. That's not the flaw. I mean, then what is? Someone believes I have information I don't. That's the real problem. What information? I don't know who this lead is, Turner admitted. I don't know what he's doing or where or why. Frankly, I have no idea what's currently happening over there, but you dispatched 2 men, that was earlier, for a totally separate routine matter in Kandahar, unrelated. But while they were there, a local informant whispered about an American officer traveling north for a clandestine meeting with a tribal elder. No name, no known purpose, but it smelled wrong. We're pulling out. Our movement should be south toward Bagram and Kabul, not deeper into hostile territory for secret talks. So I sent my guys to check the rumor. That was it. When? The day before I was arrested. I won't have a name until they report back, which they can't do unless I'm reinstated. Reacher was silent. What? Turner asked. It's more serious than that. How? They'll never report back, Reacher said. They're dead. He told her about the missed communications, the unease at the outpost, the unofficial aerial search from Bagram, and the 2 bodies found on a mountain path. Turner grew very still. They were good soldiers, Natty Weeks and Duncan Edwards. Weeks was experienced. Edwards showed great promise. I never should have sent them. The Hindu Kush is no place for a 2-man team. It wasn't locals, Reacher said. They were killed with 9mm rounds, likely from U.S. Army sidearms. Beretta's tribesmen would have beheaded them or used rifles. Different kind of wound entirely. So they must have gotten too close to the wrong American. Without even realizing it, Reacher said. A handgun execution is personal. They wouldn't have allowed that if they had any inkling of danger. Very clean, Turner said, her voice tight. They boxed me in completely, here and over there, before I learned a single thing. I have absolutely nothing now. I'm finished, Reacher. I don't see a way out of this. Reacher offered no reply. The bus hissed to a stop in Berryville, Virginia, one town before its final destination, and they stepped off into the cool evening air. They figured it was smarter that way. A bus driver could easily recall 2 passengers who rode all the way to the final stop, especially if there were later news bulletins or police bulletins or wanted posters going up in public places. The rain had let up, though the chill in the air lingered. Berryville's main street had a quiet charm, but they turned and walked back along the route the bus had taken, crossing a set of railroad tracks, passing a pizza place, until they reached a hardware store they'd spotted earlier. The store was getting ready to close, which wasn't ideal. Clerks tend to remember the last customers of the day, but staying in their army pants felt riskier. Inside, Turner located a pair of sturdy canvas work pants close to what Reacher wore. The smallest size available hung loose at the waist and dragged a little at the hem. Not a perfect fit, but Turner decided the extra length could work in their favor. She called it a feature, not a flaw. The pooling fabric would partly conceal her boots, making them less noticeable. They purchased the pants and 3 sets of boot laces, one for Reacher's boots, one for Turner's, and an extra she could twist together as a makeshift belt. They kept the transaction bland and forgettable, not friendly, not rude, not hurried, not slow, exchanging hardly a word. Turner skipped using the restroom to change. Having the day's final customer walk in wearing army gear and leave in new clothes might stick in the clerk's mind. Instead, they slipped around to the side of the building where the parking lot lay empty and dark. In the shadows, Turner swapped her pants and tossed the old ones into a dumpster out back. When she returned, they traded jacket for shirt and sat together on the curb to relace their boots, ready to move, with exactly $4 left in Reacher's pocket. $4 might be a week's pay somewhere in the world, but in Berryville, Virginia, it wouldn't get you far. It wouldn't cover a bus ticket out of state, or a night in a motel, or a decent meal for 2 in any diner you could name. Turner said, "You mentioned there's more than one kind of ATM." "There is," Reacher replied. "About 50 miles in either direction, just not here. I'm starving." "Same." "Holding on to $4 isn't going to help us." "Agreed," Reacher said. "Let's live a little." They strode back toward the railroad tracks, moving quicker now, feeling steadier in their freshly tied boots until they reached the pizza spot they'd seen earlier. No fancy gourmet joint, which was just as well. They bought 1 slice each to go, pepperoni for Reacher, cheese for Turner, and a single soda to split. That left 80 cents in change. They ate side by side, perched on a rail near the train crossing. The night felt quieter now, the earlier tension easing into something like weary companionship. Turner asked, "Did you lose people when you were in command?" "4," Reacher said. "One was a woman. Did it eat at you?" "I wasn't celebrating, but it's part of the job. Everyone knows what they're signing up for." "Sometimes I wish I'd been the one to go," Turner said quietly. Reacher glanced at her. "Ever been to the Cayman Islands?" "No, ever had an offshore account," she almost laughed. "Are you serious? I'm an 04. I make less than some teachers." "Then why wait a day before passing along the name of Hood's contact?" "Is this an interrogation?" Just thinking out loud, Reacher said, "You know why? I wanted to nail him myself, to be sure it was done right. I gave myself 24 hours when I couldn't find him. I called the FBI. They should be grateful I didn't give myself a week. I might have taken a month," Reacher said. They finished the last of their pizza and passed the soda can back and forth until it was empty. Reacher wiped his mouth with the back of his hand, then brushed his hand against his pants. Turner asked, "So what's the plan now? We're walking through town and catching a ride west right now? Better than spending the night under a bush. How far west are we talking?" "All the way," Reacher replied. "We're heading to Los Angeles." "What's in Los Angeles?" "Samantha Dayton. Sam, 14 years old." "I'll explain later," Reacher said. "It's a long story." They moved through the quiet downtown along East Main Street, which turned into West Main after crossing the central intersection. Every shop window was dark, every door securely closed. Berryville seemed like a decent, straightforward American town, but it certainly wasn't a bustling center of activity. That much was obvious. The whole place was shut down and asleep, even though it was still early in the evening. They kept walking. Turner looked surprisingly good in the oversized shirt, even though it was large enough to fit both her and her sister. She had rolled the sleeves and adjusted it with that particular feminine shrug and wiggle, so it settled into a somewhat coherent shape. Its sheer size only highlighted how slender she was. Her hair hung loose, she moved with a lithe, alert energy, a constant, questioning look in her eyes. But there was no fear there. No nervous tension, just a kind of hunger for what exactly Reacher couldn't quite pin down. Absolutely worth the wait, he thought to himself. They continued on, and at the western edge of town they came upon a motel, and parked in its lot was the car with the dented doors. The motel was a clean, orderly place, perfectly matching the rest of the town's vibe. It featured some red brick, fresh white paint, an American flag, and an eagle mounted above the office door. A Coke machine and an ice machine stood nearby, with about 20 rooms arranged in 2 rows facing each other across a wide courtyard. The car with the dented doors was parked at a haphazard angle in front of the office, as if someone had just popped in for a quick question. "You're sure that's it?" Turner whispered. "No doubt about it," Reacher said. "That's their car. How is that even possible? Whoever's running these guys is well connected and sharp. That's how there's no other logical explanation. He heard we escaped. He heard we took $30, and he got the report about that Metro officer spotting us on Constitution Avenue. Then he sat down to think it through. Where can you go with $30? Only a few real options. You either hide in the city and sleep in a park, or you make for Union Station, or the big bus depot right behind it, heading to Baltimore, Philadelphia, or Richmond. Or you go the other way, west, on the local municipal bus. The guy running the show figured the local bus was the most likely choice. The fare is cheaper, and Union Station and the big depot are way too easy for law enforcement to monitor, just like the stations at the other end in Baltimore, Philly, or Richmond. Plus, sleeping in a park just means getting caught tomorrow instead of today. On top of all that, they claim to understand how I operate, and I don't hang around the East Coast much. I was always more inclined to go west. But you agreed to head for Union Station earlier? I was trying to be democratic, trying not to seem too rigid in my habits. Then how did they know we'd get off the bus in Berryville? They didn't. I'd bet they've already checked every visible motel from around Leesburg onward, Hamilton, Purcellville, Berryville, Winchester. If they don't find us here, that's exactly where they're going next. Are they going to find us here? I sincerely hope so, Reacher said. The motel office had small, decorative windows like an old colonial house, fitted with sheer curtains on the inside. There was no way to see who was in the room. Turner walked up to a window, pressed her face close to the glass, and peered ahead, left, right, up, and down. She whispered, "There's no one in there. I think it's just the clerk back there, or maybe the owner himself." Reacher tested the car doors and found them all locked, including the trunk. He placed a hand on the hood, feeling the warmth of the metal above the radiator. The heat told him the vehicle hadn't been sitting there long. He moved into the courtyard entrance, scanning the area. No one was moving between the rooms, no one testing doors or peering through windows. Stepping back, he said, "All right, let's go have a word with him." Turner pulled open the office door, and Reacher entered first. The room was far nicer than the kind of places he usually frequented, certainly a step up from that spot near Rock Creek. Quality vinyl covered the floor. The walls had actual wallpaper, and various framed commendations from tourist boards were displayed. The reception desk was a substantial piece, the sort Thomas Jefferson might have used for correspondence. Behind it, in a red leather chair, sat a man around 60, tall and gray-haired, with a dignified air. He looked more like a corporate executive than someone running a small motel. Turner said, "We're trying to locate our friends. That's their car outside." "The four gentlemen," the man replied. A faint, skeptical pause before the word. "Yes," Turner confirmed. "I'm afraid you just missed them. They were here asking for you about 10 minutes ago. At least I assume it was you they were seeking, a man and a woman. They wondered if you'd already checked in." "And what did you tell them?" Reacher asked. "Well, naturally, I informed them you hadn't arrived yet." "All right, are you prepared to check in now?" the man inquired, his tone suggesting it wouldn't devastate him if they declined. "We need to find our friends first," Reacher said. "We have some things to discuss. Where did they go?" "They speculated you might have gone for a meal. I directed them to the Berryville Grill. It's the only establishment open for dinner at this hour." "What about the pizza place?" "I wouldn't precisely classify that as a restaurant, would you? So where is this grill?" "2 blocks behind us, an easy walk." "Thank you," Turner said. There were 2 possible routes to walk 2 blocks behind the motel, using either the left or right cross street. Covering both simultaneously would mean splitting up, risking a 1-against-4 situation for whoever went alone. Reacher was comfortable with those odds, but he wasn't as sure about Turner. She was literally half his size and currently unarmed, no gun, no knife. He said, "Maybe we should wait right here. Let them come to us." But they didn't come. Reacher and Turner stood in the shadows for 5 long minutes and nothing stirred. Turner shifted slightly, allowing the light to glance along the car's side. She whispered, "Those are some pretty serious dents," Reacher whispered back. "How long does it take to check out a single restaurant? Maybe they were sent somewhere else. Could be a bar that serves burgers, or a couple of them, which, according to our motel friend, don't count as proper restaurants." "I don't hear any bars." "How do you hear a bar?" "The noise, the hubbub, clinking glasses, bottles, exhaust fans, it's a specific sound. Could be too far away to hear. In which case they'd have come back for their car. They have to be somewhere." "Maybe they're actually eating at the grill," Reacher mused. A spur-of-the-moment decision. "We were hungry. They could be hungry, too, honestly. The thought of a delayed meal when you're already starving is its own kind of torture. I'm still hungry. Taking them inside a restaurant might be easier, crowded space, some natural inhibition on their part, plus there are knives on the tables. Then we could take their dinners. They must have ordered by now. Steak, hopefully, the waiter would call the police." Reacher checked the right cross street. Nothing. He checked the left, also empty. He walked back to where Turner waited. She said, "They're eating. They have to be. What else could they be doing? They could have combed through all of Berryville twice by now. So they're in the restaurant. They could be another hour, and we can't stay out here much longer." A sudden, sharp memory flashed in Reacher's mind, a similar stakeout years ago that ended with a surprise downpour, leaving them both soaked and miserable before any action even started. He pushed the thought aside, focusing on the quiet street. "We're trespassing on private land, and I'm certain Berryville has its own regulations and a police force. The motel manager could be making a call any minute now." All right, Reacher replied. Let's take a look. Which way? Left, he decided. They approached the corner carefully, but the side street to the left remained deserted. It felt more like an alley bordered by the motel's wooden fence on one side and the blank brick wall of a general store on the other. After about 100 yards, it intersected a broader road running parallel to West Main. The next block was shorter and more varied, with a few standalone structures and some narrow empty lots before the rear facades of buildings. On the following parallel street came into view. One on the right had a tall metal kitchen chimney puffing out steam with noticeable effort, definitely the Berryville Grill, doing brisk business in the mid-evening. Turner asked, should we try the back or the front? Let's scope out the front window first, Reacher said. Good reconnaissance is key. They turned right out of the cross street and proceeded with caution. First, they passed a dark storefront that might have been a florist. Next came the restaurant, second in line. It was a sizable place, deeper than it was wide, with 4 front windows divided into 2 pairs by a central door. The windows stretched all the way to the floor, likely designed to open up in summer for sidewalk seating. Reacher stayed close to the wall and edged toward the near side of the first window. From that angle, he could see about a third of the interior, a spacious area filled with small, closely set tables in a family-style no-frills setup. The waitstaff appeared to be high school-aged girls. About half the tables were occupied by couples, small groups, and families, some lively and others quiet or tense, but in the section he could see there was no sign of 4 men together. He stepped back. Turner moved past him briskly, avoiding eye contact with the windows, and stopped beyond the last one. Reacher kept watch on the door. No one emerged. She hugged the wall and crept back to peer inside from the far edge of the final window. From there, Reacher figured she could see a symmetrical third of the room on the opposite side, leaving a central wedge unobserved. She shook her head. They met at the door, where Reacher pulled it open for her to enter first. The central area had several tables, but none were taken by 4 men. There was no host stand or lectern, just empty floor near the entrance. A young woman hurried over, no more than 17, dressed in black pants and a short-sleeved polo shirt with the Berryville Grill logo embroidered on it. She had a vivid mark on her forearm. Table for 2, she asked. Turner said, we're actually looking for some people who might have been asking about us. The girl fell silent, her eyes shifting from Turner to Reacher as understanding dawned. A man and a woman, were they here? Reacher asked, 4 men, 3 of them large, and 1 especially big. The girl nodded, rubbing her forearm unconsciously or nervously. Reacher looked closer. It wasn't a birthmark. It was shifting in shape and color. A bruise. Did they do that? He asked. She nodded again. The biggest one, she said, with the shaved head and small ears. Yes, she confirmed. He grabbed my arm. Why? He wanted to know where else you might be. I couldn't tell him anything. The mark was sizable, spanning more than 6 inches, the imprint of a large hand. The girl added, he really frightened me. He has cruel eyes, Reacher asked. When were they here? About 10 minutes ago. Where did they go? I don't know. I couldn't tell them where to look, she said. No bars or fast food places. That's exactly what he asked, but there's nothing like that around here. The girl was on the verge of crying, Reacher told her. They won't be coming back. It was the only thing he could think to say. They left her there, rubbing her arm, and took the side street they hadn't used yet. It was another narrow, unlit road, rough at the start, but smoothing out by the second block, with the motel's fence running along the right side. They turned the corner carefully, scanning ahead before moving. The motel lot was empty. The car with the dented doors was gone. 300 yards later, Reacher and Turner reached the Berryville city limit, where West Main turned into plain old State Route 7. Turner said, if those guys could figure out where we went, we have to assume the Army could too. The FBI as well, which made hitchhiking a real problem. It was a pitch-black winter night in the middle of nowhere, a long, straight road. You could see oncoming headlights from a mile off, but there was no way to know who was behind them. Civilian or not, friend or foe, Too big a risk to take a chance, so they compromised in a win-some, lose-some way that Reacher figured balanced the drawbacks and benefits. They backtracked a bit. Turner waited on the shoulder about 50 yards past the last lit-up block of town, and Reacher kept going to a spot where he could lean against the corner of a building, half in and half out of a cross-street alley. Some light spilled onto the blacktop there. It was a bad idea in the sense that any car turning west before them was a lost ride, but a good idea because Reacher could get a quick, rough look at the drivers coming through town as they appeared. They agreed he should play it safe, but if he felt it was okay, he'd step out and signal to Turner, who would then move to the curb and stick out her thumb. Overall, he thought at first it was maybe more win some than lose some. By accident, their setup mimicked an old hitchhiking trick. A pretty girl thumbs a ride. The driver stops all eager, and then the big, rough-looking boyfriend jogs up and gets in, too. But 30 minutes later, Reacher was seeing it as more lose-some. Traffic was light, and he had no time at all to make a judgment. He'd see headlights coming, wait, then the car would flash past in a split second. His brain would process sedan, domestic model year specs, and long before he reached a conclusion, the car was already well past Turner and speeding away. So he switched to a pre-screening method. He decided to reject all sedans and all SUVs less than 5 years old, and to approve all pickup trucks and all older SUVs. He had never known the Army to hunt in pickups, and he guessed all Army vehicles would be swapped out before they hit 5 years old. Same for the FBI, probably. The remaining risk was off-duty local deputies joining the fun in their personal vehicles. But some risk had to be taken, otherwise they'd be there all night, which would end up the same as sleeping in a DC park. They'd get caught at first light tomorrow instead of last light today. He waited. For a minute he saw nothing, then headlights appeared from the east, not going too fast, just a steady, safe city speed. He leaned out from his corner. He waited. A shape flashed past. A sedan, reject. He settled back against the building. He waited again. 5 minutes passed, then 7, then 8, then more headlights. He leaned out. He saw a pickup truck. He stepped out to the sidewalk behind it and jammed his left fist high in the air. 50 yards away, Turner jumped to the curb and stuck out her thumb, total precision. The moment unfolded with the sharp, clean precision of a playoff double play, swift and definitive in the chilly darkness. Headlights from a passing truck swept over Turner's still figure as if she were a permanent fixture of the roadside. The truck didn't slow. Damn it, Reacher thought. An older Ford Bronco rolled past next, equally indifferent, followed by an F-150 and a newer Dodge Ram. Then the road fell silent once more. Reacher's internal clock edged toward 10:30. The temperature dropped further. He wore 2 T's beneath his insulated jacket, but he worried about Turner in her single shirt and what looked like a threadbare undershirt. "I grew up in Montana," she'd told him once. "The cold doesn't bother me." He hoped to God she meant it. For another 5 minutes, the eastern approach stayed dark. Then new lights appeared, widely spaced and low to the ground, gliding over the road's contours with a smooth, fluid motion. A sedan, most likely. He edged out for a look, already expecting the worst, and jerked back instantly. It was a Ford Crown Victoria, dark and polished, moving fast with tinted windows and antennas bristling from the trunk. Military police, maybe, or the FBI, could be state troopers, or some other federal team on unrelated business. He watched it streak past, missing Turner completely in the gloom, and vanish westbound. He waited 1 minute, then 2, nothing. Then, far back, maybe still on East Main, another set of lights appeared. They were faint and yellowish, nothing like modern halogens. Reacher leaned out from his post. The lights advanced slowly, steadily, and flashed by a pickup truck. The same rapid sequence, his signal, her thumb. This time, the truck slowed. It stopped. Turner stepped off the curb and bent to the passenger window, starting a conversation. Reacher broke into a jog, covering the 50 yards toward her. Meanwhile, in another part of the night, Juliet was the one with an update, a role reversal, since Romeo usually had the fresh intel. Their duties were split, so it happened sometimes. No trace of them all the way to Winchester, Juliet reported. Certain? Romeo asked. They were thorough. Fine. Keep units in the area. That bus route is still our best lead. Understood. Slightly winded. Reacher reached the truck. It was an old no-frills Chevrolet, a working vehicle, not for show. The driver was a lean, weathered man around 70 with thin white hair. Turner made introductions. This gentleman is going to Mineral County in West Virginia, she said, near a town called Keyser, close to the Maryland border. West Virginia sounded marginally better than Virginia to Reacher, if only psychologically. He leaned in at the window beside Turner. We'd be very grateful for the ride, sir. Then climb on in and let's get moving, the old man said. The cab was snug with a bench seat. Turner slid in first, and by pressing against the door, Reacher made just enough space for her between himself and the driver. The seat was worn soft, the cab was warm, and the truck settled into a steady 60 miles per hour with the relaxed rhythm of a vehicle that could run all night. So where are you two aiming for in the long run? The driver asked. Just looking for work, Reacher said, recalling the young couple from Ohio with their dog in the red Silverado. Any place that needs hands will do. What sort of work are you after? And so began the classic hitchhiking exchange, a dance of half-truths and embellished tales. Reacher, long removed from military life, took whatever jobs he could find when necessity demanded. He had spent time as a bouncer at nightclubs, dug swimming pools, stacked lumber at yards, torn down old structures, harvested apples in orchards, and loaded trucks with crates, speaking of these jobs as if they had defined his entire life. Turner described waiting tables, doing clerical work in offices, and selling cookware door to door, all of which Reacher assumed were part-time gigs from her high school and college years. The elderly driver spoke of growing tobacco in the Carolinas, working with horses in Kentucky, and hauling coal across West Virginia in massive 18-wheelers. They passed through Winchester, crossing Interstate 81 twice before heading toward the state line into Appalachian terrain, climbing the last northern slopes of Shenandoah Mountain. The road wound sharply toward Georgia's Peak, the engine laboring, the dim headlights sweeping side to side on each tight turn. By midnight, they were in West Virginia, still high in rugged country, moving through forested passes with the Alleghenies looming dark in the distance. Then Reacher spotted a fire far ahead to the west, a yellow-orange glow against the black sky on a wooded hillside just south of the road, like a signal beacon or a large bonfire. They rolled through the quiet town of Capon Bridge, and the fire grew nearer, still over a mile off, but suddenly closer as the road curved toward it. Reacher said, "You could drop us here if you don't mind." The old man replied, "Right here. It's a fine spot." "For what?" "I believe it suits our purposes." "You certain we'd be very grateful." The driver muttered something, skeptical and completely puzzled, but he lifted his foot off the accelerator and the truck slowed. Turner didn't understand either. She stared at Reacher as if he'd lost his mind. The truck stopped on an isolated stretch of mountain road, woods on both sides, nothing visible ahead or behind. Reacher pushed his door open and stepped out, with Turner sliding out beside him. They thanked the driver warmly and waved him on. Then they stood together in the deep darkness, the heavy silence, and the chill night air. Turner said, "Care to explain why we just left a warm truck in the middle of nowhere?" Reacher pointed ahead and to the left, toward the fire. "See that glow?" he said. "That's our ATM." They walked on, following the road's curve west and slightly south, gradually nearing the fire until it was level with them, about 200 yards into the wooded hills. Just ahead on the left shoulder, a stony track opened, a rough sort of driveway climbing uphill between the trees. Turner tightened Reacher's borrowed shirt around herself and said, "That's just some random brush fire?" "Wrong time of year," Reacher said. "Wrong location?" "They don't get brush fires around here." "Then what is it? Where are we again?" "West Virginia." "Exactly. Miles from anywhere, deep in backwoods country. That fire is exactly what we've been waiting for. But stay quiet, someone might be up there." "Probably just firefighters." "Firefighters are the one thing we won't find," Reacher said. I can guarantee that. They started up the rocky path, loose stones shifting noisily underfoot. It was tough going, better suited for a vehicle than on foot. Trees pressed in on both sides, a mix of pines and bare deciduous branches. The track snaked right, then left again, climbing steadily until a final wide curve lay ahead, the fire waiting just beyond. Already they could feel warmth in the air and hear a low roar punctuated by sharp cracks and pops. "Real quiet now," Reacher whispered. They rounded the last bend and entered a clearing carved from the woods. Directly ahead stood a dilapidated barn-like structure, and to their left was a crumbling old cabin, both built from wooden boards weathered and warped by a century of sun and rain. To their far right, the fire raged, consuming a wide, low rectangular structure mounted on wheels. Flames in shades of yellow, blue, and orange leaped upward and outward, igniting nearby trees that smoldered and burned. Dense gray smoke churned and twisted, caught an updraft, and was ripped away into the dark sky above. "What is that thing?" Turner whispered once more. "It's like that old joke," Reacher whispered back. "How is a meth lab fire the same as a messy divorce? I don't know. Somebody's definitely losing their trailer." "That's a meth lab, Reacher corrected. "Which explains the lack of firefighters," Turner observed. "An illegal operation. They couldn't exactly call 911. Even if they did, firefighters might not show," Reacher said. "If they responded to every meth lab blaze, they'd never get to anything else. These places are basically disasters waiting for a spark. Where is everyone? Probably just one guy, somewhere nearby." They edged into the clearing, moving toward the cabin and away from the inferno, keeping close to the tree line. Drifting smoke made the light and shadow dance around them in a wild, almost primal rhythm. The fire roared unchecked about 50 yards off. The cabin was a plain one-story building with an outhouse behind it, both clearly empty. The barn was wide enough for 2 vehicles, and it held them: a massive red Dodge pickup with oversized tires and a ridiculous amount of chrome, looking brand new, and a gleaming red Chevrolet Corvette convertible, its tailpipes as wide as Reacher's fists, waxed to a high shine and nearly new. "This country boy was doing all right for himself," Reacher remarked. "Not anymore," Turner said. She pointed back toward the fire. The trailer's skeleton was still visible, writhing in the flames, with burning debris scattered around it. But altering the basic rectangular outline was a flat, protruding shape on the ground in front, like a tongue lolling from a mouth, something low, rounded, and fiercely ablaze, with flames of a different color and ferocity. It looked like a lamb chop left on the grill, too long, just 100 times larger. "Guess he tried to save it," Reacher said. "Dumb move. Always better to just let it burn." "What do we do now?" Turner asked. "We're making a withdrawal," Reacher said, "from the local ATM. This was a decent-sized operation, and he had some nice cars, so I'm betting our credit limit is going to be pretty generous. We're taking a dead man's money. He doesn't need it, and we have 80 cents to our names. It's a crime." It was already a crime. The guy was a drug dealer, and if we don't take it, the cops will when they finally show up tomorrow or the next day. "Where is it?" "That's the fun part," Reacher said. "Finding it. You've done this before, haven't you?" "Usually while the owners are still breathing. I was actually planning to check behind Union Station tonight. Think of it like we're the IRS. We are government employees, after all." "That's awful. You want a real bed tonight? You want to eat tomorrow?" "Good grief," Turner said. But she searched just as thoroughly as Reacher did. They started in the cabin. The air inside was stale and still. The kitchen yielded nothing. No false backs in the cabinets, no fake cans of beans, nothing hidden in the flour bin, no hollow spaces behind the walls. The living room was equally bare. No trapdoors in the floor, no hollowed-out books, nothing tucked in the sofa cushions, nothing up the chimney. The bedroom was no different. No slits in the mattress, no locked drawers in the nightstand, nothing on top of the wardrobe, no boxes under the bed. Turner asked, "Where next?" Reacher said, "I should have guessed it sooner." "Where?" "Where did this guy feel most secure, most private?" "This whole place feels private. It's in the middle of nowhere, but where, specifically, would he feel that most?" She understood. She nodded. The outhouse. It was hidden in the outhouse ceiling above the toilet. A false panel was secured with a simple latch. Reacher released it and passed the cover to Turner. Reaching into the dark space, his fingers closed around a plastic storage tub, the sort sold in home goods aisles. He pulled it out. Inside were bricks of cash totaling around $4,000 in 20s, spare keys for both the Dodge and the Corvette, a property deed, and a birth certificate for a 47-year-old male named William Robert Clawton, born in West Virginia. Billy Bob Turner murmured, "Rest easy." Reacher jingled the keys in his palm. "Truck or the sports car we're taking his car to?" "These are already stolen," Reacher pointed out. "No titles in the box, probably some tweaker paying off a debt with hot rides, unless you prefer walking." Turner hesitated, as if weighing a moral line, then shook her head with a shrug. "The sports car, obviously." They kept the cash and the Corvette key, returning the rest to the hiding place above the outhouse. After hiking to the barn, they stashed the money in the car's trunk. At the edge of the clearing, the fire still burned bright. Reacher tossed the key to Turner and settled into the passenger seat. Turner started the engine, found the headlights, and snugged her seatbelt. Moments later, they were back on the road, speeding west through the deep night, warm, comfortable, and suddenly a lot richer. Turner took about a mile to adjust to the car's feel, then picked up speed, finding a smooth rhythm through the curves. The Corvette felt massive, low-slung, and brutally powerful. Its headlights cast long, white beams ahead, while a rumbling V8 Echo trailed behind. "We need to turn off soon," she said. "We can't stay on this road much longer." One of those cars back in Berryville looked like an FBI sedan. Did you spot it? "The Crown Vic," Reacher said. "Yes, so we need to get away from any logical extension of that bus route, especially since the old guy in the truck won't forget where he dropped us off in a hurry. He hauled coal in West Virginia. He won't talk to cops, but he might talk to the guys in that dented car. They could scare him or pay him." "All right, head south," Reacher said. "South is always a good bet in the winter." She increased their speed slightly, and the exhaust growl deepened. It's a fine machine, Reacher thought, maybe the best suited for American highways, which made sense since it was built here. A sudden grin crossed his face. "Let's crank the heat all the way up and put the top down," Turner glanced over. "You're actually enjoying this, aren't you?" "Why wouldn't I? It's like a rock and roll anthem coming to life. A fast car, some cash in my pocket, and a little company for a change." So Turner slid the heater dial into the red, slowed to a stop at the roadside, and they worked out the latches and switches until the roof folded neatly behind them. Cold night air rushed in, crisp and invigorating. They settled lower into their seats and took off again. Every sensation was amplified, the speed, the lights, the roar of the engine. Reacher smiled broadly. "Now this is living," Turner said. "I could get used to it, but I'd prefer it to be a choice. You might get one." "How? We've got nothing to go on." "Not exactly nothing," Reacher replied. "We have an apparent inconsistency and one solid piece of procedural intel. Together they point toward a preliminary theory, which is Weeks and Edwards were murdered in Afghanistan, but you weren't killed here, and I wasn't, and Moorcroft wasn't, and he could have been a drive-by in Southeast D.C. Would have been just as believable as a beating. I could have been eliminated easily, who would have noticed, and you could have been written off as a training accident or a weapons mishap, but they chose not to go that route. There's a certain hesitation coming from the D.C. side of things. It's telling, especially when you put it together with the other piece of the puzzle." "What other piece?" "Could you figure out how to open a bank account in the Cayman Islands?" "I suppose I could, right?" "You'd look it up, make a few phone calls, get the paperwork, and eventually get it done. But how long would that whole process take? A week, maybe. These people did it in under a day, probably within an hour. Your account was active by 10 in the morning. That points to a pre-existing, very cozy relationship. They told the bank what they needed, and it was handled instantly, no questions asked. That makes them high-value clients with serious money, which we already suspected, given they were willing to torch $100,000 just to set you up. That's a significant amount, but they didn't blink. They dumped it into your account without a second thought, even with the risk of it being seized as evidence. And even if it isn't, how could they possibly come back later and claim it was theirs all along? It doesn't add up. So who are they? Turner pressed. They're meticulous operators running a lucrative scheme, comfortable ordering chaos 8,000 miles away in Afghanistan, but insisting on a spotless paper trail here at home. They're on a first-name basis with offshore bankers, can make financial moves in an hour instead of a week, and have the access to dig through and alter old files from any agency they choose, all while having capable protection watching their backs. Their senior staff officers in Washington, almost certainly, just past a town called Romney, Turner turned left onto a smaller road that headed south but kept them up in the hills. It felt safer that way. Neither wanted to venture near the I-79 corridor, too many patrols even at night, and too many local police departments eager to fill their town coffers with speeding tickets. The downside of the back roads was the complete absence of anything useful. No gas stations, no coffee, no diners, no motels. They were hungry, thirsty, and exhausted. The car's massive engine gulped gas without offering any decent mileage. A lone sign at the turn had promised some form of town 20 miles ahead, about a half-hour drive at these cautious speeds. Turner sighed. I'd do just about anything for a hot shower and a real meal right now. You might have to, Reacher said. This isn't going to be the city that never sleeps. More like the one stoplight town that's already in bed. They never made it to find out. A minute later, they encountered a different kind of backroad issue. Turner rounded a bend and slammed on the brakes. A red road flare was spiked into the asphalt dead ahead. Further on, another one burned, and beyond that, headlights were pointing in bizarre directions. One pair aimed straight up into the night sky, another set horizontal but perpendicular to the road. Turner weaved between the two flares and let the car coast to a stop, the exhaust rumbling behind them. The vertical headlights belonged to a pickup truck that had slid backwards off the road, now standing nearly upright on its tailgate in a ditch, its grimy undercarriage fully exposed. The horizontal beams came from another truck, a heavy-duty crew cab which had turned and parked sideways across the narrow road. A short, thick chain ran from its tow hitch up at a sharp angle, hooked around a front suspension component of the stranded truck. The plan Reacher figured was to pull the vehicle over like a felled tree and then drag it out. But the angles were all wrong. The chain had to be short because the road was so narrow, making the whole operation look precarious. The chain was too short, which meant the front of the falling truck was about to slam into the back of the half-ton unless its driver performed a perfect inch-by-inch escape without plunging into the ditch on the other side. It was shaping up to be a delicate vehicular dance. 3 men were on the scene. One sat slumped on the shoulder, elbows on his knees, head hanging low. Reacher figured he was the driver of the overturned truck, probably still dazed from the crash and maybe riding the tail end of a drunk or a high. The other 2 were his buddies, here to pull him out. One was behind the wheel of the half-ton, craning his neck to look back, elbow propped on the doorframe. The other paced back and forth, ready to call the shots. Just another night story, Reacher thought. Too many beers or too many hits from a pipe, a dark winding road, a corner taken too fast, then panicked braking that locked the empty truck's rear wheels. Maybe a patch of black ice, a spin, and the ditch, followed by the awkward climb out of a tipped-up cab, the long slide down the side, a call on the cell, and the wait for friends with a bigger rig. No one here seemed too bothered. Practically routine. These locals looked like they knew what they were doing, despite the tricky geometry. Maybe they'd done this before, more than once. Reacher and Turner were looking at a 5-minute delay, 10 tops. Then it stopped being just a delay. The dazed man on the shoulder gradually became aware of the new bright headlights. He lifted his head, squinted down the road, looked away, then looked back again. He pushed himself up, unsteady on his feet, and took a step. "That's Billy Bob's car," he mumbled. He took another step and another, glaring first at Turner, then at Reacher. He stamped a boot and swung his arm wildly, as if swatting at a swarm of invisible gnats. "What are you doing in it?" he roared. The words came out slurred and thick. "What you doing in at? maybe from bad teeth or booze or plain confusion. Reacher couldn't tell. Now the guy who'd been ready to direct operations turned his attention their way, and the driver of the half-ton climbed out. All three formed a ragged little semicircle about 10 feet in front of the Corvette's bumper. They were wiry, worn-down men in sleeveless plaid shirts over faded sweatshirts, blue jeans and work boots, wool watch caps pulled low. One was about 5'8", the next around 5'10", the last close to 6 feet, like small, medium, and large from the bargain bin of a rural outfitter. "Run them over," Reacher said. Turner didn't move. The man from the half-ton spoke up. "That's Billy Bob's car," the dazed guy shouted. "I already said that. Already sud at." He yelled it loud, maybe because his hearing was rattled from the wreck. The half-ton driver asked, "Why are you folks driving Billy Bob's car?" Reacher said. "This is my car." "No, it ain't. I know the plate." Reacher unclipped his seatbelt. Turner did the same. Reacher asked, "Why do you care who's driving Billy Bob's car?" "'Cause Billy Bob's our cousin," the man said. "Really?" "You bet. There's been Claughtons in Hampshire County for 300 years. You got a dark suit? Why? Because you're going to a funeral? Billy Bob doesn't need a car anymore. His lab burned up tonight. He didn't make it out in time. We were passing by, nothing we could do for him." For a moment, all three men went quiet. They shuffled, flinched, shuffled again, and one spat onto the asphalt. The half-ton driver finally broke the silence. Nothing you could do for him except steal his car? Think of it as repurposing. Before he was even cold. Couldn't wait that long. It was one hell of a fire. Gonna be a day or two before he's cold. "What's your name, asshole?" "Reacher," Reacher said. The Reacher name hadn't been in Hampshire County for long, barely a blip on the local radar. "You pulling my leg?" "Wouldn't need to. You're offering it up on a silver platter." "Maybe you're the one who lit the match back there." "Wasn't us. Old Billy Bob played a dangerous game. You live by the sword, you die by it. That car was the same story. Dirty money as a way of getting dirty all over again. You've got no claim. That should be ours." Reacher shoved his door open. In one fluid motion, he uncoiled from the low seat, planting his feet on the asphalt and rising to his full imposing height. He moved past the door and took a few deliberate steps forward, stopping precisely where the scuffed half-circle in the dirt was centered. "Let's skip the family history lesson and the debate about who gets what," he stated, his voice flat. The man from the pickup shot back, "What about his cash?" "Finders, keepers," Reacher said, echoing a phrase he'd heard in an interrogation room long ago. "You already helped yourselves to that, too?" "Took what we could locate." That's when the woozy one lunged, throwing a wild right hook. Reacher simply leaned back, letting the fist whistle through empty air. He then waved his own right arm in a dismissive shooing motion, as if batting at a persistent fly. The dazed man stared, confused by the gesture, and in that moment of distraction, Reacher delivered a sharp, open-handed cuff to the side of his head, just under the hat brim. It was a crisp, authoritative tap, the kind a seasoned cop might use on an unruly kid. Minimal force, but perfectly placed. The guy dropped as if his strings had been cut, collapsing to the pavement and lying utterly still. The pickup driver glared. "That your style, pick on the little guy first?" "Wasn't my choice," Reacher corrected. "He made it for me. You planning to follow his lead?" "Might not turn out the same." "It would," Reacher said, utterly certain. His gaze then drifted past the man to the truck propped vertically behind him. "Hell," he muttered, "that thing's about to go over." The man didn't bother to look. His eyes remained locked on Reacher's. "Nice try. I didn't just fall off the turnip truck. I'm dead serious, you idiot," Reacher said, and he was. Perhaps the pickup had a failing transmission mount. Maybe it had settled forward when the engine was cut. Whatever the cause, the chain connecting the two vehicles was now taut as a piano wire, vibrating with strain. The vertical truck was balanced on a knife's edge. A gentle gust of wind sighed through the surrounding pines, rustling the branches. It was enough. The truck's tailgate grated against the gravel beneath it. The chain went suddenly slack. and the immense weight began its slow, inevitable topple. It gained speed, transforming into a colossal hammer that slammed down onto the bed of the pickup below. The crushing impact of the engine block smashed into the corrugated metal, snapping the pickup's axle instantly. The larger truck's wheels splayed out awkwardly, while the smaller truck's wheels twisted in opposite directions on broken steering linkages. With a final rattle, the chain fell to the ground. Both vehicles settled into a tangled, ruined heap, one partially mounted on the other, motionless. "Looks like they were getting friendly," Reacher observed dryly, "doesn't it?" There was no reply. The first man was still out cold, and his two companions were now staring stunned at their newly immobile problem. Neither vehicle was going anywhere without serious heavy machinery. Reacher slid back into the Corvette. The wreckage formed a complete barricade across the narrow road. Turner had no alternative. She reversed carefully, navigated between the two sputtering road flares, and turned the car around, heading back the way they had come. The whole encounter left a strange, metallic taste in the air, like the aftermath of a lightning strike nobody saw coming. Turner spoke up, her voice tight. "Those men will talk the moment they realize who we are. They'll be on the phone in a heartbeat, calling their parole officers, cutting every deal they can. We're their golden ticket out of trouble for the next 10 petty crimes." Reacher gave a slow nod. The blocked road wouldn't stay hidden forever. Eventually, another driver would report it, or the Clawton cousins themselves would give up and call the authorities. Then the police would arrive, asking questions that would lead to excuses, bargains, and traded favors. "Take the next road heading south," Reacher said. "It's our only move. Still having fun. Couldn't be better." They turned onto the same quiet two-lane they'd left 20 minutes earlier. It was empty now. Trees lining both sides, no traffic ahead or behind. They crossed a narrow, unimpressive stretch of the Potomac on a small bridge, the river flowing north before it would eventually curve east and widen into the slow, familiar current near the coast. The road stayed silent. No headlights, no engine sounds except their own. Reacher glanced over. If this were some old western, right about now the grizzled cowboy would rub his jaw and mutter how it's too quiet out here. Not helping, Turner shot back. They could have this road closed. There might be state troopers waiting around the next curve, but there weren't. Not around that bend or the next, yet the road kept twisting, one tense turn after another. After a few miles of silence, Turner asked, "How do they know the way you live?" "Who?" "The senior officers." "That's a damn good question. Do they really know?" "They couldn't locate you before, they won't find you now. The Army doesn't hire skip tracers, and even if they did, none could track you down." "They seem aware I didn't settle into some suburban split level," Reacher said. "They know I'm not coaching kids baseball or tending a backyard garden. They know there's no second career. But how? No clue. I went through your file. There was plenty of impressive material in there, and plenty that wasn't. Maybe the bad parts are what make you interesting to someone from a certain angle. They've been watching you since you were 6. You showed distinctive traits. Not that distinctive, rare then, in how you react to a threat." Reacher remembered age 6 on a Marine base somewhere in the Pacific. A kid's matinee, some cheap sci-fi flick. Suddenly a monster lurched out of a murky lagoon. Unbeknownst to the young audience, they were being filmed with a low-light camera, some psychops experiment. Most kids had flinched or screamed. Reacher hadn't. He'd lunged toward the screen instead, switchblade already open, ready to fight. They clocked his reaction time at 3/4 of a second. 6 years old. They took the blade. Made him feel like a freak. Turner went on. "You did well at West Point. Your service record has its highlights, if you squint and ignore the rest. I remember a lot of arguments, a lot of getting chewed out. I spent plenty of time on the carpet. But maybe bad is good from a certain point of view. Imagine there's a desk somewhere deep in the Pentagon, maybe. Imagine someone whose only job is to keep tabs on a certain kind of person, someone who might be useful down the line under very specific circumstances. Long-range contingency planning for a deniable unit, a short list of candidates. When everything goes sideways, who do you call?" "Now you sound like you've been watching too many movies. Nothing happens on screen that doesn't happen for real. That's one thing I've learned. Truth is stranger than any script. Just speculation, Reacher said. Is it really so far-fetched to think there's a database out there, maybe with a couple hundred names, of people the military wants to keep an eye on, just as a precaution? I suppose it's possible. That kind of list would be top secret for obvious reasons. So if these men have seen it, and they know the details of your life, they're not just senior officers. They're at the very top. You said it yourself, they can pull files from any branch they want. Still just speculation, Reacher replied, but it tracks, maybe, very senior staff officers. Turner repeated, her voice low. Reacher gave a slow nod. It was a coin toss, 50-50. Either it was real or it wasn't. The first turn they reached was Route 220, noticeably wider and smoother than the back road they'd been on. It felt like a main thoroughfare, not an interstate, but under their current circumstances, it seemed like a glaring beacon. Not this one, Turner said. Agreed, Reacher answered. Sure, there would be gas stations and maybe a diner, but there would also be cops, local or state, maybe even federal. It was exactly the kind of road that would stand out on a map. He imagined some hurried meeting, fingers stabbing at a paper spread on a table, voices insisting on roadblocks here and here and here. We'll try the next turn, he said. That meant 7 more minutes of tension. The road ahead stayed empty, nothing but trees on either side and silence all around. No headlights, no sirens. Finally, the next turn appeared, a narrow hill road that probably didn't even show up on most maps. It was rough and winding, with shallow ditches along the shoulders. They took it without hesitation, and the darkness enveloped them again. Turner found her rhythm on the small road, her movements smooth and precise. Reacher settled back and watched her. She sat relaxed, arms extended, her hands light on the wheel, reading every subtle vibration from the pavement. Her hair was tucked behind her ears, and he could see the lean muscle in her thigh flex as she worked the pedals. After a moment, she broke the quiet. How much do you figure the big dog actually made? A lot, Reacher said, but not enough to casually drop $100,000 on some cover-up if that's where you're going. But he wasn't the top of the chain. He was a small-time distributor just seeing a slice of the profit. And that was 16 years ago. The game has changed. You think this is about stolen weapons? Could be. The drawdown after Desert Storm then, the drawdown after Afghanistan, now similar situations, similar opportunities, but the gear is different. What was the big dog moving last? I heard 11 crates of saws on the streets of L.A. That's grim. Wasn't my problem to solve. I just wanted a name. You could sell those to the Taliban now. For how much, though? Then think bigger. Drones, surface-to-air missiles, extremely high-value items, or MOABs. Did you even have those back in your day? Reacher almost smiled. You make it sound like I was carrying a musket, so that's a no. No, but I know what they are. Massive ordnance air blast, the mother of all bombs. Thermobaric weapons more destructive than anything short of a nuke. Plenty of buyers in the Middle East for that kind of firepower, no question. And those buyers have deep pockets, no doubt about that either. They're 30 feet long, not exactly something you smuggle in a duffel bag. Stranger things have happened, she said, then fell silent for a long stretch, the only sound the hum of the engine. Reacher finally asked, what is it? Suppose this is official policy. We might be arming one group against another. We've done it before. Reacher didn't answer. Turner glanced over. You don't buy that? Doesn't feel right, not in my gut. The government holds all the cards. So why bother with a $100,000 scam? Why not just vanish you entirely? And what about me or Moorcroft? We should be in Guantanamo by now, or worse. And those clowns who showed up at the motel that first night. Pathetic? That was no elite government squad. I hardly broke a sweat. Why even let it escalate to that point? They could have shut you down quietly. They could have just ordered you to pull Weeks and Edwards out. They could have told you to stand down. That would have raised red flags immediately. Turner replied, it would have shone a spotlight right on the operation. A risk they wouldn't take. Then they'd have cooked up a better story, Reacher countered. Ordered a full strategic retreat across the whole region, right back to the green zone, blamed it on some political nonsense respecting local sovereignty or some other line of bull, it would have been a tidal wave of official excuses. Your team would have been swept up with everyone else, and you'd have just shrugged it off as the usual bureaucratic mess. You wouldn't have given it a second thought, so you're not buying it. This whole thing reeks of amateur hour, Reacher said. Nervous by the book people who are in over their heads, now relying on second-rate muscle to clean up their mess. Which leaves us with one minor headache and one major opening. The headache is that those four guys know they need to find us before the military police or the FBI do. After our little escape, we're in deep trouble officially. So the assumption is we'll say anything to save our own skins. Even if nobody fully believes us, the rumor alone would draw scrutiny, and these people can't afford any extra attention, even the half-hearted procedural kind. So that's the small problem. Those four will stay on our trail, no question. And the big opportunity. Those same four guys, Reacher said, their bosses are helpless without them, cut off the muscle, and they're exposed, isolated. They'll be ripe for the picking. So that's the plan? Turner asked. We let them find us, we take them down, and then we work our way up the chain. Except we're not taking them down, Reacher said. We're going to do to them exactly what they had planned for us, which is we're going to put them in the ground. Then we'll listen for their bosses screaming into the void, and then we'll explain very carefully why it's a terrible idea to mess with the 110th. Chapter 31. They crossed into Grant County, and the lonely hill road stretched on, unchanging mile after silent mile. The speedometer needle drifted between 50 and 60, but the fuel gauge was dropping steadily. A roadside sign announced the Grant County Airport 20 miles ahead, near a town called Petersburg. Turner said a town with an airport has to have a gas station and probably a motel, and if it has an airport, a gas station, and a motel, it's bound to have a diner. Reacher said, and a police department. Hope for the best. I always do, Reacher replied. They reached the town before the airport. It was mostly asleep, but not entirely dead. They came out of the hills and merged onto a state road that turned into North Main Street, lined with quiet buildings, at the center of town. A crossroads met Route 220, the road they'd avoided earlier. Past the intersection, North Main became South Main. The airport lay to the west, not far off. There was no traffic, but a few windows glowed with light. Turner drove south across the narrow Potomac once more and turned right toward the airport, a small, dark facility for private planes already closed for the night. She swung the car around in a tight turn, crossing from one curb to the other, and pointed them back the way they had come, over the river once more, aiming for the main intersection downtown. Reacher leaned forward and said, "Take a right on 220. My money's on that being where the action is, past the crossroads. The road was named Virginia Avenue, and for the first couple of blocks, it was all disappointment. A shuttered sandwich shop, a dark pizza place, an abandoned Chevron station with weeds pushing through the concrete, and two fast food joints locked up for the night. An old motor court inn, its windows boarded and its lot a tangle of wild grass, slumped sadly on the corner. Still no sign of the good stuff, Turner observed. That's the free market at work, Reacher replied. Somebody ran that Chevron and that motel out of business. We just need to figure out who did it. They kept going block after block until they crossed the town line. Out on the cheaper land, they hit the jackpot all at once. On the left, a 24-hour diner sat behind a wide gravel parking lot holding three big rigs. 100 yards farther on the right, a modern two-story motel stood at the edge of an open field, and beyond that, glowing in the distance, was the red sign of an Exxon station. It was perfect, almost. Right between the diner and the motel sat a state police barracks, a long, low building made of tan brick with satellite dishes and antennas on the roof. Two cruisers were parked out front and lights shone in a couple of windows. Probably just a dispatcher and a desk sergeant, Reacher figured, having a warm, quiet night. Turner glanced over. You think they already have a bulletin out on this car? Reacher eyed the motel. Or will they before we check out tomorrow morning? Either way, we need gas. All right, let's go get it. We'll see what the vibe is like. Turner drove on as carefully as she could in a bright red convertible with enough horsepower to wake the dead, and she pulled into the Exxon. It had 2 islands with 4 pumps and a small, neat pay hut built like a little White House, except for the antennas on its roof. She parked by a pump, and Reacher read the instructions, which explained that without a credit card, he'd have to pay cash up front. "How many gallons?" he asked. "No idea how big the tank is," Turner said. "Probably huge. Let's go with 15 then." At the posted price, that came to $59.85. Reacher peeled 320s from one of Billy Bob's stacks and walked to the hut. Inside, a woman around 40 sat behind a bulletproof window with a half-moon opening for passing money. The twang of a country station played from an AM radio, competing with the crackle and chatter of a police scanner. Reacher slid the cash through the slot, and the woman did something he assumed would let the pump deliver exactly $60 worth of fuel. One country song faded into another, interrupted only by a burst of static from the scanner. Reacher gave it a glance and put on a tired, road-weary face. "Anything interesting going on tonight?" "Quiet so far," the woman said. Reacher nodded toward the radio. "Country music not enough excitement for you?" "My brother runs a tow truck. That business is all about being first to the crash. He gives me $10 for every wreck I call him to." "So, no crashes tonight?" "Not a one." "No excitement at all." The woman looked past him toward the lot. "That's a real nice car you've got there. Why do you say that?" "Because I always wanted a Corvette." "Did you hear something about us on that scanner? You've been speeding? It's hard not to." "Then you've been lucky. Nobody's caught you yet." Reacher offered what he hoped was a knowing, slightly roguish smile. "Long may that continue," he said, and headed back to the car, where Turner was already filling the tank. She stood with the pump nozzle in the filler neck, her body angled away from him, one thigh resting against the car's side and her other foot propped on the curb of the island. Her hands were behind her back, her spine arched gently as if stretching out a stiffness, her face tilted toward the dark sky. Reacher pictured her silhouette beneath the loose shirt, a slender, elegant curve. "Absolutely worth it." He said, "The clerk is tuned into a police scanner. So far, we're clear. You talk to her now, she'll definitely remember us. She would have anyway. She mentioned always wanting a Corvette. We should swap cars with her, take whatever she's driving. Then she'd never forget us. Maybe those guys from the hills won't report it. Maybe their trucks were hot, too. They could have just melted back into the trees." "Possible," Reacher agreed. "I don't see a reason for them to wait this long. We could park at the far end of the motel completely out of view. I think we should chance it. We desperately need food and rest." The pump clicked off just under 12 gallons. Either the tank was smaller than they'd estimated, or the gauge read low. Turner noted, "Now she knows it's not our car. We didn't know how much gas it holds. Will she give us our change? Maybe we should just leave it. That's $12 in West Virginia. That would make us stand out badly. Tell her we're heading south on 220, that we have a long drive ahead before morning. Then if she hears about us on the scanner, she'll report the wrong direction." Reacher collected $12.52 in change and mentioned trying to reach I-64 by dawn. The AM radio hummed with old songs, and the police scanner remained silent. The woman gazed out the window with a faint, wistful smile, as if it would be ages before she saw another Corvette. Turner picked Reacher up at the payment booth, and they drove back toward town, stopping 300 yards later at the motel. She asked, "Check in first, then hit the diner." Reacher said, "Sure." She hesitated, looking directly at him. "How many rooms are we getting?" He paused in turn, then said, "Let's eat first, then we'll check in." "Why? There's something I need to tell you." "What is it?" "Samantha Dayton, Sam, 14 years old, after we order," he said. "It's a long story." The diner was a classic rural greasy spoon, exactly the kind of place Reacher appreciated. A man in a white undershirt stood by a wide, well-seasoned griddle. The room held worn pine tables and mismatched chairs, smelling of old cooking oil and fresh coffee. 2 elderly men in seed caps sat far apart, one near the door, the other across the room. Maybe they were feuding, some long-held grudge from generations back. Turner chose a center table, and their chairs scraped over the wooden floor as they sat. There were no menus or chalkboard specials. This wasn't that type of spot. Ordering seemed to be an unspoken ritual between the cook and his regulars. For newcomers, it meant speaking up plainly. The cook confirmed this by tilting his chin and turning his head slightly, offering his ear to the room. "Omelet," Turner said. With mushrooms, green onions, and cheddar, the cook showed no reaction, none at all. Turner repeated it, a bit louder, still nothing. No movement, just a poised stillness, averted eyes, and a stubborn silence, like a seasoned professional slighted by a poor offer. Turner glanced at Reacher and whispered, "What's the deal with this place? You're a detective?" Reacher said. "You see an omelet pan up there?" "No, I don't. Just the griddle." "Then the best way to get some cooperation from this guy is probably to order something he can actually cook on that griddle." Turner was quiet for a moment. She ordered 2 eggs over easy on a fried biscuit with a side of bacon. The cook acknowledged her with a respectful, "Yes, ma'am. Make that 2, Reacher said. "And coffee." "Yes, sir." The man turned immediately to his work, taking a fresh block of lard and a metal scraper to the griddle. He planed the surface in long, practiced strokes, 3 feet forward and back, 6 feet side to side. To Reacher, this marked him as a true griddle man. In his experience, diner personnel were usually one or the other, either devoted to the craft of the cooking surface or focused on the business itself. A griddle man's priority was the metal, working it until it achieved a molecular smoothness that would make Teflon seem coarse. An owner's first move, by contrast, would have been to secure the customer with that first cup of coffee. That first sip is what locks someone in. Until then, a patron is free to leave, whether from impatience or a suddenly remembered obligation. But once they've started on the coffee, they're invested. Then it becomes a question of settling a tab, and who even knows the going rate for a mug of diner coffee these days? 50 cents, $1, more? "All right, we've ordered," Turner said, cutting into his thoughts. "What do you need to tell me?" "Let's wait for the coffee," Reacher replied. "I'd rather not get interrupted." "Then I have a couple of things first," she said. "I want to know more about this Morgan character, for example. I want to know who's currently running my unit." "Our unit?" Reacher corrected gently. "I always thought I'd be its most disastrous commander, but it seems I was wrong. Your team in Afghanistan missed 2 scheduled radio checks in a row, and he took no action." "Do we know his background?" "Not a clue." "Is he part of their group?" "It's hard to say. The unit needed a temporary leader. That fact alone isn't proof of anything. And how does recalling you to active duty fit into their strategy? You'd think they'd want you gone, not kept nearby. My guess is they expected it to make me run. I could have. I could have gone permanently AWOL. They emphasized that no one would come looking, no skip tracers. It was a 1-2 punch with that big dog affidavit, an unbeatable charge paired with an order to stay and face it. I think most people in my shoes would have headed for the hills right then. Strategically, that was probably their aim, but it didn't pan out, because when a monster rises from the deep, you stand and fight it. Or it might have been a straightforward JAG directive. There could have been a note in my file stating that if I was uncooperative, I had to be secured due to political sensitivities in the secretary's office. It definitely wasn't Morgan's own call. A light colonel doesn't make those decisions. It had to come from above, from very senior staff. Agreed. But which ones, specifically? Turner didn't have an answer. Finally, the griddle man brought the coffee, 2 large pottery mugs, a little pink plastic basket filled with creamers and sugar packets, and 2 spoons so lightweight they felt insubstantial. Reacher took a mug, inhaled the steam, and took a tentative sip. The rim of the mug was cool and thick, but the coffee itself was passable, hot and reasonably strong. He set the mug down, cradling it with both hands as if to guard its warmth, and met Turner's gaze directly. "So," he began. She took a breath. "There's one more thing, and this is difficult to say, so I'm sorry. What is it? I shouldn't have asked about one room or two earlier. I didn't mind, but I did." I'm not sure I'm ready for one room just yet. I feel like I owe you for everything you did for me today. That doesn't feel like the right frame of mind for those kinds of circumstances. The one-room circumstances, I mean. You don't owe me a thing, Reacher said, his tone shifting to something lighter, almost wry. My motives were entirely selfish. I wanted to take you out to dinner, which in a manner of speaking I suppose I'm doing right now. Maybe not as I'd originally pictured it, but still, I got what I wanted. Everything else is just fallout. You don't owe me a thing. Turner felt a deep unease. Something's off, you were arrested, escaped, and now you're on the run stealing cars and cash. That's enough to unsettle anyone. It's not that. It's you. Why? You put me on edge. My apologies. It's not your fault, she said. It's just who you are, and who is that? I don't want to be cruel. You can't be, Reacher replied. I'm an MP and a man. Feelings aren't part of the job description. Exactly, she said. That's my point. I was joking. No, you weren't, not really. She fell silent for a long while, the hum of the diner filling the space between them. Finally, she spoke. You're like something wild, untamed. Reacher said nothing feral. The word hung in the air, conjuring images of creatures that had slipped their chains and returned to a raw, primal state. Turner continued. It's like you've been worn down to nothing but instinct, yes or no, friend or foe, black or white, survive or don't. It makes me wonder what kind of life does that to someone. Life, Reacher said simply. Mine, at least, you're a hunter. All cold calculation and hard edges. Just like this whole mess. You've already got it all figured out, the four men in that car, the people who sent them. You're moving toward them right now, and it's going to end in blood. Maybe yours, maybe theirs, but blood either way. Right now, I'm hoping we're putting distance between us and them, and I still don't know who they are or where to find them. But you will? You're turning it over in your head constantly. I can see the gears grinding. You're working the problem, trying to pick up the trail. What would you prefer? Should I buy us 2 tickets straight to a prison cell? Is that really the only other choice? What do you think? She took a slow, thoughtful sip of her coffee. The bitter warmth was a small comfort. I agree with your approach, and that's what bothers me. That's the source of this discomfort. I'm just like you, only I'm not there yet, and that's the whole point. Looking at you is like staring into my own future. You're what I'll become one day, when I'm worn down to the bone, too. So I'm too much the same? Most women take issue with me being too different? You frighten me, or rather, the idea of turning into you frightens me. I'm not sure I'm prepared for that. I'm not sure I ever will be. It doesn't have to go that way. This is just a detour. You'll still have your career. If we win, we will. So, in the best-case scenario, I take a wrong turn to stay on the right road. In the worst case, I'm thrown off the path for good. No, the worst case is you're dead or behind bars. The worst case is the wrong people win. It's always victory or defeat with you, isn't it? Is there another choice? Does losing eat you up inside? Absolutely. It's a kind of rigid pride. Most people don't let a loss consume them. Maybe they should, Reacher said. But you're wrong. You're not looking at a mirror image when you look at me. That's why I came. You're an improved model. That's what I sensed over the phone. You're doing it the right way. Doing what? All of it. Your duty, your life, just being a person. It doesn't feel that way. Not tonight. And don't think of me as some better version. If I can't look at you and see my future, then you can't look at me and see a past you might have had. Just then the cook returned, this time balancing plates heaped with scrambled eggs, crisp bacon, and golden fried biscuits. The food looked perfect, the eggs with firm, neat edges, a sign of a well-seasoned grill and a cook who took pride in his tools. After he left, Turner picked up the thread of an earlier unspoken conversation. This all assumes you have a strong opinion, one way or the other, about the sleeping arrangements. Reacher said, You want the honest answer? Naturally. I do have a strong opinion. Which is, I need to tell you my news first. What news? The other reason they thought I'd run. Which was? A paternity claim, Reacher said. Apparently, I have a daughter in Los Angeles with a woman I can't recall." He began to talk, laying out the story he'd been told, while Turner quietly ate her meal. Red Cloud, somewhere between Seoul and the DMZ, Candace Dayton and her diary, her home in Los Angeles, her time without a home in Los Angeles, her daughter, her car, her meeting with a lawyer. Turner leaned forward. "What's the girl's name?" Samantha, Reacher answered. "Probably goes by Sam. How old is she now? 14? Almost 15. How does that make you feel?" "Terrible. If she's my kid, I should have been around." "You honestly don't remember her mother?" "No, I honestly don't. Is that typical for you? Are you asking how detached from normal life I really am? I guess I am. I don't believe I forget people. I hope I don't, especially women I've been with. But if I did, by definition, I wouldn't know it. You can't be conscious of what you've forgotten." "Is this why we're heading to Los Angeles? I need to know," Reacher said. "But it's a trap. They'll all be there waiting for you. It's the one place they can count on you showing up." "I need to know," Reacher repeated. Turner stayed quiet. Reacher added, "Anyway, that's the situation. I owed you the full story, in case it mattered. With the room situation, for example." Turner didn't reply. They finished their meal and got the check, a total scrawled under 3 messy lines. What did a cup of diner coffee cost? Nobody ever really knew. Maybe it was on the house. Maybe it had to be, because the final amount was surprisingly low. Reacher had $13.32 in his pocket, Sullivan's leftover 80 cents, plus the change from the gas station, and he left it all on the table, which included a generous tip. A man working a hot griddle all night deserved that much. The car was where they'd left it, untouched, no searchlights or SWAT teams in sight. Off to the left, the state police barracks looked quiet. The cruisers parked out front hadn't moved. Warm light still glowed in the windows. "Stay or go?" Turner asked. "Stay," Reacher said. "This spot is as good as any. As strange as that sounds, with the troopers right there, it won't get better than this. Not until it's finished. Not until we win, you mean. Same thing." They slid into the Corvette's low seats, and Turner started the engine, driving back to the motel. She stopped outside the office. "I'll wait here," she said. "You go handle it." "All right," he said, pulling a stack of 20s from one of Billy Bob's bundles. "2 rooms," she reminded him. The night clerk was dozing in his chair, but it didn't take much to rouse him. The door's sound did half the work, and a light tap from Reacher's knuckles on the counter finished the job. The clerk was young. Maybe it was a family-run place, a son or nephew helping out. "Do you have 2 rooms available?" Reacher asked. The guy made an elaborate show of checking a computer screen the way they often do, which Reacher always found pointless. They weren't running some international hotel chain. This was a small motel where you could count the rooms on your hands and feet. If they lost track, why not just turn around and look at the keys hanging on the hooks behind them? The clerk looked up from the screen. "Yes, sir, I can do that." "What's the rate?" $30 a room per night, includes a voucher for breakfast at the cafe across the street." "Deal," Reacher said, trading 3 of Billy Bob's 20s for 2 keys rooms, 11 and 12. Next to each other, a small kindness from the young clerk, making it easier for the maid in the morning, less distance to push that heavy cart. "Thanks," Reacher said. He walked back to the car, and Turner drove around to the back of the property, finding a patch of uneven winter grass behind the last building. She nudged the car onto it. They put the top up, locked it for the night, and left it there, hidden from the street. They made their way back to the motel and located their rooms on the 2nd floor, accessible by an outdoor concrete staircase. Reacher handed Turner the key for room 11 and kept 12 for himself. "What time are we heading out tomorrow?" she asked. "Noon," he replied. "I can take a turn driving if you want." "We'll see how it goes. Get some rest. You too." He waited until she was securely inside her room before unlocking his own door. The space was a stark concrete rectangle with a textured ceiling and vinyl-covered walls. It was a slight step up from the place near Rock Creek, but the improvement was marginal. The heater hummed more quietly, though it was still audible. The carpet and bedspread showed less wear, but not by a dramatic amount. The shower appeared serviceable, and the towels, while thin, were decent. The soap and shampoo bore a brand name that evoked a stodgy, old-money Boston law firm. The furniture was a light wood, and a small, generic flat-screen TV, roughly the size of a piece of carry-on luggage, sat on a dresser. There was no telephone, no minibar, no complimentary water, and certainly no chocolate on the pillow. He switched on the TV, found CNN, and watched the news ticker scroll through a complete cycle. There was no report about two fugitives from a Virginia military base. Satisfied for the moment, he headed to the bathroom, started the shower, and stood under the spray long after he had rinsed off, his mind adrift. Pieces of their conversation at the battered cafe table pushed their way to the forefront. "You're like something feral," she had told him, "a predator, cold and hard," but it was an earlier line that now echoed, refusing to leave him alone. When Turner had asked about Major Morgan, he had stated, "Your guys in Afghanistan missed 2 consecutive radio checks, and he did nothing about it." He replayed the sentence in his head, mouthing the words, speaking them aloud into the drumming water, dissecting each clause. "Your guys in Afghanistan missed 2 consecutive radio checks, and he did nothing about it." He shut off the water, stepped out, and grabbed a towel. Still damp, he pulled on his pants and a t-shirt, then stepped out onto the cold open-air walkway. He walked barefoot to the door of room 11 and knocked. Reacher stood in the chill, waiting. Turner didn't answer immediately, but he knew she was awake. A sliver of electric light showed through the peephole. It went dark briefly as she looked out, then he was left to wait a little longer, probably while she threw some clothes on, having likely just showered herself. Finally, the door opened. She stood with one hand on the handle and the other braced against the door jamb, a subtle barrier. Her hair was wet and combed back from her face. She wore her army t-shirt and the new work pants, her feet bare. "I would have called," Reacher said, "but there's no phone in my room." "Mine either," she replied. "What is it?" "It's about what I told you concerning Morgan. I just figured out what it implies." "What did you tell me?" "I said your team in Afghanistan missed 2 scheduled radio checks in a row, and Morgan took no action." "I've been turning that over, too," Turner said. "I think it confirms he's involved." He did nothing because he already knew there was nothing to be done. He knew they were dead. Organizing a search party would have been pointless. "Mind if I come in?" Reacher asked. "It's freezing out here." She didn't answer immediately. "Or we could use my room," he offered, "if you'd rather." "No, come in," she said, finally dropping her hand from the jamb and moving aside. He entered, and she closed the door behind him. Her room was identical to his. Her shirt was draped over a chair, her boots placed neatly side by side beneath it. "I suppose I could buy some new shoes now," she mused. "You could buy a whole new wardrobe if you wanted," he said. "Do you agree with my assessment?" she pressed. "Is that evidence he's part of their group? Or maybe it's just proof he's lazy and useless. No officer could be that clueless. How long have you been serving?" She allowed herself a quick smile. "All right, fine. Plenty of officers could be exactly that clueless," he continued. "I don't believe the key detail is his inaction." She settled onto the bed, leaving him by the window. Her trousers were baggy, but her shirt was snug, and it was obvious she wore nothing beneath it. He could make out the outline of her ribs and her lean frame. Over the phone from South Dakota, he'd imagined a blonde with blue eyes, perhaps from California, which turned out to be completely off the mark. She had dark hair, dark eyes, and was from Montana, but he'd guessed right about other things. He'd estimated her height aloud, around 5'6" or 5'7", but slender. "Your voice is all in your throat," he'd said. She'd laughed and asked, "Are you calling me flat-chested?" He'd chuckled back. 34A, tops, she'd replied. Damn, yet seeing her in person was better than any phone guess. She was entirely different live. Completely worth it, she asked. "What did you think was the crucial part of what Morgan told you, the 2 skipped radio checks?" "Why? Your team checked in on the day you were taken in, but then they missed the next day and the day after that." "So did I, because I was locked up." "You know that." It was a coordinated operation. They shut us down on both ends, over there and over here, at the same time. But it wasn't simultaneous, Reacher said. That's my point. Afghanistan is 9 hours ahead of Rock Creek. That's almost a full day of winter daylight, and nobody hikes a goat trail in the Hindu Kush after dark. That would be a terrible idea for a dozen reasons, like tripping and breaking a leg. So your men were killed during daylight, no doubt about it, and daylight ends around 6 local time. All right, 6 in the evening, there is 9 in the morning here. Got it. But my lawyer said you opened your Cayman Islands account at 10 in the morning, the money arrived at 11, and you were arrested at noon. I remember that last part, which means your team was dead at least an hour before they came for you. Probably many hours, at least one, maybe 8 or 9. Okay, so not exactly simultaneous. One thing after the other, does that change anything? I think it does, Reacher said, but first, we need to rewind a day. You sent Weeks and Edwards into the mountains, and the response was immediate. The whole operation was wrapped up by noon the next day. How did they move so fast? Luck? Assume it was something else. You think there's a mole in the 110th? I doubt it. Not with our people. It would have been impossible in my time, and I imagine it's only gotten tougher. Then how? I think your communications were compromised. A wiretap on the Rock Creek lines? I don't think that's possible. We have safeguards. Not Rock Creek, Reacher said. It doesn't make sense to tap the local ends. There are too many. Better to focus on the center of the web where the spider sits. I think they're intercepting everything in and out of Bagram. Very high-ranking officers with access to whatever they want, which back then was everything. They sifted through all the traffic, and they caught the original rumor. Your orders, your team's responses, the whole exchange possible, Turner said. That changes things, but only as background context. No more than that, Reacher said. They had already taken out Weeks and Edwards between 1 and 9 hours earlier, so why did they still proceed with coming after you? You know why? They believed I had information I truly didn't possess, she said. Yet they didn't need to believe or guess or prepare for any worst-case scenario. Not if they were intercepting communications in and out of Bagram. Speculation wasn't necessary. They knew exactly what Weeks and Edwards shared with you. They had it confirmed in plain text. They knew what you knew, Susan, but I knew nothing, because Weeks and Edwards told me nothing. If that's accurate, then why did they proceed to target you? What would motivate such a complex and costly operation without cause? Why risk that $100,000? What are you implying? I'm suggesting Weeks and Edwards did tell you something. I believe you possess a piece of information. Perhaps it seemed insignificant at the time, or maybe you've since forgotten. But they gave you a small clue, and because of it, someone became profoundly agitated. Turner rested her bare feet on the bed and leaned back against the pillow. I'm not losing my mind, Reacher. I recall what they said. We're funding a Pashtun informant, and they met with him. He reported an American officer was observed traveling north to confer with a tribal elder, but at that time the officer's identity was completely unknown, and the purpose of the meeting was equally unclear. Was there any description? Reacher asked. None, other than American, man or woman. Had to be a man. Pashtun elders don't meet with women. Black or white? Not specified? Army? Marines? Air Force? To them we all looked the same. Rank, age, no further details, just an American officer. That's all we had. There has to be more to it. I know what I know, Reacher, and I know what I don't. Are you certain? What does that even mean? This is like that situation with you and the woman in Korea. People aren't usually aware of what they've forgotten, except I'm not forgetting. I remember their words, how much dialogue was exchanged. There was the rumor I just described, and then my orders, which were to investigate it. That was all one message out, one message back. What about their final radio check? Did you see it? It was the last thing I reviewed before they came for me. It was entirely routine. No progress, nothing to report. Move along, nothing to see here. So the key is in the original message about the rumor. You'll need to try to recall it verbatim. An unknown American officer was seen heading north to meet with a tribal elder for an unspecified reason. That's it, word for word. I already remember it. What part of that is worth $100,000 in your future and mine and Moorcroft's and a bruise on a schoolgirl's arm in Berryville, Virginia? I don't know, Turner said. A heavy silence settled between them. Turner lay on her bed, gazing at the ceiling. Reacher leaned against the windowsill, turning her summary over in his mind, 14 words, a complete sentence with a subject, an object, a verb, a satisfying rhythm, a pleasing cadence. An unknown American officer was seen heading north to meet with a tribal elder. He repeated it internally, then broke it into 3 parts, examining each clause. An unknown American officer was seen heading north to meet with a tribal elder. 23 syllables. Not a haiku? Or slightly less than a haiku and a half? The meaning, uncertain, but he detected a faint inconsistency between the beginning of the sentence and its end, like a grain of sand in an otherwise smooth machine. An unknown American. A tribal elder. The significance? He couldn't grasp it. He finally said, "I should go now. We'll revisit this tomorrow. It might come to you in the night. That happens sometimes. Something about how the brain processes memories during sleep, a gateway to the subconscious or something similar. I read about it once in a magazine I found on a bus." "No," she said. "Stop." "Stop what?" "Don't start that," she told him. "Stay right here." Reacher hesitated for a second. "You're serious? Do you want to? Is the Pope Catholic? Then lose the shirt?" "Really? Take it off, Reacher." So he did. He pulled the worn, thin fabric up and over his shoulders, then his head, and let it fall to the floor. "Thank you," she said. He stood there, as he often did, waiting for her to take inventory of the old marks and lines on his skin. "I was mistaken," she murmured. "You're not just wild, you're a genuine beast. Aren't we all?" he replied. "That's where the fun begins. How often do you train?" "I don't," he said. "It's just how I'm built." And it was true, growing up had delivered him height, bulk, and a powerful frame without any effort on his part. A stomach like carved stone, a chest built for the gridiron, arms thick and hard, with barely a layer of fat to speak of. He'd never tinkered with it. No special meals, no lifting, no hours at a gym. His philosophy was simple. If something works, leave it alone. "Now the pants," she said. "I'm not wearing anything under mine." She gave a slow smile. "Neither am I," she answered. He unfastened the button, lowered the zipper, shoved the heavy fabric down past his hips, and stepped free, 1 step nearer to the bed. "Your turn," he said. She sat up, still smiling, and pulled her shirt over her head. She was everything he had imagined and everything he had ever desired. They slept late into the next morning, warm and heavy-limbed, content in a way that felt bone-deep, finally stirred by the sound of car engines rumbling in the parking lot below their window. They yawned, stretched, and shared a long, unhurried kiss. Turner said, "We wasted Billy Bob's money on that 2-room setup." "My fault completely. I'm sorry." Reacher asked, "What made you change your mind?" "Basic human need, I guess. Solitude gives you time to think." "Be serious." "It was your shirt. I've never seen fabric that thin. It had to be either incredibly cheap or ridiculously expensive." "I mean it. Honestly, after we talked on the phone, it went straight to my bucket list. I liked your voice, and I'd seen your picture." "I don't buy that. You brought up that girl in Berryville, the one with the injured arm that bothered you, and ever since you've been chipping away at my problems instead of your own, even with the big dog situation hanging over you. That means you still care about other people, and if you still care, you can't be completely feral. I figure compassion is the first thing to vanish when someone goes truly wild. You also still know right from wrong. All of which means you're all right. And if you're all right, then my future self will be too. Maybe it won't be so terrible after all. You could make 2-star general if you wanted. Only 2 stars? Anything higher is like running for political office. No joy in it." She didn't reply. The engine noise from the lot continued, a looping rumble that sounded like several vehicles circling the building, one after another, in a slow, endless parade. Up one side and down the other, Turner asked, What time is it? 11:51. How do you know that? I always know the time when is checkout. Then came footsteps on the walkway outside. An envelope slid under the door, the footsteps retreated and faded away. Checkout is probably noon, Reacher said. I'm guessing that's our paid invoice. That's very official. They've got a computer system. The engine noise persisted. Reacher trusted the primitive part of his mind had already assessed it for threat. Army trucks, police cruisers, FBI sedans. But apparently his instincts had raised no alarm, rightly so, because these were clearly civilian vehicles. He could make out the uneven rumble of a V8 with a busted muffler, the whine of a cheap four-cylinder on a finance deal along with clattering suspensions and loose body panels. Nothing military or tactical about it. The sounds grew louder, the circling faster. "What is that?" Turner said. "Go take a look," Reacher told her. She moved silently to the window, her bare feet making no sound on the floor. Parting the heavy curtain just enough, she peered out into the dim morning light. "4 trucks," she whispered, her breath fogging the glass. "All pickups, different makes and years, each one with 2 men inside. They're just driving in a loop around this whole block over and over. Why would they do that? Your guess is as good as mine. Where are we exactly? Petersburg, West Virginia? Maybe it's a local custom," he mused from the bed. "A seasonal celebration like Spain's running of the bulls. But here they use trucks, the circling of the pickups in Petersburg. Except it doesn't feel festive," she said, not turning from the window. "It feels like a threat. It reminds me of those old westerns you talk about, the quiet before the attack. When the warriors on horseback surround the broken-down wagon, tightening the circle." Reacher's gaze shifted from her to the motel room door. "Hold on," he said. He got up and retrieved the envelope that had been slipped underneath. The flap was loose. Inside was a single sheet of paper, exactly what he anticipated. It was a final bill marked paid in full room $1130, settled with cash. But then his eyes caught the small print at the bottom. A cheerful, generic thank you message was printed above the owner's name, and just below that, an utterly unnecessary piece of local trivia. "Well, hell," Reacher muttered. "What is it?" He joined her by the bed and handed her the paper. "We surely appreciated you staying with us, John Clawton. Owner, there have been Clawtons in Grant County for 300 years. Reacher said they must be incredibly attached to that car. They probably spent all night on the phone rallying the clan, a war council, Hampshire County Clawtons, Grant County Clawtons, probably every Clawton from here to the state line. If that kid at the front desk last night was a son or a nephew, he's also a cousin, and now he's earned his stripes by turning us in. That Corvette is more headache than it's worth. It was a mistake. It was enjoyable while it lasted. Got any brilliant plans? We'll talk to them." "You can't be serious. Spread a little peace and goodwill," Reacher said. "Apply pressure if required." "Who said that?" "Leon Trotsky, I believe. He was murdered with an ice axe in Mexico." "That doesn't automatically discredit his philosophy, not by itself." "What was his philosophy exactly?" "Firm. He also said if you can't reason with an enemy, you should introduce his skull to the pavement. He had good instincts, personally speaking, aside from the whole ice axe in Mexico thing, of course. So, what's our move? We should probably get dressed first, although most of my clothes are next door." "That's my fault," she said. "I'm sorry. Don't worry about it. We'll manage. You get dressed, we'll both make a dash for the other room, and I'll get my things. It'll only take a few seconds out in the open. But take a shower first. No hurry. They'll wait. They won't charge in here. Breaking down their dear cousin's door would be against the Clawton family rules, I'm sure." Her shower took precisely 11 minutes, matching his usual time from turning on the water to stepping out the door. Then they hesitated, trying to calculate the best moment to sprint to the next room unseen. But with 4 trucks circling at nearly 30 miles an hour, staying hidden was impossible. They decided to just go for it. For about 10 feet, they were in the clear, until a truck roared around the corner. Reacher heard the engine surge as the driver instinctively slammed the accelerator, reacting to their sudden appearance. Chasing them, Reacher figured, hunting them down. A primal response, like so much else, he fumbled the key into the lock, and they tumbled into the other room, the door slamming shut behind them. He said, "Well, they're definitely aware of our location now, not that it was ever really a secret. I have no doubt our friend in the digital world has been providing them with a detailed play-by-play." His room remained exactly as he had left it. His boots sat beneath the window, a pair of socks beside them, with his spare T-shirt draped over the chair and his jacket hanging from a hook. He added, "I should probably clean up as well. If they keep making those endless loops out there, they'll be too disoriented to notice when we finally step out." Reacher was prepared in just under a quarter of an hour. He settled on the edge of the bed to tie his boots, then shrugged into his coat and fastened it. He offered, "I'm perfectly fine handling this solo if you'd prefer to sit it out." Turner responded, "What about the officers parked across the way? We can't risk them getting involved. My guess is those troopers give the Clawton family a wide berth, probably because half of them are Clawtons. But I expect this will all stay out of view regardless. That's typically how these things go. I'm coming with you. Have you been in a situation like this before?" "Yes," she said, "a few times, but not often. They won't all rush in at once. There's a logistics issue for one thing. We can discourage the rest by making quick examples of the first couple. The trick is not to get bogged down with any single person. Ideally, you make one decisive move and then immediately move to the next. Use your elbows more than your fists, and a well-placed kick is better than either." "Understood. But I'll try talking first. It's not as if their grievance is completely without merit." They opened the door and stepped onto the sun-drenched walkway. Just as Reacher anticipated, the 4 pickup trucks were clustered at the base of the concrete stairs like metal remoras stuck to a hull. 8 men lounged against doors, fenders, and truck beds with a weary patience, as if they had all the time in the world, which, given the walkway's only exit was that staircase, they practically did. Reacher recognized the trio from the Hill Road the previous night, small, medium, and large. The larger 2 looked about the same, but the small one appeared remarkably improved, most of the way recovered from whatever bender had preceded his mishap. The other 5 were cut from the same rough cloth, hard-lived men. The smallest was a wary collection of tendons and sun-beaten skin, while the largest had the soft, bloated look of a diet built on cheap beer and greasy diner food. Crucially, none appeared to be armed. Reacher could see all 16 hands, and all were empty. No weapons, no tools, amateurs. He rested his hands on the walkway rail and surveyed the scene below with a calm, almost theatrical detachment, like a vintage film star preparing to address the masses. He called down, "We should figure out a way for you all to head home before anyone gets injured. Are you willing to work with me on that solution?" He'd once overheard a businessman in a suit on a cell phone repeatedly using that phrase, "You want to work with me on that?" He assumed it was a technique peddled in pricey seminars held in bland hotel conference rooms. The logic was, it forced a cooperative answer, as no civilized person would outright refuse such an offer. But the man leaning against the half-ton truck broke the script. He said, "Ain't nobody here to work with you, boy. We're here to stomp you, take back our car, and get our money." "All right," Reacher said, his tone shifting to one of dry, almost academic sarcasm. "We can certainly proceed down that path if you insist, but there's no need for all of you to end up in the emergency room. Are you familiar with Gallup?" "Who?" "It's a polling company like during elections. They'll announce one candidate will get 51% of the vote and another will get 49. "I've heard of them. You know how they manage that. They don't call every single person in the country. That would take forever. Instead, they use a sample. They call a small group and then project the results. So what? So that's what we should do. We should sample one of us against one of you. We'll let that single result stand in for what would have happened if we'd all brawled at once, just like Gallup does." Silence hung in the air. Reacher laid out the terms. "If your man comes out on top, you swap your worst truck for the Corvette and split Billy Bob's cash with us." Silence. He continued, "But if we win, we trade the Corvette for your best truck and keep all of Billy Bob's money for ourselves. More silence. "That's the final offer," Reacher said. "This is America. We need transportation and funds. I'm sure you can appreciate that." Still no response. Reacher added, "My partner here is prepared to step in. Do you have a preference? Would you rather take on a woman?" The man from the half-ton finally spoke up. "No, that doesn't seem fair. Then you're stuck with me, but I'll make it more interesting. You can expand your team." "Me against two of you? Care to negotiate on that?" When they didn't answer, he pressed further. "And I'll fight with both hands behind my back." "What did you say?" "You heard me? Both hands behind your back? Seriously? For the exact terms we just settled on, and they're generous terms, gentlemen. Either way, you keep the Corvette. I'm trying to be accommodating here." "Two of us, and your hands are tied?"
"I'd wear a bag over my head if I had one handy."
"All right, we'll take that deal."
"Excellent," Reacher said.
"Any of you carry health insurance? That might be a useful way to pick your team." Suddenly, Turner leaned close and whispered, "It just came back to me what I missed from last night. The detail in the original file? Was it about the tribal elder?" Reacher whispered back, "An unidentified American, a grain of sand. The American was listed as unknown, but the elder wasn't. Did they give you his name?" "Not exactly a name. Their names are usually too complex to recall. We use reference codes assigned when they first come to the attention of U.S. authorities. That code was in the report. It means he's already in the system. Somebody knows him. What was the code?" "I can't recall precisely. It started with AM. What does AM stand for? Afghan male?" "That's a beginning, at least." From below, the half-ton driver called up, "All right, we're ready down here." Reacher looked down. The small group had split, 6 onlookers and 2 participants. The half-ton driver himself and the bloated guy, still full of fast food and cheap beer. Turner asked, "Can you actually pull this off?" Reacher replied, "Only one way to know for sure." And he began descending the stairs. The 6 spectators kept their distance as Reacher and the 2 selected men moved into an open area, forming a tight triangle, 2 stepping backward, 1 forward, all of them cautious and alert. Beyond the parked trucks lay a wide patch of packed dirt, roughly the width of a suburban street. To the right was the rear of the compound where the Corvette was hidden. To the left, the lot opened narrowly onto Route 220, offering nothing but the asphalt and a small cluster of trees beyond. The state police post was far to the west, invisible from where they stood, which meant the troopers couldn't see them either. A safe enough spot, good to proceed. Normally, against 2 unprepared opponents, Reacher would have cheated immediately. Hands behind his back, he'd have driven his elbows into their jaws right off the last step. But with 6 backups waiting, that would be counterproductive. They'd all jump in, morally indignant and suddenly more dangerous. So Reacher let the triangle shift and settle, everyone finding their footing, and then he shoved his hands into his back pockets, palms flat against his jeans. "Let's play," he said. At that, he watched the 2 men assume what he guessed were their fighting stances, and then he saw their expressions shift completely. Tell a guy you're fighting with your hands behind your back, and that's all he hears. He thinks this guy is actually going to fight with his hands behind his back. The scene played out in his mind with a strange, almost comical clarity. No arms to block with, no defense for the torso. It was just like staring at a heavy bag at the gym, a target begging to be hit. In that moment, all a guy sees is the upper body, the chest, the head, the face. It's like a flashing neon sign pointing to pure, unanswerable damage. Their stances widen, their fists rise too high, their chins jut out with foolish bravery. Their eyes narrow with a wild, gleeful squint, fixed on the gut or the ribs or the nose wherever they plan to land that first glorious punch. They see nothing else, not even the feet. Reacher simply stepped forward and drove his right foot upward. The kick connected with a sickening, solid thud as serious as punting a football the full length of the field. The big man dropped so fast and so hard it looked like he'd taken a bet to drive his face straight through the dirt. There was a wet, heavy sound like a sack of grain hitting the floor. The guy curled into a tight, silent ball, his bulk settling into utter stillness. Reacher took a step back. "Bad call," he said, his voice flat. That one should have stayed on the bench. Now it's just us." The man from the pickup had retreated a step, too. Reacher watched his face, seeing the old assumptions crumble and a new panic calculation take over. Yeah, feet, the guy was probably thinking. I completely forgot about the feet. It pulled his whole center of gravity down. Suddenly his world was nothing but feet, feet, feet. His hands dropped low, nearly to his hips. He crossed one thigh in front of the other and hunched his shoulders so tightly he looked like a kid doubled over with a stomachache. Reacher kept his tone even. "You can walk away right now. It's over. Give us the truck, take the Corvette, and you're gone." "No," the man from the pickup said. "I'll ask one more time," Reacher replied. "But I won't ask a third." "No." "Then let's see it. Show me what you've got." Or is driving in circles the only trick you know? Reacher already knew what was coming. The guy was clearly right-handed. It would be a wide, looping right, starting low and never really climbing, like a sidearm pitch or a boxing glove nailed to a swinging door. That's exactly what it was going to feel like. The guy shuffled, searching for his footing, for the right moment to launch, and then he found it. The punch came in just like that glove on a door. What do? Most people duck, but one kid at a Saturday matinee doesn't. He turns sideways, drives forward off bent knees, and meets the door with his shoulder right near the hinge, well inside the arc of the glove. That's what Reacher did. He twisted, pushed off hard, and slammed his shoulder into the center of the man's chest. The guy's fist flailed helplessly around Reacher's back, coming at him from the other side, limp and pointless, like a clumsy pass in a dark movie theater. The man staggered back a full step, jabbing his hands out to the sides to keep his balance, which left him frozen and wide open, like a starfish stranded on sand. He seemed to realize it instantly, his eyes darting down in horror at Reacher's moving feet. Wrong again, pal, Reacher thought. It's not the feet you should be worried about. The man's feet shifted in a boxer's rhythm, building focus and force before his torso coiled and unleashed forward. His neck snapped down, driving his forehead like a hammer into the bridge of the other man's nose with a sickening crunch, then whipped back up. Job done. Reacher straightened, watching as the man from the half-ton truck wobbled on unsteady legs for a moment before folding straight down, collapsing as weakly as a fainting debutante in an old painting. Reacher glanced up at Turner on the walkway. "So," he said, wiping his hands on his pants, "which truck looks good to you?" The Clotton sense of honor was truly something to behold. Not one of the 6 onlookers made a move to step in. Maybe it was principle, or maybe it was the sudden, unsettling sight of Reacher's hands now free and ready at his sides. Turner eventually decided she liked the fat man's truck best. It had a V8 engine, the one without the exhaust leak, a decently full gas tank, solid tires, and it just looked comfortable. She maneuvered it next to the hidden Corvette, and they transferred Billy Bob's cash from the Corvette's trunk into the truck's glove compartment, the 2 spaces oddly similar in size. Then they rumbled back past the silent crowd, Reacher tossing the Corvette key out his window as they passed. Turner hit the gas, turned left onto Route 220, cruised past the state troopers and the diner with its sizzling griddle, and headed for the town's main crossroads. Within half an hour, Petersburg was 20 miles behind them. They were westbound now on a narrow road skirting the edge of a national forest. The truck was a Toyota, not new, but it ran smooth and quiet as a study hall. It had satellite navigation, a weight that soaked up road bumps, and pillowy leather seats with plenty of room. Turner looked almost swallowed by the driver's seat, but she was smiling. She had a plan forming. "I get why these guys are nervous," she said, her voice thoughtful. "An AM number changes the whole game. That designation means we already know this guy for a reason, either his actions or his beliefs, and either one is a trail that leads somewhere." Reacher shifted in his seat. "How do we get into the database to follow it?" "Change of plans. We're heading to Pittsburgh." "Is the database in Pittsburgh?" "No, but Pittsburgh has a major airport." "I was just in Pittsburgh." "At the airport?" "On the road." "Variety is the spice of life," she said with a faint grin. Getting to Pittsburgh meant cutting northwest across the state to intercept Interstate 79 near Clarksburg, then a straight shot north. Reacher figured it was safe enough. The Toyota was massive, weighing about 3 tons, but it was perfect camouflage. What's the best place to hide a grain of sand? On a beach. And if this truck was a grain of sand, then the roads of West Virginia were the beach. Every other vehicle seemed to be a full-size pickup. Western Pennsylvania would be no different. An alien observer might conclude the entire U.S. economy depended on the population's ability to haul enormous sheets of plywood in vast quantities. Their late start actually worked in their favor, or, as Turner might say, it was a feature, not a bug. It meant they'd be driving the highway after dark. Highways get the most police attention? Sure, but cops can't see what they can't see, and nothing is less noticeable than a pair of headlights doing the exact speed limit on an interstate at night, Reacher asked. How are we going to get the exact AM number, though? Turner took a slow breath. We're going to go way out on a limb. We're going to ask someone to get tangled up in a criminal conspiracy, aiding and abetting. Who? Hopefully Sergeant Leach. She's steady, and her heart's in the right place. I agree, Reacher said. I liked her. We have records and transcripts back in the file room. She might be able to access them. All she needs to do is go check them out, and after that, that's when things get tricky. We'll have a reference number, but no name or background details. A sergeant doesn't have clearance for that database. I'm the only one at Rock Creek who can. Morgan probably can now, too, but asking him is out of the question. Reacher replied, Let me handle that piece. You don't have authorization. I know someone who does. Who? The Judge Advocate General. You know him personally. Not exactly, but I understand his role in the system. He's the one pushing this bogus charge against me that gives me the right to pull out all the stops for my defense. I can request almost anything. Major Sullivan can make it happen. Actually, if it comes to that, my attorney should be the one. It ties directly to my own bogus charge, more than yours. Too risky for your lawyer. Look what happened to Moorcroft, beaten nearly to death just for trying to spring you. They won't let your counsel anywhere near that information. Then it's just as dangerous for Sullivan. I doubt they're watching her yet. They'll figure it out eventually, but by then the damage is done. No sense locking the stable after the horse is bolted. Will she actually do it for you? She'll have to. It's part of her legal duty. They drove on in easy silence, staying in West Virginia and skirting the uneven notch where Maryland's panhandle dips south, then aiming for a town called Grafton. From there, the Toyota's navigation showed a road heading northwest that would connect with I-79 just below Fairmont. Turner asked, Were you ever concerned? Reacher said, About what? Those 8 men? Not really. Then I suppose that childhood study when you were 6 was spot on. Right conclusion? Reacher said. Wrong logic? How do you mean? They assumed my brain was wired in reverse. They got all worked up about my DNA, probably dreaming of breeding a new line of super soldiers. You know how the Pentagon was back in those days. I was too young to care much, and they were wrong anyway. When it comes to fear, my DNA is just like anyone else's. I taught myself, plain and simple, to turn fear into aggression automatically, starting at age 6, no at 4 and 5, like I said on the phone. I decided it was a choice, either shrink back or go straight at them. I've never seen anyone fight without using their hands. Neither had they, and that was the whole idea. They stopped for gas and a quick meal in a spot called Macomber, then continued west, passing through Grafton before taking the right fork through a small village named McGee. Eventually, they reached the I-79 on-ramp, which the Toyota's display said was roughly an hour south of Pittsburgh International Airport. That would put them there around 8 in the evening. The sky had already gone full dark, night settling in, thick and concealing. Turner said, Why do you choose to live this way? Reacher said. Because my brain really is wired backward. That's what they missed all those years ago. They were looking at the wrong part of me. I don't want what normal people want. A cozy little house with a chimney, a tidy lawn, and a white picket fence. Most folks dream of that. They work their whole lives to afford it. Signing 30-year mortgages, more power to them. If they're happy, I'm happy. But honestly, I'd rather walk off a cliff. Why? I've got a personal theory. Involves DNA, way too dull to get into. No, tell me. Another time, Reacher, we slept together. I didn't even get a drink or a movie first. The least you can do is share your private theories. Are you going to share one of yours? Maybe, but you go first. All right, think about America a long time back. The whole 19th century, start to finish, the westward expansion, the chances those people took, like they were driven by something deeper. They were, Turner said, by practical needs, land, farms, work. But it was more than that, Reacher said. For some of them anyway. Some never settled and go back another 100 years. Think about the British. They traveled across the globe, embarking on ocean journeys that stretched for half a decade. It always comes back to economics. They were after new markets and resources, yet for some the journey itself became the point. Think about the Vikings centuries ago, or the Polynesian navigators. I believe it's written into our very DNA. Millions of years back, humans lived in tiny, isolated groups. Inbreeding was a real risk. So a gene emerged, one that guaranteed every generation in every small band produced at least one restless soul driven to wander, that kept the gene pools mixing, healthier for everyone. And you're that person? I'd say 99 people grow up drawn to the campfire's warmth, while one grows up resenting it. 99 learn to dread the wolf's howl. One starts to admire it. I'm that one. So you're biologically compelled to spread your genetic material far and wide, all for the greater good. That's the enjoyable side of it. Probably not the best defense to raise in family court. They crossed from West Virginia into Pennsylvania, and just a few miles past the state line, a brightly lit billboard advertised a shopping mall. Figuring it might still be open, they exited and found a somewhat dated complex built around a regional department store. Turner took a stack of cash and headed straight for women's clothing. Reacher trailed behind, but she waved him off toward the men's section instead. He insisted, "I don't need anything," she replied. "I think you do. Like what?" "A decent shirt, for starters. Maybe a V-neck sweater, too. If you buy something, you could just give me my old shirt back. I'm tossing it. You need an upgrade. Why?" "I'd like you to look presentable." So he wandered on his own and picked out a blue flannel shirt with white buttons, $15, and a darker blue cotton V-neck sweater for the same price. He changed in a fitting room, discarded his worn-out undershirts, and studied his reflection. His pants and coat still seemed fine. The new layers looked tidy underneath. Presentable? He wasn't convinced better than before, certainly, but that was as far as he'd commit. About 20 minutes later, Turner reappeared completely transformed. New black ankle boots, dark jeans, a fitted crewneck sweater, and a lightweight jacket. She carried no bags. She'd thrown out her old clothes and bought nothing extra. Noticing his glance, she asked, "Surprised?" "A little," he admitted. "I thought staying light on our feet was the priority right now." "It always is." They ventured toward the mall's outer wings and found a discount pharmacy where they grabbed collapsible toothbrushes and a small tube of toothpaste. Back at the truck, they drove toward Pittsburgh International Airport, a sprawling facility well outside the city, easily reached via the interstate. Several hotels clustered nearby. Turner chose one and parked in its lot. They divided the last of their cash 9 ways, stuffing bills into every available pocket. With no bags to carry, they walked to the lobby, a common sight at airport hotels, where lost luggage was practically part of the modern travel experience. Breakfast in New York, dinner in Paris, and your suitcase enjoying an unplanned holiday in Istanbul. The front desk clerk asked, "Name, ma'am?" Turner answered, "Helen Sullivan. And for you, sir?" Reacher said, "John Temple. May I see photo identification?" Turner slid 2 borrowed military IDs across the counter. The clerk gave them a cursory glance, enough to confirm they were IDs bearing the names Sullivan and Temple, but made no effort to verify the photos matched the people in front of him. In Reacher's experience, most clerks didn't. Maybe it wasn't in their job description, or maybe it just wasn't a skill they cared to use. The clerk then asked, Could I swipe a credit card for incidentals? Reacher said, We're paying cash. Again, this was no issue at an airport hotel. Credit cards and travelers' checks went missing almost as often as luggage because while baggage handling could be haphazard, pickpocketing was often executed with unfortunate precision. Reacher paid the room rate and added an extra $100 for incidentals, just as the clerk had asked, and the man seemed perfectly content with the arrangement. In return, he handed over 2 key cards and pointed the way to the elevators. The room itself was perfectly adequate, though in its fundamental layout it wasn't all that different from the holding cell back at the Dyer guardhouse. But it came with a few welcome extras, a minibar fridge, complimentary bottles of water, plush robes, slippers, and even chocolates placed neatly on each pillow. There was also a telephone which Turner picked up and dialed. Reacher could hear the faint ringtone through the receiver. Turner had the handset wedged between her shoulder and her ear, and she silently mouthed Leach's cell. Then her gaze shifted, sharpening as the call connected. She said, Sergeant, this is Susan Turner, as your commanding officer. My official instruction is for you to hang up right now and report this call to Colonel Morgan. Is that what you're going to do? Reacher couldn't make out Leach's reply, but it was clearly a refusal, because Turner kept talking. Thank you, Sergeant. I need you to do 2 things for me. First, I need the AM. Reference number from the original signal sent by Weeks and Edwards. The transcript should be in the file room. Is Colonel Morgan still in the building? Again, Reacher didn't catch the answer, but Turner's next words confirmed it. All right, don't take the risk now. I'll call back every hour. She stayed on the line, poised to ask for the second favor, but Reacher never learned what it was. Just then, a knock sounded at the door. He crossed the room and opened it to find a man in a suit standing outside. He held a walkie-talkie and wore a corporate pin on his lapel, some kind of hotel manager, Reacher figured. The man said, My apologies, sir, but there's been an error. What kind of error? Reacher asked. The incidental deposit should have been $50, not $100. That's the policy when paying in cash. It covers the phone and the minibar. If you order room service, you'll pay the server directly. All right, Reacher said. The manager reached into his pocket and produced $50, 2 20s, and a 10, fanned out like some game show prize. Again, I apologize for the overcharge. He said Reacher took the money and inspected it. Genuine U.S. currency, $50. No problem, he replied, and the man walked away. Reacher shut the door. Turner had hung up the phone. What was that about? She asked. Seems the desk clerk missed a memo. We're only supposed to leave 50 with them, not 100, since room service is cash only. Whatever. How's Sergeant Leach holding up? She's got guts. You have her number memorized for a sergeant you just met in a new command? I have all their numbers memorized. You're a good commander. Thank you. What was the second thing you asked her for? You'll see, Turner said. Hopefully. Romeo placed the call, but Juliet took her time answering. He rubbed his dry palm over the smooth, worn leather of the armchair, a sheen built up over 50 years of elbows in suits. Finally, her voice came through. Yes, Romeo said. The name Sullivan and Temple just popped up on a register at an airport hotel in Pittsburgh. Luckily for us, it's linked to Homeland Security databases. Being at an airport. Do you think it's them? We'll have descriptions soon. The hotel is sending someone up to check. But it has to be them. What are the odds of those 2 names together? As far as we know, those are the only IDs they've got. But why Pittsburgh Airport? Doesn't matter why. Where are our guys? En route to Los Angeles. See how fast you can reroute them. The room was growing warm, so Reacher shrugged off his miracle coat and Turner removed her new jacket. She asked, Do you want to order room service? Sure. Before or after? Before or after what? Before or after we have sex again. A slow smile spread across Reacher's face in his experience. The second time was always an improvement. It was still new, but a little less so. The unfamiliar was becoming more familiar. Each time was better than the last, and for Turner, that first time had been truly spectacular after, he insisted. She countered, Then take your clothes off. He shook his head. No, you go first this time. Why the change? Because variety is the spice of life, he said with a grin. She smiled back, a wicked little curve of her lips, and pulled her new sweater over her head. She wore nothing beneath it. No bra. She didn't need one and saw no point in pretending otherwise. He admired that about her, just as he admired nearly everything else. Not that he'd ever complain about any woman being topless in his room, but she was special in mind and in body. Physically, she was flawless, lean and strong, yet she appeared soft and delicate. One curve flowed seamlessly into the next, an endless single contour like a Mobius strip, from the small of her back to her shoulder down to her waist and over her hips, only to begin the beautiful circuit again. Her skin held the warm glow of honey. Her smile was mischievous, and her laugh was utterly contagious. Across town, Romeo made a call, and this time Juliet answered right away. "It's them," Romeo confirmed. The hotel manager described a tall, heavy-set man with fair hair and a much smaller, younger woman with dark hair. Any idea how long they planned to stay? They paid cash for one night only. Did they request a wake-up call? No, they can't fly. Not with cash, and certainly not with those IDs. Reacher looks nothing like Temple. Even the TSA would spot that. I think they're just holed up. Not a bad strategy. Airport hotels are anonymous, and Pittsburgh isn't exactly the center of the universe. What I'd like to know is how they got their hands on so much cash. Our team will get there as soon as possible, Juliet assured him. The manager mentioned Turner was on the phone. Who was she calling? I'm having it traced now. Later, they lay together, spent and sweaty in the tangled sheets, their breathing slowing from hard pants to a soft, steady rhythm. Turner propped herself up on an elbow, studying Reacher's face. Her fingertips moved slowly, searchingly over his brow. "It's not even bruised," she observed. "Solid bone," he said, "all the way through." Her touch drifted down to his nose. This wasn't, though, she noted, not all bone. "And it's recent, right, Nebraska?" Reacher replied. "Some guy who was all worked up about something." Her finger traced the faint, healed cuts and the slight bumps of bone that gave his nose a subtle turn to the right. It was still a surprise to him, but to her it already felt normal. She traced the shell of his ear, the line of his neck, the planes of his chest. She gently pressed the tip of her pinky into the old bullet hole. It was a perfect fit. A 438, he said, a weak load. "Lucky?" she whispered. "I'm always lucky. Just look at me now." Her hand moved to his waist, to the old ragged scar. "Beirut," she stated. "I read your file. A silver star and a purple heart. Not bad, but I'd bet you've got more metal in your gut than on your chest." "It was bone, actually," Reacher corrected. "Fragments from the skull of someone standing closer." The file said shrapnel. "How many times did you read that file?" "Over and over," she admitted. "Do you know where the word shrapnel comes from?" "Where?" "From an 18th century British artillery officer named Henry Shrapnel. He was a captain for 8 years, then invented an exploding shell and got promoted to major. The Duke of Wellington used it in the Peninsular Wars and at Waterloo." "Fascinating," she said, her tone dry but her eyes warm. "Thanks for reading that file," Reacher said, his voice softening. "It means a lot to me. Why? Because now I don't have to waste time telling you a bunch of old war stories. You already know them. Telling each other old stories has a nice ring to it, though," she mused. "You haven't told me any of yours." "But I will," she promised. "I'll tell you as many as you want to hear." Romeo dialed again. "She was calling a prepaid cell, almost certainly bought at a Walmart," he reported to Juliet. "If it was a cash purchase, it's untraceable, and I'd bet my last dollar it was." "It was worth a shot," Juliet conceded. "You know," Romeo added, "one of the biggest markets for those prepaid phones is the military. Some people simply don't earn enough for a standard monthly phone plan, which is a disgrace, honestly. Others live lives that are inherently chaotic, and a prepaid arrangement just fits their reality better. That's quite an assumption. The phone signal is appearing on 3 cell towers to the north and west of the Pentagon. I understand. Rock Creek is located north and west of the Pentagon, correct? My theory is she was trying to reach command, and someone there actually answered. Our team is already en route to Pittsburgh. Won't make a difference. Nobody at Rock Creek can assist her at this point, Chapter 40. Turner took a shower, but Reacher skipped it. He settled into a chair wrapped in a robe, feeling a profound sense of warmth and contentment, more deeply relaxed than he could recall in a long time. When Turner emerged in the other robe, she glanced at the clock. "What time is it?" "About 4 minutes," Reacher said. "Until you're supposed to call Leach again. Does she know I'm here with you?" Turner gave a nod. "I'm certain the entire world knows by now, and yes, I told her." "Was she all right with that?" "She's a sergeant in the U.S. Army." "I doubt she's easily shocked. That's not the concern. If you clear your name, she faces no consequences for aiding you. She'll be in the clear. But if I fail to resolve my situation, she's still at risk for helping me. Or the other way around. She's effectively doubling her exposure while cutting her odds of a clean outcome in half." "She didn't raise any objections. You should hold on to her." "I plan to," Turner said, "assuming I ever make it back." She picked up the phone and dialed. A little over 14 miles away, a phone rang inside the FBI field office on East Carson Street in Pittsburgh, situated just south and east of the downtown core. A duty agent answered, connecting him to the Hoover Building in Washington, D.C. He was informed that Homeland Security Systems had flagged the names Sullivan and Temple as registered guests at an airport hotel nearby. The agent quickly scanned through his recent bulletins and bolos, confirming that D.C. Metro Police and Army MPs were seeking 2 fugitives believed to be using those exact aliases. He called his special agent in charge and asked, "Should I notify D.C. and the Army about this?" His SAC was silent for a beat before responding, "No need to overcomplicate matters." No need to share the glory, the duty agent thought to himself. His SAC continued, "Send one of our people to verify the situation immediately, at your earliest convenience. No major hurry. We have until morning. I'm sure they aren't going anywhere." Turner had the room phone cradled between her shoulder and ear again, and Reacher could hear the ringing. Then Leach's answer. He couldn't decipher the words, but the tone was unmistakable, and it was bad. Leach launched into a rapid, frustrated tirade, the sound reduced to an angry, tinny buzz from the receiver. Turner finally said, "Thanks anyway," and hung up, her expression weary and etched with bitter disappointment. "What happened?" Reacher asked. "Take a wild guess. The number wasn't there after all. The transcript is gone. Someone removed it from the file room. Morgan? Has to be. No one else would have the motive or the access, so either he's directly involved or he's just blindly following orders from above." Turner nodded, a grim realization settling in. "They're tidying up, covering every angle. They're more thorough than I gave them credit for, which means I'm finished. There's no path forward for me now without that morning call number. Isn't it stored in a computer system somewhere? We don't fully trust digital records. The prevailing attitude is we might as well mail our secrets directly to the New York Times or to China." "So the paper transcript was your only official copy?" She nodded again, the fatigue evident. "It's the only one I know of. Maybe Bagram keeps a backup. Why are you thinking of asking Jag for a subpoena? Good luck with that. Could it have been misplaced?" "No," and Leach checked everywhere thoroughly. "She's not an idiot. There has to be another angle to approach this." "Wake me if you think of one," she said, her voice flat. "Because right now I'm completely out of ideas." "I need to get some sleep," she said, letting her robe fall to the floor. She moved quietly around the room, adjusting the curtains and switching off the lamps before slipping into bed. With a weary, heavy sigh, she turned over and grew still. Reacher observed her for a moment, then returned to his chair and sat in the darkness thinking. In his mind, he walked through the Rock Creek file room upstairs, first door on the left, room 201. He imagined the duty captain down in 103 receiving that long-distance call from Weeks and Edwards, carefully writing it up, then carrying the single precious page up the worn stone steps to show Turner. After getting her reply, he'd transmit it, make a copy, and head back upstairs to file both the message and the response in the correct drawer, one right after the other. Then Reacher pictured Morgan stepping out of his office just 2 doors away, glancing up and down the hallway. It would take only a moment. 2 pages burned, torn up, or maybe slipped into a pocket to be handed off later to some shadowy figure in exchange for a quiet nod and the unspoken promise of a future favor. There had to be another way through this. Reacher had always been good with numbers. If he'd seen that phone number, maybe it would have stuck a prime or nearly prime, something with a curious pattern, but he hadn't seen it. Still, no system was flawless, no security ever perfect. There were always weak points, unexpected wrinkles. There had to be another path, yet right then he couldn't find it. He stood, stretched, and let his own robe drop atop Turner's on the floor before sliding into bed beside her. She was already deep in sleep, breathing slowly, warm and soft against him. Her mind had simply shut down, overwhelmed like that old line from the movie, "I'll think about that tomorrow." Reacher lay staring at the dim gray ceiling, then closed his eyes, breathing in and out until he too drifted off. He slept soundly for 5 solid hours, until 4 in the morning, when someone started hammering on the door. Turner woke instantly, but Reacher placed a hand on her shoulder. "I'll go," he whispered. He blinked once, slid out of bed, and found his robe on the floor, pulling it on as he walked. The pounding didn't let up. It wasn't polite or hesitant, not the kind of knock you hear in a quiet hotel late at night. This was urgent, demanding, arrogant. It was the sound of law enforcement or someone pretending to be. Reacher didn't use the peephole. He never did. Too easy for someone outside to wait for the lens to darken and fire straight through. Better to swing the door open fast and be ready, or not, depending on who was there and how many, behind him. Turner was already up and in her robe. He motioned her toward the bathroom, no sense presenting a single target. Besides, there was nowhere else to go. They were on a high floor, and the windows didn't open anyway. Probably a safety rule because of curious kids and the constant airport noise and fumes outside. Turner stepped into the bathroom, and Reacher put his hand on the door handle. He took a breath. Military police or federal agents would have weapons drawn for sure, but they wouldn't shoot immediately. Too much training, too many rules, too much paperwork. The 4 guys from the dented car, though, they might shoot first. They had training but no rules holding them back. Best bet, open the door but stay behind it. Sometimes the simplest move was the hardest to resist. A door hanging ajar on its own is an invitation to peek inside, and that peek is an invitation for a fist to the side of the head. You slam the door shut right after, and suddenly you have a hostage on the floor on one side with his friend stuck outside. That's how you start a conversation. Reacher twisted the handle down 10 degrees, then 20, 30. Nothing. 40, 50, 60, still no response. So he went all the way to 90 in one fast motion, yanking the door most of the way open, then made a fist, drew his arm back, and waited. And waited. Clearly, the door had been propped open by a boot from the other side while someone thought things over. That thinking was taking its sweet time. Nearly a full minute ticked by. Then something came sailing through the air. Reacher didn't look at it directly. He wasn't that green. But the quick glimpse from the corner of his eye said it was an envelope. A standard brown letter-size envelope sealed with one of those metal clasps, the kind you'd see in an office. It looked thin, almost empty. The sound it made when it hit the carpet backed that up, a papery rustle with a slight crackle as it landed on its edge, followed by faint sliding noises like a few separate lightweight items shifting inside. Reacher kept waiting. Then a head appeared around the door. It was Sergeant Leach's face. She was still in her ACUs and looked exhausted. She stepped into the room. Turner emerged from the bathroom, and Reacher pushed the door closed. Turner spotted the envelope on the floor and asked, "Is everything there?" Leach replied, "Yes. I thought you were going to mail it overnight. I figured you'd need it faster than any delivery service could get it to you. So you drove all the way out here." "Well, I didn't exactly jog or catch a flight." "How long did it take?" "About 4 hours." "Thank you, Sergeant." "You're welcome. What time do you have to report in the morning?" "Early enough that I really should be leaving right about now, but I'm stuck in a position I don't like." "What position?" "I'm going to have to call out a fellow team member and a senior officer." "Is that one person or 2?" One person, ma'am. Me? No, ma'am. Morgan? No, ma'am. Someone else. But you're the commanding officer, and I'm not a snitch. Then tell Reacher. He's not in anyone's chain of command. Leach hesitated for a moment, weighing the setup. She must have decided it was worth it, because she turned to Reacher and said, "Sir, I've had a long-running concern about the duty captain." Reacher asked, "How long? From the start? Why haven't you done anything about it?" "I didn't know how. He's a captain, and I'm a sergeant. What's the problem? He's a doodler. He draws and scribbles the whole time he's on the phone." Reacher nodded. "I've seen the evidence," he said, "on his desk, an old legal pad. Do you know why he does it? Because he's bored. But sometimes he's not bored when big news comes in. His whole mood shifts. Suddenly he's alert, almost cheerful. There's no rule against that, but the pen is still in his hand. His mood changes, and so do the drawings. Sometimes they're not even drawings, sometimes he jots things down, keywords. Reacher stayed quiet, Leach said. "Don't you see? He handles classified information, which is only supposed to exist in one physical location, the Rock Creek file room. For any part of that information to be written down somewhere else is a direct violation of regulations," Turner said. "Just tell me," Reacher said. "He wrote the number down?" "Yes, ma'am," Leach said. "Yes, sir," he wrote the number down. Leach pulled a crumpled sheet of paper from her pocket. It was a page torn from the same yellow legal pad Reacher had seen. The top edge was curled and softened, worn from days of being rolled back and forth. The page was a dense tapestry of dark ballpoint ink, filled with intricate shapes, swirling patterns, geometric boxes, and mechanical-looking doodles. Scattered among the abstract designs were fragments of plain text, times, names, and isolated words, some aggressively underlined, others boxed and shaded until they were nearly impossible to read. Sergeant Leach placed her finger on the first clearly legible entry about a third of the way down. It read Kandahar, a proper noun, a location. Next to it, a bold, emphatic arrow pointed decisively away from the word. "This signal is still on file," Leach explained. "It documents Weeks and Edwards departing Kandahar and returning to standby status at Bagram following their orders. Everything is exactly where it should be." Then she moved her fingertip lower, to the bottom section of the page where two hyphenated words stood out. Hood, Days. The initial H in Hood had been embellished with elaborate, almost decorative curls, like something drawn by a bored man on a long phone call. "This is the next recorded signal," Leach continued, also still in the file, right after the Kandahar entry. "It's our team checking in from Fort Hood, Texas, reporting they expect to conclude their business in a matter of days." Her hand shifted back upward, framing the middle third of the paper with her fingers. "This section," she stated, "corresponds directly to the gap in the official record." This central portion was a bleak expanse of repetitive doodles, whirls, mazes, spirals, and boxes drawn over and over. But buried at its heart were the letters A and M followed by a 4-digit number. 3435. The notation had been hastily scrawled at first, then meticulously retraced with sharper, more precise lines, squared up and underlined before being abruptly abandoned. AM 3435. Major Turner allowed a faint smile. "Technically, he's out of line, Sergeant, but we'll let it slide just this once." The number 3435 held a faint, nerdy intrigue that Reacher might have appreciated. It was what some called a Munchausen number. If you took each digit, 3, 4, 3, and 5, and raised it to its own power, 3 cubed, 4, 3 cubed, and 5 to the sum would be exactly 3435. Reacher had encountered such curiosities years ago, buried in old issues of the Journal of Recreational Mathematics, a publication once run by a man named Joseph Baldacci. He'd read them as a kid, holed up in the library of a Marine base on a remote Pacific island, a memory that now felt both distant and oddly sharp. His tone shifted from contemplative to urgent. "Sergeant, what's the most direct way to reach Major Sullivan at JAG?" "Directly, sir? Person to person, immediately. It's the middle of the night." "Right now," Reacher insisted, his voice leaving no room for debate. Leach produced a small, torn half-sheet from a scratch pad. "This is Major Sullivan's personal cell. I'd bet it's on her nightstand. How did you know I'd need it? I had a feeling about your approach. Defense motions get wide latitude, but permission to speak freely. Granted. Leach retrieved a second identical slip of paper. This is Captain Edmonds's personal cell. Your other attorney, frankly, she's the better prospect. She's more likely to pursue this with real vigor. She has a stronger instinct for seeing the right thing done, even when it's messy. Even after I essentially broke myself out of custody. I believe so. So she's an idealist. Grab that quality while you can. It doesn't always last, it didn't. With Major Sullivan, Leach said, a trace of weary cynicism coloring her words. Reacher's next question was blunt. Is the FBI involved yet? They've been notified, Leach confirmed, who's leading the Army's side. The 75th MP, Warrant Officer Espin's team. You met him. He's the one who transported you to Dyer, word is. He's taking this personally. He claims you abused his good nature, says he did you a favor by keeping you at Dyer, and that decision inadvertently set this whole chain of events in motion. What favor? He overruled Detective Podolsky. Podolsky wanted to take you downtown to the city jail. Immediately, Espin refused. Then you had him fetch the MP duty captain immediately, which he did, and he's considering that another favor you took advantage of. The duty captain would have shown up regardless, but not that fast. Your entire timeline relied on wrapping things up before the end of the day, so you needed an early start. Espin feels he unintentionally helped make that happen. Is he making any progress? Not yet. But he's putting in the effort. Can you pass a message to him? Most likely. Tell him to stop overthinking it. Ask him what he would have done if he were in our shoes. I'll try, sir. What's your name, Sergeant? It's Leach, sir. Your first name? Chris, sir. Short for Christine or Christina? Just Chris, sir. That's what's on my birth certificate. Well, Chris, if I were still commanding the 110th, I'd do everything possible to keep you in that unit. We've had some outstanding non-commissioned officers over the years, and you're easily among the finest. Thank you, sir. Thank you, Sergeant Leach left quickly after that, facing a long drive back followed by a full day at work. Reacher turned to Turner and said, "You must be one hell of a commander to earn that kind of loyalty." "No more than you were," she replied. "You had Frances Neagley." "You've been reading her file, too?" "I've gone through all the files, every operational history. I wanted to understand the 110th completely. Like I said, you're an exceptional commander." Reacher smoothed the page from the legal pad against the hotel desk and placed the torn scrap of notepaper beside it. Then he picked up the phone and dialed Captain Tracy Edmonds' private cell. There was a long stretch of ringing which Reacher had anticipated. Cell networks can take several seconds to connect a call, and most people don't snap awake like in the movies. They wake slowly, fumbling in the dark. Eventually, Edmonds answered with a groggy, "Hello." Her voice sounded thick, as if she'd just woken up. Reacher said, "Captain Edmonds, who is this?" "Your client, Jack Reacher, Major, United States Army, recently reinstated, currently operating with the 100 MP. Are you alone? What kind of question is that? We were about to have a confidential discussion, counselor, legal matters to address." "You're damn right we do. Take it easy, Captain. You broke out of custody. Is that not permitted these days? We need to talk. We are talking. I mean really talk. Are you alone?" "Yes, I'm alone. What does it matter?" "Do you have a pen?" A brief pause. "Now I do paper." "Got it. All right. Listen closely. To prepare a proper defense, I need physical copies of every document related to an Afghan citizen identified only as AM 3435. That's probably classified. I'm entitled to due process. The courts don't take that lightly. Regardless, it's a major request. Fair's fair. They're pushing their affidavit nonsense. "Reacher, I'm representing you in a paternity case, not the Juan Rodriguez matter that's Major Sullivan's obtaining military intelligence records from Afghanistan would be a huge ask even in a criminal trial. You won't get it for a paternity suit. Why would you?" Reacher said. "You told me the Uniform Code of Military Justice still lists adultery as a crime. What's the penalty?" potentially severe. Then it's not just a paternity suit, it's a criminal case too. That's a stretch. They can't have it both ways, counselor. They brought up adultery as a crime. Either that means something or it doesn't. Reacher, we really need to talk. Is this where you advise me that turning myself in is the smart move? It would be maybe, but I've already chosen Plan B, so I need that information. How is it even relevant? Afghanistan hadn't even begun when you were in Korea or when you met the big dog. Reacher stayed silent. Edmonds let out a low, "Oh, exactly," Reacher replied. "You catch on fast for a lawyer. This isn't about me. It's about Major Turner. Or maybe it's about both of us, since what we're facing is a direct challenge to two commanding officers of the 110th. That means there will be a clear outcome, winners and losers. And any smart person knows you want to be standing with the winners. In this army, picking the right side can set you up for life. You think you'll be the winners? Bet on it. We're going to grind them into the dirt. We have to, Captain. They killed 2 of our people in Afghanistan, and they nearly beat one of your fellow JAG officers to death." Edmonds was quiet for a moment. "I'll see what I can do." Turner was still in her robe, clearly not planning to return to sleep. Reacher looked at her. "What was in that envelope?" "The other thing I asked Sergeant Leach to get, obviously, but what was it? We're heading to Los Angeles next. Are we?" She gave a firm nod. "You need to deal with the Samantha situation." "I'll get to it. Worst case scenario, we fail here and they lock us up for good. I can't let that happen to you, not before you've met your daughter. You'd regret it every single day. So, my problem can wait. Yours moves to the front burner. When did you decide this?" "A while back. It's my call to make. You're in my unit, remember? That makes me your CO. We're going to Los Angeles." "So, what was in the envelope?" In answer, she upended it onto the bed. 2 driver's licenses and 2 credit cards slid out. She paired them up, kept one set for herself, and handed the other to Reacher. A New York driver's license and a Visa card, both in the name of Michael Dennis Kehoe, age 45, from a Queens address, 6'6", blue eyes, male, and an organ donor. The photo showed a blocky face and a thick neck. The Visa card read Michael D. Kehoe. Reacher studied them. "Are these real?" "Mine are and mine aren't. They're sort of real. They're from the undercover locker." Reacher understood. The 110th often worked undercover and needed credible documentation. The government provided perfect forgeries, legitimate in every way, except they were never issued to a real person. "Where are yours from?" he asked. "A friend of Leach's. She knew someone who resembled me. So, who are you now?" Turner answered by flipping the license into his lap like a magician's trick. "An Illinois license for Margaret Vega, 31, 5'7", brown eyes, not an organ donor." The photo showed a light-skinned Hispanic woman who bore a passing resemblance to Turner, but only if you squinted. Reacher tossed it back, and Ms. Vega was just fine handing over her license and credit card. "We have to return everything and pay back whatever we charge. I had to promise, obviously. Billy Bob's cash will cover it." "That's not the point. Ms. Vega is taking a huge risk. I suppose Leach can be very convincing, only because she believes you're worth it. She didn't have any friends who looked like you, not even close. That's why we had to raid the locker. Mr. Kehoe was probably a character in some training exercise. He looks like the guy who shows up with a chainsaw in a horror movie. Should work perfectly then. When do we leave?" "As soon as we can," Turner said. "We'll catch the first flight out." They got ready quickly. Showers, getting dressed, shoving their new toothbrushes into pockets, and pulling on their coats. They left the room dark, the curtains drawn, and Reacher hung the Do Not Disturb sign on the door handle. Then they moved fast down the hall to the elevator. It was just past 5 in the morning. Turner guessed the first long-haul flights to the West Coast would start rolling out around 6. The options for flights out of Pittsburgh International weren't endless, but there were enough. If needed, they could route through San Francisco, Phoenix, or even Las Vegas. The elevator doors slid open onto a silent, empty lobby. The front desk was unattended, with no one in sight. Reacher tossed their key cards into a nearby trash can, and they moved toward the exit, only to find themselves in an awkward, hesitant dance with a solitary man choosing that exact moment to enter from the dark street outside. He was a neatly built man in a dark blue suit, a crisp white shirt, and a navy tie. His hair was recently cut short and conventional, framing a freshly shaved pink complexion. After a moment of silent negotiation, a three-part sequence unfolded. The man held the door for Turner, who stepped out. Reacher then paused, allowing the man to enter. Finally, Reacher exited himself. No taxis waited at the curb, but a hotel shuttle bus sat idling, its engine running and its door open. The driver was absent, presumably inside attending to a personal errand. Parked just 10 yards further along, in the fire lane, was a dark blue Crown Victoria, polished and gleaming with antennas mounted on its trunk lid. Reacher glanced back through the hotel's glass doors. Deep inside the lobby, the man in the navy suit was still waiting at the deserted desk. Navy suit, white shirt, navy tie, short hair, pink face, clean shaven. FBI, Reacher said quietly. Turner nodded. They were tracking those names. Sullivan and Temple. He walked right past us. How long before it clicks for him? He's FBI, so it won't be a lightning-fast process. We could go back to the truck and drive ourselves. No, the truck needs to stay here. We have to keep breaking the chain. Get on the bus. The driver will be back any second. He has to be. He left it running. Reacher countered. We'll be sitting ducks out there. We'll be invisible, Turner insisted. Just regular people on a shuttle bus. Reacher scanned the scene again. The agent was still at the counter, which remained unmanned. The shuttle bus was decked out in chrome and a sleek corporate livery, its windows tinted a deep, impenetrable black like some celebrity's limousine, a ridiculous touch of faux glamour for the weary traveler. Black windows, just folks on a bus. It was a classic dynamic of predator and prey, motion and stillness, an ancient dance written into their very DNA. All right, Reacher conceded, we get on the bus. They climbed aboard the vehicle's suspension, dipping slightly under their combined weight. They shuffled down the low, narrow aisle and took seats on the far side, about halfway back. Then they sat perfectly still and waited. It was not a comfortable feeling. The view out was distorted by distance, window tint, and multiple panes of glass, but Reacher could still make out the FBI agent. The man was growing visibly impatient. He had turned to face the empty lobby, taking a step back from the desk as if to claim the space, his posture radiating frustration while still maintaining his position as first in a non-existent line. He wouldn't have any competition for at least an hour, until the red-eye arrivals started trickling in around 6. Suddenly, the agent leaned forward, taking a long, eager stride as if to greet or confront someone. From the right side of the frame, a second man stepped into view. He wore a black uniform with a short jacket, a bellhop, perhaps. The FBI agent asked a question, accompanying it with a broad, exasperated gesture that seemed to say, "Where is everyone?" The man in the short jacket paused, looking uncomfortable as if forced into unfamiliar duties. He then squeezed behind the counter, rapped on a door, got no response, opened it a crack, and called inside. About 15 seconds later, a young woman emerged, hurriedly running her fingers through her hair. The FBI agent turned his attention back to her as she approached the desk. Meanwhile, the man in the short black jacket walked straight out of the lobby. Not a bellhop, after all. It was the bus driver. He stepped up into the bus, noting the few passengers already seated. His gaze flicked back toward the hotel entrance, checking for any last-minute stragglers. Apparently satisfied, he turned and asked, "Flying domestic or international?" "Domestic," Turner replied. The driver settled heavily into his seat, fed the long seat belt across his lap, and clicked it shut. The door sealed with a hydraulic sigh, and he shifted into gear. Then he waited, forced to pause as a car navigated around the parked Crown Victoria, temporarily blocking the lane. It was the sedan with the dented doors. The banged-up car finished its tight squeeze past the Crown Vic, then slowed to a crawl as it aimed for a spot near the hotel's main doors. The bus lumbered forward into the gap, its engine groaning, passing so close to the car that Reacher could see inside. He rose from his seat and looked out the window. All 4 men were there, the 2 from the first encounter, the 3rd man, and the large guy with the unusually small ears. The entire team had arrived. "We should handle this," Turner said quietly. "We need to clear the board. Not here, and not now. They're a secondary concern, remember? Why wait? The opportunity is right in front of us in a crowded hotel lobby with an FBI agent probably still inside." Reacher twisted in his seat and watched the 4 men exit their vehicle. They scanned the area quickly, a practiced, efficient motion, then moved in a tight single-file line toward the entrance. 1, 2, 3, 4, like men on a precise mission. Turner placed a hand on his arm. "Stand down, Major. There will be another time and another place. Our destination is Los Angeles." The bus accelerated, leaving the hotel behind. Reacher watched until it shrank in the distance, then turned back to face forward. He said, "Explain to me how the FBI connected our names so quickly." "It's the modern surveillance state," Turner answered. "Homeland Security ties everything together. Airlines, rental cars, even airport hotels, it's all linked data. Setting an alert for 2 specific names popping up in the same location would be simple, and the Bureau would have access to that, without a doubt. Then we need to reassess who we're dealing with. These aren't just mid-level officers, they're positioned very high. Don't you agree? To have independent, real-time access to Homeland Security databases? Maybe not perfectly real-time. The FBI still got to the hotel first, from their Pittsburgh office. Our guys had to travel farther. They must have left much earlier. They knew before the FBI did they had their own alert set up. The hotel shuttle dropped them at the terminal, and they hurried inside to check the departure screens. 2 flights were scheduled to depart almost simultaneously, a U.S. Airways flight to Long Beach and an American Airlines flight to Orange County. "Any preference?" Turner asked. "Long Beach," Reacher said. "We can get a rental car. Straight shot up the 710, then onto the 101. That mother's affidavit came from a law office in North Hollywood. My guess is that's where she'll be. How do you plan to find her?" "I'll start at her lawyer's parking lot. It's one place she's guaranteed to visit regularly. That office will be under surveillance. Elements from the 75th and the FBI, certainly. And our 4 unofficial friends will show up a few hours after they figure out we've left the hotel. Then we'll need to be exceptionally careful. The U.S. Airways counter was just opening. A cheerful woman around 50 spent a minute powering up her computer, arranging her ticket stock and pens, then turned to them with a professional smile. Turner inquired about 2 seats on the morning flight to Long Beach. The agent tapped at her keyboard, careful with her long nails, and reported that while seats were limited, 2 together was no issue. First Turner, then Reacher handed over their driver's licenses and credit cards, a casual, almost absent-minded gesture, as if selecting them from a wide array of ready documents. The woman arranged them before her, a tidy physical representation of a window seat and an aisle. She typed the names, her gaze shifting from the licenses to the screen and back again. After swiping the cards, she tapped and clicked a bit more until a machine whirred to life, printing out their boarding passes. Gathering them up, she matched each pass with the correct license and credit card. "Miss Vega, Mr. Kehoe, here you are," she said, handing them over with a small, formal gesture. They thanked her and moved away. Reacher glanced at the sweater he was now wearing. "So this is the real reason for the shopping trip, isn't it?" "You're about to see your daughter?" Turner replied. "First impressions matter, you know." Juliet made the call to Romeo, adhering to their division of labor where certain duties fell to him. He answered, his voice buzzing with excitement. "Our team is in position right now, standing in the hallway directly outside their hotel room." "Hotel hallway?" Romeo asked. "Yes. The room is dark and quiet. There's a do not disturb sign on the door and they haven't checked out, so they're definitely inside. Where else could they be? Is it both of them?" "Why do you ask?" Juliet's tone grew cautious. "I've been doing some data work," Romeo explained. "That call to their main office unsettled me. I thought taking extra precautions was wise. On a whim, I added the 110th's undercover aliases to our alert list, just to cover all bases. I just got a hit. One of those identities purchased a ticket on U.S. Airways from Pittsburgh to Long Beach, California. When's the flight? The first one this morning. It departs in about 30 minutes. Just one ticket, not two? None of the other aliases show any activity, only Michael Dennis Kehoe, the man, in other words. They must have split up. It makes sense. The woman only has the Helen Sullivan ID, and by now they must realize no one named Helen Sullivan is boarding a plane without a major hassle, something Turner can't risk. So Reacher is heading to California alone. He's the one who needs to be there, not her. Juliet considered this. Maybe Turner is still in that room by herself. That would be logical if Reacher is already on his way, Romeo agreed. But we need to be certain, and we need to know now. We have to reach an understanding with the FBI agent on scene, a mutual agreement to look the other way. We need our team through that door immediately, even if the FBI follows them in. As the commanding officer, Turner was focused on getting past security. She viewed the checkpoint as a potential shield, at least against the four pursuers, if they even made it to the airport. The bus driver might have pointed them toward the domestic terminal. But she knew security was no obstacle for the FBI or military. They'd bypass the line entirely through a side entrance. It was less a barrier and more of a sieve. They emptied their pockets of all metal, pooling their loose change into a worn black tray, one after the other. They stepped through the scanner, just two figures without coats or shoes in the growing crowd. After retrieving their belongings, they laced their boots, divided the change, and went to find coffee. Meanwhile, Juliet called Romeo back. "Our team is seen inside the hotel room," she reported, her voice taking on a dry, almost sarcastic edge. "Turns out playing hallway statue for the FBI was a complete waste of time. The room is empty, spotless, like no one was ever there. It's almost impressive, really. They've been outsmarting us from the start, and we've been standing around like tourists waiting for a museum to open." They insisted their concern was for a friend, and the FBI agent latched onto that right away. It turned opening the door into something that seemed almost noble, a civic duty. Romeo asked, "What happened next?" The room was empty. They're already in the terminal. Both of them. A female passenger on that same U.S. Airways flight used a credit card linked to a bank in Arlington County. The name on the card is Margaret Vega, Juliet pressed, and it was a last-minute booking made within the past hour. Go on. Only two passengers booked at that exact time. The other was Michael Dennis Kehoe. Their cards were charged within the same 60 seconds. How did Turner get a credit card under the name Margaret Vega? I don't have that answer. Not yet. Not from the drop location. No, it could belong to a real person, maybe supplied from headquarters. I'll look into it. When is the flight scheduled to depart? Boarding starts in roughly 15 minutes. All right, I'm directing our team straight to the terminal. They can at least cover the public areas. Already handled, Romeo replied. They have clearance to go airside. They can even board the plane if necessary. I secured 2 tickets and 2 standby seats, which was no small feat, by the way. It's looking like a completely full flight. Instruct them to pick up the boarding passes at the ticket counter. The gate lounge was broad and open, with soft carpet and calming pastel walls, but it offered no peace. It was crammed with well over 100 travelers, proving the Pittsburgh to Long Beach route was unexpectedly popular. Reacher wondered why, then recalled reading that Pittsburgh was emerging as a new hub for film production, lured by financial incentives. Maybe this crowd was filled with crew members heading back to the West Coast. After all, Long Beach Airport was just as practical for Hollywood as LAX, both requiring the same tedious freeway trek. Whatever the reason, the throng was large and restless. Reacher preferred to linger on the periphery, but Turner, as the commanding officer, was determined to board early. To her, the aircraft cabin represented a sort of secure bubble, a temporary sanctuary distinct from the city outside. Their seats were in a high row near the back, which meant they would board early, right after passengers needing assistance, families, first class, and elite frequent flyers. Turner was all for pushing forward. She moved with a small person's agility, slipping through gaps that Reacher's larger frame simply couldn't manage. He trailed behind stubbornly, reaching her claimed spot about a minute after she did. Almost immediately, the boarding process began. An agent opened the door, lifted a microphone on a coiled cord, and the crowd pressed forward. Wheelchairs rolled through, followed by elderly passengers with canes, then families juggling children and elaborate gear, and then a rush of polished business travelers. Reacher was swept along in the current, down the jet bridge, through a chill of conditioned air and the sharp scent of jet fuel, and finally into the cabin. He ducked his head and sidled down the aisle to his seat, a narrow space where adequate legroom required him to sit ramrod straight. Turner beside him looked more at ease. The seat seemed designed for someone of her stature. They fastened their seatbelts and waited. Romeo called Juliet and said, "I'm monitoring the U.S. Airways system live right now," Juliet asked. "And I'm afraid it's bad news. Kehoe and Vega have already boarded. And we just lost both our standby seats. Two of their top-tier frequent flyers showed up at the last minute and took priority. Can't you contact the airline and override that?" "I could, but I won't. The airline would demand a payment. That's just how things operate now. It's all about the bottom line, not catching fugitives. It seems goodwill has a price tag, at least when the government is footing the bill. Charging for it would mean more paperwork, something we simply don't have time for. So we'll have to accept the situation as it is. We'll manage to get two of them on board anyway." "Which two are we talking about?" "Looks like it was decided alphabetically. Not the best system," Juliet remarked. "Right now, eyes and ears are what we really need. It's just a temporary measure. I put the other two on a flight to Orange County. They should land around the same time and can meet up in California." Reacher gazed down the narrow cabin, watching passengers file in, turn right, and shuffle forward, squinting at seat numbers while wrestling oversized bags and heavy coats into the overhead bins. All that luggage, it wasn't for him. He recalled flying as a kid back when the military covered the cost on airlines like Braniff and Eastern and Pan Am. Air travel felt special then, almost glamorous. People dressed up, suits, ties, summer dresses, sometimes even gloves, and you could feel their excitement. Meals came on real china, with proper silverware. Now most faces looked weary or resigned. Then he spotted him. The man he'd punched in the head. There was no doubt it was the same guy. Reacher remembered the motel that first night, the car pulling up, still undented. This guy stepping out from the passenger side and circling around the hood, all talk and swagger. "We're not worried about you, old man." Reacher recalled the solid left hook, the impact against bone, the sharp jerk of the man's head. He'd seen him again from a distance in the motel lot the next day, and then just minutes ago getting out of the car at the hotel. No question. And right behind him was the one Reacher thought of as the third man, not the driver from that first night, nor the big guy with the small ears, but the extra from day two. Both men scanned the cabin near and far until their eyes landed on their targets, then they quickly looked away, pretending to be just another passenger. Reacher watched the space behind them, but the next people in line were two women, the last to board. Over the PA, a flight attendant announced he was about to close the cabin door and reminded everyone to power down electronic devices. The two men continued up the aisle and dropped into separate seats, one on the left, the other on the right, 3 and 4 rows ahead, respectively. Turner said, "This is insane." "You can say that again," Reacher replied. "How long is this flight supposed to be?" The answer came right away, not from Turner, but from the flight attendant back on the PA with another routine update. The computer was showing a flight time of 5 hours and 40 minutes due to headwinds. Reacher shook his head. "This back burner plan isn't holding up. It's falling apart because they won't let it work. What is this, really? Now they're getting on the same plane? In front of 100 witnesses inside a sealed metal tube? Could just be close surveillance. Do they have eyes in the back of their heads? Then maybe it's a warning. They want us to feel pressured. Oh, I'm terrified. They sent the dynamic duo Tweedledum and Tweedledumber. Where are the other two then?" "Flight's full," Reacher said. "Maybe 2 seats was all they could grab at the last minute. If that's the case, why not send the big guy instead?" The real question isn't why, it's how. How are they pulling this off? They started from zero and now they're practically on our heels, and as far as they know, we don't have any ID except for those Sullivan and Temple aliases, and they have to assume we'd know using those names would draw way too much attention. So how did they know we were heading to the gate? Why would we even try to fly without identification? It was far more probable we'd make our way to the parking lot and hit the highway again. The bus driver must have tipped them off. Too fast. He hasn't even returned. It's them. There's no piece of information they can't access. They're inside the airline system as we speak. They watched us purchase the tickets and saw us step onto the plane, which also means they've breached the 110's undercover storage locker. How else would the name Kehoe hold any significance for them? They're observing our every action. We're completely exposed, like fish in a glass bowl. In that case, they've probably connected Vega to Kehoe by now. We booked simultaneously and we're seated together, so they know I'm Vega. That puts the real Vega in serious danger. Leach is also at risk for arranging the loan and handling the delivery. We absolutely have to alert both of them. We can't warn either one. We can't do a thing, not for the next 5 hours and 40 minutes. The aircraft taxied slowly, heavy and awkward on the ground, trailing an American Airlines flight that Reacher guessed was headed for Orange County, scheduled to depart a minute later. The sky remained pitch black, with no hint of dawn. The plane turned onto the runway, paused briefly as if gathering itself, then its engines roared to life and it surged forward, rumbling over the concrete seams. Through the window, Reacher watched the ground drop away and the broad aluminum wing dip and flex under the strain. In the distance, the lights of Pittsburgh glittered, tracing the curves of the dark, wide rivers. 3 and 4 rows ahead, the 2 men sat rigid, staring straight forward. Both had middle seats, the least desirable and therefore the last to sell. On the left side was the man from the first night. Next to him at the window sat a younger woman, and on the aisle side, an older woman. On the right was the backup from the second day. Beside him at the window was an elderly, white-haired man, one of the early boarders Reacher figured who had brought a walking stick. On the aisle was a woman in a business suit who would have seemed more at home in first class. Perhaps she was traveling for work, her company having trimmed down on perks. Turner said, "I wish we knew who they were. They're on a plane this time," Reacher replied, "not in a car." That tells us 2 important things. This time they're carrying identification and they're unarmed. How high up the chain of command would you need to go to find someone with unlimited round-the-clock access to every national security system in the country? I imagine everything shifted after 9/11's. I was already out 4 years before that, but I'd guess an '08 in intelligence might have that kind of reach, though not without oversight. They're a paranoid group, full of checks and balances. To casually snoop on an airline's passenger list at 5 in the morning would be a whole different level. So who then? Look at it the other way. How far down would you go? The president could do it, or the national security advisor, or anyone who frequents the situation room, the Joint Chiefs, in other words, except this is a 24/7 operation running for over a dozen years now. So there has to be a dedicated desk, a deputy chief of staff, some kind of point person tasked with staying on top of everything all the time. He could dip in and out whenever he pleased. No checks and balances for him because he's the one who receives those reports. So we're up against a deputy chief of staff. The bigger they are, the harder they fall. Conspiring with someone in Afghanistan? Those guys all know each other. Very social bunch, probably went to the same schools. Then who are these guys on the plane? They don't look like Pentagon staffers. Reacher didn't answer. He simply watched and waited. And then, about 10 minutes later, his patience paid off. The woman in the business suit rose and made her way toward the restroom. Reacher watched her pass, then unclipped his seatbelt and moved forward, counting the rows until he reached the now empty seat. He slid in, forcing the man from the second day to press back against the sleeping elderly passenger by the window. "Let me see your identification," Reacher said. The man didn't comply. He just sat there, visibly unsettled, and pinned awkwardly against his target. He wore nylon cargo pants and a black sweatshirt beneath a dark pea coat. A Hamilton watch on his left wrist suggested he was right-handed. Reacher considered the typical duration of a restroom visit. In his experience, it was rarely a quick affair. He estimated about 4 minutes, which was 3 more than he required. In one smooth motion, he leaned forward as if to rest his head, shifted his weight to the right, and leaned back, effectively trapping the man's arm behind his shoulder. With his right hand, he seized the man's right wrist, twisting it to expose the knuckles, while his left hand gripped the man's index finger. "You have a choice here," Reacher stated calmly. "You can handle this with some dignity, or you can make a scene everyone will remember." He applied pressure, bending the finger 90 degrees until the first knuckle gave way with a soft pop, followed quickly by the second. The man jolted, a sharp gasp escaping him, but he stifled any louder cry. Reacher repeated the process on the middle finger. As the man began to struggle with his trapped left arm, Reacher allowed the movement only to switch his grip and administered the same treatment to 2 fingers on the other hand. "Identification?" Reacher asked again. The man was in no state to answer, consumed by silent agony. As he stared at his misshapen hands, his fingers bent into unnatural angles. Reacher conducted a close-quarters search, maneuvering him to check every pocket. Most were unremarkable, but the right hip pocket yielded the distinct bulk of a trifold wallet. He retrieved it and stood up. Across the aisle, the other man was partially rising from his seat. The woman in the suit was returning from the restroom and paused to let him sit before continuing down the aisle. Reacher dropped the wallet into Turner's lap and refastened his belt. "What exactly did you do to him?" she asked. "He won't be operating any firearms for a while, or hitting a target, or driving with any precision, or even managing his own zipper. He's effectively neutralized. Sometimes the best defense is a decisive preemptive move." Turner was silent for a moment. "I know what you're thinking," Reacher said. "It's brutal, but it's effective." "This is who I am. Actually, it was efficient work," she replied. "Did it draw attention?" He was shifting around quite a bit. I could tell something was happening. "What's in the wallet?" Turner opened the worn leather billfold, which had conformed to its contents over time. The rear section held a substantial stack of $20 bills alongside a smaller assortment of 1s, 5s, and 10s. The front featured card slots. On top was a North Carolina driver's license bearing the man's photograph and the name Peter Paul Lozano. Behind it was an array of credit cards, Visa, MasterCard, Discover, and American Express, all current and all issued to Peter P. Lozano. There was no military identification to be found. "Is he a civilian?" Turner asked, "or has he been scrubbed clean? Sanitized is my guess," Reacher replied, "but Captain Edmonds can confirm. I'll pass the name to her. She's coordinating with Human Resources Command. Will you try for the second man's name? 2 points of reference are always stronger than 1. How do you plan to manage that?" "I'll figure it out." Several rows ahead, the man called Lozano was curled forward, rocking slightly in his seat, as if trying to contain the pain in his ribs. A flight attendant paused nearby, and he glanced up, seeming on the verge of speaking before he turned away. What could he possibly say that a stranger had assaulted him? It would sound like a child's complaint or a tattletale running to the principal. Clearly not his style, especially with an entire cabin of witnesses. Military background for sure, Reacher observed. Boot camp drills that instinct to suffer in silence. Then the other man, the talkative one from the first night, edged past the elderly woman beside him. He moved forward a row and bent to confer with his partner. A hushed and tense discussion followed, complete with gestures toward injuries and several sharp, accusing looks directed toward the back of the plane. The woman in the business suit averted her gaze, her expression carefully neutral. "It won't work a second time," Turner murmured. "They're forewarned now he's getting a full tactical briefing and hoping his seatmate has excellent bladder control." "Do you honestly believe Edmonds will secure that file on 3435? "It's a coin toss. She either will or she won't, and you're perfectly fine either way, aren't you?" "I'd prefer the file," Reacher said. "But you won't lose sleep without it. Just requesting it sends a message. It tells them we're close, like they can feel us right behind them." "I'd still prefer the file." Reacher repeated, his tone shifting to something drier, almost amused, much like these gentlemen on the plane. You're not just patching them up, you're sending them back as a walking billboard, a message in bruised flesh. Isn't that the point? Reacher fell silent, his attention fixed on the talkative man 3 rows up on the left. The young woman in the window seat beside him appeared to be asleep. From behind, she looked disheveled, dressed in thrift store layers. Definitely no summer dress or fancy gloves, but clean. Probably someone in the film industry, he guessed, too junior to rate anything better than Coach, not a star. An intern, maybe, or a production assistant returning from some mundane location scout. The older woman on the aisle had the comfortable look of a grandmother, perhaps traveling to visit family, who had fled the decaying industrial north for the sunny promise of California. Reacher waited. In the end, it was the talkative man who had the weak bladder. Too much coffee, perhaps, or juice. He stood, squeezed past the grandmother, and turned into the aisle. His eyes immediately found Reacher's. He took slow, deliberate steps backward, maintaining that locked stare all the way down the aisle as if to declare, "You won't catch me off guard." He fumbled behind himself for the bathroom door, shuffled in backward, and only broke eye contact when the bolt slid home. How long does a man take in an airplane lavatory? Not long, usually. Reacher unbuckled his seatbelt and stood up. He took a position outside the bathroom door, patient and casual like any other passenger waiting his turn. The door was a standard, slightly grimy bifold hinged on the right, nothing out of the ordinary. The muffled sound of the toilet flushing was followed by a brief silence, hopefully for hand-washing, before the red-occupied light flicked to green. The door slid open, its left edge gliding along the track. As soon as the gap was wide enough, Reacher spun and drove the heel of his left hand through the opening, catching the man square in the chest and slamming him back against the restroom wall. Reacher shoved his way inside, using his hip to jerk the door shut behind him. The compartment was claustrophobic. Barely enough room for one person, let alone 2. They were pressed chest to chest, face to face. Reacher shifted his stance, turning half left to avoid a potential knee to the groin, and jammed his right forearm hard against the man's throat, pinning him to the wall. The guy thrashed weakly, but with no space to build momentum. His efforts were futile. Reacher leaned in, twisted his own left hand back, and seized the man's right wrist. He rotated it like a stubborn doorknob, applying a relentless, increasing torque until the man's elbow was forced into an unnatural position, pointing directly outward. Reacher raised the arm, still twisting, until it was horizontal, then removed his forearm from the throat and drove his own elbow down through the joint with a sickening crack. The arm folded in a way it was never meant to. A stifled scream escaped, hopefully lost in the ambient noise. As the man slumped onto the toilet seat, Reacher repeated the brutal process on the other arm. Twist, twist, smash, before hauling him upright by the collar to check his pockets. The man's legs pedaled uselessly in the tight space like he was riding a ghost bicycle. The wallet predictably was in the right hip pocket. Reacher took it, delivered a sharp elbow to the center of the man's chest to sit him back down, then shouldered his way out of the tangle of limbs and through the door, closing it as best he could on his way out. Back in his seat, he examined the second wallet. It was a near mirror image of the first, a thick stack of 20s, some worn smaller bills, a collection of credit cards, and a North Carolina driver's license for one Ronald David Baldacci. Again, no military ID. If one is clean, they all are, Reacher observed. Or none of them are military. Assume they are. Then they're career soldiers stationed at Fort Bragg, explains the North Carolina licenses. What's the roster at Bragg these days? Tens of thousands. It's practically its own city. You've got the 82nd Airborne, Special Forces, Psychological Operations, the MP Brigade, plus all the support and logistics units. So, plenty of people with recent rotations in and out of Afghanistan. Especially logistics, they brought mountains of gear in. Now someone might be deciding not all of it is coming back out. You still believe this is a scaled-up version of the old big dog scheme? But refined. And I doubt they're fencing it stateside. My money's on a local market right over there. We'll know soon enough. Reacher said, his tone shifting from grim assessment to one of cold, almost sarcastic resolve. After all, when you're dealing with stolen military hardware, the paperwork is always the least of your problems. The real question was how many more Ronald Baldacci were on this train, and how quietly they could be persuaded to exit. "We're practically there," Turner said. "You handled what needed handling. Now you get to meet your daughter." Roughly 5 minutes later, the man emerged from the lavatory looking ghostly, drenched in sweat, and somehow shrunken, as if deflated. Only his legs seemed functional, his torso locked stiffly, giving him the awkward, jerky gait of a malfunctioning machine. He lurched down the aisle, squeezed past the elderly woman again, and collapsed into his seat. "He ought to ask the flight attendant for an aspirin," Reacher remarked. After that, the flight settled into the familiar, tedious rhythm of most trips Reacher had endured. No meals were offered in coach, just overpriced snacks masquerading as food. Neither he nor Turner bothered. They planned to eat properly in California. The hunger didn't bother Reacher. He believed an empty stomach kept his mind keen and sparked ingenuity, a primal holdover. If you're hungry, you devise a cleverer way to bag dinner today, not tomorrow. Figuring he was due about 3 hours of sleep after Leach's 4 a.m. Wake-up call, he shut his eyes. The two guys in the back weren't a concern. What could they possibly do? Fling peanuts at him, maybe? He felt Turner relax beside him, reaching the same conclusion, and she rested her head against his shoulder. He slept sitting rigidly upright, jolting awake whenever his chin dropped toward his chest. Meanwhile, Romeo phoned Juliet, "We've got a major issue." "How so?" It seems Turner recalled the number. After all, Reacher's attorney just filed to access the complete file on AM 3435. Why his lawyer? They're trying to slide it past us. They figure we're watching her counsel, but maybe not his. It's not even his primary attorney. It's the rookie handling his paternity suit. Then we can get it dismissed, surely. It's irrelevant to his paternity case. It's a formal application. The procedure is what it is. We'd need to demonstrate valid grounds, and we can't because on paper, the subject is utterly ordinary, except to us. We can't risk that scrutiny. People would think we'd lost our minds. They'd ask who on earth is censoring this nobody, this average Joe. So what's our timeline? Maybe a day. Did you cancel their cards? I canceled his. Simple enough since the Army issued it. But I can't touch hers without leaving a trail. Margaret Vega is a legitimate person. What's the plan? We finish this in California. They'll be on the ground soon. It'll be 4 against 2. Reacher and Turner managed about 3 hours of fitful sleep, waking as the plane began its descent into Long Beach, the flight crew announcing the usual instructions about seats and trays. Reacher ignored it. His seat hadn't moved, his tray was stowed, and he owned no electronics. Out the window, the tawny rolling desert hills came into view. He had a soft spot for California. It was warm, anonymous. He could see himself there if he ever settled down. Maybe with a dog. They could get a dog. He imagined Turner in a backyard somewhere, tending to a rose bush or planting a tree. She broke his reverie. "We shouldn't use Hertz or Avis to rent the car or any major chain, just in case their systems are linked to government databases." "You're getting paranoid," he said. "Doesn't mean they aren't after me." He smiled. She asked, "What does that leave us with local outfits? Rent-a-wrecks or maybe 4-year-old Lamborghinis? Will they take cash? We have the credit cards. They might have canceled them by now. They seem capable of that. They can't have. Not yet. They don't even know we have them. They saw us book these tickets. They saw Vega and Kehoe book these tickets. We're no longer Vega and Kehoe. From this point forward, we're Lozano and Baldacci, at least for anything involving credit cards. We'll be using theirs. Think of it as sending a clear signal. They can trace credit card usage." "I'm aware. You actually want them to locate us, don't you?" "It's simpler than us trying to hunt them down, but you're right about the major rental companies. We shouldn't hand it to them on a silver platter. They need to feel like they've earned the win. First, we have to navigate the airport, which could be crawling with military police. Warrant Officer Espin isn't a complete fool. He's likely figured out our destination and has the manpower to cover every airport within 100 miles of Los Angeles around the clock. The FBI could be there too. Their Pittsburgh team doesn't need to be brilliant to guess where we were headed. We'll stay alert. The descent was gradual, the touchdown smooth, and the taxi to the gate felt quick and agile. A soft chime sounded, a light blinked off, and nearly everyone jumped up. Reacher remained seated, standing under the low cabin ceiling offered no advantage. The two men a few rows ahead also stayed put, trapped by the physics of coach seating that made rising without using your arms nearly impossible. The plane emptied from the front in a steady stream, passengers collecting bags and coats as they funneled out row by row. The elderly man with the cane and the young intern had to awkwardly squeeze past their motionless neighbors. Soon only the two men were left sitting in the suddenly spacious cabin. Reacher finally moved down the aisle, ducking his head, and paused to haul the left-hand man up by his shirt front, a small courtesy. He did the same for the right-hand man a row later. Then he continued out through the galley, into the warm, fuel-scented air, and into the Long Beach terminal. Airports are a surveillance nightmare, packed with people waiting alone. Anyone could be a watcher. A person idly holding a newspaper, a common airport site, could easily be an undercover agent. There might have been 100 military police and FBI personnel within the first few yards, yet no one glanced their way, approached, or tailed them. They moved quickly to the taxi stand, slid into a worn sedan, and asked the driver for an off-airport rental place, specifying not the big names with bright signs. The driver didn't ask for details, he just drove off, likely heading to a relative's spot or wherever he got the best kickback. Their destination was a vacant lot holding about 20 cars backed by a wooden shed with Cool Al's auto rental hand painted unevenly on the roof in thin, broad strokes. "Perfect," Reacher said. Peter Paul Lozano paid the fare from his thick roll of 20s, and then he and Turner wandered the lot. Cool Al had clearly aimed for a niche between bargain basement wrecks and luxury exotics. The vehicles had once been prestigious, had enjoyed long, respectable lives, but were now deep into their melancholy, faded twilight. The lot was filled with older luxury vehicles, Mercedes, Range Rovers, BMWs, and Jaguars, each showing the wear of previous owners with dents, scuffs, and faded paint. "Do you think any of them actually run?" Turner wondered. Reacher shrugged. "Cars aren't my specialty. Let's get Cool Al's opinion." Translated from his laid-back manner, Cool Al's philosophy was simple. If they've made it this far, why quit now? Reacher found that reasoning both sound and oddly hopeful. Al himself was a man in his 60s with thick gray hair, a noticeable belly, and a bright yellow shirt. He sat behind a massive desk that dominated the small, warm shed, which carried the scent of old wood and creosote. "Take your pick," he offered with a wave. "I'll try the Range Rover," Turner decided. "Never been in one. You're going to enjoy it. I hope you're right." At the oversized desk, Reacher handled the paperwork using licenses from Vega and Baldacci, a fake cell number, one of Baldacci's credit cards, and a signature that was essentially illegible. In exchange, Cool Al handed over a single key and gestured toward the far side of the lot. "The black one's yours." That black Range Rover had actually faded to a dusky metallic purple under the sun, its window tint peeling and bubbling, the seats cracked and worn. Turner guessed it was from the 90s, no longer top tier, but it started up, turned smoothly, and rolled onto the street. "It's lasted this long," she echoed. "Why stop now?" It did stop a mile down the road, but by choice at a family-run diner on Long Beach Boulevard for a belated breakfast. Turner finally got her omelet and used a payphone to check in with Sergeant Leach, urging her to stay safe. Reacher kept watch on the parking lot, no tails, no observers, no sign of interest. Back on the road, heading north and west in search of a 710 on-ramp, Reacher took the wheel for the first time. The old vehicle suited him. The heavily tinted windows felt private, nearly impenetrable, and the ride was unnervingly smooth, as if the road beneath them was just a distant suggestion. "What's your plan if you spot them?" Turner asked. "Who?" "Your daughter and her mother. You mean what would I say?" No, from a distance, the very first glimpse. I doubt I'd even recognize them. Just suppose you did. Then I'd be looking for the trap. Exactly, Turner said. Until proven otherwise, they're bait. The MPs and FBI will be waiting. It's a known location. Everyone you see could be undercover. So proceed with extreme caution. Yes, ma'am. Every mile toward North Hollywood doubles the risk. We're driving straight into the heart of this mess. Is this a formal briefing? I'm your commanding officer. It's my job. You're telling me what I already know. You might recognize them, you know. Daughters don't always look like their fathers. I meant you might remember the mother. Meanwhile, Juliet contacted Romeo because some duties fell to him. I've got bad news, she began. Romeo cut in. Does it involve Baldacci's credit card being used at some place called Cool Al's? What kind of Al's? It's a West Coast quirk. What happened? Reacher reached them on the plane. He took them out and stole their wallets. On the plane? He broke Lozano's fingers and Baldacci's arms without anyone noticing. That's impossible. Apparently it's not. 1 against 2, mid-flight, with a plane full of witnesses. It's a deliberate insult, and now he's renting cars with our money. Who does this guy think he is? Reacher, for his part, had come to accept he was a genuinely terrible driver. What began as a conscious act of caution, a reminder to focus, had turned out to be an unfortunate truth. His instincts and reflexes were calibrated for the human world, not the high-speed blur of the freeway. They were primal, immediate, more beast than machine. Perhaps Turner had a point. Maybe there was something untamed about him. It wasn't that he was a bad driver, just that he fell short of the statistical average. Then again, on that specific stretch of the Long Beach freeway that morning, the average was a terrifyingly low bar. All around him, people were multitasking at 70 miles an hour, gulping coffee, shaving, applying mascara, clipping nails, shuffling through paperwork, reading tablets, texting, and having intense, tearful or screaming phone conversations. In the middle of this mobile circus, Reacher focused on holding his speed and his lane, his eyes tracking the erratic sway of the vehicles ahead, his mind already calculating evasive swerves. He broke the tense silence. We need to pull over and call Captain Edmonds. I have to know if she can secure what we need. Put it on the back burner for now, Turner replied, her voice tight. I would if I could, but our schedule isn't our own. Their other 2 operatives could have been on that flight to Orange County or the next one to Long Beach. Either way, they're only an hour or 2 back. Knowing what Edmonds can get won't change that math. It's tactically crucial, Reacher insisted, his tone shifting to a dry, almost academic sarcasm. Straight out of the field manual if you ignore the recent revisions. We have to determine if we need to preserve their cognitive function for future questioning. It's a basic resource management issue that is definitely not in any field manual I ever read. Maybe they cleaned up the language in the latest edition. The point is, if Edmonds has failed, we might need to ask these gentlemen some polite questions like I did with the big dog. But if I know her request is already fulfilled, then I can simply let nature run its uncomplicated course beforehand. Saves everyone time and effort. What course would that be exactly? The future's a mystery, but I'm sure it would be something straightforward. He paused, the sarcasm fading into grim resolve. Turner! I'm on my way to see my daughter. I plan to get there alive. We can't prioritize one thing over another here. We need 2 front burners, both blazing, ma'am. Respectfully submitted. After a moment, Turner nodded. All right, but we buy a phone so we don't have to keep stopping. Actually, we buy 2, 1 each. Prepaid, cash only. And a detailed street map. They exited about a mile later, pulling into a bustling commercial strip dominated by a large chain pharmacy. Inside, amidst the fluorescent lights and aisles of sundries, they found prepaid phones and a folded city map, paying with cash at a register that accepted every form of payment imaginable. Back at the car, they stored each other's new numbers, and Reacher leaned against the warm metal flank of the Range Rover to dial. Edmonds answered, her voice crisp. I filed the application first thing this morning, and no motions to deny have been filed yet. How soon would you expect them? Immediately, or sooner? So this is positive. How long until we know for sure, later today or early tomorrow at the latest? Got a pen handy? Ready. I need you to run 2 names through HRC, Peter Paul Lozano and Ronald David Baldacci. Who are they? That's what I need you to find out. Any particular context? Context is being on the right side of history when the dust settles. Edmonds hesitated, then added, "There's something you should hear. Detective Podolsky recovered your clothes from the landfill. They've been tested, and the blood wasn't a match. Should I be waiting by the phone for Major Sullivan's apology? She's reconsidering her position. She was oddly touched by the IOU you left. Is Metro PD backing off? Not a chance you fled after a lawful police challenge. That still stands. I'll do what I can with Lozano and Baldacci." "Thank you," Reacher said, ending the call. They merged back onto the sun-drenched freeway, just one vehicle among thousands glittering in the light. In a separate, quiet room, Romeo dialed Juliet and reported, "I spoke directly to the gentleman known as Cool Al under a pretext. He confirms they're in a 20-year-old black Range Rover." Juliet's voice was cool and satisfied. "That's excellent information. Not the fastest car on the road," Romeo noted. "Speed isn't everything," Juliet replied. "It makes them easier to find. No one could possibly move that fast. I had our guys flown by helicopter from Orange County to Burbank. They'll be set up a full hour early. Who covered the cost?" "Not the military," Romeo replied. "Don't worry about it. Did you cancel Baldacci's card?" "Lozano's too, I assume." "I can't. Those are their personal accounts. They'll need to handle it themselves once they're discharged from the hospital. Until then, we'll cover their expenses like we always do. This operation is bleeding us dry. Small investments, my friend." "Not so small. It's almost finished. Then we can get back to normal." Reacher continued weaving his way through the crowds, people eating, drinking, shaving, getting their hair and makeup done, filing nails, reading, texting, browsing, shouting, and crying. He finally reached East Los Angeles and got on the Santa Ana Freeway connecting to the 101 near Echo Park. From there, it was a slow, winding drive northwest through the hills, passing places that still sounded exciting to him, like Santa Monica Boulevard, Sunset Boulevard, and the Hollywood Bowl. Just then his phone rang. He answered and said, "I'm driving one-handed on the 101 with the Hollywood sign off to my right, talking on my cell." Finally starting to feel like a local Edmonds, asked, "Do you have a pen and paper handy?" "No." "Then listen closely. Peter Paul Lozano and Ronald David Baldacci are active-duty soldiers, currently on long-term deployment with a logistics battalion out of Fort Bragg, North Carolina. They're part of a company trained to move sensitive equipment into and out of Afghanistan. Right now with the drawdown, it's all about bringing things back, which is keeping them extremely busy. Their performance reviews are currently above average. That's everything I have." After hanging up, Reacher relayed the information to Turner, who said, "There it is. Equipment that's supposed to be coming home isn't making it." Reacher stayed quiet. "You don't agree? I'm just trying to visualize it," he said. "All this sensitive gear comes out of caves or wherever. Most of it gets loaded for shipment to Fayetteville, but some of it ends up in the back of beat-up old trucks with strange plates that immediately vanish into the mountains. Maybe those trucks were full of cash on the way in. Could be a cash-on-delivery operation. Is that what you're thinking, more or less?" "Me too. It's a pressure cooker." "Full of stress, unpredictability, exposure, and the constant risk of someone turning. That's where they figure out who they can trust. Everything's working against them, even the roads. How delicate is this equipment? Is it really okay bouncing around in some rusty pickup with out-of-state plates? What are you getting at? All the real action is in Afghanistan, but our guys are stationed at Fort Bragg. Maybe they just rotated back from over there." "I don't think so," Reacher said. "I could tell the moment I saw the first two. Neither looked like they'd been in the Middle East any time recently. No sunburn, no squint lines around the eyes, none of that worn-out, stressed look you get from being out there. They're stateside guys, but they're also the top team. So why keep your best people in North Carolina when everything important is happening halfway across the world? Usually operations like this have a lead team on each end, but there's only one real end. Stuff comes out of the caves and goes straight into those junker trucks. It never gets anywhere near Fort Bragg or North Carolina. Then maybe I've got it wrong. Maybe they're selling it here in the States, not over there. That would require a skilled team at Bragg to divert the shipments. But I don't think that's happening either, Reacher said. Realistically, small arms are all they could move without drawing attention. Anything bigger we'd notice, and to make the kind of money they seem to be pulling in, they'd have to flood the market with rifles and sidearms. The market isn't flooded. You would have heard chatter if there was a sudden surge of military-grade weapons for sale. Domestic producers are likely being pushed aside. That report would have made its way to you sooner or later. That's the whole point of the 1/10. What exactly are they up to? I couldn't tell you. Reacher recalled every detail from Candace Dayton's sworn statement, down to her attorney's name and his office location. Turner had located the correct block on the street map, her left thumbnail marking the spot while her right index finger tracked their route, her hands gradually drawing closer together. After crossing the Ventura Freeway, she instructed, "Continue straight until Victory Boulevard. You should see signs for the Burbank Airport. We'll approach from the north. I'm betting most of their attention is directed southward. We'll be coming in on their blind side." Victory Boulevard appeared as the very next exit. They turned right onto Lancashire, heading back south and east, running parallel to the freeway they had just left behind. "Pull over here," Turner said. "From this point forward, we proceed with extreme caution." Chapter 48. Reacher eased the car into the entrance of a side street, and together they looked south over the blocks north of the Ventura Freeway, a vibrant, sprawling showcase of American commerce in all its forms. The scene ranged from moderately sized operations down to the smallest ventures, featuring retail shops, wholesale distributors, and service providers. Some businesses appeared solid and enduring, others wildly hopeful. A few were on the rise, while several seemed to be fading fast. The mix was both familiar and everywhere. An observer from another planet might easily assume acrylic nail salons were just as vital to the economy as lumber yards selling 8x4 boards. Turner kept the map open and said, "His office is on Vineland Avenue, 2 blocks north of the freeway. Take a left on Burbank Boulevard, then a right onto Vineland. It's a straight shot from there. No one recognizes this car, but we can't risk driving past more than twice." Reacher got moving again, made the turns, and drove down Vineland like any other driver, neither slow and obvious nor fast and aggressive, just another anonymous vehicle in the bright morning sun. Turner said, "It's coming up on the right. Next block. I see a parking lot out front." Reacher saw it too, but it was a shared lot, not reserved for the lawyer alone. The entire right side of the block was taken up by one long, low building with a shingle roof and a covered walkway out front. The exterior was painted what Reacher considered a distinctly valley shade of beige, reminiscent of theatrical foundation. The building was divided into 6 separate businesses: a wig boutique, a crystal shop, a medical supply store for seniors, a coffee shop, and a tax preparer advertising "Se habla español." Candace Dayton's lawyer was situated roughly in the middle, nestled between the magic crystals and the electric wheelchairs. The parking lot stretched about 8 spaces deep and ran the full width of the building, serving all the stores. Reacher figured any customer could park in any available spot. The lot was about half full, most cars looking perfectly ordinary, clean and gleaming under the harsh sun, some parked at careless angles as if their drivers had run in for a quick errand. He had spent considerable time thinking about what kind of vehicle 2 people could realistically live in and had settled on an old station wagon or a modern SUV as the bare minimum. It would need a fold-flat rear seat and enough clear length from the front seats to the tailgate to fit a mattress. Tinted windows on the sides and back would be a plus. Something like an old Buick Roadmaster or a new Chevy Suburban would work, though anyone planning to live in a brand-new Suburban might be smarter to sell it, buy an old Roadmaster, and pocket the difference. So his eyes scanned mostly for older wagons, perhaps dusty, maybe with tires a little soft, sitting with a settled long-term stillness. As they idled at the curb, a sudden sharp memory flashed through Reacher's mind, a similar stakeout years ago in the rain-soaked streets of Seattle, where the waiting had felt endless and the coffee was terrible. The recollection was brief but vivid, a reminder that some routines never change, even when the zip code does. He scanned the traffic but saw nothing that matched what he was looking for. Most cars were ordinary. A handful were the kind of bland, recent models typical of airport rental fleets, exactly what Espen and the 75th MPs would be using. And a couple looked odd enough to be repurposed FBI seizures, now serving as unmarked surveillance vehicles. The glare of the sun, deep shadows, and tinted windows made it impossible to tell if any were occupied. They continued driving, maintaining their speed en route, merging back onto the freeway because Reacher believed a sudden U-turn or unusual maneuver would draw attention. They traced the same large, slow rectangle, came down Lancashire Boulevard a second time, and parked once more at the entrance of the same side street, feeling comfortably distant and hidden from the south. "Want another look?" Turner asked. "No need," Reacher replied. "So what's the plan?" "They could be anywhere. We don't know their faces or their vehicle. Driving around aimlessly won't help. We need an exact location from the lawyer, assuming he even knows her day-to-day whereabouts. Makes sense, but how? I could call or have Edmonds call for me, but any lawyer worth his license will insist all communication goes through the office. He'd never risk giving her location to someone as involved as I'm supposed to be. He'd have to assume any contact from me would turn either creepy or violent. It's basic professional liability. He could be sued for millions. So what do? We do what guys do when they've run out of options. Which is, I'm going to call an escort. They reversed and headed north again, pulling into a burger joint where they drank coffee, and Reacher pored over listings in a borrowed Yellow Pages. Back on the road, they drove until they spotted a motel adjacent to one of the long-term parking lots at Burbank Airport. They didn't book a room. Instead, they stayed in the car, and Reacher dialed a memorized number. A woman with a foreign accent answered, sounding middle-aged and slightly drowsy. Reacher asked, "Who's your top-rated American girl right now?" The woman said, "Emily." "Rate, 1,000 an hour." "Available now." "Of course." "Does she take cards?" "Yes, but then it's 1,200. Reacher stayed silent. The woman added, "She can be there in under 30 minutes, and she's worth every cent. Any preference on how she dresses?" "Like a grade school teacher," Reacher said. "Maybe a year out of college." "The girl next door look?" "Always popular." Reacher gave the name Pete Lozano and provided the motel's name and address. "Is that near the airport parking?" the woman asked. "Yes," Reacher confirmed. "We use it often. Emily won't have any trouble finding it." He ended the call, and they settled in to wait, saying nothing, just watching through the windshield. After about 10 minutes, Turner asked, "You all right?" "Not really," Reacher admitted. "Why?" "I'm sitting here staring at 14-year-old girls. It feels wrong. See anyone you recognize?" "Not yet." They waited over 35 minutes, and then Reacher's phone rang. It wasn't the foreign woman calling with an excuse for Emily's delay. It was Captain Edmonds. She announced she had front-page news. Reacher tilted the phone so Turner could listen in. Edmonds said, "I got the full file on AM 3435. It came through 5 minutes ago. And let me tell you, it wasn't without some serious effort on my part," Reacher said, and... "Really, Major, you're so welcome. My absolute pleasure. I don't mind risking my entire career stepping where JAG captains usually know better than to tread. Okay, thank you. I should have led with that. My apologies. There are some things you need to understand first. We've been in Afghanistan for over a decade, and in that light, 3435 is a pretty small figure. These days, we're well past 100,000. That tells me this file is old. I'd say it's been about 7 years since it was created, from what I can gather, and there haven't been any major updates since, just the bare minimum routine entries. The guy is completely ordinary. Dull, really. On the surface, he's just another insignificant farmer. What's his name? Emal Golam Zadran. He's 42 now, the youngest of 5 Zadran brothers, all still living. He's considered the family disappointment, seen as unreliable. The older brothers are all respectable opium growers, working the ancestral land just like generations before them, traditional, small-scale, and humble. But young Emal wasn't content with that life. He dabbled in a few ventures and managed to fail at every single one. His brothers took pity on him and let him come back. As far as anyone can tell, he lives near them in the hills, contributes nothing worthwhile, and keeps to himself. What got him into the system 7 years ago, one of those failed ventures, which was, nothing was ever proven, or we would have taken care of him. What wasn't proven? The rumor was he tried to become a businessman. He was supposedly buying hand grenades from the 10th Mountain Division and selling them to the Taliban. How much was he charging? The file doesn't say, so it wasn't proven. They tried hard to make it stick. Why not just shoot him anyway? Reacher, you're speaking to an Army attorney. Nothing was proven, and this is the United States of America. Let's pretend you weren't an Army lawyer for a minute. Then I'd say nothing was proven. And back then, we were probably bending over backwards to appease the Afghans, hoping they'd establish their own civilian government sooner rather than later so we could finally leave. In that climate, shooting a local when even our own jumpy military courts couldn't convict him would have been seen as a terrible move. Otherwise, I'm sure they would have happily taken the shot. You're pretty sharp, Reacher said, for an Army lawyer. He ended the call then because his attention was caught by a young woman stepping out of a taxi and walking into the motel driveway. She seemed to glow. She was young and blonde, vibrant and full of life, with a sincere air about her, as if she was resolved to spend all her future years doing nothing but good in the world. She looked like a grade school teacher, maybe a year out of college. The young woman walked past the motel office and then paused, seeming unsure where to go. She had a name, but no room number. Turner rolled down her window and called out, "Are you Emily?" She and Reacher had practiced this. It was undeniably strange to be approached in a motel parking lot by a woman in a car, clearly setting up an odd meeting for three. But having a man do it would have been even stranger. So Turner got to ask the question, to which the young woman replied, "Yes, I'm Emily," Turner said. "We're your clients. I'm sorry, they didn't tell me. It's more for couples. You've probably heard this before, or maybe not, but all we want is to talk. We'll give you $2,000 for an hour of your time. Everyone keeps their clothes on, all three of us." The young woman moved a little closer but kept a safe distance, aligning herself with the open window. She bent slightly to look inside and asked, "What is this really about?" Reacher said. "An acting job?" They talked outside in the open to keep things from feeling threatening. Reacher and Turner leaned against the side of the car, with Emily forming the third point of a triangle about 4 feet away, positioned so she could turn and run if she needed to. But she stayed. She slid Lozano's American Express card through the reader on her phone, and the moment the authorization code appeared, she stated flatly, "I don't do porn," Reacher replied. "This isn't about porn, then what kind of performance are you hiring for? Are you actually an actor?" "I'm an escort," she said, "but it's all a performance." "Were you an actor before this?" "I was an aspiring one. Still am, in a way. Do you handle role-play scenarios?" I assumed that's what this was today, playing the wide-eyed idealist, reluctantly willing to do anything to secure extra funding for her school, or maybe the neighbor needing to borrow a lawnmower. Usually, though, it's about job interviews, showing desperate commitment to some corporate role. So you're acting, constantly, even right now. I need you to visit a law firm receptionist and charm your way into her confidence. Reacher laid out the plan. She didn't ask why, he added. If there's a choice, pick someone who looks motherly, she'll be more sympathetic. Frame it as a struggling mom getting a helping hand. Say, Ms. Dayton is a friend of your aunt, that she loaned you money during college and got you out of a bind, and now you want to repay the kindness. You'd like to see her again. You can write your own lines, but the receptionist isn't supposed to give out her location. It's against the rules, so consider this your Oscar-worthy scene. Who gets hurt in this? No one gets hurt. Quite the opposite. For $2,000, that's a new one for me. If she's legitimate, she gets assistance. If she's not, I don't lose anything. It's a win-win. Emily hesitated. I'm not sure I want to do this. You already took the money for an hour of my time. I'm happy to stand here talking. Or we could get in the car. I'll undress if you want. That's the usual program. How about an extra $500 in cash? A tip when you return. Make it $706. Emily finally smiled. And the Oscar goes to Emily. She refused to let them drive her. A smart move. Talk was cheap, and all that preliminary conversation could have just been a fantasy before her body turned up in a ditch days later. So they handed her the address and $20 for a cab instead. They watched the taxi disappear, then got back into the Range Rover to wait. Turner said, "Get real, Reacher. AM 3435 is Emal Zadran, who has a known history of buying and selling U.S. military equipment in the tribal regions. Meanwhile, Peter Lozano and Ronald Baldacci have a documented history of working for a company tasked with moving that exact U.S. equipment in and out of those same hills." Is that deafening clatter I hear the sound of everything clicking into place? He was trading U.S. ordnance 7 years ago? And then he vanished from the radar. By getting better at it, he climbed to the top. Now he's the main player, the go-to guy. He's making a fortune for someone he has to be. Why else would they work so hard to hide him? You're probably right. I need your real analysis here, not automatic agreement. You're my executive officer. Is that a promotion? Consider it new orders. I mean it. You could be right. The informant labeled him a tribal elder. That sounds like a title of respect. A lazy black sheep wouldn't be seen as a person of status, more like the village fool. He certainly wouldn't be honored. So old Emal is providing a service for someone. My only hang-up was having a team ready in North Carolina when the action is in Afghanistan. But maybe there's a real job for them. If what you think is true, then a lot of money is coming back stateside, wagon loads of it, probably a huge physical amount. So yes, they need a team in North Carolina, just not for weapons, for handling the cash. Elsewhere, Romeo called Juliet and said, "It's getting worse," Juliet replied. "How could it possibly? They just used Lozano's Amex, $2,000 on an entertainer. Do you even understand what that implies? Maybe they're just bored. Only one type of entertainer carries her own card reader, a prostitute. This is a taunt. They'd be handing it out to homeless people if the homeless had card readers on their phones, or phones for that matter, which they don't. Also, Reacher's lawyer got Zadran's full file about an hour ago, so it's circulating now. You worry too much? It's a glaring connection. It won't take a genius to figure it out." "Or maybe you're worrying too early," Juliet replied. "You haven't heard the good news yet? Is there any? Our guys just spotted them driving past the lawyer's office. They were in a 20-year-old black Range Rover. Hard to be certain because of the tinted windows, but the strong impression was two people inside, one large, one small. When was this? Less than an hour ago. Just one pass, so far. Clearly, they were scouting the place. Is there a lot of activity around there? It's a strip mall. It's like a constant 4th of July parade. Where did they go after driving by? They took the freeway, probably looped around. My guess is they're holed up a few blocks to the north. Is there anything we can do? Actually, I think so. They were extremely cautious near that office. They must know the MPs and the FBI are all over it. And there's nothing for them to learn there. It would be the worst kind of mistake. I doubt they'll go near that office again, which means guarding it is a waste of personnel. We can't miss them there because they won't be there, simple as that. So our guys would be better used somewhere else, maybe in a more proactive role. Just a suggestion. "I agree," Romeo said. "Turn them loose." Meanwhile, Reacher and Turner passed the time trying to figure out what kind of military ordnance would sell for a lot of money and still fit in the back of a pickup truck. It was a frustrating exercise because the two categories usually didn't overlap. Moabs were those sinister, finned, pear-shaped cylinders, 30 feet long and 4 feet wide. Drones were worth $37 million each but had a wingspan over 60 feet, and without the joystick controls stored in Texas or Florida. They were just expensive lumps of metal. On the other hand, rifles, handguns, and hand grenades weren't worth much individually. A Beretta M9 goes for about $600 in a store, maybe $400 used on the street or in the hills. After overhead, you'd need to sell hundreds just to cover the $100,000 risked in the Cayman Islands. Even the Army would notice if it was losing handguns by the thousand. They were getting nowhere. Then Emily returned. Emily stepped out of a cab, just like the first time, still playing her part, all radiant and naive. She hurried over and stood about 5 feet from Turner's window, exactly as before. Turner buzzed the glass down, and Emily said, I felt bad doing that. Why? Reacher asked. She was a nice woman. I manipulated her. Was it successful? I got the location. Where is it? You owe me $600. Not technically. It's a tip, which means it's a gift outside the main contract. There's no real obligation. Are you trying to back out now? No, I'm just naturally pedantic. Either way, I still need $600. Ronald Baldacci paid it, pulling from the thick stack of 20s in his wallet. Reacher handed the cash to Turner, who passed it out the window to Emily. She glanced around nervously and said, This looks like a drug deal? What's the address? Reacher asked. She provided a street address complete with a house number. Reacher said, What is that place a vacant lot? A business with its own parking? I don't know. What was the mood in the office? Very busy. I don't think Miss Dayton is high on their priority list. Okay, thank you, Emily, Reacher said. It was nice to meet you. Have a great day, that's all. What more do you want? Aren't you going to ask what a nice girl like me is doing in a job like this? No advice for my future. No, Reacher said. No one should take my advice. You seem to be doing just fine anyway. $1,000 an hour is nothing to sneeze at. I know folks who get taken for a ride for 20. Who? Mostly people who wear uniforms. According to Turner's map, the new location was south of the Ventura Freeway, in an area that didn't really have a name. It wasn't quite Universal City, not exactly West Toluca Lake, certainly not Griffith Park, and too far south to be North Hollywood. But Reacher felt it was the right sort of place. It would have a constant flow of people coming and going too busy to be nosy, with businesses starting up and shutting down all the time. That meant empty buildings and staff parking lots in front of failed ventures. The best route was south on Vineland again, past the law office, over the freeway, and then the neighborhood would be waiting on the right. Turner said, We have to assume the MPs and the FBI have this same intel. I'm sure they do, Reacher said. So we handle it like we did the law office, one pass. Which might be the second pass for some of them, since I'm sure they're rotating back and forth between there and the law office. They can't let either location get too quiet. What if it's a narrow alley or a one-way street? Then we call it off. We'll figure out another approach, and in the best case, all we do is look. No direct contact. We need a lot of long-distance observation before we even consider that, understood? Even if the most adorable 14-year-old in the world runs out waving a handmade sign that says, Welcome home, Daddy, because it might be the wrong 14-year-old with a different daddy entirely. Understood, Reacher said again. Say it. No direct contact, Reacher repeated. So let's move. They decided against using Vineland Avenue. Driving past the law office again would turn one pass into two for some of the watchers, for no good reason. And then two could become three if the rotation timing was unlucky, and 3 times was not a charm in Reacher's experience. Most people notice things by the 3rd time around, even if they didn't realize they were noticing. A stumble in a conversation with a friend, you just spotted the same guy for the 3rd time, out of the corner of your eye, or the same car, the same delivery van, the same coat or dog or shoes or walk, so they looped clockwise, heading east first, then south, crossing the freeway a little to the right of a direct line. Then they pulled over. The target neighborhood lay ahead on the right. It was a cramped, low-rise maze with concrete curbs and dry grass shoulders, utility poles thick with cables, some as wide as Reacher's wrist, and behind them were small buildings, bungalows, garden apartments, a few stores. One nail salon and one pickup truck were clearly visible. There were basketball hoops, hockey goals, satellite dishes the size of hot tubs, and parked cars everywhere. Not good, Turner said. Reacher nodded, because it wasn't. It was densely packed and confined, and driving through would mean constant stopping, starting, and weaving around one obstacle after another. Moving at a walking pace would be a luxury, he said. You're the commanding officer. She said, You're the executive officer. I say we go for it. But it's your call. Why do you say go for it? The drawbacks look bad, but they might actually help us. Things could swing in our favor. The MPs and the FBI don't know what we're driving to them. This is just an old truck with tinted windows. They aren't looking for it, but the two guys from the dented car might be. They're getting solid intel. Worst case, someone spotted the credit card and now knows what we're driving. Doesn't matter, Reacher replied. They can't touch us here, not with government witnesses all around. They have to know the MPs and the FBI are right there with them. It's a perfect trap. They'll just have to sit and watch. He paused, a faint, dry smirk crossing his face. Honestly, it's almost beautiful. They're stuck in a room full of cops forced to behave. They could follow us when we leave, Turner pointed out. The MPs and the FBI wouldn't blink just another car leaving the neighborhood. I agree. And like I said, that would actually work in our favor. Two birds with one stone. We confirm the location, then draw them out to a spot we pick. He shrugged, the ghost of a grin still there. All things considered, I'd call that a pretty good day's work, speaking as an XO anyway, but it's your call. That's why you get the big bucks, almost as much as some high school teachers make. Turner was silent for a long moment, her gaze fixed ahead. Finally, she said, 2 front burners, I remember. So, all right, go for it. They checked the map once more, and Reacher ran through the turns in his head. A right, a left, another right, and that would be her street. Her lot number looked to be about halfway down, Turner added. Remember, eyes only. No contact. Understood, Reacher said. No exceptions. Yes, ma'am. He eased off the curb and rolled forward to the first turn, swinging the wheel. The neighborhood opened up before them. The first street was cluttered and uneven, mixed zoning with a bakery truck idling outside a small grocery, a kid's bike abandoned in the gutter, and an old car up on blocks, missing its wheels. The second street was better, no wider, but straighter and less obstructed. The feel of the place improved over the first 50 yards. Small houses lined both sides, not wealthy but solid. Some had new roofs, others showed fresh paint on stucco walls or parched plants struggling in concrete tubs, regular people doing their best to get by. Then came the final right turn, and the tone lifted a little more, though not to any dizzying height. Reacher saw a long, straight street with the 101 freeway visible at the far end behind a hurricane fence. The street was lined with tract houses built for returning GIs after the war, still standing more than 60 years later. The homes were cared for, but to varying degrees, some well-maintained, some refurbished or extended, others more worn at the edges. Most driveways held cars, and many more were parked along the curb, effectively narrowing the road to a single lane. It made for slow, awkward driving, Turner said, FBI up ahead on the right. Definitely, Reacher nodded without speaking. One of the cars parked at the curb was a plain silver Chevy Malibu about 60 feet away, a base model with plastic trim where chrome might have been. 2 short antennas were fixed to the rear window, and a man in a white collared shirt sat behind the wheel, an unmarked car but not really trying to hide. Probably a supervisor, Reacher figured, just dropping in to check on morale and spread a little encouragement, maybe to the agent parked right in front of him. Check out the vehicle ahead of him, Reacher said. It was a civilian Hummer H2, enormous and gleaming in black wax with chrome accents, riding on huge wheels and thin rubber band tires. So 8 years ago, Turner remarked, her tone lightly sarcastic. It was likely a legal seizure, maybe caught with drugs in the door panels or tied to a fraud case, now repurposed as an undercover vehicle. A typical government choice, slightly out of touch with subtlety. 60 feet in front of the Hummer, parked on the opposite curb and facing them, was a small white, compact, clean and anonymous with no personal touches. An airport rental, almost certainly the 75th MP. Some unlucky soldier, Reacher thought, flown coach to LAX and handed the keys to the cheapest car on the government account. No upgrade, no frills. See it? Reacher asked. Turner nodded beside him. "And now we know exactly where the address is. I'd estimate we're right in the middle of the space between the Hummer's front end and that other vehicle. They're not exactly masters of subtlety, are they? Never have been." Reacher had been scanning the addresses, and according to the official coordinates, their target lot should be coming up on the left in about 30 yards. He asked, "Do you spot anyone else around?" "Difficult to say," Turner replied. "Every single one of these parked cars could have someone sitting inside." "Let's hope that's the case," Reacher said, "specifically two someones." He continued rolling forward, slow and deliberate, allowing room for error. The old pickup steering had a loose, imprecise feel. You could count on it being off by half a foot in either direction. He passed the silver sedan and glanced to his right. The man in the white dress shirt wore a necktie, a dead giveaway for the FBI, probably the only tie within a mile radius. Next up was the Hummer. The driver was a fair-skinned man with a severe, high-end, tight military haircut. It was likely the first time such a haircut had ever been seen inside a customized H2 government issue, completely out of touch. Then Reacher looked to his left and began following the house numbers. He wasn't sure what he anticipated finding. Essentially, some kind of break in the pattern, something distinct from the homes on either side. A place boarded up after foreclosure, or a lot cleared after a fire, or maybe a vacant parcel never built upon. With a large, older sedan tucked back in the shadows, perhaps a Buick. But the address from Emily's information was just a standard house, identical to all the others. Not foreclosed, not burned down, just an ordinary home on an ordinary lot. There was a car in the driveway, but it wasn't a Buick. It was a small, faded red, two-door import, even more compact than the white car they'd seen earlier, far too tiny for two people to sleep in. The house itself was a single-story structure that had been expanded upward with a window on each side of the ground floor and a newer attic window centered above a bright blue front door. And then a girl stepped out through that blue door. She looked about 14 or 15. She was blonde and tall. "Keep moving," Turner said, but Reacher hit the brakes anyway, an almost instinctive reaction. The girl walked around the parked coupe and stepped onto the sidewalk. She wore a yellow tee under a denim jacket, loose black pants, and yellow sneakers with no socks or laces. She was slender and long-limbed, all sharp angles, and her hair was the pale gold of dry summer grass, parted in the middle and falling in waves halfway down her back. Her face still held the soft, unformed quality of adolescence, but her blue eyes were bright above defined cheekbones, and her mouth was fixed in a faint, bemused half-smile, as if her world was filled with minor irritations she'd decided to meet with patient good humor. She started walking west away from them. "Eyes forward, Reacher," Turner snapped. "Accelerate, pass her, and do not stop. Drive to the end of this street right now." "That's an order. If it's her, we'll verify later and handle it then." So Reacher pressed the gas, moving from a crawl to a slow roll, and they passed the girl just as she was walking by the white compact. She showed no reaction to the car, no sign. She knew it was there for her. Presumably, no one had told her. What could they even say? "Hello, we're here to arrest your father, whom you've never met, just in case he shows up after being told all about you." Reacher kept one eye on the mirror, watching her figure shrink in the distance. He paused at the T intersection, turned left, caught a final glimpse of her, and then drove away until she vanished from view. No one followed. They pulled over a block later, but the street behind them remained empty, a small theoretical disappointment that Reacher barely registered. At that moment, the two men from the damaged vehicle were the furthest thing from his mind, pushed to the very back of a mental stove that seemed 10 miles deep. He remarked, "I was informed she was living out of a car. Perhaps her mother found new employment or a new relationship." "Did you notice any viable surveillance positions?" "Nothing stood out. We could just blend in with the neighborhood and park along the street. We'd be fine as long as we never stepped out of the vehicle." "We can improve on that," Turner replied. She studied her map, then peered through the Range Rover's windows, twisting to survey the area for any elevated spot. To the south, the Hollywood Hills loomed through the haze, but they were too far away and would offer no view of the house's front. Finally, she gestured toward the northwest, where an elevated off-ramp connected the 134 and the 100-way ways it rose high above the streets, its sweeping curve seeming to embrace the entire neighborhood below. We could stage a breakdown if there's a shoulder, she suggested. Overheating, maybe? This vehicle certainly looks like it could have issues. We could stay put for hours. The FBI doesn't handle roadside assistance. If LAPD stops, we'll say we've cooled down and are on our way. Warrant Officer Espen will have surveyed the area, Reacher countered. If he spots any parked vehicle up there, he'll check it out. Fine. If anything other than a marked LAPD cruiser pulls over, we leave immediately. If it's Espen, we'll settle it somewhere in the outskirts of Burbank. We'll lose him long before Burbank. I'd bet they stuck him with a 4-cylinder rental. Their next stop needed to be a pawn shop. They required a quality item for a brief period, quickly and without drawing attention, and since they were using a stolen credit card, the second-hand market was ideal. They drove on surface streets to West Hollywood, choosing one of many such stores. Reacher told the clerk, "Show me your best binoculars." The selection was mostly older models, which made sense. Reacher figured that in his father's generation, binoculars were just something every family owned, like an encyclopedia set, both purchased out of duty and rarely used, or an 8mm camera if the family was well off. Now those original owners were gone, and their adult children, facing limited space, had consigned such items to pawn shops, where they sat between old guitars and class rings, still in their velvet-lined cases. Priced modestly, they found a pair that was powerful yet reasonably light, adjustable enough for both of them. Baldacci handled the payment, and they returned to the car. "I think we should wait until dusk," Turner said. "Nothing's likely to happen before then anyway, especially if her mother has a new job. We have a black vehicle. Espen probably won't even spot it in the dark, but the streetlights should provide enough illumination for the binoculars." "Agreed," Reacher said. "We should eat first. This could take hours. How long are you willing to stay up there? As long as necessary. However many nights it takes. Thank you. Looking back on all my past relationships, I can't decide if this is the most brilliant thing I've ever done or the absolute most foolish." They dined in West Hollywood, taking their time with a leisurely, expensive meal on Peter Paul Lozano's tab, allowing the late afternoon to fade into early evening. Once the streetlights glowed brighter than the twilight sky, they returned to the car and took Sunset Boulevard to the 101. Traffic was, as usual, heavy, but the delay allowed the sky to deepen into full darkness. By the time they navigated the curving off-ramp, night had completely fallen. There was no formal pull-off area on the exit ramp, but a wide band of painted chevrons marked the right edge of the lane, giving them just enough space to edge over as if they had flashing lights on the roof. Turner already had the binoculars in hand, and they crept forward until she decided the vantage point was as good as it was going to get. Reacher killed the engine. They were roughly 300 yards from the blue door and elevated about 40 feet above it, a textbook setup, straight line with height advantage, more than acceptable. The house itself was silent, the door shut, the red coupe remained on the driveway. The FBI sedan was gone from the street, but the Hummer and the small white car were still parked about 60 feet apart. The rest of the neighborhood's vehicle lineup had shifted slightly as day shift workers returned and night shift folks headed out. They traded the binoculars back and forth. Reacher shifted in the driver's seat, leaning his back against the door and peering past Turner through her open window. The view through the lenses was murky and grainy. No night vision, but it would do. Behind them, a steady stream of cars rushed by just feet away, all peeling off the 101 onto the 134. Not a single one slowed or stopped. They just rocked the old truck with their wake and vanished into the night. Completely unaware, Romeo phoned Juliet. They showed up in West Hollywood, used Baldacci's card at a pawn shop, then had a pricey dinner on Lozano's tab. Juliet asked, what would they need from a pawn shop? Irrelevant. What matters is they were killing time in West Hollywood, seemingly without urgency. That suggests they've already accomplished their immediate goals, like locating Miss Dayton, so we should operate under that assumption. How'd they manage it? The how doesn't concern us. The what next does. They might have been lying low until dark. If so, they're probably back near the house now, preparing to surveil. Our team isn't on site anymore. Then get them back. Have them analyze the area with a tactical eye and identify every likely observation post. A skilled team wouldn't hide in a backyard. They'd want distance and elevation. Think upper floors of vacant buildings, water towers, parking structures. Have our men list the possibilities and split up to check each one. We need this wrapped up tonight. You can get firearms at a pawn shop, not in 30 minutes under California law. There's a waiting period, and they only spent $30 on the card. Any under-the-table cash deal would have made them too jumpy to stay for a leisurely meal in the same neighborhood. My read is they're still unarmed. I certainly hope you're right about that, Juliet replied. It would simplify matters considerably. Turner spent a solid half-hour scanning through the binoculars before handing them back to Reacher, rubbing her tired eyes. He adjusted the eyepieces and spun the focus wheel a full turn, either because his vision was worse or hers was better. She said, "I'm calling Sergeant Leach again. I need to know she's all right." He nodded, offering, "Send her my regards," as he divided his attention between Turner's low conversation and the quiet scene 300 yards out. Nothing was moving. The Hummer and the white compact sat undisturbed. No one approached the blue door. Sergeant Leach seemed fine, and so did her helpful acquaintance, Margaret Vega. For the moment, at least, the exchange was brief. Turner didn't spell anything out, but reading between the lines, Leach appeared to share her view that the point of no return had been reached. It was either hit the jackpot or pack up and leave. The blue door remained shut. Reacher spent most of his time with the binoculars locked on it, but every 20 seconds or so he'd allow himself a few fractured glances around the surrounding area. He retraced their route back down the street, through the bend where they'd entered, past the bakery truck parked by the grocery, the abandoned bicycle, and the car sitting on its rims. Then came the main thoroughfare, Vineland Avenue, lying about as far south of the freeway as the law office sat north. His gaze returned to the blue door, still closed. On his next visual sweep, he followed the street the opposite direction at the far end, turning right instead of left, and discovered a matching bend like a mirror reflection. Similar zoning, similar signs of neglect. Back on Vineland again, another quarter-mile farther south, the neighborhood wasn't quite a rectangle, taller on the right than the left, shaped more like a narrow flag. Some distance above its top right corner ran the freeway, and beyond that, the law office. Below its bottom right corner glowed an old coach-style diner, all lit up and gleaming. Reacher already knew which path he'd take. He returned to the blue door. It stayed shut until 1 minute before 8, then it opened, and she stepped out again looking just as she had before. Same long, almost elegant stride, same hair, same shirt and jacket, same shoes, probably no socks, likely the same dry expression, though it was dark, and the optics could only do so much, just like before. But this time she turned east, not west, away from the freeway interchange toward the main drag. No one accompanied her, no shadow, no visible protection. Reacher gestured and Turner nodded. He said, "You think it's possible they haven't told either of them?" She replied, "Clearly they didn't tell the kid. They can't exactly say, 'We found your dad, but decided to lock him up instead.' Could they say that to the mother? She won't see much child support if they throw away the key. What are you thinking? They didn't send anyone with her. They should have. If I can't reach her inside, I'd try when she leaves. That's obvious, right? But she's alone. The only explanation that makes sense is they haven't told them, and they can't justify 4 guys tailing them everywhere, so they don't. Plus, they're cheap. If they told them, they'd have to assign a female support officer to the house. That costs money. All right. So if mother and child are bait but don't know it, and she leaves the house, all Espen or anyone can do is a distant tail or an occasional drive-by. Agreed. But no one's moving, and neither car has started. Maybe they wait until she's out of sight. Let's see if they do. They didn't. The woman turned right at the end of the street and vanished from view, but back at the house, nothing stirred, and neither vehicle started up. Turner said, "Maybe there's another team. Would you approve that budget? Of course I would. Would they? If they won't even spring for a female officer in the house. Find one team and it's not moving. Laziness and overconfidence. Plus, parking's probably a nightmare around here. They're not moving because they think I'm dumb enough to walk right up the driveway and knock. Just then a car turned in, coming all the way from the far end of the neighborhood, off Vineland and entering through the same bend they had used earlier. The car's headlights swept across the dark street, first one way, then the other before it surged forward. It roared past the parked Hummer, past the house with the blue door, and was nearly even with a small white car when it suddenly braked. The vehicle reversed quickly, speeding back past the same landmarks, finally settling into a distant parking space that seemed to frustrate its driver. It slid into the spot with practiced ease. The lights died and two men emerged. They were little more than silhouettes in the gloom, one perhaps broader than the other. A primal instinct, old as time, flickered to life, and a moment later Reacher shifted forward slightly in his seat. The binoculars were struggling with the range and the failing light, so Reacher stayed logical. California was packed with people. The odds of these two specific men appearing right under his watch were astronomically low, but the impossible had a habit of happening, so he kept the lenses trained on them as they approached, constantly adjusting the focus for clarity. They walked briskly down the center of the street, not the sidewalk, moving as one unit. With every step, Reacher's certainty grew. They passed the Hummer again and stepped into a dim splash of light from a street lamp. There was no doubt now. It was the driver from that first chaotic night, accompanied by the large, bald man with the oddly small ears. They halted directly in front of the target house, stood motionless for a beat, then turned to gaze back the way they'd come, as if scanning the distant skyline. Slowly, they began to pivot in place, using tiny, shuffling steps, occasionally gesturing away from the house and upward. "They're searching for us?" Reacher stated flatly. Their slow rotation continued until the curve of the freeway off-ramp entered their field of view. The bald man grasped the implication instantly. His arm shot up, his finger tracing the ramp's wide, curving path from right to left and back again, outlining how it cradled the entire neighborhood like a theater balcony. He then pulled his hand inward, a pantomime suggesting, "We're down here on the stage and the best seats in the house are up there." He cupped a hand over his eyes, studying the ramp section by section, yard by yard, hunting for the optimal sight line. His inspection finally stopped, his gaze locking onto a specific point as if he were staring directly back through the binoculars. "They've spotted us," Reacher said, his voice grim. Turner consulted the map. "They can't get here fast. The road layout is a nightmare. They'd have to go all the way down to the Hollywood Bowl on city streets, then loop back up behind us on the 101. It's a huge time-consuming rectangle." "The girl is out there alone," Reacher countered. "We're the ones they're after, and she's the one we need. I'd stick with her. It's basic tactics. They don't know where she went. It's not exactly a mystery," Turner argued, a hint of sarcasm creeping into her tone. "Her mother's gone. She binged TV until 8, and then her stomach started growling. The kid went for food. They aren't going to snatch a teenager off the street. They nearly beat Moorcroft to death, and their clock is ticking. Desperate people stop caring about the rules. So what's your play?" Reacher didn't bother with a reply. He simply dropped the binoculars into Turner's lap, fired up the engine, and slammed the car into gear. A quick check over his shoulder, and he punched the accelerator, peeling off the shoulder and into the traffic lane. The car swooped around the curve, leaving the 101 and merging onto the 134, immediately getting bogged down in slower traffic. He scanned ahead for the first exit, which he predicted correctly was Vineland Avenue. Inching through the congestion, his frustration mounting, he turned south, driving along the neighborhood's elevated border. He passed the first cluster of shops and apartments, then the second, continuing for another 100 yards until the gleaming, fully lit facade of the Coach Diner came into view ahead. The girl was moving across Vineland, heading straight for the diner. He eased off the gas, letting her get a good 50 yards ahead before she turned into the parking lot. Over in one shadowy corner, a cluster of teenagers, maybe 8 of them, were just killing time, laughing and shoving each other around with that restless, performative energy kids have when there's nothing else to do. She walked right toward them. Maybe dinner wasn't her plan. Maybe she'd already eaten something quick at home, a frozen meal zapped in the microwave, and now this was her evening ritual, meeting up with the usual crowd at their usual spot. There's a certain safety in that, he thought. She exchanged a few deadpan remarks, slapped hands, shared a laugh. It all looked easy. These were her people, and she fit right in, but then, almost without warning, she drifted away. Her posture was casual, like she was just stepping inside for a minute, and nobody followed. She didn't seem bothered by it. If anything, she looked content, happy to have shared the moment, but equally ready to be on her own. As if both suited her just fine. She's a loner, Turner observed, and tall, Reacher added. That doesn't prove anything, I know. We can't sit here forever. I'm going in. No introductions. Not now. I won't say a word to her. You'll make her a target if those guys spot this car out front. Turner fell silent. Reacher watched the girl pull open the door and disappear inside. The diner was a classic piece of Americana, stainless steel body, flared trim like a vintage car, small windows like an old train carriage, neon script glowing in an Art Deco style. It was the busy hour that lulled between the early specials and the late-night coffee crowd. Reacher knew these places. He'd logged countless hours in them, knew their rhythms by heart. Observation only, Turner insisted. Agreed. No contact. Agreed. All right, go. I'll stash the car and wait. Stay out of trouble. You too. Call me when you're finished. Will do, Reacher said. He got out and crossed the lot. The sounds of the night wrapped around him, cars rolling down Vineland, a plane droning overhead, the scattered laughter of the teenagers. Behind him, the Range Rover pulled away. He took a slow breath, then tugged the diner door open and stepped inside. The interior was just as he expected, booths lining both walls, a long counter running the width of the room about 6 feet from the back. A pass-through window led to the kitchen. The rest of the rear wall was mirrored. The vinyl booth seats and pastel-colored chrome stools reminded him of 1950s convertibles. Linoleum covered the floor, and every flat surface was laminated in shades of pink, blue, or pale yellow, patterned with tiny marks that in this retro setting made him think of complex mid-century calculations, the kind used for breaking the sound barrier or building an H-bomb. A stooped, gray-haired man worked behind the counter. A blonde waitress in her 40s tended the left side, while a brunette in her 50s worked the right. The place was more than 3/4 full. Every booth on the left was taken, some by folks wrapping up their workday, others fueling up before a night out, one occupied by a group of hipsters who seemed determined to soak up the authentic atmosphere. The right side of the diner had 2 open booths, and along the counter, 19 occupied stools were broken up by 5 empty ones. The girl was positioned all the way on the right, perched on the last stool at the counter as if she owned it, the posture of a decades-long regular at a neighborhood bar. Silverware, a napkin, and a water glass were arranged before her, but no food had arrived. An empty stool stood beside her, followed by a line of men hunched over their plates, the next vacancy a full 9 seats down. Reacher considered the better vantage point an empty booth would provide, but diner etiquette had its own rules, and a solo customer commandeering a 4-top during the dinner rush was generally frowned upon. He hesitated in the doorway, uncertain, until a weary blonde waitress from the other side took pity, detouring over with an attempt at a welcoming smile that didn't quite reach her eyes. It faded into a flat, disinterested look as she said, "Sit anywhere you like. Someone will be with you shortly," before bustling off. Reacher took that as permission for the booth and turned right. The girl was watching him in the mirror behind the counter, not a furtive glance, but a direct, unbroken stare. Her eyes found his through the reflected world of angles and refractions, a basic principle from high school physics she seemed to be demonstrating with intent. She didn't look away when his gaze met hers, no contact. He had promised himself. He moved past her and took an empty booth 1 row back from her position. To see her clearly meant sitting with his shoulder to the window and his back to the room, a tactical disadvantage he disliked but accepted. A brunette waitress appeared with a menu and a smile as faint as the blonde's. "Water?" she offered. "Coffee," Reacher said. The girl's reflection was still fixed on him. He wasn't hungry. The meal Lozano had provided in West Hollywood had been substantial. He pushed the menu aside. The waitress, visibly unimpressed by his lack of an order, gave him a look that suggested free refills were now off the table. The girl kept watching. Reacher tried the coffee. It was passable. The counterman, whose embroidered patch read Arthur, brought the girl her plate. She broke eye contact just long enough to say something that made him smile, he replied. She smiled back, and he retreated. Then, in one fluid motion, she gathered her silverware and napkin in one hand, her plate in the other, slid off the stool, and walked over to Reacher's booth. "Mind if I join you?" she asked. She set down her silverware napkin and plate, then ducked back to the counter to retrieve her water glass. She gave Arthur a wave and a pointed gesture toward the booth. "I'm relocating," before returning to slide into the bench seat directly across from Reacher. Up close, she was exactly as she appeared from a distance, yet the details were sharper. Her eyes in particular held a quizzical light that seemed perfectly synchronized with the subtle curve of her mouth. "Why would you want to join me?" he asked. "Why wouldn't I?" she countered. "You don't know anything about me. Are you dangerous?" "It's a possibility." Arthur keeps a Colt Python under the counter roughly opposite where you're sitting, and another one at the far end. Both are loaded with .357 Magnums, 8-inch barrels. "You eat here often?" "Practically every meal, but the correct word is often. A lot refers to quantity, and I prefer smaller portions." Reacher said nothing. "Sorry," she said, a hint of a real smile finally appearing. "I can't help it. I have a naturally pedantic streak." He leaned forward slightly. "Why did you want to join me? Why did I see your car 3 separate times today? When was the third time?" "Technically, it was the first. I was at the attorney's office. Why curiosity got the better of me." "About what?" "About why the same vehicles keep passing by 3 times a day." "We?" "Those of us who are actually paying attention," she replied, a slight edge to her voice. "Don't act like you don't know what I'm talking about. Something is definitely happening around here, and we'd really like to know what it is. You look like someone who might tell me if I asked politely." "Why would you think I could tell you anything?" "Because you're part of it, driving around all day, watching everything." Reacher asked, "What do you believe is going on? We know you're watching the attorney's office, and we know you're watching my street, so the theory is someone on my block is the attorney's client, and they're mixed up in something together. Who on your street?" "That's the million-dollar question, isn't it? It all depends on how clever you are with where you park. We figure you'd want to be near your target, but not directly in front of it. That would be too easy to spot. But how near is near? That's the part we haven't figured out. You could be watching a whole bunch of houses if you just shift a little left or right, up and down the block," Reacher said. "What's your name? Remember that Colt Python I mentioned, loaded?" "My name is Sam. Sam what? Sam Dayton. What's yours?" "Is that truly everything you've figured out about what's happening on your street? Don't sell us short. I think we did pretty well putting that much together. Your people are incredibly secretive about the whole thing, which is a great phrase, isn't it? Secretive? But the giveaway is how you rotate the cars between the law office and my neighborhood. I get why you do it, but it makes the link obvious. Has anyone spoken to you about this?" "Why would they? Has your mother said anything? She doesn't notice things like that. She's under a lot of pressure about what? Everything? What about your father?" "I don't have one. I mean, biologically I must, but I've never met him. Brothers or sisters?" "None," Reacher asked. "Who do you think we are? Federal agents, of course. Either DEA, ATF, or FBI. This is Los Angeles. It's always about drugs, guns, or money. How old are you?" "Almost 15. You still haven't told me your name, Reacher," he said, and studied her face intently, but there was nothing. No flicker of recognition, no sudden realization, or no dramatic OMG moment, which Reacher figured was more the style with kids these days. His name meant absolutely nothing to her. It clearly hadn't come up in any conversation she'd heard. She asked, "So will you tell me what's happening?" Reacher said, Your dinner is getting cold. That's what's happening. You should eat. Are you eating? I already ate, so why come in here? For the atmosphere. Arthur takes a lot of pride in it. Where are you from? I move around a lot. So you're a federal agent. Then she began eating her food, which Reacher was certain, the menu called Mom's Famous Meatloaf. The scent of ground beef and ketchup was distinct. He knew diners well, having logged countless hours in them and sampled nearly everything they served. She asked, "So am I right? Is it the lawyer and a client?" Partly, Reacher admitted, but there's no shady deal between them. It's more about a man who might visit one of them, or possibly both. A third person? With a grudge, you could say that. So it's going to be a stakeout? You're waiting for him to appear? You're going to arrest him on my street? That would be pretty exciting. Unless it happens at the law office, can you pick? If you can, you should do it on my street. You should at least consider it. The street would be safer. That little shopping center is always crowded. Is this guy dangerous? Have you noticed anyone unusual around? Only your own people. They sit in their cars and watch all day, plus your mobile teams. The man in the silver Malibu comes by frequently. Frequently, yes, often. And the two men in the rental car and you two in the Range Rover, but I haven't seen a man alone who looked dangerous. What two men in a rental? One of them has a head with a strange shape, and his ears were cropped, she said. Cropped? Reacher asked. From far away, I just thought they were small, but when I got close, you could see they'd been cut. They looked like little hexagons. When did you get that close to him? Earlier today, he was standing on the sidewalk right outside my house. Did he speak to you? Not a word. Why would he? I'm not a lawyer, I'm not a client, and I don't have a problem with anyone. Reacher kept his voice low. I can't tell you much, but those two men aren't on our side. They're not with us, understand? In fact, they might be part of the trouble we're facing. You need to steer clear of them and make sure your friends do the same. The girl sighed. That's not cool at all. Just then, Reacher's phone started ringing. He wasn't used to carrying one, so for a second he thought the sound was coming from somewhere else. He ignored it until the girl stared pointedly at his jacket pocket. He pulled the phone out and saw Turner's number on the screen. He excused himself and answered. Turner was breathing heavily. I'm on my way back. I need you out in front of the diner right now. There was a strained urgency in her voice. Reacher ended the call, left Sam Dayton sitting alone in the booth, and hurried outside. He moved quickly across the parking lot to the street. A minute later, he saw headlights approaching fast from the south, set high and wide apart. The old Range Rover, its lights washed over him as it screeched to a sudden stop right beside him. He yanked the door open and slid into the passenger seat. What happened? He asked. Turner took a deep breath. A situation escalated more than I intended. How bad is it? I just shot a man. Turner merged onto the Ventura Freeway heading west. I figured the law office would be closed for the night and probably the whole strip with it, she began, her words coming out in a steady, almost rehearsed stream. So I assumed the watchers would be gone, too. I went up to scout the place because we might need to know details later, what kind of locks they have, what sort of alarm system. Both are pretty basic, by the way. You could buy yourself 5 minutes inside if you had to. Then I checked my map and saw I could get to Mulholland Drive without much trouble. I've always wanted to drive on Mulholland like some G-man in a movie. I figured if the kid was having dinner with you, she'd be there for at least another half hour. That gave me time for a little personal excursion. So off I went, and, Reacher prompted, just to keep her talking. Shooting someone was stressful, and people handled stress in different ways. Some clammed up, others needed to talk it out. She seemed like a talker. I had a tale, she said. That was careless, Reacher said, because he knew she hated empty reassurance. I spotted him early. There were lights behind him, and I could tell it was just one guy driving alone. I didn't think much of it at first. Lots of people like driving on Mulholland. It didn't bother me that he was going the same way. So what changed? He was matching my speed exactly. That's unnatural. Speed is a personal thing. I tend to drive slow. Usually people are stacking up behind me or blowing past me, but this guy was just there constantly. like I was towing him on an invisible rope. I knew it wasn't the 75th MP or the FBI because neither one knows what we're driving, so it had to be our other friends, except there was only one person in the car, not two. That meant either it wasn't either of them, or they've split up and are now hunting solo. Whatever the case, it got old real fast. You know how the movies make Mulholland seem wild? I figured I'd better pull over at the first turnout I saw, send a message that I'd made him, that would give him a choice: accept defeat gracefully and keep driving, or be a sore loser and stop to confront me in person. And he stopped. He sure did. It was the third guy from the four in the dented car this morning. The one you called the driver from the first night. They're working alone now, each hunting on their own. I'm relieved it was him and not the other one. He was plenty dangerous. How dangerous? Seriously dangerous. That's nonsense, Reacher replied. He was a complete waste of space. I took him down second, which makes him even less impressive than the guy who just paid for our meal. Caught, Turner said. It was easier than stealing from a toddler. What kind of stealing? He was armed. That might have evened things up a bit. It did, for maybe a heartbeat, and then suddenly he wasn't armed anymore, which meant I was. Some instinct in my mind was shouting, threat, threat, threat center, mass fire, and I blinked and realized I'd already done it, straight through the heart. He was gone before his body hit the pavement. And you need my help with what, exactly? Are you saying you don't provide emotional support? Not exactly my specialty. Luckily, I'm a trained soldier, so I won't be needing any therapy. Then what can I do for you? I need you to move the body. I can't manage it alone. Mulholland Drive looked just like it did in the films, only more compact. They approached with the caution of federal agents, ready to stop if the area was clear, prepared to drive on if they saw flashing lights and the buzz of police radios already on site. But there was nothing, so they pulled over. The road was quiet, scenic, but not especially useful. The nighttime vista from the overlook, however, was breathtaking. Turner said, "That's not why we're here, Reacher." The dead man lay on the ground near the front fender of his car. His legs were bent awkwardly to the side, but otherwise he was flat on his back. There was no question it was the driver from that first night, with a bullet hole in his chest. Reacher asked, what kind of gun was it? A Glock 17. Where is it now? Wiped clean and back in his pocket for the moment. We need to figure out our next move. There are only two real options, Reacher said. Either the LAPD finds him quickly or they find him later. Our best bet is to toss him into the ravine. He might not be discovered for a week. Animals could get to him. At the very least, they'd chew on him, especially the fingers. Putting him in the car is far riskier. It doesn't matter if we stage it as a suicide or a homicide, because the first thing they'll do is run his prints. From that moment on, Fort Bragg will go into overdrive and this entire situation will start unraveling from the other end. Meaning not from our end, and you don't want that, do you? I just want it resolved. I don't care who does the resolving, then you're the least ruthless person I've ever met. They slandered you in the worst way possible. You ought to cut their heads off with a butter knife. No worse than what they said about you with the whole big dog thing. Exactly. I'm about to stop and buy a butter knife myself. So give me a fighting chance. A few days in the ravine won't hurt anybody. Even if we don't wrap this up ourselves, the LAPD in Fort Bragg will, maybe next week, when they finally find him. One way or another, it's all going to come apart. All right. And we're keeping the Glock. Which they did, along with a wallet and a cell phone. Then Reacher grabbed the front of the man's jacket, hauled him off the ground, and stumbled with him as close to the edge of the drop as he felt safe. Most ravine disposals fail. The bodies get caught on the slope just a few feet down, lacking enough momentum. So Reacher spun the guy around like an Olympic hammer thrower, 2 full rotations, low on the ground side, high on the air side, and then he released him, hurling him out into the blackness. He heard the crash of disturbed branches, the clatter of loose stones, and then mostly just the steady hum from the valley below. They made a U-turn off the overlook and headed back, taking Laurel Canyon to the freeway. Reacher drove. Turner Field stripped the Glock, inspected it, reassembled it, and tucked it into her pocket. 1 round in the chamber, 15 more in the magazine. Then she opened the wallet. It was stocked just like the others had been, a substantial stack of $20 bills, a few smaller denominations, a complete set of valid credit cards, and a North Carolina driver's license bearing the man's photograph. His name was Jason Kenneth Rickard, and his life had ended just weeks before he would have turned 29. He had not elected to be an organ donor. His cell phone was an inexpensive prepaid model, much like the ones Reacher and Turner had purchased from the pharmacy untraceable, bought for a single purpose. The contacts list held only 3 numbers. The first 2 listed as Pete L. and Ronnie B., clearly Lozano and Baldacci, and the third simply as Schrago. The call log showed minimal activity, no outgoing calls, and just 3 incoming, all from Schrago. Turner observed, "Schrago must be the large man with the unusually small ears. He appears to be running the operation. They're not naturally small," Reacher corrected. "They've been altered." "Altered how?" "His ears. They've been surgically cropped." "How could you possibly know that?" The girl mentioned it. She's seen him up close. "You spoke with her?" "She approached me in the diner, took a seat right at my table. Why would she do that? She believes we're federal agents. She's curious about the unusual activity on her street and thought we might share some information." "Where did she get a close look at this man's ears? At the end of her driveway, apparently? So she truly has no idea what's going on?" "None. My name meant nothing to her. It's clear her mother hasn't told her about the legal affidavit. She doesn't even realize her mother is the attorney's client. She thinks it's a neighbor. You shouldn't have engaged with her. She didn't leave me much choice. She planted herself across from me. With a total stranger, she feels secure in that diner. The guy behind the counter watches out for her." "What's she like?" "She's a good kid, sharp." "Could she be yours?" "She's the closest match so far in terms of temperament. Definitely shares a certain unconventional streak, but I still have no memory of a woman in Korea from that last tour." Turner absorbed this. "Cropped ears? Seriously?" "Shaped like little hexagons, from what I was told," Reacher said. "I've never encountered that before." "Neither have I." Reacher took out his phone and called Edmonds. It was 9 in the evening on the West Coast, midnight where she was, but he was confident she'd answer. She was that dedicated. The phone rang 7 times before she picked up, her voice groggy with sleep. Reacher got straight to the point. "Do you have a pen handy?" "I do," Edmonds replied. "I need you to run 2 more names through HRC. They're almost certainly from the same logistics unit at Fort Bragg, but I need confirmation. First is Jason Kenneth Rickard. Second is a man called Schrago. Unsure if that's a first or last name. Try to get any background on him. There's a notable physical detail. He has surgically modified ears." "Modified ears?" "The things on the sides of his head, yes?" Reacher said, a hint of dry sarcasm coloring his tone. "I spoke with Major Sullivan earlier. The Secretary of the Army's office is pushing for a quick resolution on the Rodriguez matter. Dropping the charges would be quick." "It's not going to go that way, understood? Leave it with me," Reacher said. He ended the call, slipped the phone back into his pocket, and returned both hands to the wheel. The road they were on, Laurel Canyon Boulevard, it was misnamed. While it wound through the scenic and expensive Laurel Canyon neighborhood, it was no boulevard. It was a narrow, twisting mountain road. A true boulevard was supposed to be broad, straight, and often lined with trees, a term originating from fortified city walls. Eventually, they merged onto Ventura Boulevard, which was at least wide and direct, unlike the Ventura Freeway, which lay ahead. Universal City was to their right, Studio City to the left. "Hold on," Reacher said suddenly. "What is it?" Turner asked. The lawyer for the big dog had his office in Studio City, right on Ventura Boulevard. A flicker of memory surfaced, a brief, unexpected conversation with a street vendor outside that very office months prior, a moment of mundane normalcy that now felt strangely significant. I recall from the affidavit. What about it? Maybe his security isn't as impressive as he thinks. That's a major escalation, Reacher. That's a whole new list of felonies. Let's just go scope it out. I'll be an accomplice." "You get a veto," Reacher said. "We both have to agree, like launching a missile." He took a left and drove on. Then a phone started ringing, a shrill digital chirp like an insane bird. It wasn't his phone or Turner's. It was Rickard's, buzzing on the back seat beside his empty wallet. Reacher pulled to the curb, twisted around, and grabbed the phone. It was vibrating wildly in his palm. The screen announced incoming call, which was obvious, but it also displayed the name Schrago, which was helpful. Reacher flipped it open, put it to his ear, and said, "Yeah." A voice answered, "Rickard?" "No," Reacher said. "Rickard's not available." Silence. Reacher continued. "What was the plan, sending a bunch of warehouse guys against the 110th MP? We're 3 for 3. It's like shooting fish in a barrel. And now you're the last one standing, all alone. You're next. How's that sitting with you?" More silence, Reacher said. "But they never should have put you in this spot. It's not right. I get it. I know how the Pentagon crowd operates. I'm not without sympathy. I could cut you a break." Silence, Reacher said. "Give me the names. Head straight back to Bragg, and I'll forget you exist." Silence. Then a rapid series of beeps sounded, and the screen flashed, "Call ended." Reacher tossed the phone back onto the seat and muttered, "I'll ask nicely twice, I won't ask a third time." They continued driving, and soon Studio City enveloped them, dense and bustling. The boulevard was packed with businesses, some in standalone buildings, others clustered in strip malls similar to the spot in North Hollywood. Some were accessed by shared service roads, while others sat behind their own private parking lots. Spotting addresses was tricky, as many storefronts were dark. They made a couple of wrong turns, dipping into incorrect lots before correcting course. They found the place soon enough, a lime green strip mall 5 units wide. The lawyer for the big dog was supposed to be in the center unit, except he wasn't. The center unit housed a tax preparer. Habla Español plus a dozen other languages. Turner said, 16 years is a long time. People move on." Reacher stayed quiet. She asked, "Are you certain this is the right address? You think I'm wrong?" "It would be an understandable mistake. Appreciate the concern, but I'm sure." Reacher stepped closer for a better look. The whole place had a dated, slightly worn feel. The signs and advertisements seemed like relics from another era. This lawyer hadn't retired recently. A light glowed in the back. "Probably on a timer," Turner said. "For safety, no one's there." "It's tax season," Reacher said. "This guy is likely buried in paperwork back there. And we could have a chat with him." "About what? You looking for a deduction?" "He forwards the old lawyer's mail at minimum. Maybe he even knows him. Maybe the old guy still owns the building. Or maybe the old guy passed away a decade ago or moved to Montana." "Only one way to find out," Reacher said. He stepped up and knocked sharply on the glass. "At this hour, he'll respond better if you do the talking. Juliet called Romeo because certain duties fell to him, and he said, 'Schrago reports that Reacher has Rickard's phone and presumably his weapon, too. And he knows they're warehouse personnel from Fort Bragg.' Romeo said, 'Zodron's biography made that link inevitable. We're down to our last man. We're practically exposed. Schrago has some value against them. We've lost 3 men already. Are you concerned?' Naturally, we're losing. Do you have a proposal?" "It's time," Juliet said. "We know what Reacher is after. We should grant Schrago authorization." For a moment it seemed Turner was correct and the place was empty, just a security light on a timer. But Reacher kept knocking until finally a man appeared, waving his arms dismissively. Reacher answered with a come-here gesture of his own, creating a silent standoff, the man miming that he didn't take after-hours visitors. Reacher feeling like that kid in the old movies sent to fetch the doctor in the dead of night. Hurry old Jeb's buried under a mountain of tax forms. The man gave in first. He let out an exasperated sigh and trudged up the center aisle of his shop. After undoing the lock, he opened the door. He was a young Asian man, maybe early 30s, dressed in gray trousers and a red sweater vest. "What do you want?" he asked. Turner said, "To say we're sorry for what? Bothering you. We know your time is valuable, but we need 5 minutes of it. We're willing to pay you $100. Who are you? Right now, technically, we work for the government. Can I see some identification?" "No." "But you want to give me $100. Only if you have useful information." "About what?" The lawyer who had this office before you, what about him? Congress makes us verify certain facts, 5 different ways. We've got 4 already, so we're hoping you can be number 5 tonight and let us all go home. What kind of facts? First, we have to ask, strictly as a formality, do you personally know whether the person we're asking about is alive or dead? Yes, I do. And which is it? Alive. Good, Turner said. That's just the starting point. Now all we need is his full legal name and his current address. You should have come to me first, not fifth. I forward his mail. No, we handle the tough ones early. Makes the rest of the day easier. Downhill from there. I'll write it down for you. Thank you, Turner said. It has to be exact. Reacher added, you know how Congress is. If one person writes Avenue and another writes Ave, they'll toss the whole thing. Don't worry, the man replied. The lawyer's full legal name was Martin Mitchell Ballantine, and he hadn't moved to Wyoming after all. His address was still in Studio City, Los Angeles, California, practically within walking distance. On Turner's map, it appeared near the Ventura Boulevard end of Coldwater Canyon Drive. Maybe he'd lived there the whole time. If so, he hadn't been a very successful lawyer. The place was a garden apartment, probably dating back to the 1930s, which meant 8 decades of wear. It had been shabby long ago. Now it looked downright forlorn. The walls were a dark, slime-like green, and a dull yellow light glowed in the windows, Turner said. Don't get your hopes up. He might not even let us in. It's pretty late to drop by, Reacher said. His light's still on. And he might not remember a thing. It was 16 years ago. Then we're no worse off than before, unless he accuses us of tampering with a prosecution witness. He should think of it as giving a deposition. Just don't be surprised if he slams the door in our faces. He's a lonely old guy. Probably nothing he'd like more than a couple of visitors. Ballantine didn't throw them out, but he didn't look pleased to see them either. He just stood at his door passively, as if he'd spent a good part of his life answering urgent knocks late into the Los Angeles evening. He appeared of average height and reasonably healthy, not much past 60, but weary. He carried a deeply mournful air, the look of a man who had taken on the world and come up short. There was a scar on his lip that Reacher guessed wasn't from any surgery. Behind him stood who Reacher assumed was his wife. She looked just as gloomy, but less passive and more openly hostile. Reacher said, "We'd like to buy 15 minutes of your time, Mr. Ballantine." "How does $100 sound?" the man said. "I don't practice law anymore. I don't have a license anymore, retired, disbarred. How long ago? 4 years. We're looking into an old case. What's your interest? We're working on a film project." "How old is the case?" 16 years for $100. It's yours if you're willing." "Come inside," the man said. "Let's see if it's worth my time." The 4 of them shuffled down a tight hallway into a cramped living room. The furniture was nicer than Reacher anticipated, suggesting the Ballantines had moved from a better home, likely 4 years back after the disbarment fines, lawsuits, maybe even bankruptcy. Ballantine asked, "What if I don't remember anything?" "You still get paid," Reacher said, "as long as you give it an honest try. What case was it?" 16 years ago, you prepared an affidavit for a client named Juan Rodriguez, also known as the Big Dog. Ballantine leaned forward, ready to put in $100 worth of effort, but he got there in about $1.25. He sank back into his chair. "The Army matter," he said, recognition and a hint of old misery in his voice, as if something unpleasant had just stirred from a long sleep. "Yes," Reacher replied, "the Army matter." "And why are you interested? You used my name in the blanks you had to fill? You're that guy?" Ballantine said, disbelief coloring his words. "In my house? Haven't I been through enough already?" His wife cut in, voice sharp. "Get out right now." She kept repeating it, loud, clear, and venomous, each word dripping with emphasis on the right now. Reacher took the tone and content as a clear revocation of consent. They were now trespassing. He'd promised Turner a firm hand, and mindful of potential witness complications, he didn't argue. They left immediately, Turner close behind. Back at the car, leaning against it, Turner said, "So it all comes down to the filing system." Reacher nodded. Fingers crossed. Are you planning to bring Sullivan in? Would you? Absolutely. She's senior right there at JAG, not buried in HRC. Agreed, Reacher said. He pulled out his phone and called Edmonds. Edmonds answered, sounding groggy and annoyed. Reacher said, "Earlier you mentioned Major Sullivan told you the Secretary of the Army's office is pushing for a quick resolution on the Rodriguez issue, and you woke me up to offer another clever remark. No, I need you to find out exactly who delivered that message to Sullivan, or at least which channel it came through. Flattered you thought of me, but shouldn't Major Sullivan handle this directly? She's going to be tied up with something else. This is critical, Captain, and urgent. I need it done first thing. Tap every contact you have everywhere. Catch them early while they're still on the treadmill or whatever people do at dawn." Reacher checked his pockets and found Sullivan's personal number on the torn scrap of paper Leach had given him. He dialed and counted the rings. She picked up after 6. A light sleeper, apparently. "Hello," she said. "Jack Reacher here. Remember me? How could I forget? We need to talk. We are talking about your situation. Later, okay? Right now we have work to do, right now. It's the middle of the night. Either now or as soon as you can manage. Depends on your access level. To what? I just spoke face-to-face with the lawyer who handled the big dog's affidavit on the phone in person. That was completely inappropriate. It was a very brief conversation. We left when asked. We, Major Turner is with me, an officer of equal rank and capability, an independent witness. She heard it all too, like a second opinion. What did you hear? Does your legal database have a search function? Naturally. So if I entered Reacher complaint against, what would come up? Essentially what you already have. The big dog statement or something similar. Is the search quick and dependable? Did you seriously call me in the middle of the night to discuss computer systems? I need details. The system is reasonably fast. The search method isn't the most user-friendly, but it can direct you to a specific document. I brought the case up with the attorney, and he recalled it instantly. He referred to it as that Army business. Then he asked why I was interested, and when I told him, he said, "Haven't I been through enough?" What was he implying? You had to hear his tone. The big dog affidavit wasn't just some paperwork he filed and forgot. It wasn't routine. It was an entire saga, with a start, a middle, and an end. And I'm betting it was a bad end. That's the impression we got. He made it sound like a dark chapter in his life, something he looked back on with clear regret. Reacher, I'm an attorney, not an acting coach. I need facts, not dramatic interpretations. And I'm an investigator, and a good investigator learns by listening. He asked about my interest as if he couldn't fathom why anyone would still care. Hadn't every angle been exhausted years ago? Reacher, it's the dead of night. Is there a point to this? Stay with me. It's not like you're going back to sleep now. The point is, he then said, "Haven't I suffered enough?" And right on cue, his wife started shouting and practically shoved us out the door. They're living in much worse conditions now, and they're bitter about it. The big dog case is a raw nerve, a pivotal event from years ago that's still causing them pain. That's the only way his words make sense. So now I'm wondering if this whole matter was actually fought in court all those years ago. Maybe the lawyer took a serious beating. Maybe it was his first professional misconduct strike that could have been the first stumble on a path that ended with him getting disbarred 4 years back. So neither he nor his wife can stand to hear that case mentioned because it was the beginning of all their problems. Haven't I suffered enough? As in, I've had 16 years of misery because of that case, and now you want to drag me through it again? Reacher, what are you on? You didn't remember the case. Therefore, you weren't involved in litigation. You'd remember it. And if it was litigated 16 years ago, enough for the lawyer to lose badly, why would anyone be reopening it now? Are they reopening it now? I'm about to hang up. What would happen if someone searched for Reacher complaint against, pulled the big dog affidavit, and fed it into the system at the unit level, with a little theatrical flair about how serious it was? Silence. Reacher continued, "It would feel exactly like a real legal case, wouldn't it? We'd compile a file, start planning our strategy, wait for a meeting with the prosecutor, and hope our approach held up. More silence, Reacher asked. Have you had a meeting with the prosecutor? Sullivan said no. Maybe there is no prosecutor. Maybe this is all a clever mirage designed to work for just one crucial moment. As in, I was supposed to see your file and panic. It can't be an illusion. I'm getting pressure from the secretary's office. Says who? You might be getting messages? But do you really know their origin? Do you even know for sure the big dog is dead? Have you seen proof? This is insane. Maybe, but play along. Suppose it really was litigated 16 years ago, without my ever knowing. Maybe it was one of hundreds of cases, a sample file with some other soldier's name on it. But I was just a footnote, like a class action suit. Could be the Army launched some new crackdown on lawyers chasing after personal injury claims. That might explain why the guy got hit so hard. What kind of documents would we even be looking at if it actually went to court? A mountain of paperwork you don't want to know? So if I search the archives for Reacher defense materials, what would pop up? Eventually, you'd pull every document they flagged for the defense, I guess. Hundreds of pages, easy in a major case. Is it like browsing online? Does it link from one record to the next? No, I already told you. It's a clunky old system designed by people who remember typewriters. This is the Army we're talking about. All right, so if I was nervous about a guy named Reacher, and I wanted to spook him off and I was in a major rush, I could search the archive for Reacher, complaint filed, and I might dig up the commanding officer's sworn statement, and I could recirculate it, having no clue it was just one piece of a much larger puzzle because of how the search function is set up. Is that right, in theory? Which is your assignment starting now? You need to test that theory, see if you can find any hint of a bigger case file, search under every tag you can imagine. They climbed into the car and headed east on the interstate back to Vineland Avenue, then turned south, passing the girls' neighborhood until they reached the Coach Diner. She was gone, of course, and so was the blonde waitress along with all the dinner crowd. Rush hour was long over. The quiet of late evening had settled in. 3 men sat in separate booths nursing coffees, and a woman was working on a slice of pie. The brunette waitress was chatting with the counterman. Reacher and Turner paused at the entrance, and the waitress broke away to greet them. Reacher said, "I'm sorry I had to bolt earlier. There was an emergency. I never paid for my coffee." The waitress said it was handled. By who, not the kid, I hope? That wouldn't be fair. It was taken care of, the woman repeated. It's all good, the counterman added. Arthur, he was wiping down the counter. How much for a cup of coffee? Reacher asked him. $2 and a penny, the guy said with tax. Good to know, Reacher said. He fished out 2 bills and a single cent, laid them on the counter, and said to pay it back to whoever covered it, much appreciated. What goes around, comes around. All right, the guy said. He left the money where it was. She mentioned she comes in here a lot. Who did? Samantha, the kid. The guy nodded. She's practically a regular. Tell her I'm sorry I had to run off. I don't want her thinking I was rude. She's just a kid. Why do you care? She thinks I work for the government. I don't want to leave a bad impression. She's a sharp girl. Public service might be something she considers one day. So who do you really work for? The government, Reacher said. Just not the part she guessed. I'll pass along the message. How long have you known her? Longer than I've known you, so if it's a choice between her privacy and your questions, I'm siding with her privacy. I get it, Reacher said. I wouldn't expect anything less, but would you tell her one more thing for me? What's that? Tell her to remember what I said about the hexagons. The hexagons? The little hexagons, Reacher said. Tell her it's important. They got back in the car and started the engine, but they didn't pull out. They sat in the diner's parking lot, their faces washed in the pink and blue glow of the Art Deco neon, and Turner said, Do you think she's safe? Reacher said, She's got the 75th MP and the FBI watching her bedroom window all night, both specifically on alert for an intruder, which they assume will be me, except it won't be because I'm not going there. And neither is Shrago, in my opinion, because he knows what I know. Neither of us could get inside that house tonight, so I believe she's safe, almost by accident. Then we should find somewhere to stay. Any preference? You're the one in charge. I'd love to check into the Four Seasons, but we need to stay off the radar with credit cards. Cash only means motels only, which means heading back to that hourly rate spot in Burbank where we met Emily. All part of the authentic LA experience, like taking a drive on Mulholland. Or shooting someone on Mulholland. That's in the movies, too. You doing okay? She said, "If I have a problem, you'll be the first to know." The motel was nothing if not authentic. A wire grill covered the check-in window, and cash was all it took. The room looked like it should feel chilly and damp, but this was Los Angeles. Nothing stayed cold or damp for long. Instead, it felt brittle and papery, as if it had been left in the oven too long. Still, it was functional and not far from comfortable. The car was parked 5 doors down, with nowhere better to hide it. Even if Shrago spotted it, he'd likely watch the room directly in front, break in, find the wrong people, and then face a 50-50 guess on which side to try next. If he guessed wrong, he'd have committed 3 separate break-ins before even laying eyes on his target. And what if the car was 2 doors off? How many rooms would that be? His head would probably explode before he got to 5 steps, his tiny ears pinging off into the distance like shrapnel. Reacher figured he had about 4 hours to sleep. He was certain Edmonds, back in Virginia on East Coast time, was already digging up intel so she could call early and wake him. Edmonds' first call came at 2 in the morning local time, 5 a.m. on the East Coast. Reacher and Turner both stirred awake. Reacher placed the open phone between their pillows, and they rolled close forehead to forehead so they could both listen. Edmonds said earlier you asked about Jason Kenneth Rickard and a man named Shrago. Got a pen? Reacher said no. Then listen carefully. They're just like the first 2, all deployed with the same company out of Fort Bragg. 3 teams to a squad, and they're one team. What that means exactly? I'm not sure. Could be skilled work where they learn to rely on each other. And to keep each other's secrets, Reacher added. Tell me about Shrago. Ezra Shrago, staff sergeant and team leader. 36 Hungarian grandparents. He's been with the unit since the start of the war. Did rotations in Afghanistan for 5 years, then has been stationed stateside ever since. What's the story with his ears? He was captured. In North Carolina or Afghanistan? By the Taliban? He was missing for 3 days. Why didn't they cut his head off? Probably for the same reason we didn't shoot Emal Zadran. They have politicians too. When did this happen? 5 years back. After that, they gave him a permanent posting at home. He hasn't returned to Afghanistan since. Reacher closed the phone. Turner said, I don't like that one bit. Why would he sell arms to the people who cut off his ears? He doesn't make the deals. He's just a cog in the machine. They don't care what he thinks. They want his muscle, not his opinions. We should offer him immunity. We could flip him in a heartbeat. He beat Moorcroft half to death. I said offer, not give. We could always stab him in the back later. Turner got up, found the right cell phone, climbed back into bed, and dialed. But the carrier reported the number was blocking her calls. Efficient? She remarked. They're cleaning house as they go, minute by minute. No more Mr. Rickard or Baldacci or Lozano. All of that is in the past now, Reacher said. We'll figure this out without Shrago's help. Maybe it'll come to me in a dream in about 5 minutes. She smiled and wished him good night once more. Juliet then phoned Romeo as certain duties fell to him. He informed her Shrago has found their vehicle. It's parked at a motel south of the Burbank airport. Romeo responded, There's a problem, though. Shrago believes it's probably not parked directly in front of their room as a simple precaution, Juliet explained. He'd have to check 10 or 12 rooms, and he doesn't think he can get away with that. 1 or 2, maybe, but not more. Disabling the car is pointless, too, since they'd just rent another one using one of our own company cards. Can he reach the girl? Not before she leaves the house again. The place is locked down tight. Romeo then reported, There's been activity in the legal archive system. A single user with JAG clearance is searching for something, which is odd for this time of night. Captain Edmonds? No, she's been in the HRC files. She took a close look at Rickard and Shrago's records about an hour ago. They're getting closer to Shrago, maybe, but not to us. There's no direct connection. The connection runs through Zadran. It's practically glowing, so instruct Shrago to leave Burbank immediately. Tell him to wait for the girl, make it clear we're relying on him, and this situation must be resolved first thing tomorrow, no matter what it requires. Edmonds called again at 5 in the morning local time, which was 8 on the East Coast. Reacher and Turner put their heads together near the phone. "All right, here's the latest," Edmonds began. "The early gym crowd has gone home, and the regular office day hasn't started, so all I have is rumor and hallway talk, but in Washington, that's often more reliable than the official briefings." "What did you hear?" Reacher asked. "I spoke with 8 individuals either in or connected to the secretary's office, and the name Rodriguez or Juan Rodriguez or the aliases Dog or Big Dog isn't ringing any bells. No one recognizes it. No one knows of an active case by that name. No one has sent any messages to Major Sullivan, and no one is aware of a senior officer doing so either." That's curious, but not conclusive. 8 people is a small sample, and the sense as a 16-year-old embarrassment wouldn't be a high priority. We'll know more in an hour when the offices are fully staffed. "Thank you, Captain. Sleeping all right. We're in a pay-by-the-hour motel. We're determined to get our full value. Tell me, was Ezra Shrago offered counseling after the incident with his ears in Afghanistan? Psychiatric notes are strictly confidential. But I'm certain you read them anyway. He was offered counseling and he accepted, which was viewed as unusual. Most soldiers tend to follow the old Army method of bottling it up until they break. But Shrago was a cooperative patient. And as of 3 years after the event, the notes indicate he still harbored intense feelings of anger, resentment, humiliation, and hatred. His redeployment stateside was as much a preventive measure as a therapeutic one. The assessment was that he could not be trusted around the local population overseas. He was a walking potential disaster. The records state he hates the Taliban with a burning passion. After the call, Turner said, "Now I really don't like this. Why would he sell weapons to people he despises? He's just a small part of a big machine." Reacher repeated, "He lives in North Carolina now. He hasn't seen what he'd call a raghead in 5 years. He's getting a substantial amount of money. But he's still involved. He's distancing himself mentally, out of sight, out of mind." Reacher left the phone between their pillows and they tried to sleep again, but it was brief. Edmonds called a third time just 40 minutes later at 5:45 in the morning. She said, "Just for my own curiosity, I went back through the Fort Bragg deployment rosters to see how long all 4 of them had served together as a team. Shrago was there from the start, as I mentioned. Then Rickard joined, followed by Lozano, and Baldacci was the last to arrive about 4 years ago. They've been together ever since, making them the longest-standing team in the unit by a significant margin. It gives them a level of mozzi and shared history that's hard to penetrate. They've had ample opportunity to become acquainted," Edmonds noted. "True," Reacher replied, "but that's not the core issue. 4 years back, that unit was under temporary leadership after their previous commander died from a heart attack. It was that acting commander who assembled Shrago's team. Any guesses who that was? Morgan?" Reacher answered his own question. "Exactly. He was a major at the time and got a promotion shortly after without a clear reason. His service record is painfully dull. You could use it to fall asleep. I'll keep that in mind. For now, I'm sleeping just fine, except when the phone rings at dawn." "Same here," Edmonds said. Reacher then asked, "Who assigned Morgan to Bragg 4 years ago? Who gives orders to someone like him?" "I'm currently looking into that." Reacher set the phone down, and they managed to drift back to sleep for a final 30 minutes. Then at 6:15 local time, the 4th call of the morning came through, this one directly from Major Sullivan at JAG. She said, "I've just spent 3 hours in the archives, and I have to tell you, your theory isn't quite right. The big dog's claim was never litigated 16 years ago, nor has it been since." Reacher was silent for a moment. "Understood," he said. "Thanks for checking. Now, would you like the good news? Is there any? It was never taken to court, but it was investigated extremely thoroughly, and it was a complete fraud from start to finish." Sullivan continued, "Someone really went to the wall for you. You must have been highly respected, Major. This wasn't some broad policy change about legal tactics. This was personal. Someone wanted to clear your name. Who was it? The groundwork was handled by a captain from the 135th MP named Granger. Man or woman? A man stationed on the West Coast? Don Granger. I don't recognize the name. All his findings were forwarded to an MP two-star general named Garber. Leon Garber, Reacher said, a note of recognition in his voice. He was my mentor, more or less. I owe him a great deal. Apparently even more than I realized. It seems that way. He likely spearheaded the entire effort. You must have been his golden boy, because this was an all-out campaign. But you owe Granger, too. He worked tirelessly for you and spotted something everyone else overlooked. What was the full story? Your branch gets a lot of complaints. The standard procedure is to act oblivious and hope they fade away, which they often do. If they persist, they're defended, with varying success. That's how it worked for years, ironically. The ones that disappeared started causing problems. You all had these old, unproven allegations on file. Most were clearly nonsense and rightly ignored, but some were borderline. Promotion boards saw them and began wondering about smoke without fire. Careers stalled, and it became a real issue. The big dog's complaint was particularly nasty. I imagine General Garber felt it was too damaging to ignore, even if it might have eventually gone quiet on its own. He didn't want it just sitting there in your record. It was far too suspicious. He could have just asked me about it directly. Granger asked him why he didn't. And what did Garber say? He thought you might have actually done it, but he didn't want to hear you admit it. Seriously? He believed you might have been furious about the idea of saws on the streets of Los Angeles. That was the LAPD's concern, not mine. I just wanted a name, which you got, and he couldn't see another way you might have obtained it. He never spoke to me about it afterward either. He was worried you'd drop by and put a bullet in that lawyer's head. I might have considered it. Then Garber was a prudent man. His strategy was flawless. He assigned Granger to the case. The first thing Granger didn't trust was the big dog, and the second was the lawyer. But there were no obvious flaws in the story, and he knew you'd been with the guy right before the beating. The affidavit was what it was, so he was at a standstill. Granger's initial conclusion mirrored your own, that the perpetrators were likely outsiders, perhaps a group sent by an aggrieved client, which in that world meant a gang, either Latino or black. However, his independent investigation hit a wall. Turning to the LAPD yielded no help either, a fact Granger didn't take as conclusive. At that time, the department was deeply embroiled in racial sensitivity controversies, a recurring theme back then, and officers were hesitant to discuss gang activity with an outsider. They feared he might be a reporter looking to twist any mention of gangs into a narrative about institutional prejudice. Undeterred, Granger revisited the gang angle on his own. He scoured the records for any individuals listed as armed and dangerous during that period, hoping for a lead. To his surprise, he found nothing. For a full 72 hours, not a single gang-related incident had been reported anywhere in the city. His first almost laughable assumption was that gang activity in L.A. had mysteriously vanished. With Garber ready to recall him and no other avenues in sight, Granger was on the verge of giving up. Then the obvious finally clicked from her pillow. Turner offered the correction. The 72-hour gap wasn't because of peace and quiet. It was because the LAPD deep-sixed all the gang crime reports, probably on orders from their PR team. Things were happening, they just weren't being recorded. Exactly, Major, Sullivan confirmed. But the patrol officers' notebooks told the real story. Granger cornered a lieutenant, and the bizarre truth came out. About 20 minutes after Reacher departed, 5 men from El Segundo showed up at the big dog's house and proceeded to beat him in his own front yard. A neighbor called it in. The police arrived and witnessed the tail end of the assault. They eventually intervened, arresting the El Segundo crew, and it was those same officers who took the big dog to the emergency room. But the arrests involved a significant degree of excessive force, resulting in serious injuries. When the report went up the chain, orders came down to bury anything that looked problematic. The precinct captains, whether out of caution or because nothing about the incident was clean, buried everything. Reacher processed this. So my name is on an affidavit for a beating the LAPD actually saw other people commit. Granger obtained photocopies of their notebooks. They're all in our files. That lawyer the big dog hired had some nerve. It was worse than you imagine, Sullivan said. His original plan was to sue the LAPD itself. Why not? Everyone else was doing it. Granger, while snooping around the lawyer's Ventura Boulevard office one night, found a draft affidavit identical to yours, except it blamed the LAPD. The irony is that plan collapsed because the LAPD could prove, thanks to their doctored records, that they weren't even in the area that day. Once that wrinkle became apparent, the lawyer pivoted to Plan B, the Army. It was utterly fraudulent, but the logic was coldly solid. The LAPD could never admit to trashing reports for political reasons, guaranteeing their silence. The big dog wanted a big payout, and the guys from El Segundo had no money, so Uncle Sam became the next target. How did Granger resolve it? Reacher asked. He had to navigate carefully to avoid publicly humiliating the LAPD, Sullivan explained. He knew a JAG officer who had a contact in the Bar Association. Together, they applied professional pressure that the lawyer couldn't ignore. Granger forced him to write and sign a new affidavit, swearing under oath that his first one was a complete fabrication. Granger witnessed it himself. That recantation is still in the archive, filed right next to the phony document it discredits. Granger ended up splitting the lawyer's lip during that scuffle. Did he file a report about that as well? From what I understand, he was responding to an attack that came out of nowhere. It happens. How's Colonel Moorcroft holding up? He's stable, but he's not in great shape. Send him my regards if you see him. And I appreciate what you did tonight. Sullivan's tone shifted. I feel I owe you an apology, Major. Reacher shook his head. You don't. I appreciate that, but you still owe me $30. For a moment, Reacher's mind drifted to Turner back in Berryville, Virginia. He saw her after the hardware store run wearing those new jeans with his old shirt hanging loose around her, the hem brushing the backs of her knees. A faint smile touched his lips. Best $30 I ever spent, he said. They celebrated in the only way that felt right, and afterward sleep was out of the question. They got up, showered, and as they were getting ready, Turner asked, So how do you feel now? The same, Reacher replied. Why would it be different? I already knew I was innocent, so the news didn't change anything. It didn't bring some wave of relief because I was never worried about it in the first place. I don't lose sleep over what people assume. Not even what I might assume. You knew I didn't do it, just like I knew you didn't take that money. I'm glad she apologized. It was decent of you to tell her she didn't have to. That wasn't decency, Reacher said flatly. It was the truth. She genuinely didn't owe an apology. Her first instinct was right, and I shouldn't have claimed I didn't consider it because I came close. I was about a minute away from making every word of that affidavit real, and it wasn't because of the saws on the streets of Los Angeles. Those didn't worry me. It takes skill and discipline to handle one properly, plus upkeep. Your best soldier carries the squad automatic, not some street thug. You really think guys like that are running around L.A.? I doubted it. I figured those saws would fire a few rounds and then become useless junk. No, what got to me was the other gear. Claymore mines and hand grenades, no training needed, just a lot of collateral damage in a city, bystanders' kids. And that smug, overfed jerk was making a fortune off it, blowing it all on drugs, escorts, and enough fast food to feed a platoon. Turner cut in. Let's go find some breakfast, and let's not come back to this room. The authentic vibe is wearing thin. They pocketed their toothbrushes, shrugged on their coats, and stepped out into the lot. The streetlights still outshone the dawn. Their car sat where they'd left it, several doors down. Something was scrawled across the front passenger window, written in the dust with a broad fingertip, 3 words in careful block letters, 13 characters total, punctuation perfectly placed. Where's the girl? Samantha Dayton woke up early, as usual, and made her way down the narrow attic stairs. She peered out the living room window. The Hummer was gone, probably called out to the law office overnight. In its spot sat a purple Dodge Charger, looking far too sleek for police work, but a government vehicle nonetheless. DEA, ATF, or FBI, she guessed she recognized the driver. She was starting to learn the rotation. Farther down the street, the small white compact was parked in its usual place. That car was the real puzzle. It wasn't agency issue, it looked like a rental, probably from Hertz or Avis at LAX. The DEA, ATF, and FBI all had local offices with their own fleets, so the man in the white compact was from an organization important enough to be involved but too small or specialized to keep cars here. He must have flown in, likely from Washington, D.C., where all the secrets were kept. She took a shower and dressed in her favorite black pants and denim jacket, pairing them with a fresh blue T-shirt and to match a pair of blue sneakers. She ran a brush through her hair and glanced out the window once more. It was almost time for what she thought of as the 0 hour. Twice each day, the little white car would leave its spot, probably for meals or a restroom break, and about 4 times a day the Hummer and the Charger would trade places. But there didn't seem to be any coordination between the different teams, because once every morning, for roughly 20 minutes, they all vanished at once. No agents in sight. 0 hour. The street returned to its ordinary quiet state. She figured it was some kind of scheduling flaw, a simple math problem like they'd done in school, a certain number of cars, a certain number of posts, and only so many hours in a day. Something had to give. Peering out now, she saw the white compact was already gone. Then, as she watched, the Charger rumbled to life, pulled smoothly from the curb, and drove off. The street fell silent again, back to normal. 0 hour Reacher reviewed his earlier logic one more time. Both the 75th MP and the FBI were watching her house, specifically on alert for an intruder. "I'm not going over there, and neither is Shrago," he said. "Neither of us could get inside. It's a bluff. He's trying to get inside our heads to draw us out. That's all there is to it. He can't get anywhere near the girl," Turner asked. "Are you completely sure about that?" "No. We can't go there. You're still on their bad list until Sullivan makes it official, and I'm probably on that list for good. We could go just once. We can't. They already spotted the car yesterday, maybe twice. Getting arrested won't help her or us. We can get another car from the Burbank airport. Shrago will know about it within an hour, but we can use that hour. Breakfast was always a tricky affair. There was never anything to eat in the house, and her mother, exhausted and stressed, slept late and wouldn't appreciate a lot of noise in the kitchen. So breakfast meant an expedition, a word she really liked, which she believed came from Latin, ex meaning out and ped relating to foot, like in pedal or pedestrian. Put together, it meant going out on foot, which was exactly what she did, since she couldn't drive yet at 14, almost 15. She looked forward to driving. It would be a real advantage, widening her scope. In a car, she could head to Burbank, Glendale, Pasadena, or even Beverly Hills for breakfast. On foot, her options were limited to the Coach Diner south on Vineland or the coffee shop near the law office to the north. That was about it, since everywhere else served tacos, quesadillas, or Vietnamese food, and none of those places were open in the morning. Normally that was frustrating, but not today. The federal agents would face the same limited choices, making them easier to find. It was a 50-50 chance, like flipping a coin. She hoped she guessed right, because the big one named Reacher seemed willing to talk about things worth hearing. He was clearly right in the middle of it all, some kind of senior guy rushing off after urgent calls and letting details slip about the man with the ears. So, heads or tails? She closed the blue door behind her and started walking. They left the old Range Rover parked illegally in a tow zone outside the rental lot and got in line behind a white-haired couple just in from Phoenix. When their turn came, they used Baldacci's license and credit card to pick out a mid-sized sedan. After a lot of signing and initialing, they were handed a key. The car was a white Ford, still dripping from its wash, parked under a shelter. It was bland and anonymous, perfectly adequate in every way except its window tints were a subtle, modern green, nothing like the dark, crude sheets stuck to the Range Rover's glass. Driving the Ford was going to be a whole new experience. The view from inside would be limited only by the glare of the sun and the reflections on the glass, or maybe not. Turner had her road atlas open, tracing a path that avoided Vineland Avenue until the final stretch. The morning broke clear and crisp ahead of them, the roads still quiet in the early hour. They left Burbank via back streets winding through corporate campuses, rolled through North Hollywood, crossed the freeway east of Vineland, and approached the neighborhood at an oblique angle, feeling utterly visible and vulnerable behind the Ford's thin green windows. One slow pass, Turner instructed, steady speed all the way to the end of the block, no stopping for any reason. We act normal, watch for any law enforcement, and if anything looks off, we just keep going to the end and figure it out from there. We cannot get boxed in right in front of that house. Understood? Understood, Reacher replied. They turned onto the first curving street, past the grocery store and the stripped-down car on blocks, took a left, then a right, and entered her street. It stretched ahead, long and straight and ordinary, a narrow channel of asphalt lined nose to tail with parked cars glittering under the morning sun. Turner said, FBI vehicle up ahead on the right, purple Dodge Charger. I see it, Reacher said, and the last car in the row on the left, that's the MP sedan. Confirmed, Reacher said again. The house itself looks quiet. And it did. It appeared solid, settled, and utterly still, as if everyone inside was fast asleep. The front door was shut. All the windows were closed. The old red coupe hadn't budged. They rolled forward. Turner observed, every other vehicle we've passed is empty. No sign of Schrago. It was a bluff. They continued at that slow, unwavering pace all the way to the street's end, seeing nothing that raised an alarm. Let's go find some breakfast, Reacher suggested. Meanwhile, Romeo called Juliet and reported. They picked up another car, a white Ford from the Burbank airport. Juliet responded, why bother? They must know they can't just disappear from us. They're dodging the FBI and the MPs. Switching vehicles is a solid tactical move. A white Ford. I'll alert Schrago right away. Any word from him on his progress? Nothing yet. Romeo said, wait a second. What is it? More activity on Baldacci's credit card. The guy down in Long Beach just extended the Range Rover rental for another day, which means they didn't swap cars. They added one, they've split up and are moving separately. That's clever. They're leveraging their numbers, 2 against 1. Make absolutely sure Schrago is aware. They circled south of the neighborhood and came back up Vineland to the Coach Diner. The white Ford was performing perfectly. It drew no attention, utterly unremarkable and anonymous, like a blank space on the road, ideal except for its painfully transparent windows. The diner was bustling with the serious no-frills crowd of early workers fueling up for long shifts. There were no trendy patrons in sight. The girl wasn't there either, which was no shock, even though she was practically a fixture eating most meals there. It was still very early. Reacher knew next to nothing about teenage girls, but he strongly suspected waking up at dawn wasn't high on their list of favorite activities. The man named Arthur was behind the counter, and the brunette waitress was hustling between tables, maybe pulling a double shift. The blonde waitress was absent, likely working the busier lunch and dinner rushes. They took the last booth on the right, directly behind the girl's vacant stool. A busboy brought water, and the brunette brought coffee. Turner ordered an omelet. Reacher went for a stack of pancakes. They ate, enjoyed the meal, lingered over their coffee, and settled in to wait. The girl never arrived. As the morning wore on, the diner's crowd shifted, the early laborers giving way to office and retail workers, their orders lighter, their eating habits less like shoveling fuel into a roaring engine. Reacher worked his way through 4 cups of coffee. Turner settled for a piece of toast. Still no sign of the girl. Eventually, Reacher got up and moved to take the empty stool she usually occupied. Arthur, behind the counter, noted the change with a watchful eye and gave a quick nod before finishing up with other customers, pouring coffee, delivering orange juice, clearing a plate, taking an order. Finally, he made his way over. Does Samantha usually get breakfast here? Reacher asked. Most days, Arthur replied. What time does she normally come in? Arthur studied him for a moment. Would I be off the mark if I guessed you're past 40? You'd be generous, but not wrong. Look, some folks blame the times we live in, but honestly, it's always been this way. When a man your age starts asking a whole lot of questions about a 14-year-old girl, people notice, and some might even push back, like asking a few questions of their own, as they should, Reacher said. But who put you in charge of the inquiry committee? You're the one asking me. I had a good conversation with her. I'd like to talk to her again. That doesn't exactly put my mind at ease. She's curious about a law enforcement matter. That's not a safe mix. You mean what happened on her street? I thought I could trade her some solid information for a promise to keep her distance. Are you with law enforcement? No, I'm on vacation. It was this or Tahiti. She's too young for that kind of information. I disagree. Do you have any authority here? Am I breathing? She's an early bird. She would have been in and out hours ago. My guess is she's not coming today. Reacher settled the bill with Baldacci's money, and they returned to the Ford. Turner said maybe she ate at home, or maybe she skipped breakfast entirely. She's a teenager. Don't expect a predictable routine. She told me she eats practically every meal here, which isn't the same as every single meal. The counter guy said most days, again, not the same as every day. But why skip today? She's curious, and she thinks I have answers. Why would she assume you'd be here? Even law enforcement needs to eat. Then the coffee shop near the lawyer's office would be just as logical. She knows there are 2 possible spots. We should go check it out. Too risky. We wouldn't see much from the street, and we can't go in on foot. Besides, if she's an early riser, she's probably already come and gone. We could swing by her house again. That won't tell us anything. The door's closed. We don't have X-ray vision. Schrago is still out there somewhere. Turner said, let's head back to the off-ramp. In a white car, in broad daylight. Just for 10 minutes. To ease our minds, in the clear morning light, the old binoculars performed beautifully. The magnified view was sharp and vividly detailed. Reacher could make out every element of the street, the white compact, the purple Dodge, the blue front door, yet nothing stirred. It all looked peaceful. Just another quiet, sunny day and another monotonous stakeout, as uneventful as most tend to be. There was no trace of Schrago. A few parked cars had dark tints or glaring reflections, but none were plain enough to be obvious rentals, and the ones that were plain sat empty. He's not there, Turner said. Reacher replied, I just wish we knew for certain she was. Then his phone rang. It was Captain Edmonds calling from Virginia. She said, I dug up another file on Schrago from 5 years back. The choice to keep him out of the Middle East stirred up some controversy. We were fighting 2 wars, stretched thin for personnel, with hundreds being involuntarily extended, National Guard units deployed for years on end. The idea of paying a loose cannon who couldn't serve in Iraq or Afghanistan struck a lot of people as downright absurd. The initial decision was a forced separation, but he appealed on compassionate grounds, which meant his case had to be reviewed. It climbed the HRC chain until it reached an assistant deputy chief of staff for personnel, who ultimately ruled for Schrago. And, Reacher asked, that same assistant deputy was also overseeing temporary command assignments. Edmonds replied, he's the one who transferred Morgan to Fort Bragg a year after that ruling. Interesting. I thought so. Which is why I called Schrago owed him a favor, and Morgan became his pawn. What was his name? Crew Scully? What kind of name is that? Old New England money? Where is he now? He got promoted. He's a deputy chief of staff in his own right now. In charge of what? Personnel, Edmonds said. HRC oversight. Technically, he's my boss. Who authorized Morgan's transfer to the 110th this week? Scully's deputy, presumably unless the process has changed. Can you verify that for me? And check if Scully has any access to Homeland Security intelligence networks? I doubt he would. I doubt it too, Reacher said. He ended the call and returned his gaze to the street. Juliet had called Romeo, reminding him some duties were his alone, and he reported Shrago says they're not using separate vehicles anymore. He checked the rental lot and saw the Range Rover being towed away. Serves them right. Using one car boxes them in. That works for us. That's not the issue. The Range Rover is on Baldacci's card. We're stuck with the tow fee and the daily rental. It's another insult. What else did Shrago see? He's close. She's out of the house, just walking. There's no one near her for a mile. He's choosing his moment. And how does he plan to deliver the message? At the diner. They've been there twice. A man named Arthur seems willing to pass it along. Turner's promised 10 minutes had stretched to 40, but nothing had happened on the off-ramp behind them or the street ahead, she said. We need to move, Reacher said. Where? Just drive, randomly. Stay within a mile of her place and she's on foot. Stick to surface streets for the same reason. Shrago will be thinking the same thing. So they started the Ford, merged onto the 134 and exited immediately, beginning a block-by-block search on Vineland. They avoided her own street, deciding it was too risky. Most blocks were roughly 1,000 feet by 200, meaning about 120 in a square mile. Inside a 2-mile diameter, there was nearly 400 blocks, close to 90 miles of road to cover, though less in reality due to wider blocks, highway shoulders, and undeveloped lots. Probably about 60 miles, 3 hours at a cautious 20 miles per hour. Logically, driving around didn't increase the odds of a random meeting. Space and time don't work like that, but it felt better than sitting still. The first hour revealed nothing but a blur of sidewalks, poles, trees, houses, stores, and hundreds of parked cars. They saw only a handful of people studying each closely, but none was the girl or Shrago. No cars crawled like theirs. Most drove innocently from point A to point B, sometimes faster. The only excitement in the second hour came when a matte black BMW ran a red light 100 yards ahead and was T-boned by an old Porsche on the cross street. Steam rose from the pavement as a small crowd began to form. Reacher glanced left. His view quickly blocked, and a series of aimless turns through the neighborhood eventually brought him back around. By then, a police cruiser had arrived, its light bar strobing the scene. After a few more corners, a second squad car and an ambulance were visible. Beyond the commotion, however, the street was quiet. Nothing else was happening. Half an hour later, Turner broke the silence. We should grab an early lunch. She might do the same if she had an early breakfast, or maybe she skipped it entirely. The diner, Reacher asked. Makes sense. She might miss one meal, but probably not 2 in a row. They navigated back through the winding streets, emerging onto Vineland just north of the residential area. Heading south, the Old Coach Diner came into view on the left, its chrome gleaming under the sun, and there, crossing Vineland toward it, was the girl. Chapter 61. Juliet phoned Romeo. It fell apart, she said. We had a run of bad luck. He needed to take her right by his car, obviously. Dragging her down the street wasn't an option, so he parked ahead and circled back on foot to come up behind her. Everything was set. They were about 20 yards from the vehicle when some fool ran a red light and caused a fender bender. Suddenly, there was a crowd, then a police car, then another. Shrago couldn't make a move in front of witnesses or the LAPD. The girl watched the scene for a minute before walking on. Shrago had to let her go. First, his car was stuck in the mess, and by the time he got free, he'd lost her completely. Romeo asked, "What's the next step?" He's starting over, checking all her usual spots, her house, the law office, the diner. He'll pick up her trail again somewhere. This needs to be finished in California. We can't have them coming back here. Reacher slowed the car, allowing the girl to cross about 50 yards ahead. He then turned into the diner's parking lot. She went straight inside after parking. Turner asked, "Should I come in with you?"
Yes.
Reacher said, "I want you to." They entered and paused, just inside the door, much like before. The diner was unchanged from the previous evening. The blonde waitress was back on the left side. The weary brunette worked the right. Arthur stood behind the counter, and the girl was perched on her stool at the far end. The blonde waitress approached with the same vacant smile. Reacher gestured toward a booth on the right, one removed from directly behind the girl. The blonde handed them off to the brunette without any noticeable hesitation. They settled into the booth. Reacher again with his back to the room, Turner facing him across the laminated table. The girl's back was to them about 6 feet away, but she was watching their reflection in the mirror. Reacher gave a small wave, part greeting, part invitation. The girl's face brightened instantly. She slid off her stool, caught Arthur's eye, and jerked a thumb toward the booth as if to say, "I'm moving again." She stepped over. Turner scooted aside, and the girl sat down next to her, forming a tight little triangle. Reacher made the introductions. "Samantha Dayton. This is Susan Turner. Susan, Samantha." The girl twisted on the vinyl seat to shake Turner's hand. "Are you his assistant?" Turner replied. "No, I'm his commanding officer. Way. Cool. What agency?" "Military police." "Awesome. Who else is out there?" "Just us and the FBI." "Who's running the show?" "We are, obviously." "So the man in the white sedan is one of yours?" "That's correct. Where did he come from?" "I could tell you, but then I'd have to kill you." The kid chuckled, clearly delighted. Getting the inside story, a female commanding officer, and a little humor, she asked. "So the person we're waiting for is military. A soldier gone AWOL, saying farewell to his family before vanishing? But why would his family need an attorney? Or is it his lawyer? Is he a spy, maybe some high-ranking officer, older and respected, who's become completely disillusioned? Is he trading secrets?" Reacher said. "Notice anyone unusual today? Same faces as yesterday? No solo men? The guy with the clipped ears is alone today in the rental car. Maybe his partner called in sick." "Where did you spot him?" "He drove down Vineland." "I was having breakfast at the coffee shop near the lawyer's office. Speaking of which, we might need to reconsider that connection. This whole situation is a three-way puzzle, right? And we don't know who the lawyer represents. Could be the neighbor, could be the soldier, could be both, I guess, though I can't imagine how or why," Reacher asked. "What time was breakfast early, right after the agents took off?" "They left? Only for about 20 minutes. That seems to be their routine. You all should sync up better. Everyone moves at once, leaving a hole in the coverage. That's not good. Works for me. It lets me slip out without them noticing. Then when I come back, they're always surprised because they thought I was still inside." "Is that what you did this morning?" "It's my new daily plan." "Did the man with the ears see you leave?" "I doubt it." "Did he spot you anywhere else?" "Probably not." "I was trying to stay low-key because of your team, not him. I didn't see him, but I noticed his car again later. It was parked near a minor collision." Reacher said, "You need to keep your distance from that guy." "I know you mentioned that yesterday, but I can't just hide in the house all day." Turner paused, then asked, "How long have you lived there? Forever, I think." "I don't remember any other place. I'm pretty sure I was born in that house. That's what people say, right? Even when they technically weren't. Which I wasn't either. I was born at the hospital, but I came home to that house. I guess that's what the phrase means now, since the whole childbirth process has become so institutionalized." Turner said, "Have you ever lived out of a car?" "That's a strange question. You can tell us." "We know folks who'd kill to be that high on the food chain." "Like who?" "Plenty of people. What I mean is, we aren't here to judge." "Am I in some kind of trouble?" Reacher said, "No, you're not in trouble. We're just verifying a few details. What's your mother's name?" "Is she in trouble?" "No one's in trouble. At least not on your street. This is about the other man. Does he know my mom?" "Oh my God, are you watching us?" "You're waiting for him to come see my mom." "One thing at a time," Reacher said. "What's your mom's name?" "And yes, I'm aware of the Colt Python." "My mom's name is Candace Dayton. In that case, I'd like to meet her. Why is she a suspect?" "No, this would be personal." "How could it be? I'm the man they're looking for. They think I know your mother?" "You?" "Yes, me. You don't know my mother. They think if we meet face to face, I might recognize her or she might recognize me. She wouldn't, and you wouldn't. It's hard to be certain without actually trying. Trust me on this. I'd like to." "Mister, I can tell you absolutely you do not know my mom and she does not know you, because you've never seen me before. We're talking about a good many years back, maybe before you were even born." "How well did you think you knew her?" "Well enough that we might recognize each other if we saw one another. Then you didn't know her at all." What are you talking about? Why do you imagine I always eat in this place? Because I enjoy the ambiance. No, it's because my meals are free. My mother works here. She's the blonde woman over there. You've walked right past her twice already and didn't give her a second glance. She didn't recognize you either. You two were never acquainted. Reacher shifted on the bench and looked back. The blonde waitress was in constant motion, weaving between tables, tucking a stray lock of hair behind her ear, wiping her hands on her apron, smiling as she took an order. He felt no flicker of recognition. Has she ever been to Korea, he asked. The kid gave him a puzzled look. That's a strange question. Why is it strange? It is if you know anything about her. Her whole tired, long-suffering routine is built on the fact she's barely been out of Los Angeles County. One time, a boyfriend took her to Vegas but couldn't afford the room. She doesn't even own a passport. You're sure about that? That's why she colors her hair. This is Southern California. She has no paperwork. She doesn't need paperwork to be from here. She's what you might call an undocumented citizen. It's a whole complicated story. Is she doing all right? This isn't exactly the life she pictured for herself. What about you? Are you doing okay? I'm fine, the kid said, a little defensively. Don't worry about me. Reacher fell silent. Then, from the blind spot behind his shoulder, Arthur appeared. He leaned down and whispered into the kid's ear. His words were quiet, but the sharp consonants carried clearly. This lady and gentleman need to have a word with another gentleman. The kid practically leapt up, his face bright with excitement, thrilled to be displaced by an agent who seemed even closer to the center of the action. Arthur melted back out of view, and the kid hurried after him. In a seamless motion, the empty spot on the bench was filled by a compact, solid figure sliding into place, elbows already planted on the table, a look of pure satisfaction on his face. Warrant Officer Pete Espin. Reacher glanced at Turner. She gave a slight shake of her head. It meant Espin had men in the dining car, at least two likely armed and positioned nearby. Espin made himself comfortable, then brought his hands together as if lining up a deck of cards. You're not her father, he stated. Apparently not, Reacher said. I checked just for my own amusement. The State Department confirms Candace Dayton never held a passport. The Department of Defense has no record of her entering Korea on any other kind of document, so I dug a little deeper. Turns out the lawyer has a side business selling documents online. You can get a paper saying anything you want at one of two price points, paper only or the plausible package. In a case like this, plausible means real women, real children, and a genuine-looking photocopy of a real birth certificate. And this guy isn't the only one. It's a thriving little industry. There's a lot of inventory. If you want a child born on a specific date, you can take your pick. Who bought the affidavit? He used the name Romeo, but his money cleared. It came from an account in the Cayman Islands. When did Romeo make the purchase? The same morning Major Turner was arrested. It's an instant service. You give them the names, places, and dates, and they adjust the standard template. You can even upload your own text. The documents are generated by computer and emailed to you. They're designed to look like photocopies. Candace Dayton was selected because of her child's birth date. The lawyer knew her from eating here. She got $100 for signing her name, but that birth date was a dumb choice, don't you think? It was exactly halfway through your posting at Fort Red Cloud? Exactly. That sounds like a man studying a calendar, not the messy reality of biology. Good point, Reacher acknowledged, so you're in the clear. But why was I ever under suspicion in the first place? That's the real question. Do you have an answer for me? Why would this Romeo character buy that affidavit at all? Espin offered no reply. So who is Romeo really? Reacher pressed. Silence hung in the air. Turner cut in. What's the next step? Espin's reply was flat. You're both under arrest. Reacher as well? That's correct. You should contact Major Sullivan at JAG. She already reached out. The whole big dog situation has collapsed, but from the moment Reacher walked out of that cell at Dyer until now, we've cataloged close to 100 separate violations, possibly more. Everything from unlawful restraint in service of another felony to fraudulent use of a credit card. Reacher didn't blink. Did Sergeant Leach pass along our message? The gist was, I should get over myself. I asked what you would have done in my position. I would have had faith in the system. That's a lie, especially if I were innocent. Was I innocent? Espen hesitated. At the start, yes, you avoided my question. Why would Romeo purchase that affidavit? I don't have an answer. And is it possible Romeo was the one who released the dog a second time? It's a possibility. What would his motive be? And those two fake affidavits, what was their sole purpose? Think it through. I don't know. Yes, you do. You're not a stupid man. Romeo wanted you to flee. Why would he want me to run? Because you were digging into Major Turner's affairs. And what does that imply about Major Turner's situation? If she were guilty, Romeo would want me on the witness stand spelling out every damning detail for a jury. Espen was quiet for a long moment. Finally, he said, My orders are to bring you both in. The rest is above my clearance. You know this is a setup, Reacher said, his tone shifting from intense to almost weary sarcasm. You just told me Romeo has funds stashed in the Cayman Islands. He fabricated Turner's account himself. This isn't complicated. You've seen more sophisticated cons. This is amateur hour, which means it's guaranteed to unravel, probably sooner than later. Turner and I aren't fools. We're going to tear their whole operation apart. That leaves you with a choice. You can be the dutiful drone who drags us back in cuffs right before we expose everything, or you can actually use your head and decide where you want to be standing when this all comes crashing down. And where would that be? Anywhere but here. Espen shook his head. You know how this works. I can't return empty-handed. We can give you something. Like what? Your own arrest. A commendation for relentless pursuit. The cherry on top of a very large, very satisfying victory, and everyone remembers the cherry. I'll need more than promises. Someone nearly killed Colonel Moorcroft, and you've all decided it wasn't me. So who was it? You'd be apprehending a key player in a major scheme, and you'd be handing the political brass a neatly wrapped solution, shifting the spotlight right where it needs to be. Where do I find this key player? Look for someone who was off post without a clear explanation during that window. Go on. Consider that someone followed Moorcroft out of the officers' club breakfast room and either coerced or lured him into a vehicle. There's no other way it could have happened. And it wouldn't have been an NCO. That area was restricted to officers. So your target is an officer. Do you have a name, Morgan? He set Moorcroft up. He delivered him. Check his laundry. I doubt he threw the punches himself, but I'd bet he was close enough to get his uniform spattered. Was he off post then? He claims he was at the Pentagon. His absence was thoroughly noted and caused quite a stir. The Pentagon keeps very detailed records. It was a lot of work, but I'd bet good money you'll prove he wasn't even there. You sure this is solid? Morgan is connected to a small, unusual group. On one end, we have 4 non-commissioned officers from a logistics unit at Fort Bragg, on the other 2 deputy chiefs of staff. That's serious prison time if you're mistaken. I'm aware. 2 of them? One works for Homeland Security, now the other doesn't. That's an even harder fall if you're wrong. But am I? Espen stayed silent. Reacher leaned forward. It's always a coin toss, Pete. 50-50. Either I'm wrong or I'm right. Either you bring us in or you don't. Either those deputy chiefs are legitimate or they're frauds. One of those things is always true. And you're an impartial judge? Not even close. I plan to make them regret they were ever born, but just because I'm furious doesn't mean they're innocent. Do you have names won so far? Crew Scully? What kind of name is that? Old New England money, from what I hear. Probably a West Point graduate. I went to West Point, and I don't have a ridiculous name. I bet he's wealthy. Plenty of wealthy people are in prison. Who's the other one? We don't know yet. Probably Crew Scully's best friend from some fancy prep school. Those types stick together. Reacher shrugged. Maybe, Espen considered it. So I get Morgan and Major Turner handles these other 2? You'll be the heartwarming human interest story. What exactly are they supposed to be doing? So Turner laid it all out. It started with cash obtained on secondary markets and old beat-up pickup trucks with strange license plates. The cash moved into those trucks, then into Army containers, while the original contents of those containers went into the trucks. Those trucks would then vanish into the mountains. Meanwhile, the cash was secretly loaded, only to be secretly unloaded later by the four guys in North Carolina. An Afghan national with a known history of arms deals facilitated it. The whole operation was coordinated by and presumably enriched the two deputy chiefs, who might also be running some unauthorized strategic scheme on the side. Espen stared at her. "I thought you were being serious." He shook his head. "What you're describing just doesn't happen anymore, Major. The U.S. military learned its lesson. We count paper clips now. Everything has a barcode. Everything's in a secure computer system. We have military police companies at every major site. We have more checks and balances than you can imagine. We're not losing equipment. Believe me, that old chaos is obsolete. If a sock has a hole in it, that sock comes home. If a single bullet went missing, the uproar would be so massive we'd see the sky turn brown from here. It is not happening." Turner said nothing. Reacher broke the silence. "But something is happening. You know it. I'm listening. Tell me what's happening. Talk to Detective Podolsky with Metro Police. Morgan was off post when it mattered. Morgan is still your offering to me. He's worth having. All I got for my trouble was 2 phony lawsuits. Seems like Morgan's value just dropped if he's part of some far-fetched plot." "Something is happening," Reacher repeated, his voice dropping to a low, insistent growl. "Fake bank accounts, forged legal documents, violent assaults, 4 guys hunting us across the country. It will all look perfectly credible when it's over. It always does. Hindsight is crystal clear, and the smart people, they get their hindsight in early." He paused, letting the tension build before his tone shifted, becoming almost sarcastic. "It's a hell of a gamble, isn't it? Back to that coin toss. Either Morgan is a big fish or he's a minnow. Either something monumental is occurring or it's all a fantasy, and either you're just another desk-bound bureaucrat or you're the forward-thinking hero who gets to pin another ribbon on his uniform." Espen didn't speak. The room felt heavy. Reacher said, "Time to flip that coin, Pete, heads or tails. Do you have a plan?" "We're going back to D.C. You don't need to bring us in. We're going regardless. When? Now. That's where Morgan is. That's where they all are," Espen said. "What if we fly back together?" Reacher nodded. "That works for us, but only you, no one else. Why?" "I need your men to stay behind for another day. The last of the 4 from Fort Bragg is still in the area. He's operating under the assumption the girl is still useful as bait, so I want her protected. She might not be my daughter, but she's a good kid. Maybe that's precisely why, because she isn't mine. I suppose my team can manage an extra day. I want close personal protection, but keep it subtle. Don't frighten her. Treat it like a training exercise, because honestly, it's probably all theoretical anyway. We're the ones he's after, and he'll know exactly which flight we're on, because Romeo will tell him, so he'll be right on our tail. He might even be on the same plane." Espen remained silent. Reacher pressed, "Make a decision, soldier." "I don't need to decide right now," Espen replied. "What you're suggesting gives me 6 hours to think it over." "But you still have to choose. Delta at LAX 90 minutes from now," Espen said finally. He signaled to his unseen men with standard infantry gestures, then slid out into the aisle and walked away. A minute later, Reacher and Turner followed. The girl was in her mother's section of the coach, perched on a stool, saying something to Arthur that made him grin. Reacher watched her as he passed. All limbs and angles, knees and elbows in her denim jacket and pants, the new blue t-shirt, the matching shoes worn without socks or laces, her hair like sun-bleached straw falling halfway down her back, her bright eyes and easy smile. Fatherhood always seemed about as likely as winning the Nobel Prize or playing in the World Series. Not for him. Once in the car, Turner asked, "How are you feeling?" "Same as before," he said. "I didn't have a child yesterday, and I don't have one today. What would you have done if she was yours?" "Doesn't matter now. You all right?" "I suppose I was starting to get used to the idea, and I liked her. We might have even had a few things in common, which is strange. I guess people can be similar, no matter where they're from, even if they're not related. Do you think she'll ever fear the howling wolf? I think she already envies it. Then maybe you're related from way back in time. Reacher took a final glance at her through the diner's small framed window before Turner drove away, heading south on Vineland until she disappeared from view. The route to LAX would take the 101 to the 110, with a final turn onto El Segundo Boulevard, and it was going to eat up most of the 90 minutes Espin had given them. The freeways were crawling. Edmonds called again from Virginia while they were still north of the Hollywood Bowl. Crew Scully personally transferred Morgan to the 110th, she reported. He didn't delegate that one, which is unusual for temporary postings, and he has no direct access to Homeland Security intelligence systems. Reacher said, check if he has a friend who does already on it. Keep me updated? Are we still on the right side of history here? Count on it, Reacher said, and ended the call. The traffic crept forward, an odd, sluggish procession where every driver seemed to be moving in slow motion for a film scene. Turner observed, this could feel like we're arresting ourselves. We could step off that plane and Espin might cuff us right there in the D.C. terminal. We'll think of something, Reacher said. 6 hours is a long time. Any ideas yet? Not at the moment. These are professional weapons handlers. That's their entire world. 50-50, Susan. Either that's all they do, or it isn't. What else could they possibly do? We have 6 hours to work that out. And if we don't, Reacher said, Espin heard the name Crew Scully and assumed the guy was wealthy. Suppose he is. Suppose they both are. We already know they're rich. But we're making an assumption about how they got that way. What if they were rich before? What if they've always been rich? Old money East Coast aristocrats, maybe? All right, I'll keep an eye out for old men in faded pink trousers. It could change the equation. We're assuming a strong profit motive here. We might need to reconsider that. They could have other ways of smoothing out their own problems. That 100,000 could have been their own cash, Reacher said. This isn't some casual pastime, Reacher. Not with phony bank accounts, forged legal documents, an old man getting assaulted, and 4 guys hunting us down. I agree, this is far more serious than a hobby. So what is it then? I don't have the answer yet, just thinking out loud, trying to get ahead of whatever the next 6 hours might bring. They abandoned the white Ford in a covered parking structure at the Delta terminal, dropping the key into a trash bin, a move they knew would stick Romeo with hefty rental and recovery charges. Turner dismantled Rickard's Glock, distributing the pieces into 4 separate garbage cans. They entered the terminal through an unintended door, taking a circuitous route that eventually brought them up behind the ticket counters. Espin was already waiting, having evidently taken the 405 freeway alone. No backup lurked in the shadows. He stood facing the main doors, and he spun around when they approached from behind. Reacher used Baldacci's credit card to purchase 3 first-class tickets. They reached the gate with 20 minutes to spare before boarding, choosing seats with a clear view of the area. Schrago was nowhere in sight, which Reacher had anticipated. Los Angeles was vast and difficult to navigate quickly. Spotting the bank charge and then racing to the airport would have taken more time than Schrago likely had. Reacher sipped his coffee, allowing himself a moment of calm before the boarding process began. Just as the line started to form, his phone rang. He took his seat while answering, blending in with the other passengers doing the same. It was Edmonds calling from Virginia. The 75th MP just briefed me on the Candace Dayton situation, she said. I told you I didn't remember her. I owe you an apology. I shouldn't have been so doubtful. Don't worry about it. For a moment, I almost believed it myself. I did some digging into Crew Scully's inner circle, and he maintained a close friendship with a West Point classmate. Their careers shot up side by side. I asked 5 different sources, and every one of them pointed to the same guy. What's his role now? He's currently the Army's Deputy Chief of Staff for Intelligence. That would certainly explain a few things. They share similar backgrounds, live near each other in Georgetown, and belong to all the same clubs, some of them extremely exclusive. Are they wealthy? Not in the flashy billionaire sense. But they're comfortable in that old money style. You know how it goes with that crowd. Comfortable usually means a few million in the bank. What's his name? Gabriel Montague. Your point about similar background stands. Gabe and crew sounds like a pretentious boutique near Harvard, or maybe a bar where they charge $20 for a beer. Reacher, these are major players, giants, and you have absolutely no concrete evidence against them. You're thinking like a lawyer, which, by the way, I need right now. I'm an innocent man. I don't want any legal trickery about what happened after they locked me up for 2 crimes I didn't commit. If I broke out, it was because I had every right to. Major Sullivan is already on it. She's pushing to have everything dismissed, calls it the fruit of a poisoned tree. Tell her to hurry. We're on our way back now with a semi-official escort. I don't want any surprises waiting for us at Reagan National. She's got about 6 hours. I'll let her know. Then the flight attendant's voice came over the PA, announcing that the cabin door was closing and all electronic devices should be turned off. For what felt like the first time ever, Reacher actually complied with the instruction. He dropped the phone into his pocket as the plane pushed back from the gate and began to taxi. It lifted off over the Pacific, then banked into a wide right-hand turn until it was facing east again. As it crossed back over the coastline above Santa Monica, climbing steadily inland, everything they were leaving behind North Hollywood, the Ventura Freeway, Vineland Avenue, the Coach Diner, and the little house with the blue door, drifted away off the port side, growing distant and small below until it all faded from view. Holding a conversation across the spacious first-class cabin proved awkward. The plush seats were generously sized, placing the window seat a considerable distance from the aisle. Flight attendants moved constantly, offering an endless stream of complimentary snacks and beverages. It was a clear illustration of why wealth was synonymous with comfort, but it made private discussion nearly impossible. Eventually, Espen stood and balanced on the arm of Turner's seat while she leaned in closer toward Reacher by the window. This huddle allowed them all to see and hear each other clearly. Espen broke the silence, his voice low. If I need to secure a warrant from Morgan, the first question I'll get is about the nature of this supposed conspiracy. You need to give me a solid narrative by the time we land, or you're leaving me with nothing. If that's the case, we might have to reconsider your current privileged arrangement. Reacher's response was immediate and firm. That's not how this works, Pete. This isn't a screen test. You don't get a vote. We're going our separate ways at Reagan National, story or no story, whether you approve or not. You'll be waving us off with a big happy smile either on your own 2 feet or from a wheelchair with a busted leg. Those are the rules. Are we clear? Espen pressed. But we still share information, right?
Absolutely,
Reacher confirmed. For instance, Captain Edmonds just informed me that Crew Scully has a very close personal friend named Gabriel Montague. Of course he does. Did they attend the same prep school, more or less? They went to West Point together. Who is this Montague? He's the Army's Deputy Chief of Staff for Intelligence. That's about as high as it gets, nearly, Reacher agreed. Do you have any actual evidence? My lawyer assessed it at precisely 0 full disclosure, but you believe they're the 2 we're after? I do now. Why the sudden certainty? William Shakespeare, he wrote. Romeo and Juliet, 2 families, both alike in status. Star-crossed lovers because Juliet was a Capulet and Romeo was a Montague. Think the Sharks and the Jets? You could stream the musical. You think Montague uses Romeo as a code name? Is he really that foolish? He probably thinks it's clever, like wearing salmon-colored chinos. He likely assumes people like us have never cracked open a Shakespeare play. Your lawyer was correct. That's 0 evidence. She's a lawyer. You're not. You're the guy holding the coin. Either Montague is Romeo or he isn't. It's a straight 50-50 shot. That's like flying to Vegas and betting your house on red. An even chance is a beautiful thing. Reacher, these are deputy chiefs of staff. You'd want to be absolutely certain. You'd have to be prepared to shoot to kill. Romeo dialed Juliet. They're on their way back. 3 first-class tickets, which is another insult. The third is Espen from the 75th MP. I initially thought he'd made the arrest, but then why would Reacher pay? They've outflanked us. Espen has gone native. Juliet's voice was tense. Schrago is still at least an hour from the airport. Tell him to move. He's booked on American the next flight out. How far behind Reacher will he be? 2 hours. That's an eternity. We have one asset left, and he's not even in position. I think we're finished. It was always a possible outcome. We knew the risks when we started this. We understood what might be required. We had a good run. And we'll survive a 2-hour gap. Nothing will happen immediately. Major Turner will want to freshen up. Traveling with women always adds delays. After that, it actually gets easier for Schrago. They'll have to come looking for us. We won't need to hunt them. Espen drifted back and forth across the aisle, his participation waxing and waning with the perceived value of the discussion and his own comfort. Perching on an armrest wasn't the luxury experience Baldacci had funded. For long stretches, he sat alone, deep in thought. Turner and Reacher did the same, their mental calculations yielding little progress. Then Turner signaled Espen back over. Once he was settled, she said, "We have one solid starting point, the logistics chain. The system operates like a continuous loop, a dual-purpose conveyor that never pauses. Currently, it dispatches empty containers inward and retrieves filled ones outward. Those outgoing crates are packed with precisely the intended items, socks bearing barcodes, some even with holes. I understand that. On the surface, it appears routine, yet we sense an underlying activity. What if those inbound containers aren't truly empty? We're aware the local tribes aren't purchasing the barcoded goods, but perhaps they're acquiring items shipped specifically for them, almost like a private catalog service. This is why the 4 individuals at Fort Bragg were significant. They handled the packing of crates that should have contained nothing, Espen remarked. There are checks and protocols at both locations, equally thorough. I doubt that's achievable. So it could be occurring. It's a possibility, however. Reacher suspects profit might not be the primary driver. This could be a personal endeavor. Perhaps they're showing partiality, equipping one group over another. Maybe they consider themselves authorities on Afghanistan. Those established figures from the Northeast often carry a certain colonial mindset, reminiscing about historic campaigns on the frontier. They might believe they possess special insight, plausible. But remember, the conveyor moves both ways. They could be extracting items, not importing them, hidden within returning military supplies. That also highlights the importance of the Bragg personnel. They'd need to discreetly unload and redistribute the cargo. What sort of items? If profit isn't the main goal, it might stem from a personal passion. Art, perhaps, statues or sculptures the Taliban destroys. For a cultured man, that could be appealing. Yet their extreme reaction doesn't fit art theft. No one gets assaulted over an antique statue. Then what is it? We have 2 respectable men with secret, intense interests that are both illegal and somehow disgraceful, yet still profitable in a discreet manner. That's the impression I'm getting? Young girls, boys, orphans? Consider Amal Zadran's perspective. He was a disappointment who rebuilt his standing in the community. How? Someone offered him a role, likely as a facilitator again. Someone wanted to buy or sell, and Zadran became the intermediary because of his existing connections, maybe through vital relationships or simply by luck. Espen asked, "Buy or sell what?" Reacher said, "We'll determine that in D.C. Right after you see us off, whether you're standing or seated." They slept through the remaining flight. The cabin was cozy, the seats supportive, and the gentle motion lulled them. Reacher dreamed of the girl, much younger, perhaps 3 years old, plump instead of thin, wearing a miniature version of the same clothes with tiny slip-on sneakers. They walked along a sidewalk, her small hand soft and warm in his large one, her little legs pumping to match his pace. He kept looking over his shoulder, uneasy, concerned about how she'd manage to run if needed in those shoes, until it struck him he could simply lift her into his arms and carry her, maybe indefinitely. Her light, sweet form, no trouble at all. A wave of relief washed over him, and the dream dissolved as if its purpose was fulfilled. Then the cabin pressure shifted, and the flight attendant began announcements about seat positions and tray tables. Espen looked across the aisle and Reacher and Turner returned his gaze. The decision hung in the balance at that moment. Was he merely following orders, or was he proactive? 50-50 odds, Reacher thought, like most things in life. As the aircraft descended, feeling heavy and slow once more, passengers turned on their phones the moment the crew was seated. Reacher noticed a voicemail from Major Sullivan, received an hour earlier. He played the message back, hearing a crackle of static before the voice came through. You are officially cleared of any legal consequences stemming from either of the fraudulent affidavits. As of this moment, you face no charges. However, Major Turner remains a wanted fugitive. Her status is unchanged. Therefore, the moment your plane lands, the countdown resumes. If you assist her, you will be considered an accessory to a major felony. Your only safe move is to walk away from her at the airport. I'm advising you as your attorney to do exactly that. He erased the recording and called Edmonds. When she answered, he asked, what were Scully and Montague doing 7 years ago? I'll look into it, she replied. Then the aircraft's wheels met the runway, and the clock began its relentless count once more. Chapter 65. Being first on the plane meant they were first off as well. The official door at the end of the jet bridge was still shut when they reached it. Thanks to the time change, it was the middle of the night on the East Coast. Reacher pushed the door open and scanned the area ahead. A sparse crowd waited at the gate. Nothing like the scene in Long Beach, though if he had to guess, there were probably at least 10 undercover military police and another 10 FBI agents within the first 30 feet alone. Reacher held the door, letting Espen step out first, watching him intently. But Espen didn't search for any specific face, avoided eye contact, and made no covert signals. He simply moved through the crowd like any other traveler. Reacher and Turner followed, and a minute later they reconvened in a patch of open space under a baggage claim sign in the corridor. We're staying here, Reacher said. You go on ahead. Espen frowned. Why? In case you've positioned your team on the other side of security. There is no team. We're staying regardless. What's the reason, tactical advantage? You have 24 hours, Espen stated. You won't locate us. I found you in Los Angeles. There's bait here, too. I'll know where to search. Your focus should be on Morgan. 24 hours, Espen repeated, then turned and walked away. Reacher and Turner watched him disappear into the terminal. Let's get coffee, Reacher said. Turner glanced around. Are we actually staying here? Reacher looked up at the arrivals board. It would be logical. The next flight in is American Airlines, arriving in about 2 hours. Shrago will almost certainly be on it, and from the aircraft door to the other side of security, he'll be unarmed. This would be the perfect place to confront him. Are we going to? No, but I wanted Espen to think we might. In case he gets nervous later, he'll assume we're still here, but we won't be. We'll get the coffee to go, we'll be right behind him. In Reacher's experience, every successful operation in Washington, D.C. shared one critical element, a solid base of operations, but such a place couldn't be secured with cash alone. Any decent hotel would require a credit card. That meant either Margaret Vega would have to pay, or they would have to inform Gabriel Montague where they were staying. Turner was in favor of telling him, hoping it would draw Shrago out so they could handle him. Reacher disagreed. She asked, why not? If they send Shrago to our location and he vanishes, they'll know exactly what happened to him, obviously. I don't want them to know. I want them uncertain for as long as possible. I want them staring into an empty void, waiting for a sign that never comes. This is why we need more women in command. For us, winning is enough. For you, the other side has to know they've lost. I want them to keep their cell phones on. That's the whole point. It might be the only way we prove this case definitively. Hell, it might be the only way we find them in the first place. Shrago had to vanish without a trace, and we needed the data from his phone. Sergeant Leach would have to reach out to a fresh set of contacts, and we had to locate those devices before whoever was after Shrago decided to shut them down for good. Margaret Vega covered a night at a plush hotel on the 12th floor, offering a clear view of the White House. The room was stocked with more amenities than they could possibly use. Turner wanted fresh clothes, But it was past midnight, and every store was closed. They took long, leisurely showers and bundled up in plush robes that felt like they were wrapped in clouds. Then they waited, counting down the minutes until they estimated Schrago's plane would be touching down just across the river. When the time came, they dressed and headed out. Romeo phoned Juliet and reported, "I had a flag on the Margaret Vega card just in case Turner decided to do some solo shopping. It just paid for a night at a hotel right here in the city." Juliet replied, "Schrago's phone should be powering back up in about 2 minutes. Tell him not to hail a cab directly to the location." They spotted Schrago exiting the terminal. They were parked in a cab about 20 yards away, a vehicle so ordinary it was practically invisible amid the airport traffic. Schrago never glanced their way. He waited briefly behind one other person, then climbed into his own taxi. "That's our guy," Reacher said. "I see him," the driver acknowledged. The meter was still running from their trip from the hotel, plus a $100 tip and another 100 just for the thrill of it. After all, it wasn't their money. The driver pulled away from the curb, maintaining a distance of roughly 50 yards behind Schrago's cab. Schrago's cab moved toward the city center, crossing the bridge and heading straight onto 14th Street, passing the mall and cutting through the Federal Triangle. It eventually halted after crossing New York Avenue. Schrago stepped out and his cab drove off. They were positioned near Lafayette Square, which sits directly in front of the White House, but remained 2 blocks east, still on 14th Street. Turner asked, "What's around here?" "Nothing, it seems," Reacher answered as Schrago began walking north on 14th, turning left at 8th Street. Reacher settled up with the driver using Billy Bob's cash, $300 with a generous keep the change, and they exited the cab, hurrying to the same corner. Schrago was already well into the next block, moving briskly. He was about to pass the edge of Lafayette Square, which in the darkness offered little to see on his left. On his right, there was essentially only one notable sight. "He's heading to our hotel," Turner observed. Approaching on foot so the cabbie won't recall the drop-off, Montague has access to the Vega card, too. From the initial flight, clever, he kept tracking it. This puts a wrinkle in your strategy. No plan survives first contact with the enemy. They held back, but Schrago didn't hesitate. He strode straight through the hotel entrance at full speed, like a man with urgent business, fully committing to the role. Turner asked, "Got a new plan?" Reacher said, "We're not in there. He'll realize that sooner or later. Then he'll come back out. And then what? Did you like the original plan with the cell phones? It was solid. Schrago might just salvage it for us. As soon as he confirms we're not there, he'll probably call his boss right away. You know, a real-time update. Maybe it's required. If that happens, whatever follows has nothing to do with you and me. We were never there. He just told them that. They're back to square one, completely in the dark. If he calls, 50-50 chance. Either he does or he doesn't. If we even know that he called, he might be on the phone as he walks out. Or he could have called from our empty room. 50-50. Either we witness it or we don't. Either we know for sure or we're left guessing." They lingered in the deeper shadows at the edge of the park, waiting. It was nearly 2 in the morning. The weather hadn't shifted. The air was still cold and damp. Reacher found himself thinking about the girl's laceless sneakers again, definitely not suited for every state. He considered the hotel's security measures, the night watch, the fake ID check, the registry, the call up to the room, the trip upstairs with a passkey. It might take 10 minutes. It took 9. Schrago emerged through the door empty-handed. Turner murmured, "Heads or tails, Reacher?" Reacher moved from the shadows and called, "Sergeant Schrago over here. There's something you need to hear." Schrago froze on the 8th Street sidewalk. Across the quiet pre-dawn street, Reacher stood waiting. The city felt asleep. A government town hushed at 2 in the morning. "Sergeant," Reacher continued, "here's the update. As of right now, you've officially entered the category of being completely out of options. You can't win this. We're too close. The only way you walk away with anything is if you take both of us down right here on this street, and you won't, because you're not capable. So there's no prize waiting for you tonight. What you need now is damage control, and you can get it. All you have to do is write it all down." Shrago stayed silent. Reacher went on. "Or say it into a recorder if writing's not your style. One way or another, they'll make you talk. This is blowing up into a major scandal, not just Army inquiries, but Senate committees. You want to be the first one through the door. They always cut the first guy a break, treat him like some kind of hero. That's the role you need, Shrago." Still no reply. "You can claim you don't know the top brass. Less pressure that way. They'll buy it. Focus on Morgan, how he set up Moorcroft for the beating. They'll lap that story up. Nothing. Only two choices, Sergeant. Run or cross this street. Running gets you nowhere. If we don't find you tonight, we will tomorrow. So crossing over is your best move, and you'll have to do it anyway, whether you plan to shake hands or try to take us out." Shrago finally stepped off the curb. He started across the wide, empty lanes, a distance that felt trivial in a car but stretched out ominously on foot. Reacher watched him the whole way, studying his eyes, his shoulders, his hands. He saw a performance worthy of a second-rate theater, a man seeing the light, a man realizing where his duty truly lay. It was a decent act, but underneath it all pulsed a clear intention to get past Reacher just long enough to neutralize Turner and even the odds. Reacher could read it in the manic glint of his eyes, in the adrenaline-driven tension hunching his shoulders forward, in his hands that kept flexing subtly as if itching to begin. Shrago reached the opposite curb. Reacher said nothing more. He didn't have to. Either way, Shrago was going to talk to Espin, whether stepping out of a car or waking from a coma, the choice was his. He'd been born free, but not particularly bright. He passed on the car and chose the coma. Reacher understood immediate action always seemed like the better gamble. Shrago positioned himself with Reacher to his right and Turner just beyond. Reacher guessed the plan. A sharp left elbow aimed at his throat, used like an oar to shove past, freeing up the right hand for one decisive strike at Turner, aimed straight for the center of her face. A blow meant to break bone, cause unconsciousness, maybe even a fractured skull or neck. That wasn't going to happen. "Ground rules," Reacher said flatly. No ear-biting. Up close, the man looked almost unreal. His scalp gleamed under the streetlights. His eyes were sunk deep in their sockets, and the bones of his face stood out hard and sharp, like you could break your hand just by punching them. His pants were pulled tight by a belt at the waist, his thighs bulging below and his chest broad above. He was perhaps 15 years Reacher's junior, a young bull, solid as stone, with an aura of aggression that hung around him like a scent. His ears were unusual, the inner whorls remained normal, but the outer cartilage had been trimmed away, likely with scissors, cut in so close that the remaining stubs resembled uncooked tortellini, pale and shiny against his skin. They weren't perfect hexagons. A true hexagon has 6 equal sides, but Shrago's had been clipped for closeness, not symmetry. They were more like irregular polygons. Reacher thought, if this kid were his, he'd have had a word. No sense being picky unless you get it exactly right. He said, "Last opportunity, Sergeant, time to choose. We know everything about Scully, Montague, and Morgan. Your only way out is to start talking. A soldier's best tool is his mind. Use it. But either way, I'm breaking your arm. Full transparency because you hurt that woman at the Berryville Grill. That was unnecessary. Do you have issues with women? Was it women who trimmed your ears?" Shrago set his feet and pivoted sharply from the waist to his right, dipping slightly so fast that his left arm whipped out behind him, his back arching into the light. The next move would have been a violent twist back, even quicker, with that left arm now controlled elbow, aimed to strike the far side of Reacher's throat, a blow meant to both damage and act as a pivot to launch himself toward Turner. Would have been Reacher saw it coming and moved almost in unison, like two dancers slightly out of sync, his own massive right fist driving low toward where Shrago's exposed kidney was about to rotate into place. All the while, Reacher was weighing the emotion behind the attack, how much stemmed from the ear disfigurement, and how much was about protecting Scully and Montague. The ferocity of a defense often revealed its depth. In the end, he guessed a good deal was personal vanity. but some was loyalty to something comfortable and profitable. Then Shrago reached his coiled peak, a spring wound tight, and began to unwind in the opposite direction, his elbow rising toward its target. But before he gained even an inch, Reacher's right fist connected, a perfect paralyzing shot to the kidney, a sickening wave of pain that made Shrago stagger, his balance gone, his stance splaying wide. Reacher completed his own twist leisurely, his left fist arcing up from low to high, catching Shrago's neck just below the jaw, a rapid, heavy 1-2 combo, kidney then neck. It rocked Shrago the other way, leaving him upright but dazed, good for a count that never came because fighting in the dark near Lafayette Square wasn't some polite sport with referees. Instead, Reacher eyed him in the gloom and decided only one part of his own body was harder than the bones in Shrago's face. He stepped in and head-butted him squarely on the bridge of the nose like swinging a bowling ball down a lane toward a waiting pin. Reacher bounced back, and Shrago remained standing for a long second until his knees finally got the message that the lights had gone out upstairs. He collapsed straight down as if he'd stepped off a wall. Reacher used his boot to roll the man onto his stomach, then bent and seized a wrist, twisting the arm back until it locked. He brought his heel down hard on the elbow, feeling the joint give way. A quick search of the pockets turned up a wallet and a cell phone, but no weapon. The guy had traveled straight from the airport. Straightening up, Reacher let out a slow breath and glanced at Turner. "Call Espen. Tell him to come collect this package. He'll have everything he needs for the warrant." They waited in the deep shadows at the edge of the park. Shrago's phone was another cheap, prepaid burner, identical to Rickard's. The contacts list held 4 numbers: Lozano, Baldacci, Rickard, and one saved simply as home. The call log showed Shrago had dialed home just 2 minutes before leaving the hotel. "From our empty room," Turner said, a note of grim satisfaction in her voice. "You called it. Your plan held up." Reacher gave a short nod. "They probably sent him searching in the wrong direction. That means they won't expect to hear from him until he has something to report, and they likely won't call him before morning. We won't answer, of course. That should buy us about 12 hours of confusion on their end before they write him off." "We need to tell Espen to keep this quiet," Turner said. "If Montague monitors the 75th, he'll see the arrest." She made a second call to Espen, then dialed Sergeant Leach. Once again, Turner began with her standard disclaimer, advising Leach to hang up and report the contact to Morgan. Once again, Leach ignored it. Turner passed along the number Shrago had called and asked if Leach knew anyone who could run a little unofficial signals intelligence. From Turner's tone, it was clear Leach was offering guarded optimism in the darkness. Reacher allowed himself a faint smile. "Army sergeants. There wasn't much they couldn't handle." A beat-up sedan, similar to the one that had dropped Reacher at the motel days before, pulled up at the far end of the park. 2 large soldiers in boots and ACUs climbed out, hauled Shrago from the bushes, not an easy task given his size, and deposited him on the back seat. The car drove off. Reacher and Turner observed a moment of silence, as if at a graveside, then crossed the street, entered the hotel, and rode the elevator up to their room. They showered again, more for the symbolic cleanse than necessity, using a few more of the bathroom's absurd stock of towels. There were dozens, some thick enough to serve as blankets. Afterward, they waited for Leach to call back, knowing the response would come soon or not at all. Either her network had the right people, or it didn't. But the first call came to Reacher's phone, from Edmonds. 7 years ago, she said, Crew Scully had just been promoted to Assistant Deputy Chief of Staff for Personnel. He hasn't moved since. Back then, he was based in Alexandria. Now, most of HRC is at Fort Knox, but the deputy's office stayed in the Pentagon. That's why Scully still gets to live in Georgetown, Reacher said. He sounds like a real thrill. Montague's another story. 7 years ago, Montague was running our entire intelligence operation in Afghanistan. Not just Army intelligence, all of it. Big job. You have no idea. And I can't prove anything on paper. Nothing survived. But you're thinking? He had to be the one who signed off on Zadran. That's how the protocol works. No way a suspected grenade smuggler just walked back to the mountains without a nod from intelligence. So that question you asked earlier about why they didn't just shoot him, turns out it's because Montague told them not to. Funny how a little paperwork can keep a man alive. Zodron was deeply indebted to Montague, or perhaps it was the other way around. Maybe Zodron held something over him. Either way, their connection stretched back at least 7 years, Reacher reflected. I should have had you check into Morgan's history that far back. Edmonds replied, I was surprised you didn't ask, so I took the initiative. Morgan has been shuffled around constantly, the go-to guy whenever there's a gap to fill. But in what's supposed to be a random system, he's ended up in more logistics battalions than chance would allow. None of those units supplied Iraq. Every single one was routed to Afghanistan. That isn't random either, Reacher asked. Was it always Scully who transferred him? Every time, Edmonds confirmed. Thank you, Captain, she pressed. Which side of history are we on right now? But Reacher ended the call without answering. Another phone was ringing. Not Turner's, but Schrago's, chirping with the same frantic birdsong tone Rickards had used. It lay on the hotel dresser, shrill and persistent, like a mechanical toy gone haywire. The screen flashed incoming call, then below it, home. The phone rang 8 times before falling silent. Reacher stayed quiet, Turner observed. That's pure anxiety. We haven't spent any more money, so we haven't given them a fresh trail. They have nothing new to report. How long before that anxiety turns into something more serious? Denial can be a powerful cushion, Turner said, moving to the window and parting the drapes slightly. She added, When I get back, I'm having my office steam cleaned. I don't want a single trace of Morgan left behind. Reacher wondered aloud, why would Montague let Zodron return to the mountains? You'd assume political or legal reasons, Turner offered. Both are possible, but what if it was something else entirely? I can't imagine what. The guy was in his mid-30s then, the youngest of 5, which counts against him in a hierarchical culture, and he was a known screw-up. That's 3 strikes. No status, no value, no obvious talent. He wasn't anyone's first-round draft pick. This wasn't about recruiting an asset, either for official business or personal interests. Then Schrago's phone rang again, same jarring birdsong, same 8 rings before stopping. Juliet re-entered the room and settled on a daybed. From another daybed a few feet away, Romeo asked, Well, Juliet said, I tried twice. What's your gut telling you? He might be occupied. If he gets within 100 feet of them, he'll turn his phone off, that's obvious. How long could he stay that close? Theoretically, hours. So we just wait for his call? I think we have to. And if it never comes, then we're finished. Romeo let out a long, slow breath. Win or lose, it's been one hell of a ride. A minute after Schrago's phone fell silent for the second time, Turner's rang. She put it on speaker, and Leach's voice came through. It's a prepaid burner, likely bought at a Walmart. If it was a cash purchase, it's about as traceable as my sister's ex-husband, Turner asked. Any details at all? Plenty. The only thing we don't know is who owns it. We can see everything else. That phone has only ever called 2 numbers, and only those 2 have ever called it. Evenly split? Very lopsided. In favor of which? Leach read out a number that wasn't Schrago's. That has to be Romeo, Reacher said. Sergeant, we need you to check that number next. Already took the liberty, Major. It's the same story, a prepaid Walmart burner, but this one is even lonelier. The only number it ever called, and the only one that ever called it, is its partner. This is a tightly compartmentalized communications setup. Their tradecraft and discipline look impeccable. You're dealing with very sharp people. Can I be frank? Turner asked. Go ahead, Reacher replied. You 2 need to be careful. Start by getting your act together. How so? That second number the first man dialed is linked to a phone that hasn't moved from a spot 2 blocks from the White House. I'm betting you're in that upscale hotel. Either someone's watching it, or you've already taken the phone and it's in your room. If I can track it, so can they. You should consider turning it off. You can actually see it. Modern technology is impressive. What about the other 2 phones? Yes, I'm watching them right now. Where are they? Together at a location in Georgetown. Right now? Is this live? Updated every 15 seconds. It's the middle of the night. Most people are asleep, obviously. Is it Scully's place or Montague's? Neither. I don't recognize the building. Leach explained there was ongoing debate about triangulation, Wi-Fi signals, GPS accuracy, and error margins. No one was discussing whether a phone was in a left coat pocket or a right pants pocket, but consensus suggested you could reasonably identify which specific building housed a cell phone. The larger the building, the more confident you could be, and Leach had focused on a substantial structure. She had pinpointed the address, pulled it up on her computer, and described the street view: a stately townhouse with historic brickwork, 4 floors, paired sash windows flanking an elegant front door. The door was a glossy black with a brass lantern overhead featuring a mail slot, a street number, and a small brass plaque that appeared to read Dove Cottage. Turner kept Leach on the line while Reacher used his own phone to call Edmonds. He provided the address and asked her to search any available records, tax documents, property titles, zoning permits. She agreed and ended the call. Turner then finished with Leach and remarked, "We don't have a vehicle. We don't need one," Reacher said. "We'll follow Schrago's method. Take a cab and approach on foot." That didn't end well for Schrago. We're not Schrago. And they're vulnerable now. Deputy chiefs exist in a protective bubble. It's been ages since they handled anything themselves. Planning to use a butter knife or something dramatic? I haven't acquired one yet. Maybe I'll ask room service. Am I still in command here? What are you thinking? I want a textbook arrest. I want them in the cells at Dyer, followed by a full court-martial. I want everything by the book, Reacher. I need public vindication. I want a jury to hear every detail and a clear ruling from the judge, Reacher said. A proper arrest requires probable cause. So does any dramatic use of a butter knife. Why did Montague allow Zadron to return to the mountains? Because of his background? I wish we had more information on him. We know all we're going to get. Reacher nodded. A seemingly insignificant man, 42 years old, the youngest of 5, the family's black sheep, disreputable, who had attempted various ventures without success. He said the butter knife approach would be simpler. Then his phone rang. It was Edmonds. That was fast, he noted. I thought being quick might let me get an hour of sleep tonight, she replied. Don't count on it. What did you find? Dove Cottage is a private members club. It opened 4 years ago. The membership list is confidential. 4 years ago? We have no concrete evidence. 4 years ago, Morgan was at Fort Bragg, assembling a team around Schrago. We can't prove a link. Are Scully and Montague members? Which part of confidential was unclear? Any rumors? The membership is reportedly all male. Word is, it's a place for discreet conversations over expensive whiskey far from prying eyes, a detail that made Reacher's instincts tighten. Somewhere in that quiet, privileged space, the pieces of this puzzle were being locked into place. The group includes politicians, though it's not a political gathering, along with military figures, media personalities, and business leaders, yet no actual deals appear to be struck. Men attend simply to unwind, nothing more. Occasionally they remain until morning. What do they do? That's not entirely clear. How does someone become a member? I wouldn't, if it's men only. How could I? It's by invitation, I suppose. You'd need a connection who knows someone inside, and nobody has any idea what happens in there. Washington has countless private clubs. Keeping tabs on all of them is impossible. Reacher replied, "Thanks for your help. You've been very thorough." That sounds like a farewell. It could be, or maybe not. Like a coin toss, given the time of year and their location, they had roughly an hour and a half until sunrise. They gathered their gear and headed down to the street, where a man in a hat flagged them a cab. The taxi traveled north on 16th Street to Scott Circle, then followed Massachusetts Avenue to DuPont Circle before turning onto P Street, crossing the park into Georgetown. They disembarked at the intersection with Wisconsin Avenue. After the cab departed, they backtracked 2 blocks, turned left, and continued toward their destination, another 2 blocks north on the right, in a neighborhood that seemed the wealthiest since the dawn of currency. To their left lay the manicured gardens of a vast estate. On the right stood a row of townhouses, shining in the darkness, each one substantial and dignified, perfectly aligned. Their target blended seamlessly into this opulent setting. Quite the humble abode, Turner remarked. It was a stately, symmetrical home, elegant and understated in every way, yet still radiant with a polished sheen. A small brass plaque was mounted beside the entrance. Lights glowed softly behind some windows, their old wavy glass diffusing the glow like candlelight. The front door, repainted faithfully every election cycle since the era of James Madison, was massive, solid, and impeccably fitted. The kind of door that opened only when it chose to. There was no obvious point of entry. They hadn't anticipated miracles, expecting instead to observe and wait. Their task was made slightly easier by the landscaped grounds of the neighboring mansion, which featured an iron fence set into a stone knee wall just wide enough for a petite person to perch on. Turner, being small, settled there while Reacher resigned himself to discomfort. Above them, a tight web of bare branches offered no full concealment, but provided a degree of camouflage, fracturing the streetlight much like modern digital patterns on camouflage gear. As they waited, partially hidden, Turner noted, "We don't even know what they look like. They could walk right past us." So she called Leach again, requesting an alert if the phones moved, which they hadn't yet, still pinpointed precisely to the house before them. Reacher kept his eyes on the windows and the door. Men go there to enjoy themselves. Sometimes they stay all night. If that were the case, they'd likely begin departing soon. Politicians, military personnel, media figures, and businessmen all had duties awaiting them. He expected to see them stumble out, ready to head home and prepare for the day, but the first man to emerge did not stagger. About an hour before dawn, the door opened and a suited man stepped out, sleek, freshly showered, hair neatly combed, shoes gleaming as richly as the door itself. He turned left and strolled down the sidewalk at a relaxed pace, appearing utterly serene, satisfied, and content with his life. He was past middle age. He headed toward P Street and vanished into the darkness after 50 yards. Subconsciously, Reacher had anticipated scenes of debauchery and disorder, rumpled hair, bloodshot eyes, loosened ties, perhaps lipstick stains on collars, or bottles clutched carelessly in hand. The man had appeared utterly at ease, almost the polar opposite of what they'd anticipated. Perhaps the location was a high-end spa. Maybe he'd indulged in an overnight hot stone treatment or some other form of deep tissue therapy. If that were the case, it had been remarkably effective. He seemed pliable with contentment, radiating a sense of profound satisfaction. Strange, Turner remarked, not the scene I pictured. Could be a literary club, Reacher suggested, a poetry society. The original Dove Cottage was home to William Wordsworth, the English poet. All that wandering lonely as a cloud, fields of golden daffodils, and so on, a small, lime-washed house in England's Lake District, a genuinely beautiful part of the world. Turner asked, "What kind of person stays up all night reading poetry?" Plenty of people, usually a younger crowd, I'll grant you that. For enjoyment, poetry can offer a deep sense of fulfillment. It certainly did for the daffodil guy. He wrote about reclining, letting your mind drift and recalling a beautiful sight. Turner was silent. "Definitely beats Tennyson," Reacher added. "You have to concede that point." They continued their vigil for another 20 minutes. The sky behind the building began to soften with the first hints of dawn. Another morning, another day. Then a second man emerged. He was similar to the first, older, well-groomed, pink-faced, dressed in an expensive suit, and carrying an air of serene satisfaction. There was no trace of stress or hurry, no anxiety or self-consciousness. He turned in the same direction toward P Street and walked with an easy, measured stride, his head held high, a faint smile on his face as if enveloped in a private bubble where everything was perfectly aligned. Reacher said, "Hold on." "What is it?" Turner asked. Reacher said, "Montague?" That was him. Leach didn't call. "No, this is Montague's club. He owns it. Or he and Scully are partners. How can you be sure? Because of the name. Dove Cottage is like a code name. At his core, this guy is a mediocre intelligence officer. He's overly clever, and he just can't help himself. Help himself with what? Why did he allow Zadran to return to the mountains? Because of his personal history. No, in spite of his history, because of who he was, and more importantly, who his brothers were. His brothers forgave him and welcomed him back. Zadran didn't rehabilitate himself and find a purpose. His brothers rehabilitated him and gave him a role. It was part of their arrangement with Montague, a two-way street. What arrangement? People recall that William Wordsworth lived with his sister Dorothy, but they often forget the household later included his wife, his sister-in-law, and a bunch of kids. 3 and 4 years, if I remember right. When was this? Over 2 centuries ago. So why are we even discussing it? The original Dove Cottage was a small, lime-washed house, far too cramped for 7 people. They moved out, it got a new tenant, a writer named Thomas de Quincey. The place was practically a writer's colony back then. They were all friends. But Wordsworth only lived there 8 years. De Quincey stayed for 11. That makes Dove Cottage more his than Wordsworth's in terms of tenure, even though Wordsworth is the one history remembers, probably because he was the better poet. And your point is, wait, Reacher said, watch this. The door opened again and a third man stepped out. He had thick, beautifully styled gray hair, a freshly shaved pink face, a suit worth thousands, a shirt as crisp as new snow, and a perfectly knotted silk tie. He looked like a politician. The man paused, drew a deep breath of the morning air, and then began walking with the same unconcerned, relaxed demeanor as the others, an aura of serenity flowing from him. He headed toward P Street and eventually disappeared from view. Reacher asked, "Conclusions?" Turner said, "Same as we guessed earlier. It's a sanctuary for refined older gentlemen with particular private interests. What's being brought home in those ordnance shipments?" "I don't know. What did Zadran's brothers do for a living? They worked the family farm. Growing what?" Turner said, "Poppies." "Exactly. And they gave Zadran a role as their salesman. He already had his network established, just as you pointed out. Remember what Thomas de Quincey wrote, poetry? His most famous piece was an autobiographical book titled Confessions of an English Opium Eater. That's what he did in Dove Cottage for 11 straight years. He soothed the day's stresses away. Then he wrote a memoir about the experience. Turner remarked, "I wish we could get inside." Reacher had visited the original Dove Cottage in England once. He'd paid the entry fee at the door and ducked under the low beam. Simple as that. Getting into this new Dove Cottage was going to be far more difficult. Breaching a secured residence was the kind of mission Delta Force and Navy SEALs trained for their entire careers. It was never straightforward. Reacher asked, "Do you spot any cameras?" Turner replied, "I don't, but there must be some. Has to be. Is there a doorbell? No button, just a knocker, which is more authentic, I suppose. Maybe local zoning requires it. Then cameras are a certainty. A place like this can't just swing the door open for every knock without knowing who's outside. That suggests an operations room with monitors and a remote unlocking system. One person could run it. Will there be on-site security? There have to be staff. Discreet figures in dark suits like butlers or stewards who double as security. I imagine the cameras are tiny, maybe just fiber optic lenses peeking through the walls. There could be dozens, it makes sense. Someone has to keep watch over everything that might happen in a place like this. We need to observe someone going in, not coming out. We need to see how the system operates. But no one did. No one entered, and no one left. The house just sat there, looking quietly satisfied. The same lights remained on. The first hints of morning began to glow above the roof. Turner said, "We've never actually met them." Reacher responded, "They've seen our photos." "Have they shown those photos to their operations guy?" "I certainly hope so. We're talking about the top intelligence officer for the United States Army." "Then the door will stay locked," Turner concluded. "That's all. It costs us nothing. Does it tip them off? Or are they already on high alert? You know, they're alert. They're staring into the void right now. Maybe they don't admit women. Then they'd have to send someone out to explain that. If they don't recognize us, we could be anyone, city inspectors, whatever. They'd have to at least speak to us. All right, Reacher said. Knocking is an option. Where do you want to place it on our list? Somewhere in the middle, Turner decided. 5 minutes later, Reacher asked, below what? I think we should call the DEA or ESPN over at the 75th or Metro PD. Maybe all of them, the FBI too. They can start digging into the financial trails. You're the commanding officer. I want a clean legal arrest. So do I. Really? Because you do. Is that the only reason? I'd prefer a legal arrest whenever possible, every single time. I'm not some barbarian. He paused, noticing the sky. We can't stay here anyway. It's getting light, and it was the sun edged over the distant horizon, casting long, sharp shadows and bathing the house in a backlit glow. A wedge of sky had already turned a clear blue. It was shaping up to be a beautiful day. Make the call, Reacher said. Who first? Leach? Reacher answered. Better if she coordinates. Otherwise, it'll be a complete circus. Turner pulled 2 phones from her pockets, her own and Schrago's she verified. She had the right one, opened it, and turned away from the street, ready to dial. The rising sun lit her from behind, warm and golden in the new dawn, and then Schrago's phone rang. It lay on the stone knee wall beneath the fence, its screen lit up with incoming call and home. The grating vibration wasn't as frantic as the earlier birdsong alert, but it was intense, making the device shift slightly as if seeking a direction. It buzzed 8 times before falling silent. Dawn, Turner observed. Some kind of deadline, either prearranged or just in their heads. They must be getting pretty restless by now. They'll probably give up on him soon. They kept their eyes on the house a moment longer. Just as they were about to turn away, an upstairs window flared with a sudden brilliant yellow light, a quick, blinding flash like an antique camera bulb. It was followed by 2 dull, thudding gunshots, almost on top of each other but not perfectly synchronized. The rhythm was slightly off, too fast for a controlled double tap from one gun, but just right for 2 nervous old men counting to 3 and pulling their triggers together. For a long, tense minute, nothing moved. Then the black front door was yanked open, and a stream of men began pouring out onto the sidewalk. They were in various states of disarray. Some looked crisp and ready. Others were still rumpled and hastily dressed. All were older, white-haired men, maybe 8 or 9 of them in total. Mixed in were several younger men in neat uniforms like hotel bellhops and one younger guy in a black turtleneck who Turner figured was probably running the show. The whole group slowed on the pavement, collected themselves, and then began to stroll away casually, as if they had nothing to do with the place. One suited man walked right past Reacher, wearing an expression of pure, practiced innocence that seemed to say, "Who, me?" Reacher and Turner started moving against the flow, pushing toward the house and the open black door. They were jostled by a couple of late stragglers rushing out, and then they were inside. The entrance hall was wide and cool, decorated in a colonial style with pale yellow walls, polished brass candlesticks, antique clocks, and dark mahogany woodwork. An oil portrait of George Washington watched over the scene. They climbed the wide, thickly carpeted staircase and checked the first room. It held 2 elegant daybeds beside matching coffee tables, each set with the delicate tools of an opium smoker. Small lamps, ceramic bowls, and long, slender pipes arranged so a man lying on his side could reach them effortlessly. Pillows were scattered about, and the air held a warm, heavy Swedish scent. In the next room they found Scully and Montague. Both men were around 60, gray-haired and trim, but without the hardened infantry general look. These 2 seemed perfectly content to let people know their expertise came from shadowy back rooms, not battlefields. They wore dark trousers and satin smoking jackets. Their ornate pipes were crafted from silver and bone. Each had a clean through-and-through bullet wound in both temples. 9mm rounds from the service Berettas that now lay on the floor. The entry wounds were on the right. Reacher pictured the scene, the arranged morning call, no answer, perhaps a final handshake, then muzzles pressed to skin, elbows out, and a silent count. 1, 2, 3, outside. The street suddenly erupted with the scream of sirens. Dozens of agents poured from their vehicles. A DEA agent later briefed them in a front parlor off the main hall. It turned out Schrago had cracked almost instantly during questioning, which led to Morgan's arrest within half an hour. Morgan, in turn, folded just as fast. Espen had immediately alerted 3 different agencies, and a raid was planned and launched, but arrived 5 minutes too late. "You weren't late," Reacher told him. "You could have come yesterday and they still would have done this. It didn't matter who was coming up those stairs, you, us, anyone. They were determined to go out on their own terms, like gentlemen." The agent explained that places like this, refined, discreet opium dens, existed all over the world for a certain type of civilized man who preferred a fine vintage to cheap beer. Opium was the original, unadulterated product, gently heated to release its vapor, then inhaled. A gentleman's indulgence as smooth and complex as aged brandy, as sweet as wildflower honey. The authentic article unchanged for millennia. Archaeologists, he noted wryly, would tell you the Stone Age had a double meaning. And, just like with fine wine, plenty of pretentious nonsense had grown up around it, talk of terroir and provenance, with Afghan opium often touted as the very best. The investigation had been meticulous, each hillside scrutinized like a prized vineyard. Montague struck an agreement with the Zodran brothers, whose product was exceptionally pure. They marketed it under the Z brand, building its reputation until Dove Cottage was flooded with lucrative membership dues. This profitable arrangement ran smoothly for 4 years. Then their local contact was spotted traveling north for the annual tribal gathering, and the entire operation collapsed, despite their frantic attempts to contain the damage. Espen later visited, remarking that their efforts had been in fact quite extensive. He mentioned he was midway through the financial audit and had already traced $100,000 directly from Montague's personal account. Later, the gathering at the house expanded to include Colonel John James Temple, who remained Turner's official attorney, along with Major Helen Sullivan and Captain Tracy Edmonds, who were still listed as Reacher's counsel. Temple had secured a permanent halt to Turner's confinement order. She was essentially free, awaiting the formal dismissal of charges. Sullivan and Edmonds faced a more complex issue. Given Morgan's present condition, determining whether Reacher was still technically in the Army was impossible, a question that would likely have to go all the way up to the Deputy Chief for Personnel, who was inconveniently deceased upstairs. Turner managed to secure a ride for herself and Reacher with Colonel Temple, who was still somewhat miffed that Reacher had returned his identification. The mood was strained, but Reacher was eager to get Turner away from there, and Temple's sedan beat walking, except they didn't head to the hotel. Turner had apparently given Rock Creek as their destination because Temple drove across the river into Virginia. The old stone building awaited her command, her headquarters, her true home base. It felt like coming home. "First thing I'm doing is having my office professionally clean," Turner declared. "I don't want a single trace of Morgan left in there." And in that moment, he knew for certain. She adored the campfire atmosphere of command. He had once felt that same pull, though briefly, and only within the unique brotherhood of the 110th Special Unit, which was now hers. It was well into the morning when they arrived, and the whole team was present. The night shift had stayed on, kept informed by Espen's real-time updates, following the drama like a championship game. The day crew arrived to find the crisis largely resolved, all but the final paperwork. Sergeant Leach was there, along with the duty captain. Reacher wondered if Turner would ever bring up the doodling incident. Probably not. More likely, she'd reassign the guy to some obscure desk, her first act of many in a new era. Her initial hour was filled with ceremony, fist bumps, shared stories, and backslaps. Eventually, she concluded the impromptu tour in her office and settled in, picking up right where she had left off, reviewing case files and verifying every detail. Reacher spent some time with Leach, then descended the worn stone steps for a long, aimless walk, tracing a lazy figure eight around the quiet suburban blocks. He returned to find her still deeply engrossed, so he lingered with Leach a while longer. Dusk fell, and finally she came down the stairs, car key in hand. "Ride with me," she said. The little red sports car had been sitting for a few days, but it started right up and ran reliably, if a bit loud and raspy, a throaty growl Reacher assumed was intentionally engineered by whoever designed the exhaust. Turner cranked the heater dials into the red zone and released the top, folding it down behind them. "Feels like a rock and roll anthem on the radio," she said with a grin. She reversed out of her parking spot, drove through the gate, turned left, and followed the bus route past the motel, continuing on to the shopping mall. She parked in front of the large stucco building with the faux Greek menu. "Buy a dinner?" she offered. The restaurant was bustling with all sorts of patrons, couples, families, and children. Some of the children were girls, and a few looked to be about 14. Turner selected a booth by the front window. They watched a city bus rumble past, and Reacher said, "I'm a detective, you know. I can guess what you're about to say." She raised an eyebrow. "Can you?" "It was always a 50-50 shot," he replied, "like a coin toss," he said. "That simple? You don't owe it another thought. This was my journey, not yours. I came to you, you never came to South Dakota. True, that's how it began. I was uncertain, but something shifted for a while. It started back in that cell in the Dyer guardhouse. You were taking Temple away, and you glanced back at me, telling me to stay put, and I did. You were locked up. You didn't have a choice. And now I'm free." "I get it," Reacher replied. "The 110th is the better fit, and I got my command back. I can't just turn my back on it." "I understand," Reacher said again. "And I can't settle down. Not here, not anywhere. So it's not just you. We're both saying no, the 110th was your brainchild, if that helps. I wanted to meet you," Reacher said. "That was the whole point. And I did. Mission accomplished." They finished their meal, settled the check, and emptied their pockets onto the table. Turner collected the wallets, the credit cards, and Shrago's phone for official review, while Reacher took the cash for the road ahead, setting aside $30 that Turner vowed to return to Sullivan. Stepping outside, the chill, damp air wrapped around them, a typical winter evening in Northern Virginia. Not far off, the sluggish Potomac flowed quietly, while to the east, Washington, D.C.'s glow painted the clouds. The nation's capital humming with its endless schemes and dramas. They shared one last kiss, a final embrace, and wished each other well. Then Turner slid into her little red car and drove off. Reacher watched until her taillights vanished into the night. He tossed his cell phone into a nearby trash can, crossed the street, and walked until he found a bus bench. He was heading north, not south, out, not in, moving on as always. He sat down, alone.